by special recording. General Mills, makers of Cheerios, the oat cereal ready to eat, and Wheaties, breakfast of champions, present The Lone Ranger. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a haughty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. Let's go, big fellow. Hi-yo, Silver. Hi!
When boys line up to run a race, Galloping Gordon sets the pace. He comes in first because he knows he's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, he's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios, Cheerios, Cheerios.
You bet, Cheerios, the oat cereal that needs no cooking. Every delicious spoonful of Cheerios and milk is real muscle-building food. Each spoonful contains vitamins, minerals, and proteins your body needs. Yes, the good things in a Cheerios breakfast do good things for your body. Help you have healthy nerves, good red blood, strong bones, and muscles. And besides giving you go power, Cheerios is downright wonderful tasting. That toasted oat flavor is really something. And when you add milk and your favorite fruit, say some sliced bananas, you're in for a delicious breakfast treat. Get the whole family off to a good start every morning with Cheerios. Then you'll hear people say,
he's feeling his Cheerios.
The Lone Ranger and his Indian companion Tonto camped for the night in a wooded grove in the hills near Stockton. The two men were rolled in their blankets sleeping when... Tonto.
Me hear shots. Someone right fast along trail.
There he is.
Oh, him shot. Fall from horse.
3 men coming around the bend. Draw your guns, Tonto. We'll go see what this is all about. Come on.
Them turn. Leave and hurry.
We'll see about the wounded man. Let me see. Yeah, a shoulder wound, but not serious.
Him young fella.
Yes, Tonto. We'll carry him to our camp and give him first aid.
The young man, the masked man and Indian found wounded on the trail, was unconscious when they carried him to their camp. A short time after, his wound was bandaged. He regained consciousness. The first rays of the rising sun fell upon the Lone Ranger and Tonto as they stood beside him.
What happened there? A masked man and an Indian?
It's all right. We're friends. You were shot from your horse. We brought you here and bandaged your wound. You soon be all right.
Oh, thanks. I'm grateful. I'm Dave Alton.
Who were the men who tried to kill you? Do you know?
Outlaws. I had a partner. We were prospecting together. He boasted in town about the gold we'd found. Tonight they surprised us, killed Jed. I escaped and they followed. You know the rest.
Yes. Tonto, go to town and notify the sheriff. I'll stay here until you get back, and we'll try to trail those men.
Easy, Scout. Easy, fella. Get him up, Scout.
Tonto hurriedly rode to the sheriff's office in Stockton. Later, he returned to camp and told the Lone Ranger and Dave about the sheriff's plans.
Sheriff say him take posse to Prospector's cabin and try to pick up trail a gang.
Tonto, we'll work alone for the time being. If the posse fails to pick up the trail, we may succeed. Dave, how many men were there, do you know?
6 altogether. 3 of them chased me when I got away.
We don't want to leave you here alone.
I'm all right. I have a gun and my horse. It's important that you and the Indian help to catch those outlaws.
Very well, Dave. We'll come back here later to make sure you're all right. Tonto, we'll go out to the trail and try to follow the 3 men who chased Dave. They may lead us to the gang's hideout. All right, let's go. See you later, Dave.
Goodbye.
Easy, fella.
Come on.
Come, Scout, come.
Meanwhile, in a cabin hidden in a hollow, Grudge Logan was talking to his men.
What you men bungled the job? Nick, you had no business plugging that old prospector. Because you did, I sent Tony and a couple of the others to get the fellow who escaped. They bungled that, too.
Oh, the old prospector went for his gun. What else could I do?
Yeah,
Nick's right, Grudge. As for the fellow we went after, we plugged him and saw him fall. Then we heard men coming, so we beat it.
And you don't know that the young prospector's dead, eh?
We didn't have time to make sure, Grudge.
He's the only witness to the killing. If he's not
Why
dead...
not have Tony go back to where he shot the fellow and see what he can find out?
Well, that's risky, Nick.
Oh, what are you scared of? I'll go back with you.
Good. Tony, you and Nick go and see what you can find out about that fella. I'll be waiting to hear.
All right. Come on, Nick. It won't take us long.
It was some time later when Tony and Nick, taking a roundabout route, approached the place on the trail near the Lone Ranger's camp where Dave had been shot. They stopped among the trees nearby.
Oh, there. Easy now.
He fell right out there, Nick. Come on.
Moving cautiously, the two crooks found the place where Dave had fallen.
Look. Seems like the 2 hombres who found him took him up to that grove yonder.
We'll keep under cover and go investigate that grove. Have your gun handy.
At the camp in the grove, Dave was sleeping. He was suddenly startled and sat up quickly when he heard a voice.
Look, Nick. There he is. Yeah, and he's alive. Reckon you just wounded him. We got you covered, mister, so don't move. Bandage on his left shoulder. I thought you were a better shot, Tony.
Never mind that. I won't miss this
Now
time.
hold it, you fool.
Why?
Remember, he was found by 2 hombres. He must have told them what happened.
Yeah, that's right. What do you think we ought to do?
Make him tell who the 2 hombres are before we plug him.
I don't know who they are.
Let's take him to Grudge. He'll make him talk. After that, we'll get rid of him.
Later, Dave Alton, tied to a chair, sat facing Grudge Logan in the hideout cabin.
So you refuse to answer questions, huh? Well, I won't be as easy on you as Nick and Tony were.
We gotta find out who he talked to, Grudge.
Yeah, make him tell.
He'll tell, don't worry. Now then, who are the hombres who found you and took you to that camp?
I don't know, and that's the truth.
Don't give me that. Now, give me a civil answer.
But I don't know who they are. How can I tell you?
And describe them. What do they look like?
I'm sure one of them's an Indian, Grudge. I looked back as we rode away and I caught a glimpse of him.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, is one of them a redskin?
Yes.
That's more like it. How about the other one?
I didn't see his face.
What do you mean you didn't see his face? You have eyes, haven't you? Come on, speak up or I'll let one of the men gun whip you.
He kept his face covered. He had a...
That doesn't make sense, Grudge.
No, it don't.
Maybe it does at that.
What do you mean?
We know one of them's an Indian. From what this hombre says, the other must have been masked.
Masked?
I don't get it. Why should another owl who take the
Now,
trouble?
listen a minute. Remember me telling all you about a masked hombre who rode with an Indian?
Yeah. Yeah, you said they broke up a gang you had in New Mexico last year.
Right. They helped the law. The masked man is known as a Lone Ranger.
Hey, I've heard of him.
So have I. He and that Indian are said to be dynamite when they get going.
Yeah.
Quiet down, fellas. No need to get anxious about him.
But if they caught some of your other
I
guys...
wasn't as smart then as I am now. Listen. Nick, you and Tony probably weren't careful covering your tracks when you brought this hombre here.
Maybe not. We were in a hurry.
So much the better. When the masked man and Indian go back to that camp and learn he's missing, they'll do their best to follow your trail here. And what's more, I'm sure they'll succeed.
Well, then they'll get us.
Don't worry. We'll use this fella as bait for a trap. I plan to get that redskin, and what's more important, the hombre known as a Lone Ranger.
As Grudge Logan told his men how he planned to use Dave Alton as bait to trap Tonto and the Lone Ranger, a cruel smile twisted his lips. He explained further.
We'll leave this hombre tied to the chair and gagged so he can't warn him. We'll leave one horse just outside the cabin, so's they'll think one of us is in here as guard.
Go on.
We'll hide the other horses among the trees. And we'll stay hidden until we see them approach the cabin.
Well, they're smart, Grudge. They won't approach the place openly.
That's right.
I know. With all that brush around, we'll have to watch close. But the windows are nailed down. So I figure they'll try to get inside through the front door.
And what if they do?
We'll move in on them. We'll plug all three of them and bury them back in the woods. Nobody will ever know what happened to that Indian and the masked man.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Boxer Ben fights hard and fair, so in the ring you kids beware. He's dynamite because he knows he's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, he's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios. Cheerios, Cheerios.
That's Cheerios, all right. The nourishing oat cereal that's shaped like little letter O's. The ready-to-eat cereal with a wonderful toasted oat flavor. What's more, every delicious spoonful of Cheerios and milk is real muscle-building food. That's right. Each spoonful contains vitamins, minerals, and proteins your body needs. And these good things in a Cheerios breakfast do good things for your body. Help you have healthy nerves, good red blood, strong bones, and muscles. Yes, Cheerios is made to give you real go power. So try Cheerios, the famous oat cereal that needs no cooking. And soon you'll hear people say,
He's feeling his Cheerios.
Now to continue. The Lone Ranger and Tonto realized the men in Grudge's gang were clever when they lost the first trail they were following. They returned to camp to make sure Dave was all right.
Yeah, big fella. Easy, Scout, easy, fella. Kimasabi, him gone.
Yes. Look near the place where he was resting. The footprints of two men.
Maybe that mean crooks come back. Take young fella away.
I'm sorry I let Dave talk us into leaving him alone. I feel that I'm to blame for this, Tonto. We'll follow those footprints to where they left their horses. Then we'll pick up their trail. Come on.
Easy, steady, easy, Scout, easy, fella.
Come on.
Come, Scout. Come, fella.
The sheriff and his posse had gone to the prospector's cabin, and after sending back the body of the outlaw's victim, they tried to follow the trail of the gang. They, too, finally lost the trail.
Oh, there. By Jiminy, that outlaw leader, Grudge Logan, is plenty smart. The Indian who reported to me didn't know at the time how many men Grudge had. But from the tracks, I figured 5 or 6. The Indian is working with a friend of mine, the masked man.
Masked hombre, you say? How come he's a friend of yours?
Well, we won't go into that now. Anyway, the Indian told me where they found the wounded man and where the camp is located. Now, we'll go to the camp, and if Dave Alton is still there, we'll question him. He might tell us something that'll help. Let's go. Get up there.
A short time later, the posse arrived at the campsite and stopped.
Nobody here. But there's a bed made of boughs and covered with a blanket where the wounded man rested. We'll try to pick up their trail. I want to talk to the masked man. Get up there.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had some difficulty trailing Nick, Tony, and Dave. But as Grudge had said, they were not as careful covering the trail. Finally, the masked man and Indian topped a rise and saw the cabin in the hollow.
Scout, easy, steady, big fella. Easy, Scout, easy.
A short distance from the clearing in which the cabin stood, the two men dismounted and left their horses hidden under the trees in the tall brush. Then they cautiously moved forward on foot. On the edge of the clearing, they stopped.
I see one horse tied to a sapling near the cabin.
Maybe that mean others in gang not there now.
May also mean that Dave is still alive and held prisoner, Tonto. It leaves someone to guard him. Otherwise, the owner of that horse would have gone with the others. We'll use the tall brush near the cabin to screen our approach. I want to get close enough to look inside that place. Come on. And have your guns ready.
The Indian and masked man, thoroughly experienced in moving with caution, made their way through the brush without moving a branch. Finally, they reached the side window of the cabin. Then the Lone Ranger showed for a moment above the brush as he quickly looked through the window.
The window's nailed down, Tonto, but I see Dave inside. He's tied to a chair and gagged. Whoever's on guard is keeping out of sight.
Now what do we do?
We'll make our way to the front door. We'll crawl up to it and enter suddenly to take the guard by surprise. All right, let's go.
Among the trees on the nearby slope, Grudge and the others were watching. Suddenly, Grudge spoke.
Say, look, I see a man sitting near the side window. It's the last man.
Shall we try to gun him? Sure, why not?
No, hold it. It's too far for a good shot. As soon as we see him go inside, we'll move in. We can see the front door from here.
By Jiminy, they're going right into the trap.
Sure. They'll soon realize just how smart I am.
How you plan to work it, Grudge?
When I give the word, we'll spread out and encircle the cabin. Then move in on them. And they won't be able to get away. Before long, the Lone Ranger will be finished for good.
Meantime, as the Lone Ranger and Tonto moved toward the front door, the masked man spoke.
Tonto, you stay hidden in the brush. I'll go inside alone. I can handle one man.
A good idea.
The others might return unexpectedly. In that case, you'll be in a position to warn me. I'll stay here. The chaparral thicket will hide you. I'll crawl to the front door. It's the only way inside. The windows are securely nailed down.
Tonto waited in hiding while the Lone Ranger moved cautiously to the front door. Then, with guns ready, he shoved the door wide open.
Don't move.
He stood a moment as his keen eyes swiftly scanned the interior of the cabin. Instantly, he realized he might have entered a trap. He sprang quickly to Dave's side, cut the cords, and removed the gag.
Have you free in a moment. There. Now the gag. There. It's a trap. I just realized that. Quick, get to the door, then crawl through the door into the bushes. They'll hide you. Be sure to keep your head down. I'll help you. Come on. You'll be safer outside. Here's the open door. Get down and crawl if you can.
I'll make it.
In spite of Dave's handicap, he and the masked man hurriedly crawled through the doorway and dropped into the thicket near the porch.
I don't think we were seen coming out.
Yes. We see men up among trees. Them come this way.
Crouch low and we'll move back through the brush toward the trees. Come on.
Grudge and his men had seen the masked figure enter the cabin. He waited a moment, then said,
I didn't see the Indian go inside.
Maybe the masked man went in there alone.
That's possible, but I doubt it. The redskin may be waiting near the cabin somewhere near the window. Let's spread out and move in on him. Keep an eye open for the Indian. Let's go.
The outlaws had failed to see Dave and the masked man crawl from the front door. They spread out with guns ready and started moving toward the cabin. Meantime, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dave had succeeded in reaching the trees before the crooks had a chance to encircle the place.
We made it. Now we'll wait until we see them near the cabin, and we'll move in on them.
They aren't going to expect that.
That's right.
The three men watched closely. For a short time, they saw little, though Tonto's keen eyes caught the movement of the brush here and there as the men worked their way forward. Finally, Tonto spoke.
You see head looking through window.
Yes, Tonto. They've reached the cabin. Dave, you wait here.
I can handle a gun. Let me go with you.
All right, let's go.
At the cabin, Grudge had looked through the window. He saw that Dave had been freed and that no one was inside. He found his men one after the other and gathered them together under cover of the tall brush.
Something went wrong. None of us saw him go out, but nobody's inside now.
That young fellow tell the masked man about your trap. Maybe they're hiding inside. Wait.
We'll soon find out. We'll go in. Come on. Say, Nick.
Yeah.
You stay in covers from the window until we get inside.
Right.
Quickly, in crouched position, the other five went to the front of the cabin. Then they rushed through the open door with drawn guns.
Hey, nobody's here.
Hey, Nick, come on in.
All right.
I don't like this, Grudge.
I don't like any fun.
Hey, what's going on, Grudge? No sign of him. Hey, Grudge, I saw one of them through the window, the engine.
Nick rushed to the window, broke the glass, and fired.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't think I hit him. I'll try again. Hey, a bullet came through the window.
They're moving in on us.
We're 6 to 2 or 3. Cover both windows. I'll leave the door open a little.
All right.
I saw the brush move.
Grudge, they caught us in our own trap.
Forget that now. Try to plug him. We'll either get him and hold him off till it's dark enough to sneak away from here.
Holy mackerel, there's more than 3 out there.
Look, Apache riding in to help him. Grudge, we're sunk.
The sheriff and his men had heard the shots and moved in to help the Lone Ranger and his friends. The gun battle raged for some time, and men on both sides were wounded. But finally, those inside were too greatly outnumbered and surrendered. All but 2 of the crooks were wounded, including Grudge.
Now put your hands up or we'll gun you.
We give up. Hold your fire. There's just 2 of us with guns now.
Throw your guns through the door. Then come out with your hands high.
Tony and Nick, the 2 who were not wounded, complied with the sheriff's command. Soon, all the crooks were huddled together within a circle of grim-faced men holding guns.
I think we have them all now, Sheriff.
Yes, that's all of them. That one is Grudge Logan. A few of my men took bullets, but none are seriously hurt. We look after the wounded and get these killers back to town. Now, Dave, you'll be a witness against them in the killing of your partner.
With pleasure. If it hadn't been for the masked man in Tonto, I'd have been dead, too. The gang set a trap for both of them, but they turned the tables on Grudge and his men.
Grudge Logan is clever, but not clever enough. Tonto and I were glad to help. We'll stop to see you in town, Sheriff, before we leave this territory. Good luck, Dave, and see you later. Adios, everybody.
Call it, Grudge. I thought you said you could handle that Indian and the masked man.
Oh, shut up.
Grudge is like all the rest of the lawbreakers who think they amount to something. They get to think they're so smart the law can't ever touch them. But just like the others, Grudge isn't smart enough to know that it doesn't pay to make a stand against the Lone Ranger.
Champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
Sort of gives a guy a lift knowing that champions are made, not born. For instance, let's trace the inspiring story of Al Rosen, famed Cleveland Indian slugger. Let's go back when Al was small, an average boy, no champ at all. He practiced hitting, third base play, and ate his Wheaties every day, just as champs get on their way. Today, Al smacks that ball a mile, been eating Wheaties all this while. Why, Al Rosen's been eating Wheaties since he was a little guy, 22 years ago. Plenty of power, all right, in Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Now, Al's sparking. Here's the pitch.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. 'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
The Lone Ranger, a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated, is created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Lone Ranger is played by Brace Beamer. Your announcer, Fred Foy. The Lone Ranger is brought to you by General Mills every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this same time. Be sure to listen. This recorded program has come to you from Detroit. This is ABC Radio.
By special recording, The Lone Ranger. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver. The Lone Ranger. Before this exciting adventure, a word from our sponsor. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver. Let's go, big fellow. I'm Silver! Hooray!
Since daybreak, the Lone Ranger and Tonto had been riding through the Arkansas Valley, observing signs that Indians were on the move. Presently, they found the smoldering remains of signal fires and tracks of small mounted parties.
Tonto, they appear to be raiding parties, but small ones.
That's not good. They maybe make plenty trouble.
We could locate the main body of Indians. We could ride to Fort Mason for troops.
Look, Kemosabe. We see sod house of buffalo hunters.
Yes, there's smoke coming from the chimney. We'll ride there and warn them. Come on, Silver.
Let's come.
As they approached the sod-covered dugout, a young woman stood in the doorway watching. As they reined in their horses, she turned and called into the soddy.
Oh, fella.
Hey, you and Joe come out here. A masked bandit Indian just rode up.
A masked bandit Indian? What'd you say about a masked man?
Right there.
Sure enough. Hey, mister, what's the idea of coming here with a mask on your face?
We're not bandits. We came to warn you.
Warn us? About what?
Indians are on the move. We've seen the trail of several small parties this morning. They may be out for trouble.
We're not afraid of redskins.
You should get this woman to safety.
That's my responsibility. Now get out of here before my brother puts a bullet through you.
Very well. I advise you to be on guard. Let's go, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Let's count.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto permitted their horses to slow to a walk soon after leaving the sod house. Tonto registered his annoyance.
Feller in sod house. Stubborn fool.
His name is Sage Gannett. The other man is his brother, Joe.
How you know him, Kemosabe?
I recognize the woman. She's the daughter of Seth Watkins, the storekeeper at the fort.
Me know him.
I learned recently that she married a buffalo hunter named Gannett.
Look, Kemosabe, it's the Indians. Them shoot guns.
Oh,
fella.
5 of them. They're shooting at someone in the draw below.
That's right. Them not see us yet.
All right, draw your guns. We'll go in shooting. Come on, Silver.
Let's count.
Surprised by the sudden attack, the small group of Indians broke and fled on their horses. As soon as the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced into the draw.
None of them shoot at. Look like soldiers.
Seems to be wounded. Oh, Silver. Easy, fella.
Easy, fella.
You could sure save my scalp, mister.
Are you badly hit?
No. Just a shoulder wound.
Tonto, get the medical kit.
You get it.
We'll bandage your wound and take you to the fort.
No. Thanks for offering to fix me up, but you're not taking me to the fort.
Are you a deserter?
No, I was drummed out of the service. But you're not interested in that. Just fix me up, friend.
You must be Lieutenant Jim Wade.
How'd you know that?
You were accused of theft about 6 months ago. Theft from the Watkins store.
For an owl hooch, you know a lot about me.
I'm not a bandit. Easy now while I clean the wound. Brace him, Tonto.
Do it. Easy.
For the next few minutes, the Lone Ranger cleansed and bound the wounded shoulder of Jim Wade. When he had finished, he said,
You were drummed out of the service 6 months ago. Why are you still around here?
It's none of your business, but you saved my life, so I guess I should tell you anything you want to know.
Well, that's up to you, Jim.
I didn't steal that money. But I think I know who did.
Who?
Sage Gannett. Buffalo hunter. Gannett and I were courting Elsie Watkins, the store owner's daughter. Then money disappeared one night, and I took Elsie to a dance. I was blamed for it.
Yes, I know. But you haven't answered my question. Why are you still around here?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Oh?
The money was in a small iron box. If Gannett took it, he hid it. Because he married Elsie and took her to live in a dugout not far from me.
Yes, I know.
Gannett wouldn't want Elsie to know he took the money. So I've been watching him. For months now, I've trailed him everywhere he's gone. One of these days, he'll go after that iron box. And when he does, I'll have him where I want him.
Catch him, fellow. He's fainting.
We got him.
All right. Easy. Get his horse. We'll take him to the fort.
armed sentry on guard in front of Colonel Nelson's headquarters at Fort Mason could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the Lone Ranger and Tonto, with Lieutenant Jim Wade supported between them, riding boldly toward him.
Holy smokes, a masked man and an Indian with Jim Wade.
Halt!
Get your hands up, mister. You still winching?
I must see Colonel Nelson at once. This man has been wounded, and he's losing blood rapidly.
What's going on here?
We have a wounded man here, Colonel. We brought him here for medical care.
Jim Wade. But who are you?
This may identify me. Here, sir.
A bullet.
A silver bullet.
I see. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. What happened to this man?
He was wounded by Indians. Tonto and I drove them off. He needs immediate care, Colonel.
Of course. Sentry, see that this man is taken to the hospital at once.
Yes, sir.
Me help me.
Over the guards, post number 1.
Mister, you say this is the work of Indians?
Yes, Colonel. They're out to make trouble.
Then I want more information about this. Will you come inside?
Aye, certainly, sir. Silver, easy.
The Lone Ranger told Colonel Nelson how he and Tonto had found Indian signs, how they had fought off the Indians attacking Jim Wade, and also the story that Wade had told them. When he had finished, Colonel Nelson said,
I had no idea Jim Wade was still in the vicinity. In view of what he told you, his story rings true.
Yes, it does. I intend to investigate it thoroughly.
Later, not now.
Oh, why not now?
Because of what you say about the Indians. My scouts are at Fort McPherson. I need your services.
Very well, Colonel.
If you can locate the main body of Indians, I have enough troopers here to stage a surprise attack. Pardon me.
Yes, of course.
Come in.
Kimasabi.
Come in, Tonto.
We take Jim Wade to hospital. Doctors say him be all right soon.
I'm glad to hear that, Tonto. Indeed I am.
So am I. Well, Colonel, Tonto and I'll get on our way now.
You're doing me a great favor.
We'll bring word the moment we find the Indians. Adios.
Adios, sir.
Yeah, this is the place I buried the box, Joe. Give me the short-handled spade from the saddle.
Yes, H.
Just to be on the safe side, you keep watch while I dig.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That masked man may have pretended to ride off, then double back. He's mighty tricky.
If he should show up, we'll be ready for him. We'll pick him and the engine off with a rifle. Then we'll make the hole a little bigger and bury the two of them.
You get to digging, Sage. I'll keep watch.
All right. Yeah, here it is, Joe. Just where I buried it.
Want me to help you?
No, it's not heavy.
Hey, wait, Sage. Throw dirt back over that box.
Yeah, all right. Yep. Yeah, what's wrong?
Look to the west. Indians. The masked man didn't lie.
Yeah, you're right. The Redskins, all right.
Get mounted, Sage.
No, Joe, we wouldn't stand a chance. We've got to fight it out here. Give me my rifle.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, they got your horse.
Let them have it, Sage.
Make every shot count.
After leaving Fort Mason, the Lone Ranger and Tonto followed the ridges overlooking the valley of the Arkansas for several miles. They had just emerged from a stretch of timber when the masked man pointed to the ground.
Look, Tonto. Here are tracks of horses coming out of the timber.
We see them. Tracks made by Indian ponies. No shoes on them.
It's a fairly large body of Indians, a dozen or more.
That's right.
We'll trail them. The tracks may lead us to the main body. Come on, through there.
Must come.
We'll continue our Lone Ranger adventure in just a moment. Now to continue. The Lone Ranger and Tonto had gone but a short distance when they came upon the bodies of Sage Gannett and his brother Joe. Their two dead horses lay nearby.
Easy, Count. The Indians were hiding in the timber. This was a surprise attack.
And Indians in hurry. Them not stop or scout.
Look here, Tonto. These men seem to have been digging in the ground when they were attacked. Poke around that loose dirt. See what you can find while I examine the bodies.
While the Lone Ranger identified the dead men as the Gannett brothers, Tonto dug in the loose dirt and soon found the iron box which he lifted from the hole. The masked man examined it and said,
Tonto, remember what Jim Wade told us this morning about the money stolen from the store at the fort?
Money in iron box, him say.
This must be it.
Jim Wade told us Sage Gannett steal it. Now, what we do, Kimasabi?
We'll take it with us. We must go to Gannett's widow at once. Cover these men with blankets. Then we'll break the news to Mrs. Gannett and take her to the fort. We'll send soldiers for these men.
Elsie Gannett stood in the doorway of the sod house with a buffalo gun in her hands. She leveled it at the Lone Ranger and Tonto as they drew rein and dismounted.
You get back on your horses and clear out of here.
Mrs. Gannett, we've brought bad news. Your husband and his brother have been killed by Indians.
I don't believe you.
Tonto and I found their bodies about 4 miles from here. Now you must go with us to the fort. The Indians are out to kill every white person they find.
No. I won't go with you. It's a trick of some kind. Get out of here or I'll use this buffalo gun.
Hand me the box, Tonto.
You get it from saddlebag. Here. Here, box.
Where did you get that box?
Your husband had just dug it up from underneath an elm tree when he was killed by the Indians.
I know you're lying.
I see you recognize the box.
Of course I do. It was stolen from my father's store at the fort.
Jim Wade told me this morning that he believes Sage Gannett had stolen it.
Jim Wade? What do you know about him?
I'll explain everything. Then perhaps you...
The Lone Ranger told how he and Tonto would save Jim Wade from being killed and what Wade had told them about his suspicion of the buffalo hunter. When he had finished, Elsie Gannett lowered the muzzle of the buffalo gun and broke into tears.
I believe you. I'll do as you say. I'll go with you.
I hope you'd understand.
I'll get my belongings together. It won't take long.
Tonto, there's a horse in the corral. Saddle it while I help Mrs. Gannett gather her things.
Me do it. Me take Silver and Scout and give 'em water. Them plenty thirsty. Come, Silver. Come, Scout. Come.
Hurry, Mrs. Gannett. We must leave here as soon as possible.
I'm ready to go now.
I'll carry the valise for you.
Thank you.
Let's join Tonto.
Indians!
Wait, keep out of the doorway. The Lone Ranger pushed Elsie Gannett to the side. Then he, too, ducked back from the door and drew his guns. He shouted to Tonto.
Tonto! Tonto!
There was no reply from Tonto, but the other Indians were coming closer. The Lone Ranger holstered one of his guns, reached quickly for the heavy door, and slammed it shut. He dropped the heavy bar into place, then turned to face Elsie Gannett in the darkness of the dugout.
I'll light a candle so we can see.
Here's one on the table.
There. Now, how much ammunition have you for that buffalo gun?
There it is on the shelf.
Only one box.
That's all. Sage had planned to go to the fort tomorrow for more.
That won't last long, I'm afraid.
What's that?
They're trying to pound down the door with heavy timber. Let me have the buffalo gun.
There's a firing slit in the door. You can shoot through that.
Yes, I noticed it.
Hurry. They'll knock the door down.
I can stop that.
The Lone Ranger walked to the door and carefully slid back the cover over the firing slit. He poked the muzzle of the heavy buffalo gun through and fired.
That will stop them temporarily. They'll try it again.
Time after time, the Indians tried to pound down the door of the windowless sod house with a battering ram. And each time, the heavy buffalo gun took its toll and drove the Redskins back. Minutes turned into hours, and around midnight, the Lone Ranger heard stealthy footsteps on the sod roof.
They're on the roof.
Look, they're breaking through with a pick.
I'll use my 6 guns. Stand back.
Oh, hurry, they'll break through.
The masked man's gunfire drove the Indians off the roof, but only for a few moments. They soon returned. They were driven off a second time by the deadly fire of the Lone Ranger's gun. They returned again and yet again. Meanwhile, the savages renewed their attacks on the door, only to be met by the fire of the buffalo gun. Finally, it was quiet outside the sod house, and Elsie Gannett, her nerves taut and tingling with fear, sat down in a crude chair and buried her face in her arms.
Oh, why did I do it? Why did I do it? Poor Jim, he'll never know.
Steady now, Elsie. Day will be breaking. The Indians will soon make another effort to crash the dugout.
Here they come.
Once again, the Indians charged the heavy door of the dugout, and the buffalo gun roared a deadly requiem. They withdrew to safety. The Lone Ranger tossed the weapon to a corner.
It's useless now.
Useless?
The ammunition is gone. I fired the last round.
But you have your sidearms.
Yes, one for you and one for myself. Take this one.
But you can handle it better than I.
There's only one shell left in the chamber.
One?
I'm killed when they break down the door. Don't be taken along. You understand?
Yes, I understand. Listen, war cries. They're coming this way.
Yes, they're making an all-out attack.
This is the end.
I still have 6 shots in my gun. I'll make every one count. Get back in the corner while I open the door.
Lone Ranger lifted the heavy bar and opened the door cautiously, with a 6-gun gripped in his right hand. The Indians were coming like an army, riding hard and waving weapons as they shouted wild cries.
I'll let them get closer before I fire.
The masked man waited and watched the savage charging horde. And then a new sound came above the war cries and the thunder of hoofs. At first, the Lone Ranger thought the bugle was a figment of imagination. Then he heard it nearer. And at the same moment saw horsemen approaching from another direction. These newcomers were no painted savages. They were men in uniform, hard-riding troopers who opened fire with carbines.
Look over there, Elsie.
The army.
The troopers from Fort Mason.
The Indians are turning. They're turning to the side. They're running away.
Did you see those men riding with the leading troopers?
One's an Indian.
Tonto, he's alive.
Oh, your friend.
He must have gone for the troopers.
That other man, the one with the bandaged shoulder. Oh, it's Jim Wade.
While the troopers raced on in pursuit of the fleeing Indians, Tonto and Jim Wade cut away from the uniformed men and rode to the door of the sod house. The Lone Ranger and Elsie stepped out to meet them.
Jim! Oh, Jim!
Elsie, you're safe. That's all that counts now. Tonto told me about the money.
But, Jim, can you ever forgive me?
Oh, I never lost faith, Elsie. I knew that someday I'd prove my innocence. Thanks to the masked man I have.
Jim, I see you have your insignia back.
Yes. And next week it'll be captain's bars you'll see on my shoulder. When Tonto came into the fort and told what had happened, Colonel Nelson restored me to rank. And next week I get a captaincy.
Here's silver, Kimasabi.
Good.
We'll never be able to repay you and Tonto for all you've done.
Enjoy your happiness, Elsie. Jim, you'd better wait here until the troopers return.
Oh, you'll wait with me, won't you?
No, our work here is done. Tonto and I must be going. I want to replenish my supply of cartridges. Come, Tonto. Easy, steady, big fella.
Bye.
Goodbye, and thank you.
Good luck and adios. Monsilver!
Jim, I'd give anything to know who that masked man is.
I can only tell you what Colonel Nelson told me. He's the Lone Ranger.
Copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated is produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated. The part of the Lone Ranger is played by Brace Beamer. Your announcer, Fred Foy. Listen to the Lone Ranger, brought to you by special recording at this same time.
his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Let's go, big fellow! Hail Silver!
Jeremy Ward operated a freight line across the most dangerous land in the West. Many trips have been interrupted by outlaws in the Badlands between Ward Station and the town of Jamesville. Several drivers have been killed. Old Hobie Martin had escaped with his life, but crippling wounds had ended his career as a driver. For the past year, Hobie had worked in the cafe each evening while he lived with Jeremy Ward and Ward's 10-year-old grandson in the combined home and office at the edge of town. A warm afternoon found old Hobie seated on the porch, telling one of his exciting stories to the wide-eyed boy. Hobie wasn't concerned with the truth.
There I was, just me against 10 killers. They knew I didn't have a 6-gun. When they seen that my rifle was busted, they knew there was nothing to keep them from closing in on me. Those critters rode in from 3 directions. I expected to have it.
Oh, it's Grandpa again.
See anything of a rider heading this way, Hobie?
No.
That messenger should be here.
I'm watching for him, Jeremy. I promise I'll let you know as soon as he shows up.
You keep busting on the story Hobie's telling, Grandpa.
Yeah, this is 4 times. You ain't going to fetch that messenger no sooner by coming out here every 10 minutes.
The story's about the Lone Ranger. I want to hear the rest of it.
Bobby, this messenger's a heap more important than one of Hobie's yarns.
Jeremy, what makes him so all-fired important? I declare you act like a brood hen.
He's coming from Virginia City, Hobie. Rodney Farnsworth is sending him.
Farnsworth?
I guess that'll tell you how important he is.
Ain't Farnsworth the man that's aimed to sell about $1 million worth of jewelry?
What? Have you heard about that?
Sure. Everyone in town has heard about it.
Oh, confound it.
Why? What's the matter, Jeremy?
Why in thunder didn't Farnsworth keep it a secret?
And it's true?
Well, there isn't $1 million worth, but there's a mighty tidy fortune in jewels.
Finish that story, will you, Hobie?
Yeah, just a minute, Bobby. Why is he selling that stuff, Jeremy? Ain't he the richest man between here and the Gold Coast?
He's going into a big railroad deal and needs all the cash he can get.
Well, I expect there's people in San Francisco with the cash to buy them things.
Couldn't get full value for them there.
No?
That's why he's shipping them to a broker. East.
You mean he's sending them jewels across the country?
Yep.
Oh, gone. I sure would hate to be the one that's responsible for him. I tell you... Jeremy, you don't mean it. That there messenger...
Yeah, you finally savvy why I'm anxious about that messenger?
Jeremy, we ain't going to handle him, are we?
Why in tarnation do you think I'm in business?
But the risk.
Farnsworth will pay for the risk.
Is that messenger to fetch the jewels?
I don't know, Hobie. As I understand it, he's to bring me a confidential letter. It'll tell me how the jewels will come here, when they'll come, and how I'm to send them east and when.
Oh.
You keep your eye open. Let me know when you see someone coming. I'll be inside. There.
All right. Now then, let me see. Where was I, Bobby?
Your rifle was smashed and the 10 outlaws were closing in on you.
Oh, yes. They was riding hard from 3 directions. I expected a bullet to finish me most any second. Then all of a sudden I heard a voice ring out over them outlaws' horses. I heard someone shouting, "Hi-oh, Silver!"
Oh, golly.
I look up, and here comes a white horse racing toward me like greased lightning. I never see such speed.
It was the Lone Ranger, wasn't it?
He comes in with a gun in each hand, spitting bullets toward them outlaws. Well, sir, it was over before he could say Jack Robinson. Half a dozen of the crooks was knocked to the ground unconscious, and the rest skedaddled.
And the Lone Ranger saved your life, eh, Hobie?
Sure did.
Golly.
Oh, hey, there comes the messenger.
Hobie, he's riding a white horse.
Yep, so he is. I'll tell you, Grandpa is here.
Maybe it's the Lone Ranger.
No, that's the messenger from Virginia City.
Oh, I guess you're right. He isn't mad.
You stay right here in the porch, Bobby.
All right.
Hey, Jeremy! He's coming! Jeremy!
Oh. Hey, son. Is Jeremy Ward's place?
Yes, sir. He's my grandpa.
Good.
What's your horse's name?
I call him Chief.
If it was mine,
I'd call him Silver.
Like the Lone Ranger, huh?
Do you know the Lone Ranger?
I don't think there is any such man. I figure he's sort of a legend that sprung up in this country.
Oh, you're wrong. Hobie's seen him.
You don't say. My. Is Jeremy Ward inside?
Yes, sir. Hobie's gone to get him. There he is now.
Come on into the office. I've been waiting for you. You keep an eye on the horse, huh, son?
You bet I will.
Want to tie your horse? Nope, he'll stay there as long as the rain sets the ground. Sorry if kept you waiting. All right.
Golly, I wonder if Silver's like this. Oh, there, Chief, old boy. Eddie, I won't hurt you. I just want to scratch your neck. I'd sure call you Silver. Silver, old boy. Now stand still, Silver. I'll put the reins over your head where they belong. There. I wonder if I can get to that saddle. Steady, Silver. There. Golly, this is a fine saddle. Hi-oh, Silver. Hi-oh, Silver! Away!
My horse! Bobby! It's Bobby! The horse is running away! Come back! That horse is wild! Hang on, Bobby! Hang on! Don't fall! It's a runaway! Come back here! We gotta get after him! Hobie, get horses! I'll get him! I'll help you, Sam! Let me fall!
Bobby made a brave effort to stay in the saddle. The stirrups were out of reach, but he clung to the horn of the saddle. He tried to shout, but his words were choked back by the rushing wind. Pitching wildly, swaying crazily from side to side, he managed to stay on board for several minutes. Then his fingers became numb. His frenzied grip on the horse's mane relaxed. He was pitched off to fall in a thicket beside the trail. He lay there motionless while the messenger's horse continued along the trail toward Virginia City. Bobby regained consciousness. He heard men's voices. They were concealed from view by the dense undergrowth between the trail and the place where the boy had fallen. But the voices were distinct.
And I know you'll keep the letter locked up in this safe, see?
You're sure about that, huh, Baxter?
Where else would Jeremy Ward lock anything up? You've got to get that letter, Slick.
Yeah. I take all the risk.
You're better at getting into a safe than I am. Yeah, don't worry. Old Hobie will be blamed.
But when Ward learns that the letter's gone, he'll tell Farnsworth about it. Plans for the ship and the jewels will be changed. No?
There'll be cash in that safe. Take the cash as well as the letter, see?
Yeah.
Make a copy of the letter so we'll know when and how the jewels are to be shipped. Then put the original letter and the money under the pillow on Hobie Martin's bed.
That's in the back room of Ward's place.
Yeah. Then we'll wait for Hobie to show up in the cafe. He goes there every night. We start a ruckus and Hobie gets shot.
Oh. Killed?
Yeah. When Ward goes over his stuff, he finds the letter and the cash under the pillow. He figures that Hobie stole the cash and got the letter with it, see?
Oh, yeah. Hobie being dead can't deny it.
That's it. Ward will figure that Hobie's the only one that's seen the letter. There won't be any reason to change the plans.
I ain't got to hand it to you, Baxter. You sure got things worked out.
You might have known I had something pretty big in mind when I sent word for you to meet me, eh?
Yeah, but I didn't think it was this big.
Have any trouble getting here?
No. Saw the gents we've been talking about, though.
Jeremy Ward and the Hobie?
Mm-hmm. Another man. They were riding hard. I figured they were chasing a runaway horse that passed me a little earlier.
Did they see you?
No, I pulled off the trail and let them pass.
Well, let's shove on and look things over. We got to figure a good time to get into Ward's safe.
Get up there. Get up. Come on.
Oh, those crooks. Dirty crooks. I've got to get away from here.
Though weak and dazed, Bobby tried to stand. He clutched the bushes for support. As he gained his feet, fierce pain shot from his ankle. It was more than he could endure. Unconscious for the second time, the brave lad slumped to the ground. It was sunset when Bobby again opened his eyes. He found himself in the woodland camp near a small stream. Before he could speak, he heard the low voice of a man who sat beside him.
Now, take it easy, son. You've had a bad fall.
Who are you?
Come over here, Tonto. He's awake.
You're mad.
He take a look at head wound.
Tonto's nearly as good as a doctor.
Him got bad bump.
Oh.
Oh, that hurt, huh?
I thought it was my ankle.
Your ankle's badly sprained. It's not too bad. 2 or 3 days, you'll be all right.
Where am I?
We found you near the trail. Did you get tossed off your horse?
Yes, but where am I now?
A few hundred yards from where you fell. We needed water, so we brought you here.
Now I remember. You two were talking.
Oh, so you heard us. We thought you were unconscious.
You bet I heard you.
Now, hold on.
I know all about your plan.
No. Now, you not get up yet.
You can't keep me here, you murderers.
Steady, son. You see, you're not strong enough to get up yet.
You.
Why did you call us murderers?
I heard you two planning to kill my friend and rob Grandpa.
Who is your grandpa?
I won't tell you.
What's your name?
I won't tell you a thing. I'll get away from here somehow.
Listen to me a minute.
Why should I?
Because you made a mistake.
I know what I heard.
You couldn't possibly have heard anything that would justify calling us murderers. From the time we found you, we've talked only about your injuries.
I heard you talking before you found me.
That's wrong.
It's not wrong, and I'll prove it. One of you's called Slick and the other Baxter. You met on the trail from Virginia City. You didn't think I was conscious once before, did you?
Slick? Baxter? We not on trail at all. We come from north.
Just a minute. Are those men you heard talking, Slick and Baxter, did they sound like us?
I don't remember.
Tell us who you are. Now listen to me, son. It's important. Tonto.
Him unconscious again.
Tonto, they've got to find out who this boy is. You heard what he said?
He heard him.
Men called Slick and Baxter are planning murder. We've got to win this lad's confidence and find out who he is before it's too late to act.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. After the messenger's horse had been captured and found riderless, there had been a long and fruitless search for Bobby. At sunset, the messenger had ridden west, while Jeremy went into town to get help in the search for his nephew. He returned to the house where Hobie had been waiting.
Anyone been here, Hobie? No. What'd the sheriff say, Jeremy? He's put 2 of his best men on the tracks of that horse. Did you tell him we'd already followed the tracks? Yep. But he said that the boy had to leave the saddle somewheres. Just a case of finding where and following his tracks. And I sure hope the sheriff's men can cut sign better than we did. Hope they move fast. It'll soon be dark. You going out again? No. Sheriff said I'd better stay here, where his men could find me. Oh. Well, better make sure it's safe as life. And I saw you lock it after you put that letter away, Jeremy. Hey. You open this window? Me? No, I ain't been in the office. Funny, thought I'd shut it. That's what I thought. Well, it don't matter. It's closed now. How soon are you going to town, Hobie? I hadn't figured on going in at all. Not with Bobby missing. You may as well go. There's nothing you can do here. But I hate to leave you here alone. I don't mind being alone. You've got your job to do. I reckon so.
As darkness gathered over the Lone Ranger's camp, Bobby lay in a coma. From time to time, his lips moved. His voice was barely audible.
Gotta have to help.
The masked man leaned closer, trying to catch a word that would tell something about the boy or the plot he feared.
Son, can you hear me?
Maybe we take boy to town.
Oh, no, Tonto. He's too ill to be moved.
But him...
Wait. He's trying to speak.
Silver.
Silver?
Silver, old boy. The Lone Ranger. Where's the Lone Ranger?
Sabi, how him know?
Can you hear me, son?
Bobby said no more. He lay motionless and silent. The minutes dragged heavily while the masked man and Tonto watched the lad's pale face in the flickering light of a small, well-concealed fire. Presently, the eyelids moved.
Tonto, I think he's regaining consciousness.
It looked that way.
Oh, if we could only learn something about him.
Gotta get help.
You have help. We're here to help you, son. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Who are you?
Now listen to me before you try to speak. You were talking about a horse named Silver.
Silver?
We're not outlaws, lad. We're going to help you fight the outlaws. My horse is named Silver.
Silver? You're the Lone Ranger?
It's getting stronger, Tonto. Let me prove that I'm telling the truth.
A horse named Silver.
He's waiting. Now, who are you?
My name's Bob. Bob Ward.
Bob Ward? Your grandfather's Jeremy Ward.
Yes. They're gonna rob him.
Bobby, you overheard men talking. Remember?
Yes. I remember.
Now, I've got to know everything that those men said.
Jeremy Ward had been pacing the floor impatiently while he waited in a slender hope that one of the sheriff's men would bring word of his grandson. He heard a horse rein up at the rear of his home.
Well, why are they stopping him back?
He waited, listening, then started toward the rear.
Downright curious.
He opened the door to Hobie's room, then fell back in surprise.
Hey, what's
Steady,
it?
Ward, steady.
Mask.
Bobby sent me.
Bobby, where is he? What's happened to him? Tell me. What do you know about the boy?
He's going to be all right.
But where is he?
He's in my camp. He had a bad fall. Now, there was a slight concussion. I thought it better to keep him in camp until morning.
Where's your camp? Why couldn't we find tracks?
Steady, Ward. There's very little time. Hobie Martin's life is at stake.
What?
Look at this.
Money?
No, I mean this.
What? A letter? Where did you get that money?
The letter's more important. It's from Rodney Farnsworth. Here, see for yourself.
Where did you get that?
It was beneath a pillow on Hobie Martin's bed.
No, I don't believe it. Not Hobie. Give me that letter.
Now, wait.
That letter was in my safe.
Both the letter and the money were taken from your safe.
But Hobie would...
You know a man named Baxter?
I never heard of him.
Or anyone who was called Slick?
No. I want to know
They're
about...
the ones who stole this letter. They put it under Hobie's pillow so he'd get the blame.
But in the name of mercy, who are you?
I can wait. We've got to find Baxter and Slick before they murder Hobie Martin.
Now, wait, that letter. Don't take it. Take the money if you want, but leave the letter.
I'll need the letter as well as the money. Get the sheriff and keep me in the cafe.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen to me.
I'll let my horse back. I'll go out this way.
But tell me who you are. What should I tell the sheriff? Wait. Come back a minute.
Baxter and the man called Slick stood just outside the cafe. They glanced through the doors long enough to make sure that old Hobie was at his usual table near the rear.
You saw him, didn't you, Slick? Yeah, I saw the old galoot. What's he do in the cafe?
He keeps the account books and makes change. Sometimes he waits on tables when things are busy.
Oh.
I'll go in and start talking to him, see?
We've been over this scheme.
We're going over it again so you don't make no mistake. I'll go in and start talking to him. You come along and bump into me, see?
Yeah, and then you get sore about it.
That's right. We start an argument. We both draw guns. You shoot out the ceiling light, and I shoot Hobie Martin, see?
Yeah, I know. Now, come on, let's get it over with. Go on in and start talking to Martin.
Evening.
Eh? Oh, good evening, stranger. What can I do for you?
Your name's Martin, ain't it?
Right.
You help out at the ward station, don't you?
Oh, from time to time I help out. Most generally, I just live there. Why?
Well, I wanted some information about freighting my goods, see?
Yeah?
Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with you? Can't you see where you're going?
Who says I can?
Why have you got to stick your foot out and back like that? You're trying to trip me on purpose?
Me trying to trip you? Why, you be
That'll do. Don't you call me no name.
Now, Ken.
You shut up. As for you, I'll call you what I want.
Oh, you will, huh?
You heard me.
You tried to trip me on purpose.
That's a lie.
And when a man calls me a liar, he better be ready to back it with lead.
Who says I ain't ready?
Chance, no gunplay in here.
Sit down. This is a personal matter.
But you can't
I said sit down. As for you, you sidewalk clumsy.
Go for that gun. I dare you to.
You dare me, huh?
I did? A man that don't take a dare will eat crow.
I'll take a dare.
There's the masked man. There he is. He fired them shots.
All of you, keep back. This is a matter for the sheriff to handle. As for you two, stand right where you are and don't make any fast moves.
You drilled my hand.
Your name, Baxter?
And what if it is?
And you must be the one called Slick.
What's the idea?
Watson, Jeremy Ward is bringing the sheriff.
But who in blazes? What are you doing here?
Stranger, you can't come in here with two guns blazing like that.
Stick around, fella. You might be needed as a witness.
Witness to what?
What's the idea, anyhow?
Jeremy! Yeah, here's the sheriff. Show me the coyote. Switch of the thieving polecats.
These are your men, Sheriff. Slick and Baxter.
Now, hold on.
You got nothing against me. You got nothing against either of us, see?
Hobie, what was they doing?
Jeremy, they got into a row. They were jawing at each other and fast reaching the gunsmoke stage. Then the masked man fired from the door.
We didn't shoot, see? We didn't shoot, so you got nothing against us, Sheriff.
That's up to Jeremy Ward.
Well, I thought maybe...
Jeremy Ward charges them with robbery.
That's a lie.
Robbery, huh?
Why, you can't
An important letter and a sum of money was stolen from Ward's safe. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
Yeah. Can't say we did it. What's your proof?
We may find the proof in your pocket.
Like fun?
Stand still. I'll see for myself.
Sheriff, it's a downright insulting way to treat strangers in town.
Here, what is this?
Where'd you get all that money?
Now, hold on.
Oh, wait a minute. Something else here.
Oh, no.
Oh, a letter.
That's my letter. That's the one.
Doggone double-crossing bull.
Now, wait. Listen to me. Let me talk.
What about you, Baxter? Did you go with him when he broke into Ward's safe?
No, I didn't. He did it all by himself.
Baxter, wait. Don't say no more.
Why should I keep still? I didn't have no part in what you did. You figured to pull a double cross, huh? Figured to keep the cash.
No, Baxter. Slick put the cash in the letter beneath Hobie's pillow just as you told him to.
Now, let me talk. I don't know nothing about this.
Baxter's already said that you broke into the safe.
Now, hold on.
You were going to let Slick take all the blame when you thought he double-crossed you, Baxter. I think the sheriff has heard enough to hold both of you for trial.
I sure have.
This is your property, Jeremy.
Thanks. Thanks, mister. But my grandson...
Bobby's going to be all right. I think you can bring him home in the morning.
Well, Bobby, I never seen the like of it. That masked man snapped them two shots from the door of the cafe, and both of them went straight to the mark.
Golly, that was sure fine shooting, wasn't it, Hobie?
Well, sure was.
Are Slick and Baxter in jail now?
Sure thing. We took them there last night before the masked man brought us to where you were sleeping.
You're feeling all right, Bobby?
Oh, I'm all right now, Grandpa.
Well, I'll sit here in the porch with you for a minute. I sure feel relieved that the Farnsworth jewels are off my mind.
Off your mind? How's that, Jeremy?
I didn't tell no one, Hobie, but they've been hid in the office for the past week.
They have?
Yep. Instead of trusting to the safe where crooks would look for 'em, I hid 'em beneath the floor. That's why I was all fired worried. I was fit to be tied, waiting for word as to how I was to ship 'em east.
But are they gone now?
Well, sure. I sent 'em out according to the instructions in the letter.
That letter said that the man that was to take him to Jamesville would identify himself with a silver bullet.
Uh-huh. He identified himself last night, after he took us to Bobby. He left here with the jewels a little while ago.
Golly, he's just like I thought he'd be.
Now, hold on. Horse called Silver. And mask. Them silver bullets. Great day! Now I savvy. That was the Lone Ranger.
Hobie, didn't you know it?
Well,
I thought you knew the Lone Ranger. You told me about the time he rescued you.
Oh, thunderation. That was just a whopper I made up for you, Bobby. From now on, you can tell the stories. You can tell me about the time the Lone Ranger helped you.
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The end of the Civil War and the passage of more liberal homestead laws saw the tide of emigration to the western United States reach its greatest height. Land was to be had for the asking, but peace and security were not, and the West could not be won until law and order were established. It was then that the masked rider of the plains first rode in the cause of justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the new territory, and no man did more to make the frontier safe for honest men. Now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading north to the Oregon Trail. Someone's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, the Lone Ranger and Tonto have made their camp for the night on a bluff overlooking the famous trail to the northwest. The light of several campfires can be seen on the plain below.
There's another wagon train, Tonto.
Me see it.
That's what this part of the country needs. People to make homes here. People with the courage to face difficulties and fight for what they want.
That be plenty good thing.
Someday the West will be just as rich as the East.
That's right.
But the people who will make it rich are these pioneers.
What that?
Listen.
That buffalo.
Must be the herd we passed earlier today.
Them come plenty fast.
Something's frightened them. They're stampeding. There they are.
Them not far off.
They're heading for the valley. I wonder.
What you think?
The valley's narrow, and it leads to the place where the wagon train is camped.
That's right.
Here, Silver.
What you do?
The buffalo may stop before they reach the wagon train, but if they don't...
There'll be plenty trouble.
Fall, white fella, Tonto.
Here, white fella.
We'll follow the herd and see if they do any damage.
That's a good idea.
Come on,
Get on, white fella.
The men and women of the wagon train were resting around their campfires, unaware of the danger that threatened. Grant Elder, the leader of the train, was speaking to one of the groups.
Well, folks, we covered a right good stretch of ground today. And tomorrow we ought to do even better.
I don't see where we done so good.
Now, don't you go to complaining again.
Why shouldn't I complain? I'm darn sorry I ever came along. We should have stayed back east where we belong.
Yeah?
Trouble. Nothing but trouble is all we've had. First off, them contractors cheated us back in Eagle City. The grub they sold us was full of worms that ain't fit to eat.
It's a blame sight better than nothing.
We ain't had half water enough. Tom Billin's young'un died the other day. Most of the wagons have broke down a dozen times or more. Trouble? I'm so blame sick of it, I wish I'd never heard of this part of the country.
That's no way to talk, Paul. You shouldn't
Look
be...
here, Cora. Don't you be telling me what to think and what not to. You're getting just like your ma was. And what's more...
Hey, Grant. What's the matter, Jim?
Do you hear what I hear?
What is it? Oh, heavens above, it's a mighty strange thing.
It's a sort of rumbling.
Now, what in blazes could
Grant, hey, Grant.
Huh?
Get to the wagons. It's buffalo. They're pouring out of the valley like water.
I see them now.
They're heading right this way.
The camper, hurry, child, run.
Folks, climb in the wagon. Drive out of here. Come on, get a move on it. We'll all be down for. Hurry up.
The buffaloes swept down upon the unprepared camp. Few of the men had time to hitch their horses, and still fewer were able to drive clear of the stampede.
Come on, fellas. Come on, your wagon's over there. Get your wagon's over there.
Only by a stroke of good fortune, the herd separated at the last moment, and the damage, though great, was not as heavy as it might have been. When the danger was over, Grant Elder tried desperately to reorganize the train.
Jim, Dan, round up the women folks. Take account of everybody and see if anyone's hurt.
All right, Billy. Ain't nobody hurt that I can see.
Blast it, take a look at my wagon.
It get busted up, Silas?
Busted up? There ain't enough left of it for kindling. My stuff's strung out every which way. I've had just about all I'm going to stand for.
Shucks, Silas, you knew when we started out we'd have our troubles.
I can take my share, but
Who's that?
I don't know.
He called his horse Silver.
Well, he can call his horse what he blame pleases. But what I'm saying is I've seen all of the West I want to. And I ain't the only one that feels that way either.
Oh, Silver! Man. Well, I'll be... I'm not an outlaw. What, that mask? I have my own reasons for that. Came to see if we could help you. Well, outlaw or not, we can use all the help that comes our way, I reckon. We were afraid the buffalo might reach your camp. Did they do much damage?
Damage? Why, the blasted critters just about wrecked us. Do you wonder if we don't find somebody's been killed?
Here comes Jim. Maybe he can tell us if there is or not.
Well, I've had a good look around, Grant.
What'd you find out?
Well, there's about a third of the wagons pretty well smashed up. But I think maybe some of them can be fixed again.
Yeah?
Anybody hurt?
Not one, thank the Lord. We was mighty lucky that way.
Where'd Dan get to?
He's bringing the women folks along. There they are now.
Land sakes alive. I never in my born days had such a scare.
You all right, Cora?
Just shook up a little, Paul.
Folks, it's about time we had a showdown.
Meaning just what, Silas?
That's like what I've been saying for the last week. The biggest mistake we ever made was to come out west. What I say is we ought to turn around come morning and head back for where we belong.
Sure, Silas. What's got into you?
I'm just talking good sense.
You really believe that, Silas?
Well, look what's happened. If this was the first thing that'd gone wrong, maybe I wouldn't say nothing. But it's been one thing after another ever since we crossed the Mississippi.
And now you want to turn back?
Of course I do. Anybody with sense would feel the same.
What do the rest of you think? I'm for keeping on.
Well, I don't know, Grant. Maybe Silas is right.
Well, like Silas says, we've run into a heap more trouble than we ever figured on.
Isn't the opportunity to make a new home worth the sacrifice?
Sure, but
You
then
men. Grant and the masked man are the only ones with any gumption.
It ain't for women to judge.
We're good enough to nurse you when you're ailing and mend your clothes and do all the things you'd rather get out of. But when it comes to deciding anything, then it's only the men folks that have any say.
Now, honey, it ain't right for you to speak up so.
Why isn't it right? We do our share, don't we?
Cora.
I don't care, Paul. You ought to ask us women what we think once in a while. Good for you, child.
That's enough of that. I
Oh,
don't
now
want
you're
to hear
not
anything
here,
like
Silas.
that
Speak
out
out
of
the
you
right
again.
thing.
Wait. Listen to me. When you people started out, it was to begin new lives and a new country. Don't give up now. settlers are needed in the West. And whatever your hardships, you'll be repaid 100 times before you're through.
Just a second.
Yes?
I'm wondering just what your game is, anyhow. What are you so blamed anxious for us to keep on for? Looks mighty funny to me.
You'll have to believe I'm thinking of your good.
I don't have to believe nothing, and I don't...
Silas, I declare you're the most contrary man I ever seen.
Hold on, everybody. This is something we can decide later on. But right now we got work to do, and it's time we did it.
That's good sense, anyhow. We'll straighten things out. Then maybe by tomorrow, Silas and the rest of you'll get your gumption back.
Come on, you fellas, get them wagons straightened out.
Under the direction of Grant Elder and the masked man, order was quickly restored. The wagons were repaired, and in the morning, at the suggestion of the Lone Ranger, Dan and Jim trailed the buffaloes to obtain fresh meat for the train. We see the two men as they come within range of the herd.
There they are up ahead, Jim.
Yeah.
We'll stop here. If we get too close, maybe they'll start running again.
Whoa, whoa there.
Whoa there. Whoa. Steady there. Better get off your horse, Jim. It'll be easier shooting.
Reckon it will at that.
There's a good-sized rock. That'll make a rest for our rifles.
Come on.
You know, Jim, I was just thinking.
Thinking?
Well, here we are. This'll do fine. Yeah, I was thinking the masked fella might have the right of it after all.
I don't know.
Well, it don't hardly seem like we should have come all this way just to turn around again and traipse back home.
Well,
and all the women folks seem mighty set on going ahead. If we turn around, they're liable to make things right uncomfortable for us.
It ain't for women to have the say.
Of course it ain't, but still,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, we can talk about it later. Right now, we ought to be getting fresh meat.
Uh-huh. I got my sights on that critter over to the left.
Yeah? I'll take the one next to him. Ready?
Yeah.
Don't miss.
I got mine.
And so did I.
Come on, Will.
What's that?
Must be somebody else hunting.
Who could be?
Well, maybe it's someone that we...
Say, them shots was aimed our way. Look, Injuns.
They're coming over that hill.
Back to the horses. Let the meat go.
How many are there?
I don't know. And I ain't waiting to find out.
Steady there, steady.
We're heading for camp as fast as we can make it. Get up there.
Get along with it. Get up there.
Dan and Jim raced across the prairie toward the wagon train. As they neared the camp, their shouts brought a group of people running to meet them.
Injun! We seen Rat's head!
Oh, Injuns fired at us.
They heard us shooting at them buffalo.
You're sure they were Indians?
We wouldn't mistake a thing like that.
Then that settles it.
That settles what?
We are heading back east. We can face stampedes and dust and sickness, but when it comes to murdering redskins, it's time we got out of here.
Indians wouldn't be likely to attack a wagon train as well guarded as yours.
They just shot at Jim and Dan, didn't they?
Because they saw them alone.
How do we know what they'll do? Grant, I'm telling you can't make us go no further.
Do the rest of you fellas feel like that?
Well, I wasn't so sure before, but right now I says the same as Silas.
And so do I.
Well, then, I reckon that's what we'll have to do.
Land sakes alive. Grown men is scared of a few painted savages.
It's your own good we're considering as well as ours. It's the men that has to do the fighting, let me tell you that.
Come, Tonto. Let me come. This is the first I've heard of Indians near here, Kemosabe.
What we do?
Steady, old fellow. You and I are going to investigate those Indians.
That's good.
I want to know more about them.
Hey! Get him up,
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. A wagon train, led by Grant Elder, became disheartened after a series of misfortunes. First, a herd of buffalo swept through the camp, leaving destruction in its wake. Then hostile Indians were encountered. The men decided to return to the east, and when the Lone Ranger was unable to change their minds, he decided to investigate the Indians which Jim and Dan had seen. As our second act opens, the masked man and his faithful companion are dismounting at the foot of a small hill.
I think the Indians must be camped just beyond this hill, Tonto.
Trail shown that.
We'll try and get a look at them without being seen. Stay here, Silver. Come, Tonto.
Not many, Injun.
Only a few from the tracks we've seen.
There, bush.
I see it. If we can get that far without being discovered, we can hide behind it. Careful now.
Here, bush.
This is far enough. Look down below.
There. Injun.
But fewer than I'd expected.
Tonto never see them before.
But I could give a close guess as to who they are.
Who you think?
You remember the Indians who raided the Overland Station? There were 5 of them. The soldiers have been hunting them for weeks.
Me think them same feller.
And so do I. See? There are 5 in this group. If they were dodging the law, this is probably the direction they would have chosen.
That's right.
Come. We've seen enough. Tonto, did you notice the location of their camp?
Tonto, see.
Gave me an idea.
What's that?
I don't want the wagon train to turn back.
That'd be bad thing.
The men aren't cowards, but they've met an unusual number of hardships.
That's right.
Naturally, they're discouraged. They'll go on if we can prove to them that the dangers they fear are mostly imaginary.
What we do,
Steady, Silver. Yep. Tonto, just as soon as it's dark, we're going back to where the wagon train is camped.
That's good.
And there, I believe, we'll get some willing help for our plan. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white fella.
That evening, indignant at the attitude of the men, the women of the wagon train gathered in a separate group after the evening meal. Maggie, Jim Barton's wife, Cora, Silas Digby's daughter, and Jean, Dan Hardy's sister, voiced their resentment at what they considered the men's lack of resolution.
I'd like to shake 'em good. The very idea of turning back when we're this far along.
They say they're going east in the morning.
And they won't listen to us.
It's mostly Pa's doing. If he hadn't kept so everlastingly at the others, maybe they wouldn't have agreed to going back so easy.
It's just like men folks, always looking for the easy way out.
Now, Maggie, I reckon they ain't no worse than the average.
I ain't never heard that the average man was any great shakes.
If there was only something we could do.
I've tried to talk to Dan, but when I say anything, he only grunts and says women don't understand things like men.
And a good thing they don't.
I was sort of hoping that masked man could argue them out of it.
Wonder where he got to.
Dan says he's likely some kind of a crook.
A crook? I just wish we had a whole wagon train full of his kind of crooks.
There was something about him.
Mercy sakes, Jean. What the... Oh, the masked man.
The masked man again.
Oh, you give me such a start.
I'd like to talk to you.
I'll get Grant. If you'll just wait a minute.
I don't want to talk to Grant. Just answer this question. Do you women want to return to the East?
Of course we don't.
Why, we were saying that when you come up.
All of us women want to keep on.
Would you be willing to do something that might persuade the men to continue?
But what in
I
the...
think I have a plan.
If only you had.
I'll need your help.
Stranger, we women came out here so as we could have the kind of homes we always wanted. Maybe you don't know it, but when a woman's got her heart set on something, she'd wade through wildcats to get it.
Good.
Now what do you got in mind?
Listen to my plan. Wait until the men have gone to sleep tonight. And then... Now, do all of you understand clearly what you're to do?
When I think how the men folks will look.
There comes Paul.
I'll leave now. But don't forget your instructions.
We won't.
Say, who was that I just seen you talking to? You been up to something?
Oh, now, Paul, will you...
Silver.
That masked man. Was it him?
And what if it was, Silas? My state.
He's an outlaw, that's what. Women. Bah. You listen to every smooth-spoken crook that comes along. But when your own men folks try to tell you something for your own good, you don't hear no better than if he was deaf.
Sentries were posted at night to guard against a surprise attack by the Indians. The early watch was shared by Grant Elder and Jim Barton. We see them now as they sit together on the tongue of a wagon, rifles held loosely across their knees.
Seems like a shame, Jim.
Huh? What does?
Leaving this country, going back east again. You know, the more I see of the West, the better I like it.
It's mighty pretty country, but it's just as dangerous as it's good to look at.
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah. You got any idea what was bothering the women tonight?
Shucks. They was just mad because they couldn't have their own way.
There's more to it than that.
What makes you think so?
Well, they was mad at first, all right. But later on, they was acting like maybe they had something up their sleeve.
You're just imagining things, Jim. Maggie was most likely trying to get you riled.
Maybe. What was that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Listen.
What's ailing you anyhow, Jim? You're as fidgety tonight as a girl at her wedding.
I'd have swore I heard something.
There weren't a thing. It's just the night being so black, the plains being so lonesome like that's getting on your nerves.
You talk like I was a scary kid.
Well, you ain't... Where?
Over by the end of that wagon. Did you see it?
See what?
It was like a shadow. Come out of that wagon, then was gone. Just all of a sudden.
By golly, you...
There's another. Grant, I'm going to have a look.
Oh, you blame fool.
Maybe I am. But how do you know there ain't Indians sneaking into camp?
You see anything?
Just a minute.
You better come back here and make yourself comfortable. If you're going to jump every time you see a shadow, you won't be fit to live with.
I don't know. Maybe my eyes are going back on me.
I told you there wasn't nothing, didn't I?
Yeah,
Then
but
sit down and forget about it. Now, like I was saying, them women didn't have nothing up their sleeves at all. Why, right now, I'll bet they're dreaming in their sleep about going back east.
Everything was quiet in the camp during the remainder of the night, but shortly after sunrise, Silas Digby looked inside the covered wagon, where his daughter Cora was supposed to be sleeping.
Leaping lizards.
What's the matter, Silas?
Cora, she's gone.
Ain't she there?
You heard me, didn't you?
But she's gotta be.
Well, she ain't. I just looked.
But Jean's with her.
Your sister?
The two of them was gonna stay together last night. Leastways, that's what Jean told me.
Now, where in thunder could they have got to? Grant! Hey, Grant!
You calling me, Silas?
Come here.
And hurry up.
Something wrong?
My girl Cora and Dan's sister Jean have disappeared.
What's that you said? Who's disappeared?
Jean and Cora.
But where's Maggie? She was with them, wasn't she?
Maggie?
Why, she said she was staying with them.
Well, I'll be...
Hasn't anybody seen them?
Grant, do you recollect last night?
Huh?
Them shadows and that noise I heard. You don't suppose...
That Injun's got him? Oh, you're loco.
But I...
What'd you say about Injuns, Jim?
It was while me and Grant was keeping guard. I thought I heard a noise and seen some shadows by the wagons, but I couldn't find nothing.
Didn't you look to see if the women folks was safe?
Well, I
We
didn't
never
look in
figured
the-
anything was really wrong.
They've been took by them redskins as sure as blazes. Come on!
Where you going?
To get our horses. If them Injuns have got...
Look at that!
What in thunder?
It's a masked man again.
And look, the women are with him. And that ain't all.
Huh?
They're holding guns on Injun.
Injuns?
Can't you see them?
Jean! Hey, Jean!
Oh, Silver!
What do you want, Dad?
What's the idea? Them redskins. You're gone loco.
We've We've been doing your work for you with the help of the masked man.
You've been what?
Oh, land sakes alive. Can't you understand plain English?
Now, look here, Maggie.
Oh, I won't look here. It's you men that are going to do the looking and listening. Here's the Indians you were so scared of.
The masked man helped us capture them.
You women done that?
There was no real danger, Grant. There were just 5 Indians. The women remained hidden with only the rifles they carried showing. Tonto and I told the Indians they were surrounded, and they gave up.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
Tonto and I found their camp and thought of the plan. The women joined us during the night. At daylight, when the Indians could see the guns aiming at them from over the hill, we called on them to give up.
And they did, too. They knew blamed well we meant business.
And these are the Indians who frightened you men, made you decide to turn back.
Well, it seems sort of funny.
The only thing funny about it is that you men were scared of something that us women fixed.
Never mind them, Cora. I suppose they still figure the West is too hard on them. They'll be heading east again before the day is out.
What do you say, fellas?
I'll tell you what I say, Grant. We can't stand for women folks showing us up like this.
If we turn back now, we'll be the laughingstock of everybody, from here to Topeka.
We gotta go on.
You mean that, Jim?
Yes. And we're going on right now.
Yes, sir. You'll find all kinds of hardships on the trail ahead. Perhaps some of them will be worse than those you've already met. But this should prove that none are as bad as your imagination makes them.
Stranger, you've proved that aplenty.
And it was me that said he was an outlaw.
Outlaw? Why, land sakes, this is the man we've been hearing about ever since we left home. He's the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy! The stage has been held up near Mill City! Hail, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. One prankish little fellow, whom we shall call Maniac, for lack of a stronger word, just set fire to the walls. He said a closed room made him feel confined. As a result, 4 other characters are slightly burned up now. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Corpse for Halloween, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Jimmy with Barry Kroger as Kavanaugh. And now, let's unhinge our minds a little. After all, what's a little insanity among friends? Tonight's story dramatizes the fanatical hold of memory. The one scene, the one fragment that plays and replays over and over again in your mind. The one terror that's with you when you dine and when you walk and when you sleep.
Sleep. Who can sleep? I'm here in the 35-cent flop, but I'm in the Burma jungle. Watching a scene that never gets stale, even though it's 5 years old. I can hear sounds travel across the brush. I pick them up as if I'm a receiving set. Animal sounds. And I see, as if my eyes are in the sky, I see two grim figures standing with their rifles aimed at a pair of jungle beasts. A tiger and its mate in a crouch, ready to jump. They fire point blank together as if by signal. No good. They miss. The beasts roar and leap. I hear them scream out, Kavanaugh and Dr. Dolan. Just before they die. 5 years. And you've been everywhere trying to forget. And you almost do forget. But it edges right back into your mind by itself. Like when a guy suddenly sneaks up on you in the night.
Do you have a match?
What?
Do you have a match?
Oh, yeah, sure. You popped up on me so suddenly.
You're a nervous man. Thank you. I have a parcel with me. For you.
For me? What, are you kidding?
No. I have a parcel for you. Here, take it.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait! But he's gone. Just the way he came. As if he's a chip off my sanity. As if there'd been nobody. But there is a package left with me. The mind doesn't dream up a package. A cardboard box, heavy kind of. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It is a head. The stuffed head of a jungle tiger. Its mouth fixed in the snarl that sends the blood hammering to my head. Doesn't make sense. No good figuring it out. Toss it into the river, box and all, and get away. Get among people. Yeah, Rocco's. Go to Rocco's. Get the jukebox going and slip into a fog. Coffee, Rocco.
Jimmy, I got something for you.
For me, Rocco?
A package. The guy come in before and leaves a package for you. See? For Jimmy Fox. Your name on it.
My name? My name's Jimmy Scott. You know that.
Scott, yes, but the man says your name is also Jimmy Fox. He says he knows.
He knows? I took the package outside into the night, into an alleyway. Another cardboard box, heavy. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It was a head, but not a tiger's this time. It was a human skull. It shone with a hard white light where the moon touched it. And then it seemed to speak.
Do you have a match?
What?
You're being an idiot. It isn't the skull talking to you, it's me.
You? Where are you?
I'm behind you.
I don't see you.
It's because you're afraid to. See me now?
Yeah. A black suit and a face grinning at me like a laughing mask.
It is a laughing mask.
Well, why are you wearing a mask?
Why not? Tonight's Halloween.
Halloween? Sure. Halloween. Not everybody plays jokes. Oh, gosh, I should have remembered it was Halloween.
Can you identify the skull?
Identify? Look, what kind of a gag are you trying to...
Suppose I give you an hour to identify the skull. It's 8 now. Until 9 o'clock then, Jimmy.
Wait! Hey, wait! He was gone again. As if there'd been nobody. Just another big chip off my sanity. I really had to get away from myself now. I hit the back streets, and then somewhere a big neon sign across a tenement pulled me off the sidewalk. It read, the Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume ball. Public invited. A girl in a boot, masked like a witch, stopped me at the door.
Mask, mister?
Mask. Oh, sure. Give me one.
Black, green, yellow, or purple? What's your favorite color?
Yellow.
Here you are. 50 cents.
There you are.
Oh,
Oh, what?
just a description left with me. I'd almost forgotten. Are you Jimmy Fox?
Suppose I was Jimmy Fox. What about it?
This grocery bag was left here for you. A man told me to tell you. You forgot it somewhere. And he said that he'd meet you one place or another later. Here, take it. By the shape of it, I'd say you had a Halloween pumpkin inside.
What if I told you there was a human skull inside that grocery bag? He'd meet me one place or another. He did. He was under a street lamp, waiting for me to happen along.
Hello, Jimmy. Have you dared to call the skull by name yet? Or must I?
Look, that gag isn't paying off, mister. All right, go ahead, you call it by name.
Dolan. Boxer Dolan, remember him?
I never knew the guy. You no doubt got me confused.
Have I, Jimmy? You've changed your appearance cleverly, except for one thing disguise could never conceal.
One thing?
Your guilt. You wear it like a badge of shame.
Oh, what am I guilty of?
Murder. 2 men left an encampment in the Burma jungle just before dawn. 2 men. Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh. The 3rd man remained behind. He played sick, pretended to have fever. The 3rd man was you, Jimmy. Must I tell you the rest?
Tell me the rest.
Dolan and Kavanaugh carried rifles in the event of a jungle encounter. There was a jungle encounter, a tiger and its mate. An emergency, but an easy one to resolve for 2 expert hunters. Just 1 shot apiece, and there'd be 2 more dead tigers. Just 1 shot apiece. They had their 1 shot apiece. But the tigers didn't drop dead in their tracks. Instead, Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh dropped. Ask me what happened, Jimmy.
What happened?
During the night, someone had emptied their rifle loads and substituted blank bullets. You did that, Jimmy. You engineered the murder of 2 men. You murdered your 2 partners in crime. Just 1 day's push from the Hindu temple you'd all teamed up to loot. They got within 24 hours of treasure, and then you murdered them. 1 more day to the temple, so why split 3 ways, huh?
You know about the temple. But I never pushed on to that temple. No loot, no nothing. How about that?
You lost your nerve. You just hadn't counted on losing your nerve.
What are you, a detective?
No. I'm your 2nd victim. I'm Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? But Kavanaugh was killed.
Unfortunately for you, he wasn't. I'll show you what I had to survive. Feel my sleeve.
Feel it. It's empty.
Torn out of the socket. Now the face behind this laughing gargoyle I wear. See the left profile. Oh, it isn't pretty, is it? The eye's gone, too. I spent 5 years finding you, Jimmy. I've waited a long time to let you see my face.
You came after me to kill me?
After you've had the same 24 hours you arranged that Dolan and I would have.
What do you mean, the same 24 hours?
Unarmed, in the jungle,
I'm helpless. I'm going to hunt you for 24 hours in this jungle, the jungle of the city, with every beast of prey I can buy. I'm going to hunt you, Jimmy. And in the end, when I've wrung every suffering from you, I'm going to kill you.
What do you mean? Every beast of prey you can buy.
The denizens of the city jungle, the riffraff, the murderers, the men and women who buy and sell murder. I can afford them, Jimmy. See this, Ruby?
Is it real?
And I have dozens, Jimmy, dozens. I didn't lose my nerve. It's 10 o'clock. You can go now. Go and see if you can escape me and my pack.
You're going through with this?
Get along, Jimmy. Hurry. The beasts will be coming at you from the sewers and the cellars, ambushing you from the shadows, into the dawn and through the day for 24 hours, until 10 tomorrow night. Or you win. You live. Hurry, Jimmy. See how painful death can be.
That Kavanaugh's one fella I never want to hunt me up. No, sir. That guy slays for creeps. 24 hours. Kavanaugh's got 24 hours to kill, and Jimmy has just enough time to die. Yes, you know, Jimmy might win out over Kavanaugh, now that he's got an extra skull to go with the one he's stuck with. After all, 2 heads are better than one. Let's live out the terror now, shall we?
An animal game of murder for 24 hours. I was to be hunted down in a jungle where human beasts came at you from the sewers and cellars, where killers in the hire of a homicidal lunatic lay in ambush. Well, I had to win. I had to save myself. I had to. Hide. The thing to do was to hide, fade into an alleyway and find a cellar and stay put for 24 hours. Just stay put. With the sickening reek of garbage cans until 10 tomorrow night. Was I alone? Movement. There was a whispering movement somewhere in the cellar. A faint rattle of ash cans, as if the wind was rattling them. Wind in an airtight cellar. Hello? Anybody there? No answer. I've been imagining. But then something winged at me, goring into my shoulder, sharp and deadly, like a knife. I came to, bleeding from a shoulder gash. I got out of there and back into the streets, into a jungle of faces. It was Halloween night like I'd never seen it. Masks and costumes on kids of 6 and old crones of 60. A crazy jungle of witches and snarling speak captains and lunatics. They couldn't all be in the hire of Kavanaugh. And then, where a fence was plastered with circus posters of jungle animals, a zany-looking guy was shooting from the hip at the poster while making menacing faces like a bad man. I caught a whiff of powder in the night air. The shot had burned into the poster. I crept up behind him. Faking a gun with my fist in my coat pocket, I rammed against his back. Get him up, pal. Reach.
I got nothing. I'm not a
Your gun. I want your gun. Hand it over.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Now walk. Walk up the block and don't turn back to look. I had a gun now, and the tables were turned. I was the hunter now. I drifted to the docks and took up a position with my back to the river.
Thinking of suicide, Jimmy?
Not anymore, Kavanaugh.
You sound as if your morale had suddenly improved.
My morale's going great, Kavanaugh. Your animal hunt's about to boomerang, blow right up in your face like this. Who's hunting who, Kavanaugh? Who's hunting who? Cavanaugh kept standing up. 3 bullets, point blank, enough to blow his head off, but Cavanaugh kept standing up unharmed.
How does it feel to hunt game with blank cartridges like Boxer Dolan and I did once?
Blank cartridges? But that crazy-looking guy, I saw him burn a hole in the circus poster.
Only 1 bullet. The first one was real. Simple?
Yeah, simple. I get it. Dead-Eye Dick was another one of your beasts.
Who's hunting who, Jimmy? Who's hunting who?
Cavanaugh! Cavanaugh, wait! Cavanaugh, kill me! Get it over with and kill me now, will you? Cavanaugh, you gotta kill me! I had to get out of there. The subway. Get the subway. Fade into the subway. Get on a train and ride to the end of the line. Ride out of the jungle. An empty station. No one in it. No someone. 2 people. A dapper little guy buried behind a newspaper. And an old lady in ragged clothes carrying a pet half hidden under a coat. A pet that looked like a cat. She came up to me, close, like to ask me something.
This side goes to Lefferts Avenue Station?
Lefferts, I don't know. I'm a stranger here.
Oh, hush, Genevieve. Oh, Genevieve is hungry.
That's not a cat.
No, son. A cub. A tiger cub.
A tiger cub?
Would you like to stroke Genevieve?
No.
Don't run away, son. Genevieve won't hurt.
I ran away with the old crone after me, hobbling on her skirts, and the little dapper guy behind the newspaper circling at me from the opposite direction, cornering me. I jumped to the tracks, my only out, and I ran. I ran it deep into the bowels of the subway, deep, very deep, with the little dapper guy after me, as if he meant business. And then the train. It had a Halloween look, too, bearing down on me, an iron face with banjo eyes. I ran against the wall and flattened out. The train flashed past, and the dapper little guy screamed. Cavanaugh was shy, one beast in this jungle. The little guy had been hit glancingly and hurled against the subway wall, pulverized. I got to him quickly and frisked him. I had a gun now. A gun with bullets that killed. I ran a half-mile underground to another station, and then back on the streets. Back in the animal game. It was 3 a.m. A neon sign read Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume party. People were straggling out. The fun was over.
Oh.
What?
You remember me?
No.
I'm the witch who gave you a free mask and a grocery bag that you forgot somewhere. And you're Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy Scott. I used to be Jimmy Fox. Sister, are you all right?
Am I all right?
I mean, are you just what you look? A sweet kid with brown eyes and a heart.
Are you drunk?
No, beat. I'm dead beat. I've got to hole up somewhere, get some shut-eye. I've got to or I'll die.
You're sick?
Yeah, I'm sick. If I could just sleep around the clock until 10 tomorrow night. If an angel came along and said, come home with me, I'll put you up.
Come home with me, Jimmy. I'll put you up.
I fell asleep on a sofa with the gun under my pillow and the girl on a chair watching me anxiously. I had a friend. I could drop off and live in dreamland until 10 that night. At 10, I could wake up and live. Coming awake, I heard the alarm we'd set go off. The alarm stopped. And there was a sound. An animal sound. And then a claw scratching at me, tearing at my cheek. And I jumped up. The girl was gone. A guy was sitting watching me now. A skinny kid with a heavy shock of hair, not a day over 21.
Oh, that's a lousy way to have to wake up from a sleep, pal.
Lousy way? There was an animal clawing at me. My cheek's bleeding.
Genevieve, she isn't housebroken. Still a little wild. You should have seen her dash for the kitchen when you let out a scream just now.
Genevieve. Who are you?
You're Jimmy Fox, huh?
Yeah.
I got something for you.
For me?
Yeah, it was given to me to give to you. Here.
A ruby. Hey, wait a minute, look. It's 10 o'clock. I set the alarm for 10, and it's 10.
Well, it's only a quarter of. That clock's always 15 minutes ahead.
Now the game's over. It's 10, and you can't cheat. I've won, Kavanaugh. You can't go back on your promise, Kavanaugh. You can't.
What are you trying to get over, pal? I don't understand.
I've won. You can't cheat. I won't be tricked.
A gun. Pal, you're crazy. Here, wait, look.
Oh! It's 10, and I won't be tricked, Kavanaugh. I've won. I'm still on the sofa. My arms are rigid, and my legs rigid. Like something exploded inside me and paralyzed my nerves. I can just look and hear. She's in the room now. A girl with a sweet face and brown eyes. Only her eyes are red, swollen from crying. I hear her talking to a cop. He's taking down what she said.
He was a stray. He was like a sick dog in the street. So I picked him up and brought him home.
Yes, why did he kill your brother, Buddy?
I don't know. I was taking a shower, and I heard him scream like a crazy man. I heard him talk all mixed up. But I was taking a shower, and I couldn't get here in time.
There must be something you can tell me, miss.
Oh, officer, everything is all mixed up. At the Tillery Street costume ball, a man gave me a cat with tiger stripes, and he begged me to keep it for him for a while until he found a new home for it. He'd been evicted, he said.
Yes?
Well, then, in the all-night restaurant my brother works in, a man gave Buddy a ruby to give to Jimmy Fox. When he woke up, he told my brother the ruby belonged to Jimmy Fox.
This piece of glass?
Yes.
That's something off the Woolworth time counter. What else?
That's all. Really, that's all.
I watch and I hear. I see through Kavanaugh's trick. Get me crazy, so I'll murder a stranger who called himself Buddy. The brother of a girl with brown eyes and a heart. Frame me, so I'll just want to die. Through weeks of a murder trial and months in the death house and 4 minutes in the death chair. I kept listening to them talk. The girl and the cop.
Okay. We'll have to get the rest from Jimmy Fox there. Yeah, look at him. He's paralyzed with fright. I wonder what kind of a crazy Halloween story he's going to try to palm off on us when we get him talking. Captain Devereaux speaking. McAvoy, send a police ambulance to 445 10th Street, apartment 3 rear. And McAvoy, see that a straitjacket's on that ambulance.
Well, quite a chase. It got so poor Jim didn't know whether he was coming or going. Nuts. What got his goat most was the way he kept seeing animals everywhere. Very confusing to a guy on the lamb. Yeah, it got so he couldn't tell whose zoo. Tomorrow? Oh, sure. I read this Halloween notice on a tree somewhere. Never hunt out of reason. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Daring young publisher matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Paid in Full. The Green Hornet strikes again.
We'll begin tonight's exciting story in just a moment.
A young lady entered the office of the Instant Loan Company and approached the cashier's desk. You want to make a payment, miss?
No, that is, I'd like to speak to the manager, please.
Oh, sure. Well, that's him over there, Mr. Sedgwick.
Thank you. Mr. Sedgwick?
Yes, I'm Mr. Sedgwick. What can I do for you?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about a payment that's due today. You see,
Come into my office. We can talk there.
All right.
Sit down, Miss...
Wellston. Alice Wellston.
Yes. Of course, I believe I remember you. Do sit down.
Thank you.
Now, what is it you want to see me about?
It's about a payment on a loan. It's due today. I have only 2 more to make, including this one.
I see. Well, it isn't necessary to see me about it. Just go to the cashier's desk.
That's just it, Mr. Sedgwick. You see, I can't pay it today.
That's not so good. Just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Sedgwick?
Bring me the contract signed by Miss Alice Wellston right away.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Miss Wellston, we make our loans in good faith, and we expect our clients
I intend to pay it. All I want is a few days' grace.
I see. And when could you make the payment?
This is Wednesday. I can bring it in Saturday morning without fail.
Here's the contract, Mr. Sedgwick. Thanks. Let's see now. You borrowed $200, putting your car up as collateral.
That's right. I've made all the payments, including the interest, except 2. I'll have the entire loan paid off by next month.
It's a little unusual for us to extend the due date, Miss Wellston. But in your case, I think we can make an exception. We expect your payment on Saturday.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Sedgwick. You can count on it. I appreciate your kindness.
Not at all, Miss Wellston. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll be in Saturday.
What's cooking, boss?
Joe, is Lenny back there with you?
Yeah, he's right here.
Good. Now listen, there's a girl just leaving. You and Lenny Taylor, and the minute she leaves her car, snatch it. Take it over to the used car lot for a quick sale.
I get it.
You'll have to move fast before she drives away.
We'll get right after her, boss.
Won't Miss Wellston be surprised?
What are we waiting for? Stop yapping, Lenny. We gotta wait till after 5 o'clock when the office is closed before we snatch it. As soon as they make it legal.
Oh. Well, look. She's making another stop. It's after 5 now.
Yeah, we'll grab it this time. As soon as she goes into that store there. Pull him behind the car.
Right.
I have a duplicate key to her car. Says we can make her leave it when she borrowed on it. I'll drive it. You can follow the tow car.
Okay. Tow car will make people think we're from a garage.
minute there. What are you getting in my car for?
Look, sister, we got orders to bring in this car, see? I'm from the loan company. So you better not set up a scrug.
But there must be some mistake.
There ain't no mistakes, there.
You can't take my car. I'll call a policeman and...
You know what's good for you. You'll keep your mouth shut, see?
A gun.
Sure, and it works, too. Take my advice to stay away from the cops. Okay, lady. Follow me in that tow car.
Sure, you get going. I'll be right behind you.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me phone Mr. Sedgwick. I'm sure...
Sedgwick told us to get this jalopy, sister, and I'm getting it right now.
No, don't. Wait. Come back.
Say no, miss. Is there anything to offer?
My car. No. No, it's all right, thank you.
Oh, what about your car? Did somebody steal it or something? Maybe we better call a cop and tell him...
No. Please, I'd rather you forget the whole matter. Thank you just the same.
Now, what do you know about that? I could have sworn there was something funny going on here.
A short time later, Axford was telling Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, about the incident.
And the tow car pulled right out behind the car the guy drove away in. The poor girl seemed scared to death, Reed.
And she wouldn't have anything to say about it, eh?
That's right. You know, I could have swore as I started toward him that I saw a gun in the guy's hand. Then he got in and drove off.
Sounds to me like another one of those gyp loan companies snatching a car for non-payment. Come on with me.
Sure. Where are you going?
To the city room. Well, Miss Case, I'm going down to talk to Gunnigan.
All right, Mr. Reed.
Oh, do you have that list of loan companies? The one I asked you to make up the other day.
Yes, sir, I have it right here. Here it is.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it along.
If I get any calls, Casey, put him through to the city room.
Okay, Chief.
Think you're funny, don't you?
What do you say?
Boy, that's what.
Come on, Axford.
Casey thinks she's smart. I tell her to take us for one of these days. She's not... Hello, Chief. Hi.
Oh, Gunnigan, do you have a minute?
Sure, what's up?
I spoke to you last week about starting a campaign against gyp loan companies. Remember?
Yeah. How do you want to begin?
Well, I have a list of more or less questionable companies. I suggest you assign a couple of men to go to those places and try to get small loans.
How will that prove anything, Reed?
Well, all of them will want to know your business connection. Those that are not on the level will probably refuse the loan when they find out you're from a newspaper. That'll be just the beginning of the weeding out process.
Well, put Axford and Lowry on it, Chief. The trouble is, Reed, the people who are gypped are always afraid to put up a squawk.
I realize that, Axford. In our editorials, we'll stress the importance of any victim of a loan shark going to the police. With a few witnesses, it'll be easy to move against them.
You can start out in the morning, Axford. If I get to borrow any dough, what do I do with it?
You won't get that far. If any of them tell you they'll make a loan, you can tell them you'll be back. Then call back and say you've changed your mind.
Sure. All we're interested in are the ones that refuse to consider making a loan to a newspaper man. So try to act like you really are a reporter. In all the years you've been here, you still don't act like you're a city...
Gunnigan, let me know what the boys find out. Meantime, I'll write an editorial. If we can open up a way to get at those crooked loan sharks, we'll really be doing a public service.
Good morning. Do you wish to make a payment, or did you come to arrange a loan?
I want to see about getting a small loan.
Oh, very well. Just step into that small office over there and make yourself comfortable. Mr. Sedgwick is busy with another client, but he'll soon be finished.
Okay, thanks. Laid out just like the others.
Here's the contract you signed, Mr. Stacy. You just read it over. I won't give a hang about that contract. I borrowed $100. You took out $6 when you gave me the loan. Said it was interest. And since then, I've made four $26 payments. Now you say I owe one more payment. The interest is 6%. Figured by the month, Mr. Stacy. You see, you still... I more than repaid that loan. I'm not paying another cent, you hear? Then forget it, Mr. Stacy. Of course, it's unusual. But in your case, we'll just consider your loan as paid in full as of now. Darn right it's paid in full. Moreover, I think this is a jet company. One of those loan rackets I heard about.
Now, hold on, Mr. Stacy.
I'm going straight from here to police headquarters to report this place as a racket.
Just a minute.
If you think they don't excuse it to the police. So long, crook.
I ain't waiting here any longer.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Sedgwick can see you now.
No, thanks. I changed my mind. So long.
Huh. That's a funny one.
Get your own money for me. I have a job for them to do.
Okay, boss. Right away.
Here comes Axford now, Chief.
Oh, Axford. How did you make out this morning? Any luck?
Reed, I think I got something. That I have. How many places you been to? 3 so far. Lowry covered 6 of those places this morning. So what? I didn't go busting in and out just to say I went into a lot of loan companies, Gunnigan. When I take on an assignment, I do it thorough. In case you'd like to know.
Lowry didn't have much luck. That is, the places he visited seemed to be on the up and up. When is it to turn up, Axford?
Well, Reed, 2 of them places took me name and all that sort of thing, and then said they'd let me know if I could have a loan after they checked the information I gave them.
Well, that's the proper procedure, all right.
Sure. But in the last place I went, the Instant Loan Company, I went into a little booth-like place to wait. While I was in there, I heard a guy named Stacy talking to the manager, Mr. Sedgwick, about his payment. That's gonna make a fine headline. Reporter hears man talk about loan payments. Gets inside story of life of guy named Stacy. Oh, there now, Gunnigan, for 2 pins, I tell you.
Forget it, Axford. What was it you overheard that you think is important?
That chap, Stacy, that is, was sore as a boil. Said he borrowed $100. They took out $6 when he got the dough. That was for interest, they said. What's wrong about that? Wait a minute, will you? Then Stacy said he'd paid back 4 payments of $26 each, and they still wanted 1 more payment. He said he wasn't going to pay it and was going to report the deal to the cops. The manager told him to forget the $26, but he said he'd go to the cops anyway, and slammed on out, mad at the hatter. Then what? I got up and left. I went down to cops' headquarters, but they didn't get a complaint from Stacy. Neither did the DA's office. Guess he got cold feet.
That's the trouble. People don't realize that in a case like that, they should report it. If we could get in touch with that man Stacy, maybe we could get him to give us...
Steady, Dask. Oh, sure, Larry. What's up? What's that? When? Who was it? Okay, get all the details and call him in. Goodbye. What's happened, Gooding? Oh, Larry says a guy by the name of Jim Stacy, but... Holy mackerel! Stacy was the name of the man you told us about, Axford.
What happened to him?
He was found shot to death out on River Road a short time ago.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
After hearing of Stacy's murder, Axford went to police headquarters. Later that afternoon, he returned to the Sentinel building and entered Britt Reed's office.
Hi, Reed. Hi, Casey.
I've been waiting for you, Axford.
Shall I stall on these letters while you talk to Axford, Mr. Reed?
Oh, you can wait a few minutes, Miss Case. Any news, Axford?
Reed, I told Sarge about what I heard at that loan place this morning.
Did they find out whether the murdered man was the same Stacy whom you heard talking?
Sure, 'twas him, all right. Sarge sent a man to the loan company to check. The manager admitted Stacy, Jim Stacy, had been there this morning.
Well, that doesn't implicate him in the murder in any way. He's safe in admitting that.
Remember what Axford told you? I should think the police would question that loan company manager about the argument Stacy had with him.
They did question him about that. But what do you think, Reed?
Well?
That sparkpin of a manager told him that he and Stacy didn't have an argument at all. And he said Stacy's loan had been fully paid up and showed the paper to prove it.
Well, then maybe you just thought you heard an argument.
Is that so now? When I say I heard them arguing, it's the truth. And anyone who says that
There's no doubt that the loan manager lied.
Sure he did. And to my way of thinking, that shows he's got something to hide. Maybe murder.
You can't accuse a man of murder without proof.
That's right, Miss Case. But whether he had any connection with the murder of Stacy or not,
The fact that he lied does prove he's got something to cover up in connection with his loan business.
Sure. But without complaining witnesses, the cops can't just walk in and tell him he's running a jib joint.
Yeah, I know. Well, perhaps something will turn up that will tip their hand sooner or later. We'll just have to hope.
Well, I'm going back to headquarters. If I get anything new on the murder, I'll phone in. So long.
That evening, Brick Reed left his office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You hear there's something on mine, perhaps, Mr. Brick?
Yes, Cato. That Stacy murder that's just been headlined in the papers. Axford feels sure the outcome of an argument Stacy had with the manager of the Instant Loan Company.
Why he not tell police of suspicions?
He did, and they investigated, but found nothing in the way of proof. In fact, they only have Axford's word for it that Stacy had an argument at the loan office about his payments and then threatened to go to the police.
What do you think?
I believe Axford, Cato. I'd like to have a look at the loan contracts they closed out yesterday and today at that loan place.
The loan company closed for the night now.
I know.
It's good time for Green Hornet perhaps to have a look into office.
Right. And that's exactly what the Green Hornet's going to do, with your help. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Brick Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Brick Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We're right in back of the Instant Loan office. Well, this alley, good dark place to leave Black Beauty.
Yes, and we won't be long. Let's go.
It would be difficult to get into that place.
No, they have the ground floor. And their place runs through to the back here. We can get in the back way.
Moving quickly and silently to the back door, the sinister figure of the Green Hornet and his faithful assistant soon effected an entrance into the Instant Loan Company offices by using a special skeleton key.
Come on, stay close behind me.
A few seconds later, Britt and Cato started the search through files and desk drawers. The search was thorough, but still Britt seemed unsatisfied. But finally, as he searched the manager's desk, his voice held a note of satisfaction as he called in a low tone to Cato.
Cato, I think I found what we've been looking for.
Oh, that's good. Where do you find them?
Here, in a basket on Sanctum Success. See? This folder is labeled Closed Out Contracts. Here's a contract in the name of Jim Stacy, marked paid in full and dated today. Here's another. Let's see. This is in the name of Miss Alice Wellston. And I wonder.
What do you think of?
This contract's marked paid in full, car impounded and sold for non-payment. And it's dated yesterday.
What does that mean to you?
Cato, Axford saw two men drive off with the car that belonged to a girl who seemed very upset. Also, Axford said he was sure they had threatened her with a gun. That was yesterday afternoon. According to this contract, her payment was due yesterday.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's illegal for them to pick up a car on the due date, and without a court order. We're going to call on Miss Alice Wellston and a couple of these others whose contracts are here. Maybe we can force them to go to the police and give evidence against this Jeep company. Come on.
Well, what can I do? Oh.
I came here to talk to you. I'll come in.
No. Why have you come here? You're the Green Hornet.
Right. And I came because I heard you were shooting your mouth off about your deal with our loan company.
Oh. You're in with the Instant Loan Company, too.
What do you think?
Why don't you let me alone? I told Mr. Sedgwick I'd pay my next payment within 3 days. Yet they took my car. And now you come here.
I came just to warn you. If you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll get what Stacy got.
Stacy? He's the man who was murdered. Then that loan company was responsible for his...
Just remember what I say. Keep your mouth shut. If you don't, you'll end up like Stacy. Hold on.
Oh, this is terrible. I'll phone the police right now.
Later, Mr. Sedgwick, sitting at his desk in his study at home, was startled to find he had an unexpected visitor.
What the... How did you get in here?
Open windows are always an invitation to me, Sedgwick.
What do you want, Hornet?
I came to make a little proposition.
Such as?
I happen to know one of your clients, a Miss Wellston, has decided to go to the police about her dealings with your loan company. For a price, well, I'd be willing to see to it that she disappears.
I can handle my own affairs without your help, Hornet. My lawyers will take care of any complaints that may arise against my company.
Quite a front you put on, Sedgwick.
Moreover, I don't deal in murder, so you're barking up the wrong tree. Get out.
You'll be sorry, Sedgwick. But since you're not in the mood, I'll leave. Now it's his move. I'll wait and see if he makes it. Better open the door a bit.
Hello, Joe. Listen closely. Get Lenny and go to that Wilson girl's place. Yes, that's right. She's been talking. You'll know what to do. Yes, go right away. Goodbye.
That's what I wanted to hear. Now I'll join Cato.
What do you think happened, Mr. Britt?
We'll park in the shadows near Miss Wilson's place and watch. I know she phoned the police, so by now they've sent a couple of men out there. Sedgwick's men will go there, and we'll be nearby to see that they don't get away.
What do you hope will happen?
The men he's sending to Miss Wilson's must be the same ones that killed Stacy. If the police get them, they'll grill them after what I said to Miss Wilson. One of those men will be bound to break down. Step on it, Cato.
Miss Wilson, when you phoned headquarters a while ago, you said the Hornet had been here. Is that right?
Yes, Sergeant Burke, he was.
Suffering snakes. Maybe he'll come back.
He said if I talked to the police, they'd give me the same thing they gave Stacy.
Holy smoke. Then he was in on that killing.
That he was, Sarge. I'd bet on it.
He mentioned the instant loan company. I've already told you about that.
Sure. And a dirty deal it was, too. With you as a witness. What's the matter, Cassidy? What are you waving for?
Quiet, Sarge. Two men just come from the porch. I can see him out this window.
Holy crow. Must be the Hornet coming back.
Quick. We'll hide behind that screen in the corner. You let him in, Miss Wilson, and we'll grab him. Come on, Axford. Now, Axford, you and Cassidy don't make a move till I tell you. If they get suspicious, they won't come into the hall and we'll lose them. Good thing we left the squad car on the side street. Quiet now.
What do you want?
We got a few things to talk over with you, lady.
I guess you better come inside. Now, what do you want to talk about with me?
You tell her, Joe. Yeah. Listen, lady, we understand you've been shooting off your mouth after we told you no.
But why should you think that? After all, when you pointed that gun at me and took my car, I was too frightened to tell anyone.
She's lying, Joe. Boss has got ways of finding out things. Sure, she's lying. Listen, sister, we ain't taking any chances, see? You're coming along with us.
You wouldn't do what was done to that Mr. Stacy, would you?
Hey, why do you mention that guy? What's the difference, Lenny? What's the matter? Walk up behind the street. Come on. Answer him, quick! Hey, you dimwit. Just when they were about to spill the beans.
Holy crow, Sarge. I had a sneeze.
Yeah, so they're getting away.
There they go, down the walk.
Shoot, Sarge. Stop! Stop it! Hey!
They're getting away.
Look, a squad car coming out of the side street right in front of the killers.
They smacked right into the squad car.
We got them now. Come out of that car with your hands up, both of you.
Don't shoot.
Don't shoot. Don't hurt.
You'll be hurt, too, if you try anything funny. Grab him, Cassidy.
I got him.
We'll take them both to headquarters. A little drilling will tell us all we want to know. That guy'll hang for Stacy's murder.
That he will. No, I didn't do it. I'll tell you everything, but I didn't do it.
Take him away, Cassidy. See if the squad car around don't look like it's much damaged, and we'll bring the other one.
All right, get him on. I'm telling you, officer, I had nothing to do with it.
Hey, Sarge. Who was driving that squad car? We were the only ones who came here in it.
Great day. I didn't think about that.
Listen, that's the Green Hornet making the getaway.
Say, he must have been the one who drove that squad car in front of the killer's car.
You mean to say he
What I mean is that the Hornet was probably making off with that squad car so as we couldn't follow his pals. But he didn't reckon on them smashing right into him.
Holy crow, that must have been it. And 'twas because of him we caught the other two. Sarge, I'll bet his face will be red this night. That it will. Wait till Reed hears about that.
Killers confess Lone Racket smashed Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still inside. Search Melakim.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Good evening. It's time once again to return to those exciting premiere days of radio as KRLD presents the thrilling adventures of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet strikes again.
We'll begin tonight's exciting story in just a moment.
D is taking Dallas by storm. D, the new magazine which over 20,000 Dallasites subscribed to before a single issue was ever published. D, the indispensable magazine for those who want to get the most out of their city. D, the probing magazine, which gives you the first inside look at Dallas's fabled power triumvirate, Stemmons, Aston, and Cullum. D, the intriguing magazine which explores the burgeoning phenomenon of Dallas private schools. D, the elegant magazine, which is giving a new voice to the arts in Dallas. D, the magazine Dallas has been waiting for. Pick up the premiere issue of D at your newsstand today, or call 748-9000. D, the magazine of Dallas.
The sleek black car of the Green Hornet slid through the darkened back streets of the city like a purring shadow. It was after midnight, and behind the wheel, the Green Hornet himself expertly maneuvered the long, gleaming car. He smiled beneath the grim black mask that covered his features. Then he spoke to the figure beside him.
Hope you're not superstitious, Cato.
Well, superstition not good for logical thinking, Mr. Britt, so I'm not superstitious.
Good. We're back at the museum now.
Will you have a way to get inside?
Yes, the curator's office is at the back. The receiving room where they do the unpacking of museum pieces is just beyond. It won't be difficult to get in there. I'll stop here. on, Cato.
I'm coming.
Here's the door. It'll be easy to open.
Well, I understand museum protected by burglar alarm. Well, how will we get by that?
I was here today at a meeting with the curator. While I stood talking in the doorway on the way out, I managed to disengage a certain wire that runs up to the door jamb. I had a feeling I might want to get back in. I'll get the door open. The scout's engaged to do the trick.
Will they have guard in museum?
Yes, but he's in the museum proper. He won't come into the back unless he has a reason to. Let's go in. Give me the flashlight and then follow me.
Well, here, light.
Come on. There's the door to the receiving room. There's what we want to see.
Why we come to look at mummy case, Mr. Britt?
I'll tell you later. It was unboxed today. It doesn't look as though it's been disturbed. Yeah.
What you think of?
I'd like to have a look inside, kiddo.
Mummy cases usually seal hermetically. It won't be easy to open.
Wait, look here, kiddo.
What you have on your hand?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a bit of rubber cement. I rested my hand along this edge of the case.
So ancient people not use rubber cement?
I know. Get me a small chisel from that workbench over there, Cato.
Oh, yes, sir.
Hurry, Cato.
Here, chisel.
We'll soon find out how well sealed this is.
Oh, look. Lid ready to come up easily.
It's loose enough to lift. Come on, help me lift it up.
Look out. Oh, it's big black cat. It run over behind packing boxes.
The cat business can wait. Cato, look in the mummy case.
A body of man. Mummy not there.
Well, he hasn't been dead long. Cato, that's the body of Gerald Loomis, assistant to Dr. Kingston, the archaeologist who... The guard coming through the museum.
Put out light. We leave quick.
Come on, hurry.
Who's in there? Wait, come back!
Case. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Famous mummy missing. Here you are, sir. Green Hornet hunted its killer. Central X Street.
Well, here, extra paper, Mr. Britt.
What paper is it?
With Daily Sentinel.
Oh, good. Gunnigan got a lead on the others with the news. Well, it didn't take them long. We've been here at the apartment only a short time. Let's see. Oh, so they're blaming the Hornet for the murder, eh?
Well, guards see us as we leave.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato?
You not tell me what it's all about yet.
Well, I'll tell you now. It all started when the Daily Sentinel helped finance an expedition headed by Dr. Kingston, the archaeologist.
Oh, I remember that.
With permission of certain governments, he set out months ago to locate the tomb of King Melakim, who was said to have ruled long before King Tut, but whose tomb was never found. You see, Kingston was connected with the army, and during the war found certain parchments which led him to believe he could find the tomb.
Why read about that?
Well, the expedition was successful. And yesterday afternoon, those most concerned gathered with reporters in the receiving room at the museum to review the unpacking of the mummy case. It was a proud moment for Dr. Kingston when the mummy case was finally unpacked.
The mummy case containing King Melakim, who ruled about 6,000 years ago.
Holy crow. It don't seem possible.
It's a matter of record, Axford.
It will be a great exhibit for the museum, Mr. Reed. As curator here, I wish to congratulate both Dr. Kingston and the Daily Sentinel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Norwich. The discovery is Dr. Kingston's. The Daily Sentinel only made it possible.
Dr. Kingston, do you intend to open the mummy case today? Oh, this is the assistant curator, Howard Washburn. Dr. Kingston and Mr. Reed.
How do you do, Mr. Reed?
How do you do?
Now, to answer your question, Mr. Washburn, I prefer to delay opening the mummy case until my friend and assistant, Dr. Gerald Loomis, is present.
Why ain't he here now, Dr. Kingston?
Gentlemen, so that you'll understand, let me explain something. Gerald has been very close to all this for months. some of the legends connected with King Melakim became almost true to him. In Melakim's day, the people worshipped the black cat.
Can you beat that? Must have been a pack of heathen.
Quiet, Axford. Go on, Dr. Kingston.
When we opened the tomb, 2 large black cat figures were guarding it.
Is it true, Dr. Kingston, that there's a fabulous ruby set in a gold crown that was buried on the mummy?
That's part of the legend. We'll know when we see the mummy. But to get back to Gerald Loomis, he became rather superstitious about the black cat, so that this morning when he received a package containing a small figure of a black cat with a printed note saying, "Revenge for Melakim," it unnerved him considerably.
Did he go to the police?
Yes, of course. I decided it was the work of a crank or prankster, and the police were inclined to agree. But Gerald wasn't convinced. He stayed away today, but promised to come tomorrow. This information about the threat is off the record, of course.
Certainly, Doctor. Now, who could have done a thing like that, I wonder?
That's hard to say, actually.
Gerald said he felt something would go wrong when the mummy was uncovered, but wanted to be there just the same.
So you'll open the mummy case tomorrow, then?
Yes, without fail, gentlemen. I'm sure Gerald will be here, and I'm sure all your papers will want the story. So I'm inviting all your reporters to be present.
And it was after the hearing about the threat to Loomis and his fear of being present when the case would be opened that made me determined to go to the museum ahead of time and open it. And you know the result, Cato.
Well, then, body and mummy case, is that of Dr. Gerald Loomis, who received Black Cat as threat?
Exactly. How he got there, what happened to the mummy, and who was responsible is a mystery. A mystery that I'm going to solve one way or another.
Morning, Casey. Reading yet?
Oh, yes, he is, Michael. He's asking for you.
Casey, what do you think about them black cats and all? Believe me, it gives me the creeps, that it does.
Don't be superstitious, Michael.
That's what they told that Loomis guy. And look what it got him.
It's a mystery, all right, but there's some logical explanation.
Okay, I'm waiting. Explain it to me.
Oh, go away. I'm busy. But anyway, wasn't the Green Hornet seen leaving the museum room where the body was found?
That he was. Of course, the cops think he's behind the whole thing because of some ruby or something the dummy had on him.
Mummy is the word.
Sure. Mum's the word. He won't tell us all.
Oh, look, don't try to be funny. You said the ruby was on a dummy. You meant to say mummy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know how that Hornet got mixed up with them black cats and all, but he's at the bottom of the whole thing, says I.
Well, it's very simple. He found out about the black cat legend and used it to play on the superstitious nature of Loomis.
Hey, no. Maybe you got something there. Casey, sometimes you really talk sense.
Oh, thanks.
But what would the Hornet want with the guy that's been dead for 6,000 years, I'd like to know?
You said yourself it was because of the famous Melakim ruby, didn't you?
Sure. But why didn't he just snatch the ruby and beat it instead of taking the mummy too and then killing poor Loomis?
If I could answer that, I'd join the police department, Michael. Anyway, I think it's about time to...
Here's Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans. Good morning, gents.
Morning, Axford. Miss Casey, is Mr. Reed in?
Yes, Dr. Kingston. Just a moment, please.
Yes, Miss Case.
Mr. Reed, Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans are here to see you.
Have them come right in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed says to go right in, please.
Thank you. Come, Inspector.
I'll go along with you, Inspector.
Well, Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans, glad to see both of you.
I'm here too, Reed.
Yes, what we have to say is off the record, Mr. Reed. So if Mike Axford might like to leave...
Oh, don't mind me, Inspector. Talk right up.
Goodbye, Axford. See me later.
Huh? Oh, sure. I was just leaving. So long, Inspector.
Axford's quite a chap.
Yes, isn't he? Perhaps we'd better tell Mr. Reed why we're here, Inspector.
Oh, yes, of course.
New developments, Inspector Evans?
Yes. Of course, your paper has played up the findings of Dr. Kingston's expedition to some extent.
Well, that's right. Since the Daily Sentinel financed it, we followed its progress closely.
Naturally. We know that the Green Hornet is mixed up in the murder of Loomis and the disappearance of the mummy. But we believe someone connected with the project must have been working with him.
That sounds logical.
Now, the mummy, as such, is of value only to the museum. So we figure the motive for the crime was to gain possession of the gem, which was said to have been buried with the mummy.
You refer to the Melakim ruby, of course.
Yes. If there really is such a stone.
That's a matter of legend, Inspector. A mummy case was shipped unopened right to the museum.
So you've told me before, Dr. Kingston. We're checking everyone connected with the case, Mr. Reed. But in the meantime, the Black Cat, or perhaps we should say the Green Hornet, has reached out again.
Well, what do you mean?
Although Dr. Kingston takes the matter rather lightly, 2 more small Black Cat figurines have been received.
Really? By whom?
One by the curator of the museum, Mr. Norwich, and the other by Dr. Kingston himself.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment.
Harold, isn't it beautiful here at the bodega? And Harold, we're in an above-ground wine cellar. Harold, my lobster tastes sensational. How is your steak?
Good. Very good.
Harold, wasn't it romantic? You know the way the hostess served the wine?
Yes, I know.
Don't you think this is romantic, Harold? Did you know that bodegas originated in Spain? They were used to store wine and then became restaurants. This is history, Harold. Oh, I feel so uninhibited here with you in the wine cellar. Harold, why are you looking at me that way?
A little more wine, my dear?
Harold, you haven't heard a word I've said. I've never seen that look in your eyes before. Harold, I love you, even if you are a beast.
An above-ground wine cellar will bring out the beast in you. Come to the bodega.
8080 North Central Expressway, 1 block south of Campbell Center.
Also now at LBJ and Preston Road. And now let's return to tonight's adventure of the Green Hornet.
Inspector Evans and Dr. Kingston had entered Britt Reed's office for a discussion. And finally, the inspector told Britt that 2 more threats had been received. One by the curator of the museum, and the other by Dr. Kingston. Britt thought for a moment, then spoke.
How does the curator react to the Black Cat figurine he received?
He seemed a little nervous about it. Of course, a printed note similar to the first one was received with each figurine.
Revenge for Melakim. I believe those were the words, weren't they?
Exactly. It was said that if ever the mummy case of Melakim were opened, the sacred Black Cat would come to life and take revenge.
All that's very interesting, Doctor. Who outside of yourself knew of the prophecy in the parchment?
The curator of the museum, Loomis, my assistant, and I were the only ones who were interested enough to delve into the prophecies of the parchment.
I see. Inspector, have you started a search for the missing mummy?
Oh, yes, Mr. Eden. I had men from headquarters turn that museum receiving room upside down, looking into every empty box and crate, but we found no trace of it.
Of course, a mummy is shaped like a body, but is not flexible. It would be difficult either to take away or to hide.
Well, that's a very interesting point, Dr. Kingston. By the way, do you have any idea what would have taken your assistant, Gerald Loomis, to the museum, especially after he was too nervous to attend the opening of the packing case yesterday?
It could have been morbid curiosity on his part. Sort of a hypnotic state of mind that drew him there, induced by the wording of that note and the little Black Cat figurine.
Well, I don't believe that. Such a supposition is almost an admission that the Black Cat legend is true.
People in Melakim's time believed it.
Personally, I like cats, black or otherwise. Well, what are you going to do about the threats to the curator and Dr. Kingston?
Mr. Norwich is at his office at the museum. We have a plainclothesman posted outside the office entrance. The museum itself has been closed to the public for the time being.
And what about you, Dr. Kingston?
I can take care of myself. We know the Green Hornet was after the ruby and did away with Gerald Loomis.
I've already said we don't believe the Hornet was working alone, Doctor.
I know, Inspector. But I believe he planned it. Perhaps with the help of someone like... there's someone who might have learned the contents of the parchment.
Like Washburn, the assistant of Norwich, for instance?
Could be. I know little about Howard Washburn.
We'll have him picked up for questioning this afternoon. Well, I guess we'll be on our way, Mr. Reed. I'm glad you came in.
Sorry to be so long, Inspector, but...
Listen, Sergeant Burke, I've waited all afternoon for you to bring in that assistant curator, Washburn. And now you come in here...
Wait till you hear. We were waiting around that museum for him to show up. I wandered into the receiving room to get a look at that mummy case.
Well?
Wait till you hear this. I heard a whining and scratching coming from inside it. I called Norwich and Cassidy. We opened the mummy case. Glory be...
What did you find?
A black cat jumped out. And there, inside that mummy case, was Washburn. Dead as a doornail.
Cato, I'm going to sit here in the living room and do a bit of thinking. I'd like some coffee.
Well, yes, sir. I'll bring it right in.
Perhaps if I could recall some of our conversation today in the office. Let's see now. Kingston made an observation about the body.
Because a mummy is shaped like a body, but is not as flexible. It would be difficult either to take away or to hide.
He's right about that. The mummy would be stiff. And to hide it in a hurry there in the museum. He had definite ideas about the crime. He even threw a hint to Evans.
But I believe the Hornet planned it. Perhaps with the help of someone like... someone who might have learned the contents of the parchment.
Like Washburn, the assistant of Norwich, for instance.
Now Washburn has become one of the murder victims. I wonder... Hello?
Hey, Reed. You hear the news?
Oh, it's you, Axford. Yes, I heard about Washburn, if that's what you mean.
Oh, you did? Believe me, Reed, the cops are all hit up about it. They're really laying plans to catch that murdering Green Hornet.
Well, what are they planning to do?
Kingston suggested that him and Norwich go to the museum tonight and stay on the inside alone. Then the cops will be parked out of sight and they're outside. They'll have the burglar alarm connected up in case anyone tries to get in.
But the killer might be hiding on the inside already.
Nope. The cops went through the museum with a fine-tooth comb a while ago.
Well, what about the night guard?
Oh, him. He got scared and quit. I'm going to go along with Sarge to see what happens. If anything does happen, I'll let you know, Reed.
Good.
See you later. So long.
Bye. Cato, the Green Hornet's going to the museum to try to prevent another murder and to catch the Black Cat killer. Come on. You're sure this little gadget you invented will actually prevent the burglar alarm from sounding? How does it work?
Oh, yes, sir. You place that small cylinder on windowsill. It set up powerful magnetic field for distance a few feet. The magnetic field reach wires of alarm around window and cause the flow of electricity to stop until cylinder removed.
Fine. We'll leave the Black Beauty here in the shadows and go around to one of the side windows of the museum. Let's go.
They're light in office of Curator Norwich.
Yes. Norwich and Dr. Kingston are probably there. Police must be parked near the office entrance and also at the main entrance to the museum, so we'll have to move cautiously. Let's get started. This wide ledge just under the windows comes in handy. Here goes. I've got the window unlatched. Now to see if your invention really works. I'll raise the window. Ah, there. I'm going in. Then I'll pull you up, Cato.
I'll be ready.
Okay, come on. Good. We'll leave the window open.
What do we do first?
The Egyptian exhibit is across from here on the other side of this big display hall. There are a lot of mummy cases and mummies on display there. I want to look them over. Come on.
What you expect to find there?
The logical place to hide a mummy would be among a lot of mummies, Cato.
Well, that's true.
Use your flashlight.
Yes, sir.
There they are. The door over there leads to the receiving room.
Well, light shine on the door.
Okay. Now we'll look over these mummies. Cato.
You find something?
Yes, I'm sure I found a missing mummy in this case.
Oh, yes. The wrapping around top of head looked newer than the rest.
That's right. But notice how expertly it's been rewrapped. Now we'll go into the receiving room.
Something happened in the receiving room.
The killer. Come on.
Green Hornet. You're in with that killer. It's Mr. Norwich, the curator. He'd been stabbed by killer. He fainted.
Nothing but a superficial wound, Cato. Never mind him. Let's get the mummy case open. Quick.
They're man in mummy case.
Yes. It's Dr. Kingston. Help me get him out.
Yes, sir.
There. Get some water from that sink over there. Hurry.
Yes, sir. Here, water. Is he dead?
No. He got a nasty blow on the head. But he must have stabbed Norwich in the struggle, and that weakened the blow.
But then Dr. Kingston tried to kill curator?
No. The Black Cat killer is Norwich, the curator. Kingston must have carried a knife for protection.
Why had I dare you suspect Dr. Kingston?
I did until I saw the wrapping on that mummy. Only an expert could have done it so well, such as the curator or his assistant. Norwich's hands are covered with cat scratches, and he finally gave himself away by putting Kingston in the mummy case.
Will we leave now?
Well, first we'll bring the mummy back in here. Then I'll leave a note for the police. Kingston's testimony will do the rest. Let's get busy. When we leave and remove your little gadget, the alarm will bring the police in for the catch.
Hey, Inspector, the killer's getting in. Come on.
Hurry, Sergeant.
Wait for me. Here come the rest of the boys. Okay, men, bust in the door.
Come on, boys, now.
I want
This is the office. The receiving room's through there.
One of you boys shut off that bell.
Okay.
Glory be. Look there.
Kingston and Norwich both lying on the floor.
Kingston, are you all right?
Inspector Evans.
What happened here?
Hey, Sarge, look here. Here's an off pinned on Norwich.
Bring it here.
I'll take it.
Here it is.
What's it say?
Norwich beat me to the ruby. He's the killer you want. Since I can't have the ruby, I'll see that he doesn't have it either. Signed, the Green Hornet.
It's a trick. He's trying to put the blame on Norwich.
Oh, Norwich, too. Norwich is the killer. He came at me with that chisel there on the floor. I stabbed his arm. He struck me, and then I remember him putting me in the mummy case. That's all I remember.
Hey, Inspector, the mummy's back in the case.
Well, what do you know?
Yes, the wrapping's been removed from the head and then put back. It's newer than the rest of the wrapping. It took an expert to do that, though.
Meaning Norwich?
Possibly. We'll get the truth from him before we're finished. Now, that heavy chisel is a murder weapon used on the other two. Take it for fingerprinting, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. He must have kept it hid somewhere. We looked all over the museum.
Hey, Sarge, look here.
What's that you got?
Well, see for yourself. It was on Norwich's desk.
Some sheets of paper from the museum heading on them. Oh, there's printing on the top one.
What is it?
It says, Revenge for Melakim.
Norwich was going to pin that to Kingston's body, I guess. Didn't get a chance to tear the heading off. We'll match that paper with the other notes. Also the printing. That'll clinch the case. Take them away, boys.
Holy crow. That revenge stuff really worked after all. Imagine the Green Hornet doing a job for a guy that's been dead 6,000 years. I guess he's the one who put that dummy back in the case, eh, Sarge?
Mummy's the word, Ashford.
Huh? Oh, sure. I won't tell a soul, Sarge.
Shut up, you dope.
KRLD, you're reliving the exciting days of early radio. Tonight's broadcast of the Green Hornet will continue following this brief pause.
Europe, Africa, and Asia were unloaded today for the grand opening of our new Pier 1 import store. Tomorrow, Mexico, South America, and Australia uncrate their most tempting wares. We're filling our shelves with customs-inspected cargo from the world's finest craftsmen. Furniture, rugs, exotic foods, a bazaar of items waiting for you during the grand opening of Pier 1 Imports, the marketplace of the world.
New store in Dallas, 13330 Preston Road.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
And that's tonight's KRLD presentation of the Green Hornet. Be listening again 1 week from tonight at the same time for the next thrilling chapter in the life of Britt Reed and his constant companion Cato on the Green Hornet. Tomorrow night, KRLD invites you to relive again the days of yesteryear when the Lone Ranger rides again. That's tomorrow night at the same time on KRLD.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. From the hills of Wyoming to the mountains of Mexico, his strength and courage were always on the side of right against might. And in time, Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice on the frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Go, Silver! We're heading for San Marco. There's going to be trouble. Hi-Yo Silver!
Three men sat at one end of the great table in the dining hall of Santiago Hacienda. A silver candelabra lighted their faces, but the rest of the room was in darkness. Three men: Don Rodrigo, gallant in spite of his years; Felipe, his son, a slim, dark blade of a boy; and Charles Brandon. A storm raged outside. The candles flickered in a sudden draft as the door of the room opened.
Boris, what do you want? I am frightened.
This is no place for you. We have business to discuss.
Padre, let me stay. I will not talk. I will not even listen.
Sit down, my dear. You are one of us.
Gracias.
And now, Senor Brandon, if you will continue.
It won't be long before the territory is admitted to the Union as a state. When that happens, Johnson will be elected governor.
One would expect that. He's already governor of the territory.
Do you trust him?
He has been a good man.
But you don't know what he plans.
I am waiting to hear. Senor?
You and all your friends. Everyone who paid allegiance to Mexico at one time will be stripped of their property.
That is not possible.
Let him finish.
My son, you and I are citizens of the United States. Our land has been guaranteed us by the government at Washington.
You're right, Senor. Your land is safe as long as this remains a territory.
Even afterwards, it must be so. The government of a state cannot defy Congress.
They won't have to.
I have a federal grant. Do you want me to show you the paper?
No, Senor, I believe you. But you don't understand exactly how it will be done.
It cannot be done.
Could you afford to pay $10,000 in taxes every year?
10,000? Why, that is half of what my hacienda is worth.
The tax collectors will say it's worth $200,000.
Ridiculous. I would make an appeal.
You could only appeal to the governor. That would be Johnson. You wouldn't get very far.
Where do you get your information, Senor?
Padre, Senor Brandon knows what he talks about. He has been in the confidence of the governor. Many things he has told me prove that. I would not have brought him here if I had not been sure.
We are to lose our land because many years ago this was Mexican territory. Does it not matter that we are now loyal citizens of the United States?
Not to those politicians in the Capitol. All they're interested in is your property.
What can we do? There must be some way to stop them before it is too late.
There is, Padre. Senor Brandon has more to say.
There's only one way. Force.
I do not understand.
Seize the government yourselves. Drive out Johnson and his crew.
By force of arms?
That's right.
It would be conspiracy. We might be branded as traitors.
Not if you win.
And if we do not fight, we lose everything anyway. Padre, there are many who will follow you in the territory. Here around San Marco, everyone is your friend. We can make our start here and move on to the capital. With you to lead us, it will be to victory.
No, it is not right.
Dolores.
I cannot help it, Felipe. It is not right.
It is not for you to decide, Carissima. You are a woman.
And because of that, you think I am weak and afraid? I am not afraid. But this is wrong. You cannot fight against the flag that is our flag.
You have the wrong idea, Senorita. Your father wouldn't be fighting against the government. He'd only be driving out a gang of crooks. As soon as he gets rid of them, he can go to Washington and tell the whole story. The president won't blame him, and there won't be any trouble.
We only have your word for that.
Government has always been fair to us.
That's what I mean.
You are the only one to lead us, Padre.
I do not know.
This is a night for resolution. The storm has made it so. Let the thunder and lightning stir your blood. Our homes and our lives are at stake.
Oh, the shutter has blown open, and the wind has blown out the candles.
No, do not light him. Here in the dark, you shall hear my decision. Your hand, Philippe.
Si.
Your hand, Senor Brandon.
All right.
We will pledge ourselves to the defense of justice. We will fight for our own.
A week later, the Santiago garden was bathed in moonlight. But near the small gate in the wall, great trees cast their shadows. And outside, the Lone Ranger waited with his faithful Indian companion, Tonto.
You're sure they plan to meet here, Tonto?
Girl asked me take message to Slim to meet her here.
But did Slim say that he would? Did you come back and tell the girl?
Her not want me do that.
I see. She intends to be here, whether Slim shows up or not.
Not right.
Let's hope that he gets here before she does. He'll be leaving town with a stage tomorrow, and he's the only one who can find out what's going on.
That Brandon, bad feller.
He's been here a week.
Him make plenty trouble.
So what kind of trouble? The last we heard of him, he was behind the movement to have original settlers like the Don deprived of their rights and property. And now he's hand in glove with them.
Maybe you tell Governor him come to San Marco.
It isn't enough, Tonto. Brandon never breaks the law, but we've got to find out what he's up to.
You listen. Horse come this way now.
We'll step out where we can be seen.
Maybe him think you outlaw.
We'll have to persuade him. I'm not. You, Silver.
That's right. Him hear about Silver.
Who's there?
A friend.
You
mask.
Don't go for your guns.
You know Tonto.
Oh, yeah. You're the Injun Dolores sent with the message.
Ah.
But who's the masked man?
I call my horse Silver, Slim. And here's a bullet from my cartridge belt.
Silver? Silver bullets and an Injun named Tonto.
Him Lone Ranger.
Well, I'll be dogged. Just one look at that horse and I should have known. What brings you here?
Are you a friend of the Santiagos?
Well, I don't know the senor very well, but his daughter and I are pretty good friends. In fact,
you'd like to marry her.
Sure would, mister.
Do you have any idea what's going on in that house?
Going on?
I can see you don't.
Well, I know the senor's been mighty busy for the last few days. I wanted to speak to him about getting married, but Dolores wouldn't let me.
She hasn't confided in you at all?
No, guess not. Something wrong?
Do you know Charles Brandon?
Is he the hombre they got staying with him?
Yes, Slim. And Brandon means trouble wherever he goes. Will you do me a favor?
Sure thing, if I can.
Find out why Brandon is there. I can't believe they know with whom they're dealing.
I'll do my best, masked man.
Here, Scout.
What is it, Tonto?
Me here, girl.
We'll be waiting for you in that grove beyond the garden wall.
Right.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Slim?
I'm here, honey. Get up.
Who were those men?
Oh, just a couple of the boys. I sent them on the way.
You shouldn't have brought any at all.
Oh, it wasn't my idea. No, I'm glad you changed your mind about not seeing me again before I left.
I had to. This may be our last goodbye.
Not if I got anything to say about it.
I just did. You haven't. Neither have I.
Well, what is it, honey? Something wrong. I can see it in your eyes.
I can't tell you.
But why not? I guess you don't understand how I feel about you. I'd do anything in the world to help you. That goes for your father and your brother, too.
You mean it?
Of course I mean it. Just give me a chance to prove it, that's all.
Even if it meant risking your life?
Life don't mean much compared to you.
Oh, no, Slim, I couldn't ask it. It isn't your fight.
Well, if it's yours, it's mine.
We could be together. Father would let us get married then.
Well, then what are we waiting for? What do you want me to do?
I will have to ask them before I say anything.
Them?
You wait here. I will not be long. Perhaps they will talk to you tonight.
This Brandon?
He and my father. We here.
Get up, boy. Fight. What kind of a fight? I gotta tell a masked man, that's all. Looks like them up ahead, just at the edge of those trees. Come on, boy. Steady.
You haven't been long.
No. I can't figure this out, but I don't want to do anything that might hurt Dolores or the senor.
We're only trying to help them, Slim. What did you find out?
Well, nothing yet. But she's going to try and fix it up for me to talk with Brandon. Some kind of a fight coming off.
Now, what do you make of that, Tonto?
Tonto not know.
There aren't any hostile Indians around here. It isn't cattle country, so they can't be after rustlers.
I can't figure it out at all.
But you're going inside?
Oh, sure. She can fix it.
We'll wait for you, Slim. As close to the house as possible. I have an idea you may need us before the night's over.
You're yes, Father.
So I see.
Buenas noches, senor.
You're Slim Harrigan.
That's right.
When did you meet this man, Dolores?
I will question him, Felipe. Yes, but that is something I would like to know as well. When was it?
2 months ago, on the way back from Santa Fe. Oh, where's Senor Brandon?
He preferred not to be present at this interview.
How much have you told this man of our plans?
I have said nothing.
How many times have you seen him during the past week?
3 times. Oh, why do you look at me so? There's nothing wrong with that. We met at the home of the Martins. And it may interest you to know, Philippe, that both Senor and Senora Martin have the highest regard for Slim.
Perhaps he's a friend of the governor as well.
Well, I do know him a little. Pa and he were pretty good friends in the early days of the territory.
Padre, you hear that?
Yes, I heard.
The mistake of his father is not his mistake. You cannot blame him for that.
Hey, what have I said that's wrong?
Enough, mi amigo. You may depend on it.
But I don't savvy. This fight Dolores was talking about can't have anything to do with
So, you have told him everything.
I swear I have not. There is nothing in a word to give away our purpose.
The man is dangerous, Padre. He is sent here as a spy, perhaps.
He must stay here.
That's all right with me, but I don't like that word your son just used.
I have you covered. Get his gun, Felipe.
No.
If you please.
Let him go in peace. He cannot hurt us.
A few words that have been spoken in this room are too many. What he does not know, he might guess. If the governor should learn that our revolt is about...
No, he did not mean
Against the governor? But why? If you'd only know it, he's the best friend you've got.
We have learned the sort of friend he is. As soon as the territory becomes a state, our lands will be taken from us.
Why, you're loco, mister.
Padre.
What is it?
The window. The one that's open. I saw a face, a man with a mask.
There is no one there.
He was there. I saw him. I shall take the rifle from the wall and go out.
Don't reach for it, Felix.
Sure nice to see you, masked man.
You, senor. Now put your gun on the desk.
In case you don't know it, this is the Lone Ranger.
The Lone
And the
Ranger?
Indian's his pal Tonto. If he's got anything to say to you, I advise you to listen.
It won't take long. What you've heard about the governor isn't true.
It's just the opposite.
You have us at your mercy, masked man. But I am not one who is fooled easily. I've seen documents and papers that prove his greed.
They must have been forged.
They were not forged.
Did Charles Brandon show them to you?
He must have it.
Too late, Injun. I got a gun on both of you.
Brandon.
Reach high.
You tore cover, Slim.
Quick, Philippe. Get the masked man's guns.
Si, senor.
Throw them over there on the desk, then get some rope. We'll tie him up.
Si.
And afterwards, I'm going to take that mask off.
That you will not do. He is the Lone Ranger.
I know it.
He has always fought for justice. Even though he does not find justice in our cause, I must respect him.
But Santiago.
You will call me Don Rodrigo. And please remember that I am in command here. The Lone Ranger has his own reasons for wearing that mask. Whatever they are good enough for me.
Thank you, senor.
But do not imagine that my respect can allow me to show mercy. This is war. You are a prisoner of war. And if you try to escape, you shall die.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. Bound hand and foot, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Slim were locked in a vault-like room in the cellar of the hacienda. For hours they worked at their bonds, but without success. Philippe had made allowances for even the Lone Ranger's great strength. Then, toward morning, a dark figure crept down the stairs to the cellar. A key turned in the lock of the prison room door. The door swung slowly open.
Who's there?
I'll hold the candle closer to my face so you can see.
Brandon.
I'm going to cut your ropes and get you out of here.
What's that?
Just a second while I put the candle down.
Did I understand you correctly? You're setting us free?
That's right. There, your hands are free. Here's the knife. You can cut the ropes in your feet and then take care of the others.
While you keep us covered with a gun.
Sure, I'll take no chances. Go ahead, masked man.
I am.
What's happened anyway? I thought you were working with the senor.
I work for myself.
Oh, what's it get you to set us free?
You'll find that out soon enough.
Masked man.
What, Slim?
I don't trust this hombre.
Neither do I. There. Now, Tonto.
Maybe you hadn't better.
I'm cutting the rope because you'll have a hard time tying us up again alone.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Then stand up, all of you.
Wait a minute, Slim.
Get up on your feet and march out that door.
This doesn't sound like a rescue, Brandon.
We haven't got much time.
You haven't, you mean. I don't think we'd better leave this room.
Huh?
We're the Don's prisoners. You wouldn't dare shoot us unless we try to escape. That's what you're trying to arrange now, isn't it?
Sure it is. He'll march us upstairs and outside, and then he'll shoot us in the back.
We're staying here.
I don't have to wait to get you outside.
You'd have a hard time explaining to the Don.
I'll tell him I came down here to see that you hadn't gotten loose from your ropes. When I opened the door, I found you had. You rushed me, and I had to shoot. I don't mind making it face to face instead of in the back.
How did we get a knife to cut our ropes? Philippe knows there wasn't one in this room when he left.
He made a mistake about that. That's all. There's not going to be any more argument. I'm letting you...
Dolores!
His gun, Tonto.
Tonto got it. Oh, good work, Dolores. You knocked him off balance at just the right time. He's ready to kill us all.
What are you going to do now?
We're getting out of here, and you're coming with us.
I don't want to desert my father and my brother. And Maskman, I have saved your life.
We're grateful.
If I don't try to stop you from escaping, will you promise not to call out the troops against us?
I'm going to do everything in my power to keep the troops from being called out. But I want you to come with us.
My place is here.
No, it isn't. If you want to help your father, you'll do as I say.
What do you mean?
I can't explain now. Not with Brandon here.
Are we taking him, too?
We'll leave him in this room, bound and gagged. Tonto.
Here, gun.
But wouldn't it be safe?
It's a long ride to the state capital. He'd be more trouble than he's worth.
But you promised. If we're riding to the capital, that means...
No questions now. Give Tonto a hand, Slim.
Right.
You use part of his shirt for gag.
You go ahead, Dolores. Get a horse saddled and meet us in the grove beyond the garden.
It won't take me a minute.
There, we're finished. I can give you a hand with the saddle.
Tonto.
He'll not get loose till somebody come down here.
And by that time, we'll have a couple of hours head start on them. They'll never catch us. Come on.
There. Now the gag is off. You can tell us.
What time is it?
7 o'clock. How did this happen?
Your daughter set them free. I tried to stop them, but they got me.
You're hurt.
No.
Where is Dolores now?
She went with them. They're heading for the state capitol to warn the governor. The fools.
Fools?
Never mind. We have to move fast. How soon can you get your men rounded up?
In less than 1 hour.
How many?
We will have 500.
Go to it. I got some business to attend to, but I'll be back here at 8. Then we'll start out.
For the capital?
Of course not. When the governor's warned, he'll send for troops from Fort Smith. They'll come by railroad.
See.
We're blowing up the Stony River Bridge. You'll need blasting powder, plenty of it.
There will be no trouble about that.
And with the bridge blown up, we won't have to worry about the soldiers. We can ride into the capital and capture the governor. Before the day's over, we'll have won. Riding to the capital. Forgetting there's such a thing as the telegraph.
Come on in, the door's open.
You're open early.
This ain't early for me.
Want to send a telegram to the capital, the governor.
Yeah?
Like this. Santiago planning revolt.
Revolt?
Never mind the questions. Get busy at that key.
Well, you gotta write your message out, mister, and sign it. That's the rules. There's paper and pencil right here.
I'll give it to you as I write. Start sending.
Sure thing.
It's to Governor Johnson. Better make it to the Palace Hotel. He won't be at his office yet.
Uh-huh. I gotta get a rise out of him first. Now, hey, keep writing.
You keep a record of all messages, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Good.
All right, let's have it.
Santiago leading revolt in San Marco. Have joined him to get information. Attack on Stony River Bridge planned for today at noon. Call out troops.
Well, what do you know about that? What are they going to do? Blow the bridge up?
Your job is to send the message.
Has the old Don gone loco?
And not ask questions.
Well, you got to put up with one more, mister. What shall I sign this?
Brandon. Charles Brandon. Here it is.
Yeah.
Here's your money. How long before he gets it?
Well, as soon as I can rush it over to him. Seems to me they'll act pronto.
Well, he'll have plenty of time.
All right, masked man. You can come out now.
Watch Brandon, Slim. As soon as he's out of sight, go after Tonto and the horses.
I will.
Traitor, to lead my father on this way to betray him.
I don't mind telling you I was scared, mister.
Scared? You knew that we were in the other room?
Well, that's just it. Look what was lying here on my desk. This silver bullet you give me.
He didn't see it?
No, I covered it up plenty fast.
Good. We're ready to send our message now. But first, I'm taking this message that Brandon wrote, Al. I'll need his signature to convince the Don.
I didn't hear a word you said, masked man, but I'm waiting any time you want to go.
Then listen.
It's the rules that you're
Write
right.
it down as I give it to him, Dolores.
See.
Governor Johnston, Palace Hotel.
Amigos! All of you understand. We do not fight against the United States. It is only against the few men who plan to use their power against us. We will destroy that power before the day is over.
It's time that we start, but Senor Brandon is not here.
We will not wait longer. Are you ready, men? Then follow me to the bridge. but who are those people who stand on this side of it?
2 men, and the girl.
The girl. See, it is Dolores.
And the masked man, the Lone Ranger.
Or the other. It is not Slim. An older man.
I cannot believe my eyes. It cannot be, but yet it is. The governor.
Bring up, amigos. You will wait here. That is my daughter before the breach. I must talk with her before we continue with our work. Come, Felipe. 3 against 500. This is courage, my son, or else
there are soldiers hiding beyond the bank.
I cannot believe that Dolores would lead us into a trap.
The masked man does not go for his guns.
Howdy, John.
And the governor salutes you.
It is hard to understand. How could they have ridden to the capital so fast? To the capital and then back here.
Greetings, Don Rodrigo. You've got quite a party with you.
And you, senor. Where are your men?
Oh, I rode out from town by myself.
You know what we plan to do?
Well, I did get a telegram this morning.
Telegraph? That was it, Padre.
But I was so busy getting in touch with Washington that I didn't pay much attention to it. I had to appoint a new lieutenant governor right quick so Congress would confirm the appointment before they adjourn for the summer.
I am not interested in your government.
Padre, it is you we have appointed.
Me?
That's right. I couldn't think of a better man for the job. You're one of the real pioneers in this territory, Don. You helped build it up from nothing at all. What's more, you're loyal and honest.
There was a time when I thought the same of you, Governor. But I made a great mistake. And I will not accept this bribe to desert my friends.
You're right, Don. You have made a great mistake. You should never have believed a man like Charles Brandon.
I believe papers, documents.
All of them forged. But here's a paper that's genuine.
What sort of paper is this?
Just read it.
Santiago. Revolt. Charles Brandon.
It is his signature.
See, and I heard him send that message.
He wanted to make you an outlaw. He wanted your lands run open to homesteading.
By Charles Brandon himself. It is he who would have taken our property.
Where is this man? This man who has made me betray my oath of allegiance, who has tricked me to revolt against the people.
Wait a minute, Don. You haven't gone as far as that yet. There's nothing wrong with you and your friends riding up from San Marco. It's a free country.
You mean you will not?
And shucks, a new lieutenant governor ought to enter the capital in style. I think all your friends ought to stay over for the celebration tonight.
Amigo, I acknowledge my mistake and I accept the post you offer me. But there will be no celebration until I have met and dealt with Senor Brandon.
Tonto.
You're forgetting that the masked man had a hand in this, Don. And it's just against his nature to let an hombre like Brandon run around loose. Oh, here he comes now, up the bank.
You have captured him.
Not me.
Here's your prisoner, Governor.
Well, I'll take charge of him. And I guess the Don will give us an escort into town. When we get there, Mr. Brandon, you're heading straight for jail. And you're going to stay there for about 20 years.
Padre?
Si, carissima.
You forgive me?
I do. And I give this new son of mine my blessing.
Oh, Slim.
Honey, now there is only one thing left. To thank the masked man. If I had only
It's too late for that. Look at them.
They have gone.
Yep. Tonto and the Lone Ranger. Just look at them ride.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. United States were first opened to settlers, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the new territory. The local sheriffs gave him very little help, but he did have one trusted friend, the Indian scout Tonto. Tonto was only second to the Lone Ranger in courage and daring, and the stories of his devotion and loyalty have been told and retold until the faithful Indian has become the symbol of true friendship. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting for us on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Cactus Pete was familiar to quite a number of people in the early West, and known especially because of his association with the Lone Ranger. Next to the Indian friend of the masked mystery rider, Cactus Pete knew him better than anyone else. As we find the wandering musician, we learn that he has joined a group of cowmen on the open range, and
sure is downright entertaining to have a little music on the prairie. Gets sort of tiresome doing the same thing all the time without nothing to break the monotony.
Just so. Give us another tune on the guitar, Cactus Pete.
Doggone it, boys. My fingers is plumb wore out from strumming that old guitar. Bob there's doing all right on the harmonica. Besides, about time to turn in anyhow, ain't it?
Shucks, we can always turn in.
Say, Pete.
Yeah?
Seems to me I've heard a plenty stories about you and this Lone Ranger.
Oh, shucks. I never done nothing except strum the guitar.
You made up with the Lone Ranger frequent, ain't you?
Yeah, I reckon so.
You know, there's something I've always wondered about him, Pete.
Well, don't ask me no questions. I don't know no more about him than you fellas do.
Well, there's one thing I've always wondered about.
Yeah?
This Indian friend of his.
Tonto?
Yeah, Tonto. How'd him and the Lone Ranger meet up anyhow?
Well, it's sort of a longy story.
Well, come on, tell it to us, Pete.
Oh, I ain't no hand to telling stories.
Do the best you can, then.
Well, you see, gents, there's been a lot of stories about how the Lone Ranger and Tonto come to be friends. I don't know when it really happened. Some say it was even before the Lone Ranger found his horse Silver, and others don't.
I heard that Tonto saved his life one time when him and all his partners was shot up by outlaws.
Yep, Tonto saved his life plenty times.
And this one time, the Lone Ranger was the only one that survived the attack of the outlaws.
Yep, that was down Texas way.
Yeah.
Two of them met up before that, though.
Well, tell us.
Oh, the way I heard it was in the mining region.
Mining region, huh?
Yep, up around Washoe County. There was a fella there by the name of Dan Slade. He had half interest in a claim with a young fella named Bob Reed. Seems that Bob was sort of hoping the claim would pan out good for a lot of reasons. Fact is, he was so busy hoping and working that he didn't take the time to notice what an ornery coyote Dan Slade was. The two of them was digging, getting ready to fire a blast one hot afternoon when the sun was blistering down from a sky that hadn't showed a rain cloud for more than a month.
It's sure a hot day for working, Dan. I'll be glad when we get this blasting powder ready to fire.
Won't be long now. Tamp that ground down a little harder, Bob.
Maybe this'll be the time we strike the mother load, huh?
Won't be long. I've seen enough to satisfy me that she's there, all right.
I reckon the $50 cash you give me for half interest will prove to be a pretty good investment, huh?
Don't get the idea I was fool enough to give you $50 cash money for nothing. I knew what I was buying.
Sure you did. You ain't a fool. Oh, there. I guess we're ready to light the fuse now, ain't we?
Yep, I'll do it. Get out of the way.
All right, Dan.
There. Now run.
We got a powerful big charge in there. It ought to fit something.
Keep running. We can't be too far away when that blast lets go.
I'm running. Oh, gosh, Dan. Wouldn't it be swell if this would be the blast that brought home the bacon?
Yep, there. I guess we can watch from behind this rock.
There she goes. Come on, Dan. Let's hurry back and see what happened. I just got a hunch maybe that done the trick.
You and your hunches make me sick.
Well, ain't no harm in hoping, Dan. That's what kept me going all this time. Hoping.
Dry up.
Dan, what's the matter with you anyway? Ain't you satisfied with the partnership?
I've got to be satisfied, ain't I?
Gosh. Look at the hole that blast ripped up, will you?
Ain't nothing strange about it. It'd be twice as strange if a charge that size went off without making a big hole.
Dan, look. Give me that shovel, quick.
I'll handle it. My gosh, that looks like gold, Bob.
Oh, hustle up. Shuttle come out. Let's have a look.
I am. Don't get so excited, though.
Oh, gosh, Dan, I can't help it. What does it look like?
It's a real thing, all right. Seems to me we found the big vein. Look there.
Dan, we sure did. That's it.
Shut up. You're acting like a fool kid.
Dan, I am a fool kid. I ain't acting. Oh, gosh, Dan, if you only knowed what this means to Sally and the kids. New clothes, school, and a new house.
Sure, spend it all on them. What are you going to get out of it?
Me? Well, I don't want nothing for myself. But, gosh, Dan, just look at that gold. Look at it.
Shut up a minute. I heard something.
So did I. Seemed like someone groaning.
White man, help.
Dan, look. Look there. That fellow was caught in the blast.
Serves him right. What's he doing around here?
Here, help me dig him out. The poor devil's half buried.
You help.
He's nothing but a redskin. I'll fix him.
Dan, no. Put your gun down.
The dead Injun is the good Injun. I'll fix him so he won't need help.
Dan, put that gun down. Don't shoot the poor devil.
You dig here. Then Tonto, he's free.
I'll dig you out. He's hurt bad, Dan.
Get out of the way, Bob. We ain't saving no Injun to have him scalp us someday.
Just a minute. I wouldn't shoot if I were you.
Say, who are you?
He's got a mask on, Dan.
I wasn't going to shoot the Injun. I was just going to...
You help Tonto.
Tonto? Is that your name?
Dig him out. All right. That's how you feel? Here, Bob. Give me a hand. Maybe he's hurt pretty bad. We'll get him out and take him over to my shack.
Well, gents, there was something about the way that masked man talked that made Dan Slade doggone willing to do what he said, especially when he seen two big guns leveled at him.
And that was a Lone Ranger, huh, Pete?
That was him, all right. He'd heard the blast and left his horse a little distant and come to see what it meant. After he seen that Dan and Bob were taking care of the redskin, he went to where his horse was waiting and swung into the saddle. He didn't know, the masked man didn't, that right then there was a scheme forming in Dan Slade's brain. Dan nursed the Injun all right, took him to his shack, fixed him so the busted bone in his ankle was healing, took first-rate care of him. In the meantime, the mine became the talk of the whole county. Money rolled in fast to both Bob and Dan done his best to spend it as fast as it come in. Dan was in the cafe one night talking to a critter called Slim.
Say, Dan, you sure are a swell spender now you're rich.
Sure thing, fellas. Easy come, easy go, that's my motto. Step right up, boys. The next is on me. Windy, set him up and give me the bill.
Doggone, Dan, you sure are spending it.
Reckon I can afford it, eh?
Hey there, stranger. Here's your drink. Dan Slade's treating.
Thanks, but I don't drink. Shucks, stranger, that's the way to get acquainted. I ain't squeamish about spending for a fellow just 'cause he's new in town.
Say, Dan, how's that engine you got up to your shack?
Oh, him. I'm fixing him up to work for me.
At the mine?
Nope, at the shack. It's easier to patch up an engine to do the work around there and get meals and sweep floors and such than it would be to get tied down with a wife, ain't it?
He's getting better, is he?
Yep. Who is he? I don't know. He was sticking his nose around when the mine was being blasted and got broke up a bit. Says his name is Tonto.
Indian?
Yeah. Well, drink her up, boys.
Here's to Dan Slade.
Thanks, boys. I gotta be going now. If any of you need some advice on buying in on a mine, just call on Dan Slade. All right, Dan.
It's a funny thing, this man Slade taking care of an Indian.
Blame funny. It ain't like him. I'd give $50 to know what's on his mind. He's a deep one, Dan Slade is.
Yes, I can see that.
He ain't taking care of a redskin for nothing. He's got a scheme working, and I'd like to know what it is.
Dan seems to be popular.
Sure he is. Who wouldn't be? Spending money like he does.
There's a lot to what you say.
Stranger, men is funny critters. They walk all over a fella trying to keep him down, and then when he gets to the top, they'll yelp their fool heads off, telling how they helped put him there.
Who's Dan Slade's partner?
Name's Bob Reed. Now, there's a fella that's liked by most of the fellas here. But he got a dirty deal from Slade when he needed a little cash bad.
He did?
Yep. Slade made him give half interest in his mine afore he give him the cash. Bob don't complain none, though. Thinks it was right fine of Slade to do it. Yes, sir, stranger. Men sure are funny critters.
Slim didn't know when he talked to the stranger in the cafe that it was the Lone Ranger, disguised and not wearing his mask. Well, the mine went along in good shape, and there wasn't no doubt that it'd make both Bob and Dan a couple of the richest men in the whole county. But Dan was greedy. Half the claim wasn't enough for him. One evening, he decided to call on Bob, went to his house, and rapped on the door. Bob was kind of surprised to see Dan there.
Dan, gosh, come on in. You're sort of a stranger these days.
I've come on business, Bob.
Sally, come in here a minute.
Well, good evening, Dan.
Evening.
What business brought you here, Dan?
I've been thinking. Now that the mine's going good, we ought to come to some kind of understanding.
Why, sure thing. But there's nothing ain't already understood. You get half and I get half.
But what if one of us dies? Then what?
That ain't going to happen, Dan.
You never can tell. Blasting the way we are and all that. Never can tell when you or me'll get hurt some.
Oh, Bob, you didn't tell me it was so dangerous.
It ain't, Sally. There ain't no danger at all. Now, suppose you go and make up a lunch. Me and Dan will have a talk.
Well, all right. Just a minute.
That's what you miss, Dan, not having a wife yourself.
Maybe so, but I'm satisfied. Now, I brought along a paper for you to sign, Bob.
Well, what kind of paper?
Just an agreement between the two of us, that's all.
Let me see it.
Sure. Now, you see, if you die, then of course I get the mine and agree to see that so much is paid to your wife and kids regular. But if I die, you get the mine.
But, Dan, it says here you agree to pay my wife only $20 a month.
That's more than fair, Bob. If I die, you get the whole thing. You don't have to pay out none of it. But I'm willing to help your wife out, you see.
Oh, shucks, Dan. We don't need no agreement like this.
Just the same, it's the best way. Why, I even had a lawyer over to town draw it up so it's all legal and binding.
Well, all right, then. I'll sign if you want me to.
Make me feel a heap better. I'll get a couple of witnesses to make it legal.
Where can you get them?
I brought them along. They're outside. I'll just call them in. Come on in, fellas.
Hey, howdy, Bob. Glad to see you.
Oh, howdy, Slim. Hello, Wendy.
Howdy.
Now, Bob, you sign right here, and I'll sign here. We both sign each copy of this, and then we each keep a copy.
And there. That all?
Yep, most all. Now, you two fellas sign right down here. Should be all fixed according to form. I'll feel much better this way, Bob.
All right, Dan, whatever you say. You know lots more about law and such than I do.
Hey, Dan?
All right.
There's my signature.
Well, Bob, we'll be going now, and thanks.
Hold on, don't be in a hurry. Sally's fixing up a lunch for us.
I'm sorry, I'm pretty busy, Bob. Lots of work to do over at the shack.
But I thought you had Tonto working over
He ain't
there.
able to get around much. Still uses crutches to walk. You fellas ready to go?
Yeah, ready.
Oh, but wait a minute. My wife's fixing... Sorry, Bob. We've got to be going. Evening.
Evening, Bob.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
And now back to Cactus Pete as he relates the story of the beginning of the friendship between the Lone Ranger and Tonto.
Well, now, let's see. Bob Reed signed the paper Dan had fixed up, and a couple of witnesses made it all legal. Then Dan left before Sally got back into the room.
Here's a little supper, Bob. What? Where was Dan gone to?
He just left, Sally.
But didn't he know I was fixing something to eat? He wasn't mad or nothing, was he?
I don't know. He just said he couldn't wait.
There's something wrong with him lately, Bob.
I'm beginning to think maybe there is. He's been acting awful funny.
Funny?
I can't figure it. Sometimes it looks like he almost hates me.
Oh, but that's silly, Bob. No one hates you. Besides, aren't you the one made him rich?
Yeah, but it's just the way he looks at me. Sometimes I feel mighty strange when he does it.
Well, I never liked Dan Slade much myself. But he seems to be popular enough in town, so I reckon he must be all right.
He spends a lot of money on the boys. That's why he's so popular, Sally.
Bob, what's this paper here?
Oh, that's what him and me just signed. It gives me the mine if Dan dies, and him the mine if I die.
Is that the way things is done?
Well, I reckon so. Dan even brought along two fellows from town to sign this here paper with him and me. Witnesses there was.
I guess Dan's a good businessman, Bob.
Yeah, I'll admit I don't know much about such things. Well, anyway, Dan's getting the mine along in great shape. Running like a real business. With him there part of the time and me there part of the time.
Well, I suppose Dan was all right. Look how he's taking care of that poor Injun that is hurt.
I can't forget, though, Sally, that at first Dan was aiming to shoot the Injun.
Dan wouldn't have done that.
He sure would have, if that Lone Ranger hadn't come along when he did and made Dan save Tonto.
Gosh, I'd like to see the Lone Ranger sometime, Bob. You never seen him after that day, did you?
Nope, never did. Fact is, I didn't know it was a Lone Ranger then. Wasn't until after he rode away and I heard him call his horse Silver that I realized who it was.
It's mighty curious how Dan Slade's nature changed after being talked to by that masked man.
It sure is, Sally. I've been puzzling it over ever since.
Slim and Wendy went with Dan after he left Bob Reed's, and Slim was mighty curious about the paper he'd signed. The two of them was in the saddle, moving slow, when Slim brought the matter up.
Listen, Dan, what was that paper we put our names to back at Bob Reed?
It wasn't nothing, Slim. Just a law form, that's all.
But you said that Wendy here and me was witnesses.
Sure, that's in case sometime if I should die and some relation of mine would try to claim the mine. Well, that is my half of it. Well, Bob could say it was his, and you fellas could swear you seen me sign the paper, see?
Shucks, Dan, I can swear without that. Gosh, if he buys me all I wants to drink for signing that paper, it'll be the cheapest jag I ever got. Hey, Wendy? Ain't that so?
Hold up there a minute. Hey, what's this?
A man on a white horse.
I want to talk to you, man. I know that voice.
Where'd you come from?
What is this, anyhow? Hold up there. What is this, a hold-up? Something like that. Let me see that paper you had Bob Reed sign. See here, that ain't no business of yours. Let me see it.
Show it to him, Dan. He's got a mask on, and them guns look tolerable big.
Quickly. Here it is. Ain't nothing but an agreement, that's all. Just an agreement of two business partners. Strike a match, Slim. I can't read in the dark.
You know me. What?
Quick, the light.
Here you are, stranger.
Thanks. Now, let me see. Mister, there ain't nothing there that ain't regular and according to law in that paper. No, I see that there isn't. But be careful, Dan. Here, here's your paper. Come on, Silver. He's a robber. He wore a mask. I'm going to plug him.
Dan,
don't show him.
You missed him.
Oh, Silver, away!
Well, the Lone Ranger rode off into the night. I suppose you're wondering why he wanted to look at that paper that was signed by Bob, huh?
Yeah, Pete. What was there to it?
And we'll get back to that later. But after Dan saw the masked man ride away, he left Slim and Wendy and got back to his own shack as quick as he could. He noted that for the next few days, Tonto kept looking at him, watching every move he made. And it began to get on Dan Slade's nerves. Finally, he got plumb fed up with the way Tonto watched him.
What are you looking at me that way for?
Tonto didn't make any reply for a minute. Just kept staring out of them deep, dark eyes of his.
Blast you! Can't you answer me? I ask you a question. What are you watching me for?
Tonto know what you think.
What do you mean you know what I think?
You think murder.
What's that?
You make murder plan.
Why, you can't...
Soon maybe Tonto walk. Then him leave here.
Leave me after the way I've fixed you up, eh? Not by a darn sight. You ain't gonna leave me till you've repaid me for all the time and bother I went to fix that busted ankle of yours.
You drink too much firewater.
That ain't none of your business. I'm a rich man now. I don't need to listen to no talk like that, especially not from an ornery redskin. Stop staring at me, do you hear? I tell you to stop staring at me. There. That'll learn you. Next time I catch you staring at me like you've been doing, I'll sling lead.
It was getting on Dan Slade's nerves the way Tonto kept close watch of him. Tonto was still hobbling around on some crutches he'd made. Couldn't travel fast or far. Just managed to hobble about the shack a little bit, but it was enough for what Dan Slade had in mind.
Reckon tomorrow's the day for carrying out my plans. I'll just see that Bob's laid up at home.
He was thinking, making plans all night long. He went over them again and again.
I can let a beam fall on his head in the morning. That'll do it. Good heavy beam hit him on the head. Tonight, soon as the Redskin's asleep, I'll borrow his crutches and fix things up.
Well, that ornery coyote, Dan Slade, slipped down the moccasins that belonged to Tonto, who seemed to be sound asleep in the corner. Then he left the house, taking with him the crutches that Tonto had been using. He made sure to walk through plenty of mud to Bob Reed's house. There he fixed a few things, then crept back to his own shack with his murder plans all fixed. The next afternoon, Dan came into the cafe. There was quite a bunch of fellas gathered there.
Well, there he is. Old Dan himself.
How are you, Slim?
Howdy.
Howdy, Wendy. Hello there, stranger. I need a drink. Good stiff one. Kind of worried.
Worried? Why, what's wrong, Dan?
It's about Bob. He had a bad break this morning.
No.
Yep, a rafter in a mine fell on his head. Knocked him clean out. I lugged him home. Was he badly hurt? Oh, not so bad. Sally will fix him up. But it ain't that bothers me. It's that ungrateful Injun.
Tonto?
Mm-hmm.
What's ailing him?
Well, Slim, I ain't give it much thought. But you know, the day that the Redskin got hurt, Bob was for shooting him. Same as you do a horse with a busted leg. If I hadn't had my way, he'd have shot him right then.
Gosh, that was bad. Indians don't forget things like that.
I know it. I'm kind of afeard that when Tonto gets to walking without his crutches, he may try and get revenge on Bob.
Is that so, Dan?
Yep, and I don't like the look in that critter's eyes. What will he do to Bob? I don't know. He might try to scalp him and his family. He might set the house on fire or blow it up. Blow it up? Yep. Might swipe some blasting powder and fuse from my own supply to home and then set it under Bob's house.
Suffering saints, brother.
That's the Injun. He stole my horse. Shoot him down, somebody. Get him. Wait, I'll go after him. I'll take your horse, Slim.
Go right ahead, stranger. I ain't aiming to chase a drunken Injun with the 6 gun.
I'll try to catch him. I know that Injun was bad. How'd he get my horse?
There ain't no more horses here. Well, just let that fella go after him. We ain't got nothing to worry about. Take no skin off our nose.
I reckon I'd better get over and see if Bob's all right, eh?
Sure. I'll go with you, Dan.
You see, boys, the Lone Ranger had already talked to Tonto and made plans to trap Dan Slade. Tonto carried out his part of the plans in first-rate style, acting like he was liquored up and riding away while the Lone Ranger, disguised as a stranger, was around the town. When the Lone Ranger rode away on Slim's horse, he overtook Tonto. Good work, Tonto. Quickly now. Tell me where you put the mask.
Over here, under rock.
But where's my own horse? Where's Silver?
You call him.
Here, Silver. Here, boy.
You go fast now. Candle all fixed.
What time will the candle burn down far enough to reach the fuse?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, huh? It's almost 4 now. Slade's going to pin this murder on you.
That's right.
Made the tracks with your crutches, didn't he?
That's right. Him leave Tonto knife near candle.
Steady there, Silver. You wait here, Tonto, and I'll be back. All ready, Silver. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
While the Lone Ranger, riding his own horse and with his face masked, headed back toward Bob's home, Dan and Slim headed for the same place. Dan figured on walking slow enough so they'd see the explosion from a short distance.
Well, I reckon Bob's all right, Slim. Don't see no signs of trouble around the house from here.
That engine was just plumb loco, that's all, Dan. See, hold on. This here looks like crutch tracks from your shack to Bob's.
Huh?
Look on the ground.
By gosh, it does, don't it? I wonder if that low-down redskin's been over there. What time is it, Slim?
About 4 o'clock, I reckon. Why?
I was just wondering, that's all.
I wish that fella'd come back with my horse. I'll bet he stole it, that's what.
I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, Slim, look. What's that in the ground next to Bob's place?
Smoke. And it's moving along the ground.
Look, it's a fuse, that's what. I bet it's a fuse. That ninja must have swiped some of my blasting powder just like I was afraid he would.
Get back! Back!
But Bob will be killed, so will his whole family.
Get back, I say. You can't do nothing anyways. It's too late.
Who's that?
Look at that white horse come. Gosh, how he can travel.
Slim, it's that fella that held us up the other night. The masked fella.
The Lone Ranger.
He's shooting at us.
No, he ain't. Look, he shot that fuse. Cut it with a bullet and him riding full speed.
Why, over. The next shot should be for you, Dan Slade. You don't want to stand right where you are. Don't. You set that fuse to blow your partner into eternity.
Dan, you done that?
No, it's you. No one saw you last night when you took the crutches, made tracks that would pin this murder on the Indian. Slim, if you want proof that Slade's the man who planned to murder Bob Reed...
I'll turn you, Dan Slade. You look ghillies, they make 'em right now.
No, don't listen to the masked fella. I tell you, I didn't.
But I think you did. I knowed all the time there was some reason why you kept that engine. You were just planning to make him the goat. To make him take the blame for what you did.
No, Slim, listen to me. I can explain everything.
You can't explain nothing to me, Slade. Now, I see it all as plain as day. And that's why I had Bob sign that paper, too.
Slim, if you need further proof...
I don't.
You can't prove it with me. Dan Slade, you were seen last night.
What? Put your guns away, Mr. Masked Man. There's something that's got to be done for this community, but I aims to be the one to do it.
No, Slim. Don't draw your gun. Don't shoot me, Slim.
Well, you yellow-livered polecat. I wouldn't waste good bullets on you. I figured it was a lie when you said Bob wanted to shoot the engine. In fact, I knowed it was a lie. And I thought it would blame funny you'd keep powder in your shack so you can start hiking for the sheriff's office. Get going. I reckon I know who it was that seen you last night.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger.
Silver, old boy! There's adventure on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. phantom figure of the plains takes us back through the years in fancy to the wild and untamed west of old. We thrill to another of his exciting adventures. Here he comes astride the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! There's a dangerous trail ahead, but we must hurry! Hi-yo,
Silver! In the history of the Southwest during the time of the Lone Ranger, there are records of few outlaws as cruel as the Apache Kid. He was raised by white people after the murder of his father. As a result, he had the education of an average white man, though himself a full-blooded Indian. His career of crime began with the killing of the man who had caused his father's death. From that point on, his crimes were countless. More than a score of lawmen sent to capture him were murdered by his blazing guns. He was shrewd, completely savage, and absolutely without fear of the law.
Soldier! Have no launch in order to get me? Me, Apache Kid!
At the time our story opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto in a small camp near a spring. They are kneeling beside the unconscious figure of a badly wounded man. The masked man speaks.
There's little hope for him, Tonto. Not right. Wound plenty bad. If he'd only regain consciousness long enough to tell us who shot him. And tell us who he is. Him lawman. I know that, Kimosabe. The bullet that struck him went right through his deputy sheriff's badge. We here long time now. Him not open eyes. 2 days, Tonto. That right. He's been unconscious all the time. I don't understand. What's that? The clothes this man is wearing cost a lot of money. A lot more than the deputy sheriff can afford. That right. And he's old. A man his age wearing clothes of this sort and wearing the badge of a deputy sheriff called for some explanation. Oh. Listen to him. Isn't there something we can do? Tonto do all Indian know.
I missed.
Tonto, he's speaking.
I missed my chance.
Take it easy, friend. We're doing the best we can to help you.
You're a friend?
Yes. Who shot you and left you here like this?
I'm Tom Reynolds. Do you know the name?
Tom Reynolds?
You go see Sheriff Burns.
Sheriff Burns of Callaway County?
Right. He'll know. He'll know. Just tell him Tom Reynolds missed his chance.
Tell me who shot you.
The kid. The Apache Kid. I missed my chance.
Tonto. Wait. Gone? That right. Now we take him home. Not just yet. I'm going to call on the sheriff. I want to find out about Tom Reynolds. Here, Silver. Wait for me, Kimosabe. Yep. While I'm gone, I'm also going to find out about the Apache Kid. Come on, Silver.
At the county seat, Sheriff Burns had been worried by the absence of his deputy, Tom Reynolds. We see the sheriff in his office speaking about the matter to another deputy.
And you still ain't found no track of Reynolds, huh, Sam?
Nary a sign of him, Sheriff Burns. It beats me how he could just drop clear out of sight like he's done.
He was getting too old to be a deputy. But Dad ratted, what's a man in my position to do with a critter like old Tom?
Too bad you ain't more deputies like me.
You? Huh. I don't say...
Steady,
What the...
You two.
What for the last? 2 guns.
Gun to cover each of you.
All right, stranger. Seeing as you aim to stick your neck in a noose by busting in here masked and throwing guns on us, have your say. But consider yourself under arrest.
I'm here, Sheriff Burns, for information.
Well?
Did you have a deputy named Tom Reynolds?
Yeah.
What do you know about him?
You say, did I have a deputy? I still got one named Tom Reynolds. He's out...
Tom Reynolds met the Apache Kid.
What?
The Apache Kid?
That dirty polecat.
Need I tell you any more?
Answer me just one question. Is the Apache Kid alive?
As far as I know, he is.
That means that old Tom ain't.
He lived for several days after the Apache Kid shot him.
Where's he at now?
20 miles from here, in an arroyo. My friend and I stayed with him, but there wasn't a chance for him to pull through.
One more mark again, the kid. Sheriff, if ever I get the chance to line my gun sights on that redskin, I swear he won't be standing no trial by law.
Stranger, who are you anyhow?
That's unimportant. The important thing, Sheriff, is to get the Apache Kid.
That's what poor old Tom give up his life doing.
Poor? You mean...
Oh, he had a plenty cash. In fact, he was about the richest man that lived in these parts.
But he was still a deputy, despite his age.
Yeah. You see, 5 years ago, the Apache Kid got old Tom's son.
He did?
Yeah. Then Tom vowed that he'd get the kid and fetch him in alive to stand trial. He didn't want to shoot him. He wanted him alive so as he could let him know that the shooting of Dave Reynolds was what led to his downfall.
Gosh, I'll never forget old Tom vowing over his boy's dead body that he'd get the kid or die a-trying.
Yeah, and the Apache Kid never knowed it was Dave Reynolds that he drilled at the mesa that time. That's the main thing old Tom hoped for.
I'll never forget how he'd practiced the things he wanted to tell the Apache Kid when he finally brought him in. I can see him now, standing right there in that corner, Sheriff. Remember?
Yep.
Telling us how he aimed to say, when you shot my boy, you started me on your trail. And it's that lad's murder that'll put the noose around your neck. Poor old Tom.
Did the Apache Kid know Tom Reynolds was wealthy?
Can't say what he knowed.
Did he know Tom Reynolds was out to avenge his son?
Don't know that. The kid just kills for the sake of killing. If he seen a lawman's badge, he'd shoot and let it go at that.
Did Tom Reynolds have any family?
Nope, he just lived alone. Big house down the road a piece.
All kinds of cash, too.
But doggone who the Sam Hill are you to come in here and get us to talk like this? Sam, you forget he's holding guns on us.
Oh, doggone.
You're under arrest.
Very well, Burns. If you want to put me under arrest, you can do so. But first, you're going to listen to my plan.
I am, huh?
Have you any means of getting the Apache Kid?
Well,
we're always on the lookout for him.
Mister, it ain't often a man wins my confidence. But there's something about you...
In spite of the mask?
Yes, Dad Racket, in spite of the mask.
Then listen to my plan.
We'll talk.
In the first place, Tom Reynolds is not dead.
What?
You said that...
Only 4 men know the truth. The Apache Kid left him alive.
Yeah?
Tonto.
Tonto? Who's he?
An Indian friend of mine. Tonto and I know the truth, and now you 2 men. But no one else will know.
I don't say it.
You will. Listen to what I'm going to suggest.
The Lone Ranger explained his plan while Sheriff Burns and his deputy listened. Then when he'd finished, the masked man mounted Silver and returned to the place where he'd left Tonto.
Tonto! Oh, there, Silver.
You come back plenty fast.
There's a lot to be done, Tonto.
You see, Sheriff?
Yes. I learned a lot about Tom Reynolds and the Apache Kid.
Me look round here.
Yes?
Find trail.
A trail?
Apache Kid trail.
But it's days old now. Do you think you can follow it?
Maybe. Tonto try.
You can, Tonto. It'll make my plan a lot easier.
Tonto try, follow trail.
We've got to find the Apache Kid. Tom Reynolds was the richest man in the county. When the Apache Kid left him, he was alive. The kid wouldn't know he's dead unless he stayed close to us.
Him not close. Me follow trail long way. Then come back here. Wait for you.
I found out where Tom Reynolds lived, Tonto, and discussed a plan with Sheriff Burns. He's willing to try that plan.
Not good.
I'm going to take the badge off the deputy.
Bullet hole in badge?
Yes. But I can use it just the same.
What you want Tonto do?
First of all, follow that trail and find the Apache Kid.
Then fetch Kid in?
No, he won't come in alive, Tonto. He's got to come in of his own accord, or...
What you say?
Or send for me. I'm going to take the place of Tom Reynolds. I'm going to live in town, in his house, and wear his clothes, and make myself look as much like him as possible. I'm going to offer a big reward in his name.
Ooh, pay reward.
No one, Kimosabe, because we are the ones who will get the Apache Kid, and we don't accept rewards. Now, the first thing is for you to follow the trail, locate the Apache Kid, and after you've found him, tell him this.
Hey, Sam, I want to speak to you.
Well, what's Franklin in your mind?
What's come over Tom Reynolds since he got back?
What makes you think anything has?
Can't get to see him. Can't talk to him or nothing.
He was shot by the Apache Kid.
No, you don't say.
Yep.
And lived?
His house is occupied, ain't it? Ain't you heard of the reward he's offering?
Reward?
$10,000 for the Apache Kid.
10,000. Wow. What's that? Reynolds was shot by the Apache Kid. And lived? He's offering 10,000 reward for his capture.
$10,000?
10,000. Yes, sirree.
Sheriff, is that true? The 10,000 for the Apache Kid?
Oh, there's a notice of it.
Hey, Sheriff, I got a hammer. I'll nail the notice on the wall.
$10,000.
10,000.
Tom Reynolds offers $10,000. The Apache Kid shot Reynolds. Reynolds is alive. Offers $10,000. $10,000.
Sheriff Burns and his deputy had followed their instructions, and soon everyone in town was talking excitedly of the reward. While the news was being spread, the Lone Ranger, disguised as Tom Reynolds, stood beside his great horse Silver in the stables behind the large Reynolds home.
I think Tom Reynolds is alive, Silver, old boy. I hope we can carry out the plan, keep him alive, at least in spirit, till we keep his pledge for him. It all depends on Tonto. If he can trail the Apache Kid to his camp and carry out his part of the plan, there may be a chance. I wonder if Tonto will be able to follow that trail. If he's successful, I wonder if the Apache Kid will shoot or give Tonto a chance to talk. And I hope the Apache Kid invites him to sit by his campfire and talk over a plan to pick up some quick and easy money.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man and Tonto found Tom Reynolds dying from bullet wounds. The Lone Ranger reported Reynolds' death to the sheriff and outlined a plan to bring the Apache Kid to justice. Our next scene opens in the outlaws' camp. It is in a forest clearing some distance north of town. With the Apache Kid is his wife, an Indian woman who both hates and fears her husband.
You try escape again.
No.
Me Apache Kid. What I got, I keep. You wife, Apache Kid.
Me not escape. Me stay with you.
That's right. Apache Kid put rope on you and leave you for time. You savvy?
Rope hurt.
Rope not hurt me. You not like me, huh?
I not try to escape. You Apache Kid. You heap strong. You not let wife escape. Me not try.
Apache Kid a rope wife anyway. Apache Kid not take chance.
You bad. You cruel to wife. You...
Stop.
You tie rope.
You say Apache Kid bad Injun. White man say Apache Kid bad Injun. Lawman say Apache Kid bad Injun. Who make me bad?
You not all time bad.
White man law make Apache Kid bad. Man kill my father. Many year go by. Me wait. And then day come, Apache Kid get revenge. That Injun law. White man say that wrong. White man want hang Apache Kid. They not get me.
You hide from white man. You say.
Apache Kid not afraid. Let white man come. Each time I beat white man. Someday all white man fear Apache Kid. Wait. You hear?
Horse.
Horse come this way. Quiet.
Campfire, show where you are.
Quiet. Ryder come to camp. You see him?
That Injun.
Injun understand, Apache kid. Maybe not need kill Injun. Oh. The answer. Oh.
Me want water. Plenty hard ride from town.
Stay in saddle. Apache kid, look close.
Sudesi, Take Balu.
Mita Kale, Mabo.
You from town?
That right.
Get off horse. We talk.
Me get him off.
You maybe bring news from town.
You Apache kid?
Yeah.
Me got plenty news.
What news?
You shoot, feller. Leave him live.
What?
Who you?
Quiet.
Feller named Reynolds.
Him live?
That right. Him put up money.
Money?
Him plenty rich. Here.
What is paper?
You read.
Me read.
Me put wood on fire. Make lights.
So, plenty money for Apache kid. Plenty money.
That's right.
Reward 10,000.
Maybe get 'em reward.
You?
Put 'em down, gun. You, Injun. Me, Injun. Maybe 2 Injun. Get 'em reward.
Maybe we make plan.
That's right.
White man Reynolds with more money than he need. Maybe take some. We make plan.
Tonto played his part exactly as instructed by the Lone Ranger. While the Apache kid outlined his scheme to get the $10,000 reward money, Tonto's suggestions made the outlaw's plot fall into line with the masked man's plan. But the Apache kid did not realize that he was being tricked.
Make sure Reynolds bring money for reward.
Tonto, try.
Me wait in cabin. Now you go.
Here, feller.
Not that horse.
White feller. My horse.
You take pack mule.
Oh, what matter horse?
Horse stay here. Then you come back sure.
Oh, me want
you
horse.
You get white horse back if you play fair. Apache kid keep white horse for time. You take mule. Ride bareback.
Tonto bring white man to cabin.
Good. I wait there for you. With plenty trick like fox.
Get him up.
Maybe Apache kid give back white horse, maybe not.
You steal Injun horse.
Horse fast. Maybe hard to follow. Mule slow. Apache kid follow easy.
What you do?
Now put rope on you. Make sure you hear when I come back.
No, please. No rope.
More rope. Make sure wife not run from Apache kid.
Someday you not come back. Then what happened?
Me not care what happened to you if Apache kid not come back.
You cruel.
You run away. You tell lawman too much. Apache kid get captured. Me not take chance, Sammy.
Oh, rope tight.
Plenty tight. Keep you in camp. Now Apache kid follow Tonto.
Tonto suspected that the Apache kid might trail him to town. Therefore, when he reached the Reynolds house, his behavior was designed to mislead anyone who might be watching him. He dismounted from the outlaw's mule and rapped on the door, confident that the Lone Ranger would carry out the deception.
Who is it? Me, friend. Me want talk.
1 minute. What do you want here this time of night?
Me fetch news.
All right. Step inside. There, Tonto. The Apache kid has followed you. You heard just what he'd expect to hear if I were really Tom Reynolds.
Him got white feller.
What?
Him hold white feller. If Tonto double cross.
But the main thing, Tonto, is he setting a trap?
That right.
Good. Was it hard to get him interested?
No, that not hard.
What is his plan?
You go to old cabin.
Where is the old cabin?
3 mile north, near creek.
You can lead me there, can't you? I'm supposed to think you captured the Apache kid. And when I see you have him tied up, give you the money.
That's right.
Very well.
But him got other scheme.
What other scheme has he?
Tonto not know.
Then how do you know he has another scheme?
Sly look on him face.
We'll have to take our chances.
Apache kid plenty smart.
He isn't smart, Tonto.
Not smart?
No man who thinks he can beat the law is smart. No matter what scheme he has in mind, there's one thing in our favor.
What that?
We're on the side of justice. That makes a big difference, Kimosabe. A bigger difference than most people realize. I'll be ready to go with you as soon as I cinch up. Will this disguise pass for Tom Reynolds in the dark?
It's all right.
Come on. We'll go to the stable. You don't want to go ahead with this, do you, Tonto?
There's plenty danger.
We can't back out because of that.
Maybe you get lawmen.
No. There'd be a gunfight. Even if the Apache kid was shot by the lawman, other men would fall as well.
But that's
and
not
besides,
matter.
Tonto, we're carrying out the pledge Tom Reynolds made to his son. We want to get the Apache kid alive. He must be made to stand trial, to see and hear the white man's law.
In a few moments, Silver was saddled, and the Lone Ranger, still disguised as Tom Reynolds, guided his horse down the trail that led through the woods. Tonto, mounted on the mule, rode beside him. Tonto remained silent throughout the trip. He feared that his friend was facing what was perhaps the greatest danger of his career. The Apache kid was both cruel and cunning, and his capture could be accomplished only by taking desperate chances.
Cabin plenty close now.
Yes, and the Apache kid will surely be there, won't he?
Maybe him in wood near here. Maybe him shoot from ambush.
He won't do that, Kimosabe.
All him wants is money.
Yes. If he isn't sure yet I brought any money with me. He'll not shoot me unless he knows for certain that I have the cash.
You not got cash?
No, Tonto. Have he told me everything he wants you to do?
Me tell all.
Very well then, Tonto. He's going to be inside the cabin and appear to have ropes around his arms.
That's right.
But really, he'll not be tied.
No.
Then carry out your part of the plan just as he told you.
Here, cabin now.
He's lighted a candle. Oh, boy. Oh, that fellow.
Oh, my fellow. Oh.
Now I'll talk as if I were Reynolds. Indian, if you really have that man roped and ready for delivery to the law, you'll get the reward just as I promised you.
That's good.
We'll go inside and find out. So, we meet again.
You? Apache kid.
Alive and well. You've kept your word all right, Indian.
Me got revenge.
You'll not have a chance.
What happened for Apache kid, hang?
The Apache kid. You know why I want you alive?
Me not care.
Years ago, you shot a man named Dave Reynolds. That time his father promised to get you or die trying. I don't want to shoot you. I want to see you stand trial for murder.
You bring money for Injun that caught me, huh?
I didn't say I'd brought the money with me.
Have you?
That needn't concern you. The reward can wait. First of all, I want to make sure you haven't any weapons concealed.
What good weapon? Arms tight.
Appearances are sometimes deceiving.
You see empty holsters.
Yes.
That Injun has my guns.
Where are they?
There. Gun on shelf.
Very well.
Didn't he bring cash?
Him not tell Tonto. No, I didn't bring the cash. No reward is going to be paid for you, Apache kid. Because this Indian friend of mine doesn't take rewards.
What? Friend of yours?
Go ahead. Move toward the table near the door. You're welcome to stand against it.
What this mean?
Maybe correct. It's all right, Kimosabe. When I saw the dust disturbed on the table near the door, I knew his scheme.
Why, you
have the full use of your hands behind your back. Go ahead and reach beneath the tabletop.
You double-crossed! You...
Me not tell him. Tonto didn't know what your scheme was. You can't find the gun you hid there, can you? Here it is.
I show you.
Good. Come on and rush me again.
I got you.
Here's another in the same place.
You...
Hold him up, Tonto. I want him to examine that shield.
You're not caught yet. Me show
reach
you.
on that ledge beneath the tabletop.
Me got you.
Or would you rather have me reach for you? I'll get the thing that's there in place of your concealed gun. There it is. You recognize that deputy badge? It's the one Tom Reynolds wore when you shot him. There's the hole your bullet drilled in it.
Me not hung yet. You not got proof.
Tom Reynolds has joined his son. He'll go on trial for both those murders. And others as well charged against you.
That's wrong. Law not got proof.
Tie him, Tonto. Replace those bonds with ropes that'll hold him.
Tonto, tie him.
As for proof.
Tonto, get proof.
Where, Kimosabe?
Him wife. Hate him. Him leave her tied.
Tied?
Her want escape.
Is he in his camp now?
Her there, it's white feller.
Your horse.
Ah.
And his wife will testify against him?
She do anything to keep him from her.
And make those ropes tight. We'll get his wife and your horse later. Meanwhile, I'll go and get Sheriff Burns. He'll be glad to know that Tom Reynolds' pledge to his son has been kept. Let's have those great legs of yours, Silver. The Lawman and Osage have given up hope of trapping the outlaw. It's up to us now. Hello, Silver! Hooray! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You're sure pouring it on. Must be hitting 90 or better. Time for me to see Cunningham and Williams. Here it is, drawing room A. Hello, Cunningham.
What's that? Oh, it's you, Henry. What's the idea of coming in my drawing room without knocking?
Why shouldn't I, Cunningham? After all, I'm the railroad detective on this run.
I don't like it, that's why. Suppose someone stuck his nose in here when we were in the middle of a poker game. Me and Williams might be upset. We might not be able to fix the cards properly.
The railroad would sure have my hide if they knew I was working with you railroad gamblers. Huh?
Does anyone suspect it?
Relax, Cunningham, relax. Nobody's wise to a thing. I was just talking.
Talking gets people in trouble, Henning. I don't like it.
Okay. Who's your partner?
Williams?
Yeah.
Same as usual. Out in a club car with the other passengers. Can't have any of those suckers think Williams and I know each other.
That's right. They figured you two for a pair of card sharps. You'd never get anybody to play cards with you.
Have you gone through the train?
That's what I came in to tell you. There's a couple of guys in the club car look like good prospects. Pretty young and well-dressed.
If you were in the club car, how is it you didn't see Williams?
Maybe he had a newspaper up in front of his face. Don't be so suspicious, Cunningham.
Why not? That's the only way I can be sure nothing goes wrong. This is a good racket, and I expect to keep it.
That's okay by me, too. I get my cut, so it's to my interest to see nothing goes wrong.
I'll go back in the club car and sit next to those two men. You know what to do.
Maybe I ought to point them out.
If you spotted them, it'll be easy for me. Just be sure we're supplied with the regular cards.
Don't worry, they'll be marked all right.
In the luxurious club car of the Limited, Cunningham sat down beside the two men described by the railroad detective. Unknown to Cunningham, one of these two men was Britt Reed, wealthy young publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Glad I ran into you, Reed. As long as we're on the same train, we can kill time together.
Yeah, Stafford, for a while anyway.
Quite a while. 3 hours till we get to the city.
There's a little work I have to turn out before then.
Work? Reed, I can remember when just hearing that word made you shudder.
Well, I still don't take it too seriously. Still, someone has to look after the family interest since Dad went out west.
Suit yourself. Oh, I wish there was some excitement on this train.
How do you happen to be taking it anyhow? I thought you never left the bright light.
I was upstate at the racetrack. Did pretty well, too.
A man with your money can afford to lose plenty.
I guess that's why I usually win. Whatever it is, horses, bridge, poker.
Excuse me.
Huh?
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. If you're thinking of playing cards, don't do it on a plane.
Why not?
Because you never know with whom you're playing. Take me, for instance. I make it a rule never to play cards with strangers.
You're absolutely right about that. Oh, I don't know, Reed. I imagine I could be able to tell an honest man from a crook anytime.
Perhaps you could. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. My name's Cunningham.
Glad to know you. I'm Stafford, and this is Britt Reed.
Oh, a pleasure.
Say, caution or no caution, I wouldn't mind a friendly game of cards right now.
Your friend is hard to convince, Mr. Reed.
Excuse me for butting in. You gentlemen would like a fourth for bridge. How about me? Say, then we're all set.
For just a moment. Do you or Reed know this man?
Oh, a difference.
I never saw him before, Cunningham.
Oh, well, here's my card. I'm a stockbroker. My name's Williams. Glad to know you, Williams. How about that game, you two?
Sorry, I have some favors to go over. Count me out. It's just as well. I'm not so keen on bridge. No offense, Williams, of course, but...
Say, how about some poker, then? The three of us. Why, yes. Oh, I haven't much cash with me. Suppose I lose. Would you take my check?
Absolutely not. No check.
Oh, take it easy, Cunningham. We'll play for small stakes. If necessary, I don't mind cashing Williams' check.
Very well. We can play in my drawing room.
Right. See you later, Reed.
This way.
You look all right, and Stafford has plenty of money still. Oh, pardon me. May I speak to you for a moment?
Me?
You're the railroad detective on this train, aren't you?
How'd you know?
I guess. You look like a detective. I know lots of passengers play cards even though it's against the rules.
Hey, you're not worried about your friend. Why, one of those men is Mr. Cunningham. He's traveled this line for years.
I was just curious.
But I look in once in a while, just to be on the safe side.
It hardly seems possible, but I wonder... Yeah, I'll have to talk to Stafford later. It may prove interesting. Hello, Miss Case. How things been going during my absence? I understand Lowry's looking for me.
Yes, he's very mysterious about it.
That's not like Lowry. When he has something, he wants to tell the world about it in newspaper headlines.
With a byline, too.
Let him come in. Anything else?
That friend of yours, Mr. Stafford, is waiting. I told him to go into your private office.
Stafford, huh? I missed him at the station. I wonder if my hunch was right.
What hunch, Mr. Reed?
Oh, never mind, Miss Case. Send for Lowry.
Ah, Britt. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, you look a bit disturbed, Stafford. Don't tell me you lost money playing poker with strangers.
I lost plenty, Britt. I should have taken your advice and stayed away from those men.
I thought as much.
I'd swear that game is fixed, but there's no way of proving it. If only you'd been there watching.
It takes an expert to detect crooked card tricks, Stafford. But I sent the railroad detective back there. He should have been able to tell.
Some fellow did come in. Short, thick set.
That's the one. Did he watch the game?
Yes, he seemed to know Cunningham quite well. His name was Henning. So he was the detective, eh?
Yes. He didn't notice anything out of the ordinary?
Not a thing. I guess if he couldn't find anything out of line, I was suspicious over nothing.
Or else that detective is in with the crooked game. It's been known to happen.
Hey, boss, am I glad you're back? I've got some inside dope that may build into a good yarn.
Easy, Lowry. I have a visitor.
Oh, but Casey said they'd come right in.
Now, this is Mr. Stafford, a friend of mine, Lowry.
Hello. Hiya.
Well, don't hold it back, Lowry. What's this inside dope?
Boss, I've picked up a lot of rumors around town about a big-time gambling ring operating on the railroads.
On the railroads?
Sure. Those trains are full of suckers waiting to be picked. Poor saps with more money than brains.
Whoa, Lowry, hold on.
What's so funny about that?
Well, it so happens, Lowry, that I'm one of those poor suckers.
Huh?
That's right. Stafford got into a poker game on the train and lost plenty.
Well, that's great.
What?
Well, that is, I don't mean about you getting hooked, Mr. Stafford, but if you've got proof about train gambling...
Yeah, that's just the trouble. We have no proof, only suspicion.
Oh.
It takes more than that to get jail terms or newspaper stories.
There must be plenty like Stafford here who ran up against this racket. Some of them must have proof.
I doubt it, Lowry. Besides, most of them are too ashamed to admit they've been victimized.
That's true, Reed. Only reason I'm telling you is because you're my friend. I can't have it get around. I'd be laughed to death.
Looks like a story that didn't turn out.
Perhaps we can find a story yet. One of those two men Stafford played with handed me a card to introduce himself.
Those crooks carry fake cards by the dozen.
Well, we still don't know them for crooks, definitely, so this name and address may be on the level. Check on it anyway.
Okay.
If we find anything, we'll use it. And so will the police.
Several days later, in Britt Reed's apartment...
Mr. Leeds, President.
This is Lowry, Cato. Let me talk to the boss.
One moment, please.
Where's it, Cato?
Mr. Lowry.
Oh, yes. I told him to call me when he got through checking up on that name and address I gave him. What did you find, Lowry?
Not a thing, boss. That's the guy's real name, and he has got a brokerage business.
Did you talk to him?
No, he's always out on trips, but it's on the level.
It's quite possible that this brokerage office is merely a front to cover his real activities.
If it is, I'd like to know how we're going to find out.
Miss Case told me you also phoned Henning, the railroad detective, but couldn't get anything from him.
No, that's right. We drove blank every place. But I'll keep looking.
Yeah, do that, Lowry.
Did Mr. Lowry find anything, Mr. Britt? I didn't hear.
Apparently everything is innocent on the surface, Cato. This man Williams does run a brokerage business. Lowry found that out.
Then he's not the crew?
Well, he could still run the business as a blind to cover his gambling. According to Lowry, Williams is away most of the time. If my idea is right, he may be spending that time on the trains looking for victims like Stafford.
Yes, sir.
And if this railroad detective Henning knows Cunningham, the other man in that poker game, as well as he says he does, he may be in on it, too.
How'd you find out, Mr. Britt?
I'm checking on that right now, Cato. Hello, Central Depot. I'd like to speak with one of your railroad detectives, a man named Henning. Oh, he is, huh? What train? No message, thank you.
He's not there?
Henning's out on an assignment. He's leaving on the limited at 8:15. Cato, if those two fellows are card sharps and Henning is in with them, they're bound to pull their dirty work on the same train.
Yes, sir, that's true.
I'm going aboard that train to find out what I can.
As the Green Hornet, Mr. Britt?
Well, not as the Green Hornet, Cato. That would be too risky. But I'll stay out of circulation as much as possible. Those two men, as well as Henning, have seen me before.
Yes, sir.
But I'll want the Green Hornet mask and gun handy in case they should be needed. Now, let me think. How can I do that without carrying them in my bag where someone might find them? Cato, you'll have to take out the Black Beauty.
The Hornet's car?
Only fast enough to keep up with the limited. Be sure the mask and the gun are in the car. And while you're driving, watch the observation platform. If I give the signal, you know I'll meet you at the next stop. Be sure to watch. That night, as the limited sped through the darkness, Britt Reed stood in the rear of the observation platform. I've been through the whole train several times. No sign of Cunningham and Williams. Well, they must be in a drawing room. They're bored at all. I'll take another turn in a few minutes. If I draw a blank then, I'll signal Cato. But before Britt Reed could carry on his search, drama occurred aboard the limited. In a drawing room toward the front of the train, Cunningham and Williams called Henning.
What's up, Cunningham? Who's this guy lying on the floor?
Not so loud, Henny. Williams and I were playing poker with him. He saw Williams slip a card out of his sleeve.
He started to squawk, and I hit him. He looks as if he might...
He hit the corner of the table. We must get him out of here, off this train.
I've already emptied his pockets. Put the ticket for this drawing room in his coat. You can't open that window, Cunningham. In these air-conditioned cars, the windows are sealed.
You can break glass.
Lift him out. The train's going 80 miles an hour. We can't leave him here. When he comes to, we talk. This racket's too good to spoil.
No one knows we took this drawing room, Henning, only you. And you know better than to say anything. We'll sneak off the train to the next station, no one the wiser. Now, get his feet.
It's heavy. Step it up. We're passing close to the state highway. Lights up the side of the tracks like a Roman candle. There he goes. And no one the wiser. Now all we got to do is... What the... Brakes. Somebody pull the air brakes. That means they spotted the man we tossed out.
Come on. Grab those bags. We're getting off this train before anyone starts a real checkup.
The car door's open. Beat it, Cunningham. Come on, William. Stuck under the coupling. Over the other side.
Henning, what happened? Who pulled the emergency cord?
Search me.
Has there been an accident?
You almost knocked me out of my berth.
That engineer ought to be fired, stopping like that.
I pulled that emergency cord.
You? Don't you realize that's a criminal offense?
I do, conductor, but it was necessary. I was standing on the emergency platform and I saw a body fall off the train. Huh? Why, man, you must be crazy.
That young man's telling the truth. I saw it, too. Oh, it was horrible.
Calm yourself, lady.
How can I calm myself after that? And that's not all I saw.
Now, look, madam, what else did you see?
I was looking out the window. We were passing right close to the state road. And just before that body fell, I saw a long black car beside the train, and the man driving it wore a mask. I could see him clearly. He was so close.
A black car and a man in a mask. Why, that must be the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Are you sure you're not dreaming, madam?
Of course I'm sure.
The Green Hornet. You mean he might have had something to do with that body that fell from the train?
Well, why talk about that? Let's find the passenger who fell first.
I'm sure he'll be dead when we find him. I'm sure of it. And the Green Hornet is the one who did it.
Passenger falls from limited. Green Hornet involved in mysterious death. X3 Sentinel. Hornet X-ray. Dragnet up for Green Hornet.
This is Theater of the Mind on 104.5 Chum FM. We'll conclude tonight's episode of The Green Hornets right after this.
It's really fun getting dressed up for a night on the town, right? It's so enjoyable. The night includes a special routine just to get ready. Start with a long, steaming shower. Spend more time on your makeup. Slip into an outfit that's gonna knock 'em dead. And just one more look in the mirror. Perfect. You're dressed to the nines. That all changes when you've been drinking and you get behind the wheel of a car. Then, you're dressed to kill. Please, don't drink and drive.
Lemonade for sale, 5 cents. Hey, mister, you want some lemonade?
This is quite the business you have here.
Aw, it's just a start. One day I'm going to be an interpreter.
You mean an entrepreneur?
Yeah, like my mom. She just opened a small business with a loan from New Ventures.
New Ventures. That's the program where you can get an interest rate of prime plus 1% because the Ontario government guarantees your loan.
Up to $15,000 if you qualify. How come you know about it?
I just opened a franchise myself.
Did you get a loan from New Ventures?
Couldn't have managed otherwise.
Mister, did you have a lemonade stand when you were a kid?
Had one every summer for 5 years.
Want to buy a share in my company?
Give your small business a bigger chance of success. Find out about a New Ventures loan today. For more information, talk to your loan officer or call the Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Technology toll-free hotline at 1-800-387-6142. Or check this Thursday's Toronto Star for our ad. New Ventures Loans, a smart move for small business.
Now to continue our story. A friend of Britt Reed lost a lot of money to railroad card shops, but nothing could be proved since the gamblers were very clever in their operations. Going aboard the Limited himself in an attempt to corner the card shops through a chain of circumstances, the Green Hornet is accused of murder.
Yes? Oh, any news? Oh, the police expect to identify the man who fell off the train. Well, they've been expecting to identify him ever since it happened last night. Well, keep after them. We want to know.
Wasn't that some story last night, Casey?
Do you really think it was the Green Hornet, Lowry?
That woman claims she saw his car just before that guy fell.
But why are they calling it murder? Well, suppose the man jumped off the train. Wouldn't the fall be enough to kill him?
Maybe, Casey. But murder makes a better story. What I want to know is, who was that guy?
His pockets were empty, except for that ticket to Drawing Room A, car 92.
That's where he fell from, all right. The window was busted out.
Hello, Miss Case. Lowry. Any identification yet?
No, Mr. Reed. I'll call police headquarters again.
Some yarn, huh, boss? I wonder who covered it for the sentence.
Get me police
We
headquarters.
scooped the other papers on it by an hour.
Where were you?
Last night, I was home in bed. First I heard about it was when I came in this noon.
I phoned that story in.
Huh?
I was on that train when it happened.
Holy cats, then you saw the Green Hornet. Was that woman's yarn on the level?
No, no way. The Green Hornet's car was driving along beside the Limited. I saw it, but I don't believe the Green Hornet was directly involved.
You and Casey both. Why else would that car be there?
Hello? Police headquarters? I want
I'll
to find
take it,
out
Miss Case. Britt Reed talking. Any identification on that man who fell off the Limited? Oh, you have, huh? Well, you're positive? There's no mistake. Oh, we'll print it all right.
Who was it, Mr. Reed?
That man was Morelli.
Morelli? The big shot gambler from upstate?
Well.
Lowry, keep after that fellow Williams. I'm not sure, but it seems more than coincidence that gambling is the keynote of everything connected with this death.
Williams? Was he on that train, boss?
I didn't see him, but he might have been. And a man like Morelli doesn't commit suicide. Someone pushed him through that window. And I don't think it was the Green Hornet.
Railroad victim identified as Morelli. Police double efforts to solve mystery. Sentinel paper.
That evening, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment carrying a small parcel under his arm. There he spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
That man has been identified as Morelli, the gambler, Cato.
Very bad last night, Mr. Bates.
Well, it's a good thing that woman saw you driving the Black Beauty beside the railroad tracks. The men who threw Morelli off the Limited will be expecting a call from the Green Hornet. And they won't be disappointed. Open that parcel.
Yes, sir.
Luckily, I was able to flash you a danger signal from the train last night so that you turned the Black Beauty around and got away.
Yes, sir. Very fortunate.
Mr. Britt, you buy toys?
Careful how you handle that, Cato. I don't want our fingerprints to get on it.
I don't understand.
I bought this little toy railroad car on the way home. Notice how well it's built. Glass windows, everything. Hand me that metal ashtray. The small one on the table.
Yes.
I had a special reason for getting this toy car, Cato. No one saw me get it. I sent a small boy into the toy shop while I stayed outside.
What are you doing, Mr. Britt?
Breaking one of the windows in this little toy. Are the mask and the gun still in the Black Beauty, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
The police are on the lookout for the Green Hornet, so we'll have to be especially careful tonight. Bring the toy railroad car along. No fingerprints.
Picking up the toy, Cato followed Britt Reed through the secret panel behind a clothes press in the apartment. Then along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the building, and down a flight of stairs that led directly to the supposedly abandoned warehouse that housed the car of the Green Hornet.
I'll drive. Put the toy car where it'll be handy when I want it.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Careful. Wipe it off with your handkerchief.
Yes, sir.
There are 3 men involved in Morelli's death. All 3 of them are going to meet the Green Hornet.
Fleet squad of police, aided by railroad detectives, are working to solve the death of gambler Morelli, who fell or was thrown off the Limited last night. By checking over the tickets issued to the passengers, authorities have learned that 2 tickets were issued and are still unaccounted for. It is believed that the passengers using those tickets may be involved. Every effort is being made to...
What's the matter with you, Henning?
Really, that's what. Take it easy, Henning. Nobody knows it was us. Why did you 2 guys pick him for a sucker out of all the people that was riding the train?
He didn't tell us his name.
We thought he was just another amateur looking for a hand at poker. No wonder Morelli saw you pawn that card, Williams. He's an expert.
All the more reason for taking care of him.
Yeah, sure. We had a good record on those trains. Morelli must have been trying to cut in on us. That don't mean you had to handle him that way.
What'd you expect us to do? Use kid gloves?
There wasn't time to figure things out. We worked fast because we had to. I'm supposed to be out right now looking for the guys who pulled this job. And all the time I'm wise to the whole setup.
You're in as deep as we are.
I didn't do no killing. You were there when we dumped Morelli overboard. What does that prove? That makes you an accomplice after the fact, Henning.
As a detective, we don't have to explain that any further. So just remember, it's to your best interest to make every effort to keep us from being caught.
What do you think I'm doing? So far, yes. But don't change. It only hadn't been Morelli.
Well, it was Morelli. Stop harping on it.
We didn't realize it until we got back here and took a look in his wallet. Where's the stuff now? It's safe.
I have it locked up along with our marked cards. We'll get rid of them all at the same time.
What's the idea of waiting? You should have ditched that stuff long ago. We had our hands full making sure nobody spotted us when we sneaked away from that train last night.
We came straight here. If we tried to get rid of those things on the way, someone might have remembered us.
All right, why don't you burn them?
Because leather won't burn, you fool. Morelli's initials are on that wallet.
Hold on. What?
What's the matter?
I thought I heard a sound from the next room. I don't hear anything.
It's your imagination, Henning.
No, I tell you. It was like somebody winding a clock or something.
Pipe dreams.
Yeah, what was that? He's right, Cunningham. That was a window.
We'll soon find out. See, Henning? The room's empty.
There's no one here. Yeah, I guess you... What's that on the floor? It's moving. Put on the lights.
What the... It's a little toy. A mechanical toy.
How'd it get here?
It's a toy railroad car.
Look, one of the windows knocked out. Somebody knows all about it last night. Here's a piece of paper rolled into one end of the car.
Oh, look at it. If this is a cute little joke one of you is putting this toy car here and... Look, this paper's stamped with a seal. The seal of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? I knew there was someone here. I heard him. But how do you know it was us?
That car of his. It was alongside the train last night.
That's the answer. He must have seen what happened. And he saw because the cops are looking for him instead of us.
Hold it.
What I want to know is what's he going to do?
Shut up, Henning.
You have an idea, Cunningham?
The Hornet can't tell the police about us. They'd never believe him. Besides, if he's after money, he can't get any unless he finds Morelli's wallet and uses that against us.
Well, the wallet's here.
It won't be long. Here's all the evidence. Henning, you're going to take it out and get rid of it. Dump it in the river, any place. If that Green Hornet comes back, I don't want it around.
After leaving the toy car in Cunningham's apartment, Britt Reed left by the fire escape. He and Cato waited below.
I overheard their conversation before I left, Cato. Morelli's wallet was still there, hidden away.
Yes, sir.
No one dare keep it around not after they got my warning. And whoever comes out to get rid of that evidence...
Keep back in the shadows. Someone's coming. Just like Cunningham making me do all the dirty work. Gotta get rid of these things.
Don't move, Henning.
The Green Hornet.
I want what you're carrying.
You won't get it. Let me buy it. Take it. Up in the lights. You don't dare follow me. Gas, you gassed me. I can't breathe.
I'll call the police now. Get them over here when Henning comes to. You watch him.
I'll be back in a minute.
Leaving Cato to guard the unconscious railroad detective, Britt Reed put the Green Hornet mask and weapon in his pocket and headed for the nearest phone. He called police headquarters, and when they answered...
I want to speak to the officer in charge of the Morelli investigation.
He ain't here. He's out with a reporter named Lowry. They got a lead on some guy named Williams.
Call him up. Tell him to forget about Williams' place. There's no one there.
Who's this caller?
Never mind. Take this tip and use it. Tell him to get over to 1724 East 51st. A man named Cunningham. Don't forget, if he wants to solve the Morelli job, 1724 East 51st.
Hurriedly, Britt Reed returned to Cato. He replaced his Green Hornet mask.
The police will be here very soon, Cato. Take that bag with the evidence. I'll carry Henning.
What are we doing, Mr.
We're returning Henning and the evidence to the place they came from.
Cunningham, are you sure we can trust Henning?
He knows better than to cross us.
And why isn't he back here? He's had plenty of time to ditch that stuff.
That must be Henning now.
Henning!
Why, he's been gassed. Somebody propped him against the door.
The Green Hornet.
Whoever it was, there's no time for talk. Pull him inside.
He's coming around.
Close the door fast.
Okay, Cunningham, the bag with all that stuff, that's here, too. What happened?
Out of it, Henning. Come on.
Don't let him get away. The Green Hornet, he gassed me, took the bag. Took it nothing. It was outside the door. He brought it back.
Get it out of here, Williams. Hurry. And see this Green Hornet doesn't get you the way he did Henning.
Okay. It's him. He's back.
The Hornet, huh?
Don't move, any of you.
The police.
I'll take this guy. Let me go. Resisting an officer. You won't get me.
What, Cunningham? He's going for that desk drawer.
Put down that gun.
I'll get you before I do.
Drop it.
Oh, my arm. Let go.
Are you going to drop that gun? Oh.
Nice work, Hardy. I've got the gun now.
You'll pay for this, police or no police. Sure, you can't come busting in on private citizens.
Who are you? I know these two. They were described to me, but I never saw you before.
Where's your search warrant?
I recognize him, Lowry. He's Henning, a railroad cop.
That's how he knows about warrants.
Come on, talk. What do you know about Morelli?
Never heard of him.
And I suppose Henning never heard of him either. Did you, Henning? Hey, what are you reaching after that bag for?
Why, no reason. Nothing at all. Give me that. I'll dump this stuff on the table.
Playing cards and dice. So you guys are gamblers.
Here's a wallet.
Let me look at the name on it.
Morelli's wallet.
We don't know a thing about that stuff. It's not ours.
We'll see about that when the fingerprints are checked.
Looks like you two are going to get what's coming to you.
I don't know a thing
How about
it.
Henning? Where does he fit in?
Me? Why, it's this way. I was on a trail of these crooks, too. I came up here to nab him, and he almost got me before you came.
You'll need a better story than that, Henning.
I'm innocent, I tell you that.
that rat.
He was in with us.
You yellow squealer. Don't believe him. He's as guilty as we are.
Listen, buddy, I'll talk. I'll turn state's evidence. It wasn't me. I knew about it, but they're the ones. They killed Morelli.
It was that Green Hornet. If it hadn't been for him, we'd never have been caught. If I ever get my hands on him, I'll...
Listen, Cunningham. Trying to grab that guy is like trying to grab a handful of air. Nobody ever got the Green Hornet yet, and take it from me, nobody ever will.
Hornet sells Morelli murder. Railroad gamblers confess killing. Hornet smashes gambling ring. Green Hornet delivers. Sentinel XP peddler.
Theory based on
An adventure of the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Green Hornet is a copyrighted feature of fictitious characters and events in which the principal character is Britt Reed, manager of the Sentinel newspaper. Only Kato, his faithful Japanese valet, knows the dual role the young millionaire plays to strike at lawbreakers within the law who cannot be reached through the court. Though innocent of major crimes, the Green Hornet is hunted by everyone. The cry of both police and underworld is, dead or alive, get the Green Hornet. Joe Desmond, boss of one of the wards on the Lower East Side, managed by cash and votes to maintain a strong position in his community. He laughed at all attempts to interfere with his racket and continued to take advantage of the arriving immigrants. As tonight's adventure of the Green Hornet opens, we find Desmond in his office in the rear of the club rooms of the social club from which the ward is controlled.
This is hot. This makes me laugh. Hey, Nelson, get a load of this.
What is it, Desmond?
The Daily Sentinel. The Sentinel wants conditions investigated.
Yeah? Well, I wouldn't laugh too hard if I was you.
Why not?
The boys from the DA's office have been eyeing this place the past few days.
So what? Didn't we put the right boys in office? Let them try and do something about it.
Sure, but just the same, if I was running things, I'd lay low on the citizenship racket till the heat dies out.
Forget it. How about some business?
There's a bird in the club rooms now if you want to talk to him. He's got cash on him, over $100.
You talked to him yet?
Sure, he's fresh from Ellis Island. Wants to make his fortune in America. Wants to become a citizen.
You told him details?
Well, sort of.
Melvin can use some more labor. Send the bohunk in.
How many more can Melvin put on the job?
All he can get. The bigger the payroll, the better. It's one of those city jobs.
I'll call that guy in. His name is Russo. Tony Russo. Talks enough English to get by.
Good.
Hey, you, Russo.
Shoes. What's the matter?
Come on in here. We'll get you fixed up.
Shoes. On your car.
Hello, Tony. My name's Desmond. Just call me Joe.
Hello, Joe.
How do you like America?
Tony, she's like this country. It's a one fine place. Tony, she's make a much of one.
That's right, Tony. And we're here to help you fellas. Of course, you want to become a citizen as soon as you can, don't you?
Sure.
Have you found out what's required?
Sure. I got to make him a home here a long time.
Well, that's the usual thing. But there are ways to take a shortcut.
What's this?
If you could get $100 together, we could make you a citizen right now. And if you were a citizen, I could put you to work right away.
$100?
100.
To make me a United States America?
That's right.
I told you all about it, Tony.
Me pay the man. Good. These are making me American. Give it to me, the job.
Yeah, but it's got to be kept quiet. You understand? It isn't the regular way of doing it, but it'll be all right.
You got what you call a pull, no?
Yeah, I got the pull. You pay your cash, get your papers, and then I'll take you over and get your job right away.
Sure. Thank you. See? Tony, she's know how. She's a red. I stand straight. I raise the right hand, and I say the word, I pledge allegiance to my flag.
You know it all right.
Sure.
But you got to remember one thing.
What's this?
Now, if the other men find that you've been made a citizen before them, they might get sore about it. You got to keep quiet. Don't say anything, or you might go to jail. Now, hand over the money. Here's your paper.
The price, she come high. I got so little man.
That's all right. You're going to work right away.
Now, Antonio Russo, she's Americana, no?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I am so happy. Look, I carry the flag. The stars and the stripe.
Good, that's the stuff. Take him out, Nelson. Melvin, put him right to work.
All right, come on, Tony.
Sure thing. I'm so happy. I sing. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of thee, I sing.
All right, Tony, hold it. Folks don't sing on the street here.
Me, I am very happy.
Now, listen. You wait right here. Don't go away.
Where do you go?
I'm going to get a car to take you to your job. Now, don't go away. I'll be back in a minute.
My country, 'tis of thee,
buddy.
sweet land.
We want to talk to you.
Sure, so what do you want?
We're police officers. We want to ask you a lot of questions about what you did in that place just now. Better come down to headquarters with us.
I got to wait here. My friend, she's come back.
Talk to him in Italian, Pete, while we take him along. Come on, brother. You're going riding with us.
Hey, wait a minute. So where do we go? I got a job. I got to go to work. Take your hands off of me.
Relax, Tony. Relax. We aren't going to hurt you.
Hey, Gus.
Nelson, those
Bugs in the DA's office picked up Russo.
They did?
Yeah, just before you drove up. Keep the motor going. Chopper will be right here. Orders from Desmond. He's seen it from the window.
What's up?
Slide over. I'll do the driving.
I'm checking out of this. When Chopper rides, there's trouble.
Sit still. Here comes Desmond and Chopper now.
But I...
Pile in, Chopper.
What are you doing, Desmond?
Those lugs picked up a witness. As sure as shooting, he'll talk. We gotta stop him.
How?
You'll see. Go on, drive. Chase that car. Get close enough to do some good.
Red light ahead.
Go through.
I told you, Desmond. I warned you.
Shut up, Nelson.
I thought you had a drag in the right places.
If they get that guy to the office, he'll talk, and there'll be sentinel reporters there to get it.
Hang on. We're taking his turn fast.
There they are. Go on.
The cop saw us.
Keep going. Chopper, you get ready. Hail him as we go past. Step on it.
Sentinel X Street paper. Desmond held in murder. Police question Big Shot and gang death. Read all about it. Sentinel X Street paper.
Your Sentinel radio commentator. Joe Desmond, notorious ward boss, was released late this afternoon after questioning by police in connection with the brutal slaying of Antonio Russo. Russo was picked up by special investigators to be queried in regard to suspected irregularities. But before arriving at his destination, machine gun bullets took his life. In his pocket was found a newly purchased life insurance policy. Desmond, licensed to handle certain forms of insurance, admitted selling him the policy a short time previous to the shooting, but declared he knew nothing of the murder. Once more we have had demonstrated the futility of police in combating well-organized crime. In the opinion of this commentator...
That's enough of that. Cato, I thought sure they'd get someplace when they picked up one of the poor devils that Desmond's worked on.
Desmond did the murder, then?
It's the old story, Cato. There were witnesses who identified Desmond as one of 4 men in the murder car.
Then how did he get free?
He was released, Cato, because he had an alibi for the time of the shooting. So did his partner, Nelson.
Oh.
And they had a lawyer on the job and officials who were in their pay. The witnesses were vague on their identification after Desmond's attorney went after them. By the time the police got around to checking the license number on the murder car, they found it an entirely different car than the one described by the witnesses.
Perhaps you have to work alone, Mr. Brett.
I don't know how even the Green Hornet can get at Desmond and his racket, Cato.
No.
But tomorrow, I'm going to get everything I can in connection with Desmond and Nelson and all the rest of their rotten, grafting gang. If the law can't smash them, the Green Hornet will.
The next morning, Britt Reed's secretary at the phone.
No, Gunnigan. Mr. Reed hasn't come back yet. Jenks is here if you want him. Oh.
What's the city at stake, Casey?
Well, he hinted that he didn't want you.
Gunnigan don't know what he wants. Hand him a story on a silver platter, and he says it's not enough.
Mr. Reed's been riding Gunnigan pretty hard. He's after information concerning Joe Desmond.
You're telling me. They routed me out of bed last night. Told me to get up and get out and hang around wherever I thought best to pick up things about the rat.
Rat?
Desmond. I tell you, Casey, Reed is on the warpath.
He has been for some time where Desmond was concerned.
Well, I got plenty to tell him.
You really learned things?
Yeah, I got...
Gunnigan said you were here, Jenks.
Yeah. Say, boss, have I got news?
I doubt it, but go on.
Desmond has a racket you didn't know about.
What's that?
He gets immigrants while they still got cash. Makes them think they're getting their citizenship. Tells them if they get it, you get them a job right away. Takes their cash
and gives them what they think is citizenship papers, but which turns out to be nothing but a simple life insurance policy for which they pay an exorbitant rate.
You know about it?
More than that. After they've got their paper, he takes them to Andrew Melvin in charge of city improvements. Melvin puts them to work, puts them on the payroll, and when the need arises, perjures himself to give Desmond an alibi.
Oh, you knew?
Of course I knew. What do you think I'm after Desmond for?
Well, I thought it was because of the graft in his ward.
Ah, it's a mere detail.
And you call yourself a reporter, Jenks.
Lay off.
Get after Melvin. Find out what you can about him. Somewhere in this setup Desmond has built, there must be a weak link. It might be Melvin. Find out.
Okay, boss, I'll try.
Gunnigan, please.
If I can only...
Hello, Gunnigan. Here's what I want. Give me a story on Andrew Melvin. Yeah, that's the man.
Story?
I want to scare him. I want him to think we have a lot of information on him. Leave his name out, but point it so he'll know what we mean. If we can scare him enough, he might back down on that alibi he gave Desmond and Nelson. You get the idea? I thought you would.
Later that same day in Desmond's office.
This confounded sentinel.
What's the matter, Desmond?
Melvin will lose 10 pounds from worry if he sees this.
I wouldn't trust Melvin. He'd run out on us if the heat was turned on.
And maybe you think the sentinel ain't turning on the heat. This won't do, Nelson. Get it? It won't do.
What do you mean?
I have an idea that when Andrew Melvin reads this, he might take his own life.
That night, Britt Reed drove as the Green Hornet.
If Melvin left in the car we just saw leave his house, we'll wait inside, Cato, till he returns. I think the Hornet can make him talk after what the Sentinel published.
I hope so, Mr. Brett.
Leave the car here in the alley. You have the master keys and weapons?
I have them.
The keys.
Yes, sir.
That one won't do. Good. Flashlight, Cato.
Yes, sir.
Quietly. Maybe servants. Come along. In here, Cato. We'll be able to watch the front door.
Mr. Brett.
Not so loud.
Oh, in this corner.
What's the matter?
Here's a flashlight.
I don't see anything.
The chair.
One with the back toward us.
Yes, sir. On the floor.
A foot. Someone's sitting there. Keep back, Cato. Stick him up. Cato.
Yes, sir.
It's Melvin. He's been shot through the head.
Dead?
Yeah. That car that drove away as we turned the corner.
The police.
Someone must have heard the shot and called them.
There's a note, Mr. Brett.
I'll take it. We gotta get out. There's a gun on the floor, Cato. Pick it up.
Yes, sir.
This way, quickly.
Lights, turn on the lights. Right.
There he is in the other room, sitting in that chair.
Probably a suicide.
Lucky I was at headquarters.
Dead, all right.
I gotta call my paper.
Hold on. If it's suicide, where's the gun?
Say, listen to that.
What is it?
The car. It's coming out of the alley. It's the Green Hornet. Let me at that phone.
The Green Hornet.
This ain't suicide. It's murder. Murder by the Hornet.
When other means to expose Desmond failed, Britt Reed, as the Green Hornet, attempted to frighten Melvin into confessing his part of the racket, which included, among other things, the murder of a witness for the state. Arriving at Melvin's home, Britt Reed found the man dead. A gun and note pointed to suicide, but Reed knew it was murder and removed the gun and note. Police arrived as the Hornet fled. and the next day's newspapers carried an 8-column banner.
Daily Sentinel! Hornet sought for murder! Dragnet out for Green Hornet! Sentinel,
What else does it say about the Hornet, Desmond?
The cops got there as he drove away.
Didn't they find a suicide note?
No.
The gun?
No. Didn't find a thing except Melvin's body. Don't drive so fast, Nelson. I'm nervous.
Well, what's the odds? Melvin's dead. He won't talk now.
No, but
And the Hornet's blamed. That puts us right in the clear.
I hope so. There's just one thing.
What's that?
The Hornet's got the note and gun.
So what? There's no way to connect them to us.
I still don't like it.
Gosh, boss, I never saw you nervous like this.
Well, you see me now.
You always laughed at anything of this sort.
Listen, Punk. When we had the law to worry about, I didn't worry.
Sure not.
When the DA tried to investigate me, that was a laugh. But now...
Now what?
I don't like it. The Green Hornet don't work like anyone else. He's after something. If he wasn't, what did he take the gun and note for?
Well, what could he be after?
Maybe cash. Maybe power. Maybe he's figuring on taking over the ward. Maybe he's after me, I don't know. But I don't like it.
Now, what about the party? You figure on going ahead with it?
Sure. Sent the bids out. We gotta go ahead with it. Our political pals figure on it. We gotta make some plans for the next election. The party has to go on. Why shouldn't it?
Well, I just thought maybe you being so nervous and
The party's on. The bids all went out yesterday.
Holy mackerel case. Imagine this. A party.
What?
Desmond is throwing a party at his social club.
Every crook in town will be there.
It's not that sort of a party. It's an important one. Most of the important politicians in that part of town will be on tap.
They will?
Sure. Soup and fish and champagne.
Jenks,
Well,
tell me something. Desmond's a crook. Everyone knows it.
not till he's proved one.
All right, but everyone still knows it. Yet they'll accept favors from him. Why?
As far as the record goes, Desmond isn't crooked. We can suspect all we want, but that doesn't make him a crook.
Well, if I knew what I do about him and was invited to a party of his, I'd certainly not go.
Yeah, but Casey, you're not after votes. That's the difference.
I'm glad I'm not. You going?
Wouldn't miss it.
You're not after votes.
I'm after the guys that are after the votes. Besides, I'm curious, and I got hunches.
What?
Look here. Melvin's murdered.
Yes.
Just at a time when he might have squealed and made it hot for Desmond.
Very convenient for Desmond. It
It what?
makes me wonder if my own little hunch might not be correct.
What's that?
Jenks, I hate to think that the Green Hornet would kill.
What?
I mean it. I wonder if he did kill or if someone else did it and framed him.
You've a right to your hunch, but as usual, you're all wet.
Have it your way, Jenks.
I'm going to take in Desmond's party, and I'll make a bet with you.
What's that?
Maybe it won't be known, but I'll bet dollars to donuts one of the men who'll be there is the Green Hornet.
You wouldn't be smart enough to realize it. You could talk to the Green Hornet face to face and never spot him.
Yeah? Well, I'd just like the chance.
Yes, Mr. Reed? Oh, very well. Mr. Reed wants to see you.
Okay. Yeah, boss?
Oh, Jenks, you going to this party Desmond is giving?
Sure. I thought I covered. Any objections?
Cover it, Jenks, but don't go alone.
No?
Take a couple plainclothesmen from headquarters.
Think it'll be tough?
I don't know what it'll be, but if anything does happen, I'd like to be sure that some of the people there will be on the level. Get detectives who are just as anxious to get the goods on Desmond as we are.
Okay. Maybe you got hunches, too.
What do you mean?
I had a hunch the Hornet might be there. Maybe he bumped Melvin because Desmond wanted him bumped.
Jenks, I think you have something.
Huh?
That isn't a hunch, it's a theory. Why not publish it?
You mean that?
Credit one of the police with it. Let it be a police theory that the Hornet might be in league with certain political bosses.
Okay.
You can use that for a new lead when information lags on the Melvin murder.
Right. I'll be at Desmond's party with bells and detectives. Here's hoping something happens. This company isn't even fit for a couple of flat feet.
Way off the cracks, Jinx. Remember, we ain't here because we like it. Besides, the reporter ain't such hot company.
Hold it, Flatfoot. Didn't I give you credit for a theory on the Melvin bump-off?
Yeah, thanks, Jinx. Yeah, I wonder where all these rat-faced mugs go in the daytime.
Crawl back in the cracks in the woodwork.
something. I don't know what it is, Nelson.
How'd they get around that the Hornet might be here?
Don't ask me.
I had the feeling all evening something was going to pop.
Jenks of the Sentinel has it, too. See who's with him?
Dix.
Yeah. And they haven't done anything but stand and wait.
I know.
Hey, boss.
Well?
What's the matter with everyone?
What do you mean?
They seemed like they was waiting for something.
Yeah. Oh, it's screwy. It's crazy. Come on, let's have a drink.
I don't feel like drinking. I'm going out for some fresh air. My collar's kind of tight.
What time is it now, Jinx?
A little after midnight. Why? What's funny?
Maybe I was wrong. I sort of felt something had happened before this.
I wonder if he is here.
Who?
The Green Hornet.
If he is, I'd like to know it. I'd like to get my hands on him. That's what I'd like. Desmond, check with the doorman. There's no one here without invitations.
Okay, it was just a fool idea of mine. We checked the list of bids real careful, didn't we?
Sure.
I guess nothing will happen.
I never saw you with the jitters like this.
Dry up.
Listen, boss.
What's the matter with you?
I just come from the back room.
Well, what of it?
I just wondered, did you leave the window open there?
No. I shut it and locked it and had the slide closed over it.
That's what I thought you said.
Why?
It's wide open now.
It is.
Who opened it?
I don't know, boss. I went to check up and see if the room was all set for the meeting to discuss the slate of the next election, and seen the window open.
I'll go have a look.
Yeah, you better.
Well, I'm going to have a dance. What the heck? Nothing will happen. What are you so worried about? Hey, Maisie, how about a dance?
I don't feel much like dancing now.
No one feels like doing anything. Blast it, this is the worst party.
Hey, Nelson, the boss wants you.
Me?
Yeah, he just called down. Go to the conference room.
Okay. I'll see you later, Maisie.
Yeah, don't be long.
Now, where are you, boss? Where is he? Window's still open.
This way.
What the?
Take it easy. Raise the hands. Turn slow.
You, that mask.
Not too loud.
The Hornet.
Sure, it's the Hornet.
Desmond. Joe! Joe, where are you?
I'm taking his place. You're likely to squeal after the cops pick you up.
No. What cops?
What cops do you think? Those flat feet out there aren't here for their health. They're here to crack the Melvin murder.
Listen, wait a minute.
Well,
who are you working for?
What do you think?
Desmond?
I won't get the goods on Desmond. He's too handy at putting those who might squeal out of his way.
Not me. No, not me. I won't squeal.
You bet you won't. Desmond has the rod that killed Melvin.
What'd you take it for? It was all set
for a suicide, I know. Yeah, the police wouldn't accept a suicide theory. That's where the boss fell down. There was too much reason to suspect murder.
But
that's why I took the rod and the note and the blame for the murder. Now I'm putting myself in the clear. The boss as well. He'll follow up what I do. Plant the gun on you. You can take the murder rap.
Wait. Listen to me, won't you?
You do the listen. Don't worry. Even though you're blamed for the murder, it won't bother you any. You won't know about it.
Well, don't bump me. Wait a minute. Won't you let me talk?
There's 5 shots left in the gun. They'll match the one that was taken from Melvin's body.
Don't kill me. Give me a chance. I won't squeal. I swear I won't squeal.
You'll not get the chance.
Oh, help. Help, it's a Green Hornet.
You take it, rat.
Help, he's got me. The Hornet.
I wouldn't squeal, huh?
Help me. Where's the Hornet? That window. He's gone. Get after him. He was here after all. Grab Nelson. Help, Jenks. The Hornet.
Take it easy. You're all right. That gas he uses don't kill.
He tried to get me. I don't know why the gas didn't knock me out.
Chase that car. Get the Green Hornet.
What's you for?
Desmond, the double-crosser. He had me put on the spot. He's the one that got Andrew Melvin. He had him bumped.
Where is he now? Come on, get this mob out of here. Go on, now get back out of there. I want to look this room over.
No chance getting the Hornet now. I'm going to talk. I'm going to spill everything. Listen, Desmond is a killer.
Hey, get a load of this. This Desmond in this clothes press.
Knocked out. Killed. Wow.
I ain't that, just gas. The Hornet's gas worked on him all right.
Wait. Let me show you. Let me prove he bumped Melvin.
How?
Here, let me show you. His pocket. There's the gun he used.
We'll test it.
Check the bore. You'll find it's the same rod that killed Melvin.
And Desmond did it?
Ain't I telling you? Check the gun. That'll prove it.
And the Green Hornet didn't do it?
Desmond done it. He was the boss of everything. He had Tony Russo bumped off. He ran the insurance racket. Throw the crook in jail. Try to have me bumped, will he? I'll fix him. Boy, we got a story. Let me get my paper.
Green Hornet appears at party. Murder attempted. Daily Sentinel, left street Pepper.
Yeah, I'll break everything now, Cato.
Are you sure about it, Mr. Brett?
Nelson had to frame Desmond because he was sure that if he didn't put him in jail, Desmond would get him.
Yes, sir.
When he starts talking, he'll involve Nelson. Cato, I think the racket will be smashed before long. I'm expecting a call from headquarters any minute. Yeah, I'll answer it. Yes? Yes, Jenks. He did? Good work. Now all you have to do is find the Green Hornet. Okay. Call the office and give the details to a rewrite. Cato? Desmond has started talking.
That is good.
He denies all knowledge of the Hornet, but he must admit enough to send him where he belongs. Hello, let me have the desk.
You call Gunnigan?
Yeah. Hello, Gunnigan. Concerning that headline you hope to use someday. Well, use it. Desmond and his rackets are both finished.
Desmond confesses to murder. Read all about the Green Hornet. Sentinel, X Street paper. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel, X Street.
Fieldin Farrington speaking. The Green Hornet program originates in the studios of WXYZ Detroit and is presented each Tuesday and Thursday at this same hour through the facilities of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. General Mills, makers of Cheerios, the ready-to-eat oat cereal that gives you go power, and Wheaties, the breakfast of champions, present by special recording, the Lone Ranger.
Cowboy Tom is a boy of 6. He knows all kinds of cowboy tricks. He can rope a steer because he knows he's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, he's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
You bet, Cheerios, the oat cereal that needs no cooking. Every delicious spoonful of Cheerios and milk is real muscle-building food. Each spoonful contains vitamins, minerals, and proteins your body needs. Yes, the good things in a Cheerios breakfast do good things for your body. Help you have healthy nerves, good red blood, strong bones, and muscles. And besides giving you go power, Cheerios is downright wonderful tasting. That toasted oat flavor is really something. And when you add milk and your favorite fruit, say some sliced bananas, you're in for a delicious breakfast treat. Get the whole family off to a good start every morning with Cheerios. Then you'll hear people say,
he's feeling his Cheerios.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver. Let's go, big fella. I'll Silver. Hooray! Early one morning, Buckeye Norton, the foreman at the Paradise Mine, entered the office of a lawyer named Hasp Solon in the town of Gunstock. As Buckeye closed the door, he said,
Hasp, I hear the boss died of pneumonia last night.
He did, Buckeye.
Now I'll be the owner of the Paradise Mine.
Pete Marvel thought a lot of you, but he thought more of his own flesh and blood.
Huh?
You'll get the mine if Pete's nephew Johnny dies before he claims it and takes over.
What?
Those are the terms of Pete's will. It's on file with the town clerk.
I thought all his relatives were dead.
Johnny's the only one alive. Kill him before he gets legal possession of the mine, and it's yours.
You're talking murder.
It wouldn't be your first.
What?
You and a man named Dobie Rapson killed and robbed a rancher in Pecos 21 years ago.
How'd you know that?
Dobie signed a confession before he died. I have the confession, naming you as his partner.
What?
I've kept quiet about the crime because I knew what Pete Marvel thought of you. I figured someday you'd own the Paradise Mine.
So that's it.
I'll sell the confession to you for half the mine.
I can't kill Johnny Marvel. I'd be the first one suspected of the murder.
Make me half owner of the Paradise, and I'll see that Johnny doesn't live long enough to take possession.
You've made a bargain, Hasp.
A couple of weeks later, Buckeye came into the town of Gunstock to buy supplies for the mine. After he bought what was needed, he drove the buckboard to Hasp Solon's office and hurried inside.
Hasp, I came to town an hour ago. I've heard from half a dozen people that Johnny Marvel's due in Gunstock sometime this week.
No one knows it, but he'll arrive today.
You told me 2 days ago you planned to take care of him before he hit town.
I do.
Then why spread the news he's coming?
The law will think the killer was on the lookout for Johnny, hoping to steal a lot of money.
Yeah, that might fool the law, but it doesn't sound smart to me.
I don't care how it sounds to you. I'm running the risk in this killing. I want to be sure no one suspects the real reason for it. Now, hand me my rifle, will you? It's in the corner near the door.
Yeah, sure. This is a mighty odd-looking Sharps. What's different about it?
It's a left-handed rifle.
What do you mean, left-handed?
The knob that ejects the cartridges is in the left side instead of the right.
You left-handed?
Yes.
Where are you going with the rifle?
Johnny Marvel will ride along the old covered wagon trail toward town sometime this afternoon.
You sure?
I had a letter from him last week telling me the time he planned to arrive. I'll find a hiding place above the trail and wait for him.
Good luck.
Don't worry. When I get back to town, he'll be dead.
The Lone Ranger's Indian friend, Tonto, had also been in Gunstock to buy supplies. When he returned to camp in the hills, a short distance from the old covered wagon trail, he had bad news for his masked friend.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Easy, Scout. Easy, fella. Me learn in town, Kemosabe. Old friend named Pete Marvel dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Him die of pneumonia 2-3 weeks ago.
He was a fine man.
Him do lot. Helped build West.
Who'll take over the Paradise Mine?
Feller in store say Pete leave mine to nephew, Johnny Marvel.
I didn't know he had a nephew.
Storekeeper say Johnny 21. Him come from east this week. Take charge of mine.
He has a big job ahead of him.
It's plenty big job, run mine like that.
Yes, he'll need competent help.
Him hurry.
Rifle fire, Tonto.
Oh, it sounds like shots come from covered wagon trail.
We'll find out what they mean. Easy, steady, big fella.
Easy, fella.
The masked man and his Indian friend raced downhill. Before they reached the bottom of the heavily wooded slope, they saw a rider hurrying away.
Someone in big hurry. Get away.
He must have seen us coming.
Maybe a fella who fires shots.
Look down there on the trail.
Fella on ground.
We'll see how badly he's hurt.
A few minutes later, the Lone Ranger and Tonto drew rein beside the still form of Johnny Marble. As Tonto examined his wound, the young Easterner's eyes opened.
Oh, no. You take it easy.
An Indian.
Me try help you.
How bad is the wound, Tonto?
Not bad. Me thinking be all right.
Good.
Your mask.
The mask needn't alarm you. We're here as friends.
Friends.
Who are you?
If you have my wallet, you know my name. Identification papers are in it.
We not shoot you.
You didn't?
If we had, we wouldn't be trying to help you now.
Oh, I didn't think of that. When I saw your mask...
I understand.
My name's John Marble.
Are you Pete Marble's nephew?
Yes.
Tonto and I knew your uncle well.
I didn't know he had any outlaw friends.
He knew what my mask meant.
Oh, no offense, mister. I appreciate your effort to help me.
Were you robbed?
I don't know. I lost consciousness when a bullet knocked me from the saddle. I'll see if my wallet's missing.
No, take it easy. Take it easy, fella.
I guess I'd better take it easy. My wallet's in the breast pocket of my coat.
Let me see if it's gone.
What about it, Tonto?
Here, wallet.
Is there any money left in it?
Maybe paper money here.
Well, then he didn't take any.
Apparently, he didn't have time.
What do you mean?
We scare him off.
Oh.
While you're bandaging his wound, Tonto, I'll look for tracks.
When the masked man rejoined Tonto and the wounded Easterner, Johnny was sitting up, grinning sheepishly.
I owe you an apology.
Oh?
Tonto told me who you are. Years ago, my uncle mentioned you in one of his letters. I'd almost forgotten it until Tonto explained how you met Uncle Pete.
He was a good friend of ours.
I'm grateful to you for helping me.
I'm glad we were near when you needed us. Tonto, if you'll come with me, I'll show you where the ambusher waited for Johnny.
A few minutes later, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Johnny Marble rode to the place above the trail where Hasp Solon had waited for his victim.
Big fellow.
Tonto pointed to the ground.
Track show. Ambusher lie flat. Him make mark there with toe boot.
He aimed his rifle from that position.
Why do you say that?
Here's the imprint of his elbow. He used that arm to support his rifle. You'll notice his right arm and elbow supported the weapon.
And that mean him pull trigger with left hand.
Yes. The man we want is left-handed.
It's remarkable that you're able to learn so much from tracks on the ground.
Once you've been trained to observe them, Johnny, tracks are easier to read than handwriting on a wall.
Nevertheless,
what matter?
He's going to fall, Tonto.
We got him. Steady, Johnny, steady.
Sorry. I'm weaker than that.
No, you lean on me.
Easy, steady, Silver. Stay with him, Tonto, while I follow the tracks of the man who fired those shots.
I'll be all right.
You better take it easy for a while. I'll see you later. Come on, Silver.
Johnny watched the Lone Ranger ride away, then turned to Tonto.
I'll be able to ride to town if I travel slowly. I'd like to get there before dark.
We not reach town before dark.
We could try.
All right, Johnny.
We'll continue our Lone Ranger adventure in just a moment.
'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
Champions are made, not born. There's an adage that's ever so true. For instance, Slammin' Sammy Sneed, a golfer as good as they come. Young Sam learned golf the only way. He practiced hours every day, chipping them short, driving them long. And soon he learned what keeps champs strong. Wheaties with milk, you can't go wrong. Today Sam rates the gallery's cheers. A Wheaties eater 17 years. Right, Sammy Sneed is a Wheaties eater from way back. Plenty of nourishment in Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Okay, Sammy, drive that ball.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. 'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
Now to continue. Dusk was falling when Hasp Solon returned to Gunstock. After he lit a lamp in his office, he lowered the shades carefully and concealed the rifle. Then he headed for the cafe. As he went through the batwing doors, he saw Buckeye. He hurried toward the big foreman.
Buckeye, what are you doing here? I thought you went back to the mine.
I waited in town purposely to see you.
Let's go over to a table. I want to sit down.
Suits me.
Bring me the usual, Hank.
Right. You're white as a full moon, Hasp.
I need something to steady my nerves.
It's on the way.
Here you are, gents. I'll leave the bottle.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
I don't have to ask. I can tell from the looks of you that you got Johnny Marble.
Yeah, I got him. But things didn't go as I planned.
What do you mean?
I fired twice. The first shot missed, and his horse bucked. But the second hit him.
Good.
He fell from the saddle. He stretched out on the ground, still as a rock. And just as I was about to go down there to get his money, I saw riders.
Riders?
A couple of them coming downhill fast.
They must have heard the shots.
For a minute, I wondered whether I had time enough to go down, steal his money, and clear out. But they kept coming fast. I couldn't risk being seen, so I cleared out.
Without making sure Johnny's dead?
I did my best.
I hope your best was good enough.
Where are you going?
Back to the mine. As soon as his body's brought to town, let me know. If he's brought in alive, we'll be in real trouble.
What do you mean?
You agreed to kill him. Keep the bargain.
Hasp Solon sat alone for some time. Then, deciding that someone would soon notify the sheriff of the shooting, he walked down the street to Sheriff Lemon's office. When he opened the door, he was shocked to see Johnny Marble talking to the lawman. An Indian was with the young Easterner.
What is it, Has?
I didn't mean to intrude, Sheriff.
Come on in.
Yeah, thanks.
Sheriff called you Hasp. Your last name's Solon. You're my Uncle Pete's attorney.
Yes.
Meet Johnny Marble, Has. That is, if you haven't met him before.
We've never met, but I've had letters from Mr. Solon since my uncle died.
I'm glad to meet you, Johnny.
Johnny's lucky to be here, Has.
Really?
He stopped Dry Gulcher's bullet.
If Tonto and his friend hadn't helped me, I might have died from loss of blood before I could reach town.
They were just giving me a report of the shooting.
We think left-handed man shoot Johnny.
Well, how could you tell that?
Well, there are plenty sign, very easy to see.
Mark on the ground showed that the man who shot me was lying flat on the ground when he pulled the trigger. He rested his rifle on his right arm and elbow.
Say, come to think of it, Has, you're left-handed.
Yes,
What's more, you own a special left-handed sharps. The ejector knob's on the left side instead of the right.
If you're suggesting that I shot Johnny, Sheriff...
I'm not suggesting anything.
The fact that I'm left-handed may be suspicious, but there are a lot of left-handed men in the world.
That may be, Mr. Solon. But I've just thought of something else.
Huh?
You were the only one who knew when I planned to arrive in...
Everyone in town get here sometime this week, Johnny.
But I wrote to Mr. Solon telling him I'd arrive today.
Huh? And he knew you'd be on the covered wagon trail this afternoon.
Of course he did. In my letter, I told him I planned to buy a horse and saddle when I got off the train in Mullen City, 20 miles from here.
Stand still, Sheriff.
A gun?
What's the idea, Has?
Keep your hands high, all of you.
We better do what him say.
You have good sense, Redskin.
Drawing that gun is an admission of guilt.
That's the least of my worries right now.
So you were the one who shot me?
I meant to kill you.
Why?
That's my business.
You locoed idiot. You can't get away with holding us here. If you fire 3 shots, the whole town will come on the run to investigate.
I know that.
Put down the gun.
Not on your life, Sheriff. We're leaving here.
To go where?
Across the street to my office where we'll not be interrupted. First, Johnny, disarm the sheriff and your Indian friend.
Now, wait a minute.
Follow orders. And don't try a fast move.
All right.
When the 3 prisoners were disarmed, Hasp said,
Now lead the way out the door and across the street to my office, Johnny. The Indian will be behind you, and the sheriff will walk in front of me. My gun will be at his back every step of the way. If either of you try to get away or call for help while we're in the open, I'll blow a hole through the sheriff's back.
You dirty skunk.
Remember, his life is in your hands. Now start moving.
Concealing his gun as carefully as possible, Hasp followed the prisoners across the deserted street. He watched the 3 men so closely that he didn't notice a moving shadow revealed for a moment in his lighted office. But Tonto saw it and hoped that the drawn shades on the office windows concealed his masked friend.
Keep moving, Sheriff. We're almost to the door.
If I get out of this alive, I'll see that you spend the rest of your life behind bars.
The door locked?
Yes.
Am I supposed to walk through it?
I'll toss the key to the step. Pick it up and unlock the door. But don't try a fast move.
If I could think of a fast move that wouldn't endanger the sheriff's life, I'd try it.
Step inside. You follow him, Indian. Then you, Sheriff.
Tonto was close on Johnny's heels as the young Easterner entered the office. Out of the corner of his eye, the Indian saw the masked man standing against the wall behind the door. Seeing Tonto's upraised hands, the Lone Ranger understood the situation. He drew his gun.
Go on, Sheriff. Inside. I'll close the door.
All right.
Keep your hands high.
Drop the gun. As the Lone Ranger spoke, he brought the barrel of his Colt down hard against Hasp's thin wrist. The lawyer's gun flew from his hand, and he screamed in pain.
My wrist! You broke my wrist!
Tonto stooped quickly to retrieve the gun the lawyer had dropped.
That gun, Kemosabe.
Good work, Tonto.
Mister, you saved our lives.
Hey, what's going on here? Who's the masked gent?
Him friend, Sheriff.
Yes, he proved he's a friend by disarming that tattle-faced lawyer. But that mask...
Sheriff, he's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yes. He and Tonto found me on the trail after Hasp shot me.
Well, mister, I'm downright glad to meet you, especially here now. But I don't savvy how you happen to be in this office.
I forced the lock on the back door to get in.
Illegal entry, doggone it.
I found this rifle.
Solon's left-handed Sharp's rifle.
I was going to your office to tell you what I learned when I heard you coming this way. You know the rest.
Well, Hasp, the tables are turned now.
You had no right to break into my office.
You're in no position to make any complaints. You're under arrest, you dirty, dry-gulching crook.
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff.
Jail's right across the street. Start walking.
No, let me talk.
You've got nothing to talk about.
This wasn't my idea, Sheriff.
No?
Buckeye planned it. He wanted me to kill Johnny.
The foreman at the Paradise Mine?
Yes.
But, I don't even know him.
According to the terms of your uncle's will, Buckeye will inherit the mine if you die before taking legal possession of the property and without leaving any heirs.
Oh?
Buckeye offered me half of the mine if I killed Johnny.
It'll be your word against Buckeye's.
He's a criminal, Sheriff, a killer.
You were the one who tried to do the killing?
The proof of his killing is in my safe. Open it and see for yourself.
All right. Call off the combination. The masked man will open the safe.
Yeah. 3 times to the right, to 6. To the left, to 12. And around once to 21.
A short time later, the Lone Ranger found the paper Hasp described. He glanced at it quickly, then handed it to the sheriff. The lawman read it rapidly.
This'll hang, Buckeye.
I told you he was a killer.
Thanks for the information. After you are behind bars, we'll get him.
Shortly after daybreak the next morning, Hasp Solon stared sleeplessly from the barred window of a jail cell, while Buckeye paced the floor of the cell next to him.
You dirty, double-crossing, weasel-faced half-pint. If I could get my hands on you...
Oh, quiet down, Buckeye.
If there was some way to get through these bars into that cell, I'd break every bone in your body.
I wasn't going to take all the blame.
You should take all the blame. Killing Johnny was your idea.
You're as guilty as I am.
Only because I had to go along with you. I agreed to pay you half of the mine to buy that confession.
Oh, shut up.
Instead of buying a confession, I bought a trip to the gallows.
Don't blame me.
I'll blame you as long as I live.
You'll not live long, thanks to the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger, a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated, is produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated. The part of the Lone Ranger is played by Brace Beamer. Your announcer, Fred Foy. Listen to the Lone Ranger, brought to you by special recording Mondays through Fridays at this same time.
A cloud of dust and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Let's go, big fellow! I'm Silver! Hi!
The Lone Ranger had become an almost legendary character. Many of the stories about the masked mystery rider dealt with his unusual speed and accuracy in the use of his pistol. Countless people had heard about the Lone Ranger's guns, but few realized that there were no others like them. Sam Colt had designed and made those two, and then no more. Two passengers, a man and a woman, rode on the westbound train. They had come all the way from Washington as agents of a foreign government. Their mission was to steal the masked man's 6 guns and they were bound for Crippled Creek, where spies were held in jail after failing in a previous attempt to secure the special weapons.
Crippled Creek, of all places for me to go.
Choice is not ours, Marie. Our duty is to serve the leader.
The choice was mine when I married you. I should have known better.
You thought the work of a spy was fascinating.
In Washington, yes. But in this wilderness,
Perhaps we won't be long in carrying out our assignment.
Mencken, if you expect to secure those guns quickly, you flatter yourself.
No, now, after all, Marie, this masked man, this Lone Ranger's human. A bullet in the heart will drop him as well as the next one.
I recall that Steinwick and Fleming made similar statements. And they're in jail.
They were careless fools.
Don't underestimate the Lone Ranger.
I don't.
Did you make a careful study of the information that had been gathered about him?
Of course I did, Marie. I memorized each word of it.
He's done great things.
Perhaps he stands out among the people of the West, but they're mostly savages.
Have you a plan?
Still working on it.
Before you can get the masked man's guns, Mencken, you must find him.
I'm working on plans that'll bring him to us, but they're subject to change. Marie, I think we can base our actions on what we learn when we reach Crippled Creek.
When we reach there. This trip seems endless. And even when we leave the train, we aren't at our destination.
Patience, Marie.
Patience. This endless train trip is bad enough, but riding in the stagecoach, how I dread it.
While enemies moved toward the Lone Ranger, the wires of Western Union carried a message to the masked man. A coded message sent in care of the padre of a little mission. Tonto had secured that message from the padre and hurried to deliver it to the Lone Ranger.
Oscar, open.
Important news, Tonto.
That's right. Message come by telegraph.
Let me see it.
Here.
Thanks. I'm Sam Colt. Perhaps you have some further information about these foreign agents who are trying to steal the designs of my guns.
Message in code?
Yes, I'm just working it out. Tonto, this is strange.
What him say?
He sent a small package to me. It's coming by mail. He sent it before he knew about the foreign spies.
What in package?
Colt doesn't say, but he wants us to be on the lookout for it. And be sure it doesn't fall into other hands. It'll be addressed to the padre at the mission. I'll saddle Silver. Steady this.
We go to Padre at mission?
No, Tonto. Mail for the padre goes to the post office in Crippled Creek.
That's where enemy in jail.
The sheriff in Crippled Creek will help us. We'll ask him and the agent in the stagecoach office to be on the lookout for a package from Colt. Pretty easy with this cinch, boy. Now we're ready. Steady there. Go on, Tonto.
Get him on full Silver!
Jasper Mencken and his wife Marie were not the only passengers on the stage for Crippled Creek. The third individual was a man of average size whom they had noticed on the train.
You say your name is Smith?
That name will do as well as any.
How far are you going, Mr. Smith?
That depends on many things.
We're going to Cripple Creek. Do you plan to stop there?
Depends.
This is our first trip into the West. Have you been here before?
Briefly.
We read many stories about a rather mysterious individual who's supposed to be in this part of the country. Perhaps you know all about him. He's called the Lone Ranger.
I may have heard of him.
My gracious, Mr. Smith, you are non-committal.
Am I?
Hey, Marie, look over there.
Mencken, those are Indians.
Yes, they're coming this way. I don't like the looks of this.
Looks bad.
Hey there, you pet!
But the driver's calling.
You got guns. You better get ready to use them. Looks like we're in for trouble with Redskins.
Mencken, you hear that? Why did we ever come into this terrible country?
Got a gun, Mencken?
Well, yes, I have.
You better prepare to use it. And you, Mrs. Mencken.
I'm frightened.
Bullets and arrows will start flying any minute. You better get down on the floor of the stage. Less likely to be hit.
Yes, Marie. Do like Mr. Smith said.
Here they come!
Guard has opened fire.
Here goes. Open fire, Mencken. We haven't much of a chance, but we may be able to get some of them.
Hang on, folks. You better fight the chance. Reach your street. no more than a fighting chance.
The Indians swept down on the stage with savage fury, firing with stolen rifles as well as bows and arrows. The guard and driver fell in the first few moments of attack. Then the Indians grabbed the dangling reins and brought the six in hand to a halt.
They'll capture us. They'll burn us at the stake.
Stay still, Marie. You're not helping any.
Keep firing, Macon. We're going to have help. Look over there.
Soldiers.
They'll rout those devils. Keep firing. Don't give up. We'll come through with you.
Smith! Smith!
They got me.
The arrival of the troopers was too late to save the lives of the guard or driver or of the man who called himself Smith. However, the men in uniform routed the attacking savages before Mencken or his wife were injured.
Have they gone?
Yes, Marie. But you can still see them. Soldiers are chasing them.
Oh, thank goodness.
Maybe the soldiers will come back and see if we need help. They'll take us on to Cripple Creek.
What are you doing, Mencken?
Want to find out about our fellow passenger.
Dead.
No doubt of that.
Well, then leave him be.
Want to find out who he is.
What's the difference?
My dear Marie, perhaps he has credentials that identify him. And frequently it's convenient in our line of work to take the identity of... Here. Look, Marie.
What is it?
Well, he called himself Smith, huh? Why,
Who is he?
My dear Marie, we were traveling with a special government agent from Washington. His real name is Cartwright. He carries a letter signed with a name of high authority.
Who is it addressed to?
Sheriff Dale at Cripple Creek. To the United States Marshal and to others who may be concerned. It requests that Cartwright be given all possible cooperation. Well, as far as I need to read.
Why?
Marie, I planned on posing as a traveling salesman.
Yes.
With this letter, I can reject all former plans to get the guns of the Lone Ranger. You'll identify this dead man as Jasper Mencken, your husband. And I shall pose as Inspector Cartwright from Washington.
The Lone Ranger was in the office of Sheriff Dale in Crippled Creek. He showed the lawman Sam Colt's message about the package that was to come by mail.
You don't know what's in the package, eh?
No, Sheriff. But it may have some connection with the foreign spies who are trying to get my guns.
I'm wondering if there's more of those spy critters around here.
Why, Sheriff?
Well, right after we jailed those three that you captured, some critter went into the telegraph office and sent a message to Washington. It was in code.
Did the operator know who sent the message?
No, he was a stranger in town.
I see.
But speaking of the prisoners, I had word from Washington about him. A special federal agent is on his way here to take charge of them.
I wonder if it's anyone I know.
The name is Cartwright, Inspector Cartwright.
No, I don't know him.
He's due to get in here today on the stagecoach.
The stage is stopping across the street right now. Maybe the package from Sam Colt is on board.
Well, I'll go see.
I'll wait here, Sheriff. My mask causes too many people to ask questions.
Well, suit yourself. What? Great day! Something has happened to the stage.
Soldiers brought it in. The guard and driver seem to be hurt.
Hurt or worse.
Here comes Tonto. He'll tell me what happened.
I'll get over there. It looks like I'm needed.
Look, it was terrible. Terrible. If it hadn't been for the arrival of these soldiers, we would have all been killed.
Here's the sheriff, Mrs. Mencken. He'll see that justice is done.
Is this the work of Redskin?
Yes, it is, Sheriff. They attacked and killed the guard and driver. Also a courageous passenger.
My husband. My poor husband. He's dead.
Easy now, Mrs. Mencken.
Was anything stolen?
No, the timely arrival of an army patrol saved the mail. Oh, I take it you're Sheriff Dale?
That's right.
My credentials, Sheriff. I think you'll find them in order.
Cartwright, huh? Yes, sir. Well, I've been expecting you, sir. I'm downright on it.
I trust that I may count on you to cooperate in everything.
You sure can.
There's an urgent matter about which I must talk.
I'll be with you just as soon as I can get the coroner going on the victims.
My poor husband. My poor husband.
Hank, you go get my wife. Tell her to come over here on the double. She can take care of Mrs. Mencken.
Right, Sheriff.
You wait right here, Inspector Cartwright.
All right.
I'll take care of the mail and my duties in connection with this attack. Then we'll get into your club.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto, watching from the sheriff's office, saw the coroner take charge of the dead men, and then the crowd dispersed as the stagecoach was taken to the stable.
Tonto, that must be Inspector Cartwright with us, Sheriff.
Ah. Now we learn what happened to fellas in jail.
Sheriff's carrying a small package. Perhaps that's the one Sam Colt sent.
Oh, it's not very big.
No. What it is.
I guess Tonto told you what happened to the stage.
Yes, he did, Sheriff.
The Indians got a traveling salesman named Mencken, but Inspector Cartwright here came through alive.
You're Inspector Cartwright?
I am.
Here's his credentials.
It's unusual to find a masked man in the sheriff's office.
Perhaps.
But the sheriff told me about you. The government is deeply indebted to you, sir. And I'm honored to meet you.
Thank you, Inspector Cartwright.
The same goes for you, Tonto.
The inspector's counting on you for a lot of cooperation.
Very well.
I'm instructed to take your guns. Please hand them over.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. There was no reason for the Lone Ranger to suspect that the man who identified himself as Inspector Cartwright was in reality a foreign spy. The masked man was surprised at the request to hand over his guns, yet it seemed like a reasonable request.
You see, Sam Colt never built better guns than yours, and there are no others like them.
Yes, I know that.
When he learned that foreign agents were after the design of those guns, he destroyed the blueprints. So these foreign spies must secure your weapons.
Well, the masked man's already captured 3 spy critters that made a play for his guns.
Yes, I know. And there'll be other attempts to get them. That's why my department in Washington asked me to collect them. We want to lock them up.
Inspector Cartwright,
I'm sorry, but I have my orders.
Are you here alone?
Yes.
Do you think you can guard these guns better than I?
Well, our enemy will be more cautious about attacking a federal agent than they would a private individual, especially a masked man.
Doggone it, Inspector Cartwright. I hate like blazes to see the Lone Ranger hand over his guns.
I'm sorry, Sheriff, but I have my orders. I'll return the weapons after we've broken this group of enemy agents.
Are you going to take them to Washington?
Yes, I'll start east on the next coach.
There's one leaving here tomorrow.
Fine.
But what about the prisoners? You were to give me instructions about them.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, I'll talk to them privately. Perhaps I can persuade them to name others.
Am I to keep them jailed here in Cripple Creek?
For the present, yes. Why, what are you doing?
Simply removing the cartridges from my pistols, that's all.
Oh.
It'll seem very strange to be without them.
Well, I can let you borrow a couple of peacemakers.
I have other guns in my saddlebags, thanks. Here you are, Cartwright.
Glad you're taking it like this.
Although we left our horses in the rear.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, before you leave, I've got something for you. This package come in on the stage.
Oh, yes, Sheriff.
Maybe it's what you were looking for.
Possibly. I'll put it in my pocket and open it when I get to camp. Come along, Tonto. Steady there, Silver. Easy.
Kimasabi.
Yes?
Me not like Cartwright, fella.
He's the authority, Tonto.
Or him not look like fighter. Enemy maybe steal gun from him.
Tonto, we're going to start toward camp. I want you to circle back and keep an eye on Cartwright. You'll watch him every minute until he boards the stage for Washington. Just to make sure he doesn't lose my guns.
Me savvy.
I'll join you sometime after dark. Easy, big fella. Move, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The Lone Ranger had obeyed the man who identified himself as a federal agent, but he intended to take no risks. After leaving Tonto, he hurried to the Western Union office and sent a message to a certain high official in Washington. Time dragged as the masked man waited for a reply. The afternoon waned. Sunset gathered the last light of day on the western horizon. Then it was dark. A lamp burned in the telegraph office. It was noticed by Marie, the wife of the foreign spy.
Working overtime. I wonder.
Wondering if a coded message was coming over the wires from her associates in Washington, Marie walked softly toward the office. Presently, she saw the masked man with the operator. Then, through the open window, she heard the dots and dashes of the Morse code. She paused, listening. Then hurried to the hotel where her husband stayed. Tonto was near a first-floor window in the rear of the hotel.
Get your hands up.
What's this?
You're covered, and I shan't hesitate to shoot if you make a sudden move.
Oh, you woman from Stagecoach.
That's right. Mencken, open that window.
What's going on? Marie, you here?
Get your gun on this Indian.
Oh.
I caught him watching at your window.
Come inside.
Oh, me only
Talk
watch.
when you're inside. Come quickly. I have him covered, Marie, with the Lone Ranger's guns.
Good.
Get over there, Tonto. Why are you spying on me?
Oh, me not spy. Me stand guard.
That's a likely story.
Close the window, Marie. I'll pull the curtain so others can't see into this room. Now, Tonto, I'll take that gun from your holster. Just what were you doing out there?
A Lone Ranger not want anyone steal 6 guns. Him say stand guard. Want see no one rob you.
Marie, I thought you were to stay with the wife of the sheriff.
I could see the Western Union office from her house. The man on duty worked later than usual. I went there and I learned something you should know.
Speak quickly.
That masked man was there.
Oh?
He'd sent a message to Washington, asking questions about Inspector Cartwright. The reply came while I listened at the window. It wasn't in code, and I wrote it down.
Read it.
Man about whom you ask is 5'9", weighs 140 pounds, has red hair.
Found it.
You know what that means?
Of course I do. The Lone Ranger will know that it was Cartwright who was killed.
Oh, Miss Abby, now.
He'll be here. You'll have a showdown. You look out! You take you, Marie. Get him. Oh. There.
Yeah, that got him. Good work, Marie. If you hadn't struck him with your gun, he would have had me.
He moves like lightning.
I'll see how badly he's hurt.
Oh, what's the difference? He has to die. So does the masked man.
I know.
Take a knife and finish that Indian.
Oh, not yet, Marie. We may need him.
For what?
Might be well if we have a prisoner as hostage. We can't leave town before tomorrow when the stage comes.
Ah, this country. Why don't they have more stagecoaches? Must one spend half his time just waiting?
He's alive, all right. Hand me that rope and I'll tie him.
I still think it'd be better to finish him now. Then we wouldn't have to run the risk of his escaping.
Thanks. No, he won't escape.
That masked man will be here, Mencken.
I'll be ready for him. I'll meet him with his own gun. Too bad I can't use silver bullets, huh?
Why can't you?
He unloaded the guns when he turned them over to me.
You've reloaded them?
Of course. There. Pull the Indian. I'll tear that sheet into a strip so I can gag him.
Very well.
I dare say the Lone Ranger will be surprised when he learns what's happened to his friend here.
He's regaining consciousness.
Tear that sheet.
There.
That's it.
Hurry and gag him before he cries out.
Fix it.
Is that door locked?
Yes. I'll have the gag tied in a second.
Hurry.
There. Yes, who is it?
That's right. I want to speak to you.
Who are you?
You have my gun.
One moment. I do have his guns. Door's unlocked. Step in.
I want to ask...
Get your hands up. Step right in.
Oh.
Close the door behind you.
If you captured Tonto because he was outside your window...
We did.
He was guarding
Save
you.
it. Lay the cards on the table. You know who I am?
Yes, Mencken, I do. How did you know it?
My wife heard the message to you as it came over the telegraph.
I see. Well, you and your wife will increase the total of foreign spies who have been taken prisoner.
You talk of making us prisoners while I have 2 guns aimed at your heart?
Those are my guns.
They were.
They're too big for you, Mencken.
I can handle them. Now lower one hand slowly and unbuckle your gun belt. Let it drop to the floor.
I'll unbuckle it. As for dropping it, that's dangerous.
Do as I say.
It'd be better if I tossed the belt to you. Like this. And follow it.
I'll shoot you.
Missed. I'll take that gun.
No.
Get over there.
I'll get you.
Here's more for you, Mencken. And this one.
Stop, you'll kill
Stand where
me.
you are. All right, just a second, Tonto. I'll cut you free.
What's all the ruckus? A fight in my hotel. Stop it, did
The
you?
fight's all over.
Great day. What'd you do to Cartwright?
His name is Mencken, and he's one of the spies. Take charge of him, Sheriff. His wife as well.
You mean he's not the federal man?
Here, this telegraph message will explain. Are you all right, Tonto?
Me all right now. Get bumping head. That's all.
Well, I reckon Mencken's going to have a bigger headache than you got, Tonto.
To think that this had happened. Gunfire in my hotel.
Oh, stop your wailing and go get Deputy Salter.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
Doggone, I'm sure glad you got your 6 guns back.
So am I, Sheriff. I'm accustomed to those guns.
I reckon you must be. Why, doggone it, those guns are practically a part of you.
Yeah. A strange thing.
Huh?
Mencken had the guns. He turned them against me. He intended to kill me with them.
Him try to fire point blank.
The only time the guns have ever failed was when Mencken used them against me.
You took the cartridges out before you gave him the shooting iron.
Yes, but he reloaded. See here? He used standard cartridges.
Chances are they were faulty.
Yes, that's probably the case. And yet, I wonder.
By golly, you mean? Hey, it's something to think about.
Yes, Sheriff.
But look here, mister. I've been downright curious about that package that come for you.
Well, I haven't had time to open it. I still have it here in my pocket.
Huh?
Come, Tonto. We'll return to camp and open it there.
In camp, by the light of a small, well-concealed fire, the Lone Ranger carefully unwrapped the package that had come from Samuel Colt, the package that called for such careful watching.
Small white box. Whatever this is, it can't be much larger than a small watch.
You open, Bob?
Right. There. Tonto, look at this.
Oh. It's plenty curious.
Great Scott, Tonto. I see what this is. No wonder Sam Colt doesn't want this to fall into the hands of strangers. Saddle up. We've got to move fast.
What is that mysterious gift from Sam Colt? Why was the Lone Ranger so surprised when he saw it? And why did he and Tonto saddle their horses in record time? The answers will be heard in the next Lone Ranger story.
Steady, Tonto. Steady, big fella.
You ready?
Come on, then. Come on,
Scout.
Where is the Lone Ranger riding? This is a copyrighted feature originated by George W. Trendle and directed by Charles D. Livingston. The Lone Ranger is played by Brace Beamer.
By special recording, The Lone Ranger. fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. Let's go, big fella. I'm Silver. Hooray!
After a long trip from the east, Colonel Hannibal Wade assumed command of Camp Corbin, an army outpost in Dakota Territory. He inspected the camp and reviewed the cavalry regiment stationed there, then summoned all officers to his headquarters tent. His face was dark with anger as he thundered,
Major Bennett, this outfit is a disgrace to the Army.
Colonel Wade...
When the men lined up for inspection, their formation looked like a broken-down picket fence.
Yes, sir.
And as for discipline...
But, sir...
You were in command until I arrived. How do you account for the unsoldierly appearance and conduct of the troops?
Sir, the weather has been demoralizing.
Weather.
We've had a lot of rain. The parade ground is a sea of mud, and all the tents leak. Furthermore, sir, the men are on short rations.
They'll get better food and quarters after the road has been built.
I've told them that many times, sir. They respond with jeers.
Major, do you mean to say you let the men insult you?
It seemed best to let them work off steam.
They'll find they have a different man to deal with now.
Colonel, the truth is some of the men are on the verge of mutiny.
Mutiny?
Yes, sir. Any concerted action and we'd be lost. I've tried to keep the main troublemakers apart by assigning them to different companies. And to keep them from deserting, I've had to disarm and dismount all the men after each drill, as Sergeant McQuaid will tell you.
Well, McQuaid?
It's like the Major says, sir. I keep the arms and horses under guard. No one will desert without a horse and gun in Indian country like this.
That reminds me. General Crook warned me that Chief Spotted Bull and his Sioux tribesmen may jump the reservation at the first opportunity. Now then, Major Bennett, are your scouts keeping watch on the Indians?
The scouts hired by the War Department have quit, sir, because the food was so poor and they had to wait so long for their pay.
Are none of these soldiers capable of scouting?
McQuaid and Master Sergeant Hayes could do it, sir. But with a rebellious regiment on my hands, I've had to keep them in camp.
Then you have no means of knowing what the Indians are doing, huh?
I have 2 volunteers secretly scouting for me, sir. They presented a letter from Colonel Miles. They had been of service to him.
I can't see anyone. I tell you, I've got to see the colonel.
What's the commotion out there?
Your orderly wants to see you, sir.
Let me know, too. What is it?
About your riding breeches, sir.
Eh?
The fancy ones.
What about them?
They're ruined, sir. I put them on a tent rope to dry, and gunpowder chewed the seed out of them.
Gunpowder? What do you mean?
Gunpowder is the name of a mule, sir. An old mule that's been retired from service, but one that is kept as the regimental mascot.
So a worthless mule ruined my breeches.
Don't blame the mule, sir. He doesn't know any better.
A mascot, eh? Such nonsense. Small wonder there's no discipline here. You say the mule is retired from service?
Yes, sir.
I want that infernal mule destroyed.
Colonel Wade.
Well?
That mule saved the lives of many soldiers. If it had not been for gunpowder, this regiment would have been massacred.
How's that?
It happened some time ago when the regiment was on maneuvers. Indians sneaked close during the night and overpowered the sentry. But the mule was alert and started a commotion that roused the men in time to avert a disaster. Had it not been for gunpowder, the Indians would have cut the throat of every man.
Any mule would have done the same thing. So would a watchdog.
Sir, the men look on gunpowder as a symbol of good luck.
I've no patience with sentiment and superstition. I'll have that mule destroyed.
If the mule must die, sir, it'll be best not to let the men know about it. They might break into open mutiny.
Carry out the orders you see fit. Just make sure the animal dies.
Yes, sir. Sergeant McQuaid, you and Master Sergeant Hayes will take the mule out of camp tonight and execute the colonel's orders secretly.
That night, the moon was bright when the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode across broken country between Camp Corbin and the Indian reservation occupied by Chief Spotted Bull and his Sioux warriors. At the edge of a ravine, they drew rein.
Easy, steady, big fella. This is a good place to rest our horses, Tonto.
And them plenty tired. We spend long time scouting Indians.
I hope to learn something definite to report to the new commandant at Camp Corbin.
You know him?
No, but I've heard of him. His name is Colonel Wade.
You think him there now?
Well, he should be. Major Bennett expected him to arrive today.
We tell him Spotted Bull and followers plenty mad? 'Cause them short of food?
Major Bennett knows that, Tonto. It's a bad situation. The government promised the Indians food, but because of transportation problems, the promises have been broken.
Maybe trouble comes soon.
I hope not. If Spotted Bull's warriors get out of hand, the whole Northwest might be in danger.
Kimasabi, look. 2 men right into a ravine.
Troopers. And they're leading a mule.
That look like mule we see in Camp Corbin.
The mascot. Otto, I think that is the same mule. Just distinctively light in color.
Them stop. Me wonder why them bring mule here.
I don't know. But I'm going to the floor of the ravine and find out.
Me go with you.
Leading their horses, the Lone Ranger and Tonto made their way cautiously down the steep 20-foot-high wall of the ravine. Then, concealed by underbrush, walked along the floor of the ravine toward the dismounted troopers and the army mule. Sergeants Hayes and McQuaid stood close to the doomed animal.
Hayes, the poor varmint looks like he knows what's coming.
Yeah. Dad ratted gunpowder. Why'd you have to chew up the colonel's fancy breeches?
Oh, it wasn't gunpowder's fault. He didn't know any better.
McQuaid, when the boys miss a mule, they'll start asking questions. It's likely to be trouble.
I know it. And if the boys find out we shot the critter, they'll lynch us.
Or shoot us in the back at the first opportunity.
That's right. And the fact that we carried out the colonel's orders won't make a bit of difference.
Not a bit. Hey, why don't we just turn gunpowder loose?
Oh, he'd go right back to camp. Then the new colonel would give us a drumhead court-martial for disobeying orders. Well, I hate to do this, gunpowder.
You look at the way he's eyeing your pistol.
Yeah, now, orders are orders, gunpowder. I'm a soldier. You savvy that? Well, here goes.
Don't shoot that mule.
Huh?
Masked man.
An Indian.
All loose.
Oh, we're not outlaws.
Whoever you are, you're meddling in army business.
Sergeant McQuaid, we overheard your conversation.
Then you know I'm acting on orders, so go on about your business.
There may be serious consequences if you carry out those orders.
You tell that to Colonel Wade.
He doesn't understand the type of men in his command.
Mister, don't interfere. I'm going to shoot.
No, you're not.
Let go.
Why, you meddling...
You not interfere.
Hey, let go of me.
Drop the gun, McQuaid.
Let go my wrist, hear me?
Tonto leaped at Hayes and kept him out of the scuffle between the Lone Ranger and McQuaid. The masked man held McQuaid's gun hand in a grip of steel and pressed at the wrist with increasing pressure.
Must I break your arm before you drop the gun?
I dropped it.
Good. Now, how about you, Sergeant Hayes?
Your Indian partner saw that my gun stayed in the whole set.
Oh, who are you, mister? Why are you interfering with us?
Tonto and I are the men who volunteered to scout for Major Bennett.
Yeah? And you wearing a mask?
Yes.
The Major said you had a letter from Colonel Miles. I reckon you must be all right.
Thanks.
Mind if I pick up my gun?
Do you still intend to shoot the mule?
Oh, I don't want to do it, but... Well, if Colonel Wade sees the critter again, Hayes and I'll be court-martialed.
Tonto and I'll take gunpowder off your hands.
What'll you do with him?
I know of a cave a few miles south of here. We'll tie him there temporarily and see that he has forage and water. Later, we may be able to find a home for him.
Hey, that'd be fine. What do you say, Hayes?
Suits me.
Then it's a deal.
Pick up your gun.
Right.
Kimasabi, me get horses?
Yes, Tonto. I'll wait here with gunpowder.
Hayes, we may as well ride back to camp and report that we got rid of the mule.
Yep. We won't say how we got rid of him. Adios, mister.
Adios.
Goodbye, gunpowder.
Get up.
Meanwhile, O'Toole, the orderly who heard Colonel Wade sentence the mule to death, had spread word to the soldiers in his camp. With the news, the smoldering resentment of the troopers flamed into fury. Private Bill Thorpe, formerly a Confederate captain, said...
Now, quiet, man, quiet.
The officers may hear us.
Killing that poor mule after the way he saved the regiment is a rotten deal.
We're all getting a rotten deal. Half starved and cold and wet most of the time.
If I had a horse and gun, I'd desert.
Me too. A lot of us will do the same, and the officers know it. That's why they keep the guns and horses under guard at night.
We ought to drag the colonel out of his tent and hang him.
No, wait, listen. There's a better way of evening the score.
How's that, Bill?
Spread the word for all the men to stay in their tents and refuse to answer bugle calls and orders.
That's mutiny. They'll shoot us.
They wouldn't dare shoot every man in the regiment. Bill's right. The colonel will report a mutiny. There'll probably be a congressional investigation. Maybe it'll result in better treatment for the men on outposts like this.
I'm with you, Bill.
I've heard other men talking mutiny.
And so have I. When they hear about gunpowder, it'll be the last straw.
We'll have to visit every tent in camp.
We'll do it. Tomorrow morning, not a man will answer when reveille and assembly are sounded. The murderer of gunpowder will find himself a colonel without a regiment.
Shortly after reveille the following morning, Colonel Wade sat in his headquarters tent with Major Bennett. The major was looking past the open tent flap while the colonel spoke.
That mule incident will show the men that I'm no sentimental weakling. I tell you, Major, it doesn't pay to pamper soldiers.
You may be right, sir.
I know I'm right.
Here comes Sergeant McQuaid with his morning report.
Well, McQuaid, are all the men present and accounted for?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir. There was no roll call this morning. Not a man was present.
You mean they've deserted in a body?
No, sir. They've heard about their mascot, gunpowder. They're staying in their tents.
It's mutiny. Major Bennett, muster all officers and non-coms. Then drive the mutineers into the open.
But, sir...
Line the Gatling guns on the tents. Give the scoundrels 1 minute to present themselves. And if they refuse, open fire.
Colonel, we can't...
The laws of war provide...
Wait, sir. For all the Indian fighting in the West, no state of war has been declared. The laws of war do not apply.
Yes, you may be right.
Sir, General Custer shot some unarmed soldiers he called deserters and mutineers. For it, he was court-martialed.
What do you suggest, Major?
We've stored all food supplies in the magazine where we've already locked the enlisted men's arms.
Yeah?
With Gatling guns, the officers can hold the magazine against any attempt to storm it. If we're attacked, we'll then be justified in shooting.
That's a good idea. In a day or two, those rebels will be starved into submission. Put your plan into operation at once.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto, after leaving the mule secure in a cave, had ridden at daybreak to the top of a cliff overlooking Spotted Bull's reservation. They observed small bands of warriors riding by devious routes to the same ravine where the Lone Ranger and Tonto had met McQuaid and Hayes. After watching for some time through his binoculars, the masked man said,
Tonto, they're sneaking off the reservation and massing in the ravine.
Not let them get close to Army camp. Not be seen by guards.
Yes, and they're wearing war paint. They've tied the tail to their ponies.
That means them on warpath. Maybe attack Camp Corbin.
There aren't enough of them to overpower the regiment.
Spotted Bull plenty smart. Him only fight when him sure him win.
Whatever the Indians' plans are, the colonel must be warned in time to issue weapons to the soldiers. Steady, Silver, easy.
Indians got us cut off from Army camp.
We'll take the longer route past the cave where we left the mule. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode away from the top of the cliff, then turned south and raced through rugged, hilly country.
Come on, Silver!
They dashed past the cave where they had tethered the army mule and continued on the roundabout route that would take them to Camp Corbin without being seen by the Indians gathering in the ravine. In camp, Private Thorpe, representing the soldiers, stood in the headquarters tent, facing the irate commandant, who sat behind his desk. Colonel Wade was saying...
Up. You and the others are making a great mistake. Without guns and horses, you're helpless. And without food, you'll starve.
Maybe so.
Moreover, you've nothing to gain by this mutiny. Every one of you will be punished at once.
These are the scouts I mentioned.
Scouts? Major Bennett, you didn't tell me that one of them is a masked outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw, sir. This letter from Colonel Miles may explain my mask.
While the colonel read the letter of identification, Major Bennett briefly told the Lone Ranger and Tonto about the mutinous behavior of the soldiers.
It's been brewing for a long time. The men have had to tolerate a lot of hardships, and they might have continued to do so. But the killing of their lucky mascot was the last straw. Isn't that the situation, Thorpe?
Yes, sir. The treatment of gunpowder showed how little sympathy and understanding old soldiers can expect from men like Colonel Wade.
That's enough, Thorpe.
Well, sir.
Yes, Colonel Wade?
Now that I know who you are, I apologize for calling you an outlaw.
That's all right, sir. I came here to report that Spotted Bull and his followers have left the reservation, and they're wearing war paint.
What? At a time like this?
They must have learned about your situation and decided this is the time to make their move.
How could they learn so quickly about the mutiny?
They have scouts, sir.
Where are the Indians?
They're hiding in a ravine within easy striking distance. Now, their actions indicate they plan to attack tonight.
Private Thorpe, give the men that information. Tell them I'll overlook the mutiny. There'll be neither punishment nor prejudice if they'll return at once to duty.
I can tell you now, sir, they'll refuse.
Confound, what do they expect me to do? I can't bring that mule back to life. I can't arm the men on mutiny. And if the Indians attack while we're defenseless, we'll all be massacred.
An attack might give the men the chance they need. Maybe they'll storm the magazine and help themselves to the food, guns, and horses they need to desert.
Where what kind of soldiers have we here?
They're a hard lot, sir. Some are renegades. Many are immigrants with no reason to feel loyal or patriotic.
Tonto, I want to speak to you. Step outside the tent with me, will you?
Private Thorpe, sit down.
Yes, sir.
Let's find some way to defend this camp.
In front of the headquarters tent, the Lone Ranger and Tonto stood near Scout and Silver. The masked man said,
Tonto, I have a plan that may save the camp.
And how me help?
Ride to that cave where we left the Army mule.
While the Lone Ranger outlined his plan, Tonto listened carefully. When the masked man had finished, the Indian mounted his paint horse.
Easy, Scout, easy, fella. Get him out, Scout.
As Tonto rode away, the Lone Ranger rejoined the men in the headquarters tent.
Did I hear Tonto leave?
Yes, Major Bennett. He's going on a special mission.
During the afternoon, despite Private Thorpe's talks with the mutineers and meetings with the officers, the deadlock remained unbroken. Sunset found the soldiers lounging near their tents, while a short distance away, Colonel Wade, Major Bennett, the Lone Ranger, and Sergeants McQuaid and Hayes stood near the headquarters tent.
Sunset. Soon it will be dark. Then we can look for the attack at any moment.
That's right, Colonel.
Are Captain Larkin and the other officers still guarding the magazine?
Yes, sir. They're guarding it with Gatling guns.
We'd better destroy the magazine so neither the Indians nor the mutineers can seize the guns and ammunition.
Yes.
Look over there.
Who is it?
Looks like an Indian riding back and forth.
I'll put my binoculars on.
Sometimes one Indian rides back and forth like that before an attack as a gesture of defiance.
He's dressed like a Sioux.
I haven't my field glasses. Is that a horse he's leading, Major?
No, sir, it's a mule. It looks like gunpowder.
It is gunpowder.
But I told
The mule's being led by Tonto, disguised as a Sioux.
Then the mule's not dead.
No, sir.
McQuaid, Hayes, you shoot the mule?
Well, sir, we met the masked man.
The fact is, Colonel Wade, the Army mule's alive. And if the soldiers think it's been captured by Indians, they might be eager to ride to the rescue of their mascot.
Yes, I understand.
That Indian's closer now.
Hey! That looks like our mule.
May I speak to the men, Colonel?
Yes, do so.
Men, all of you, now listen to me. Private Thorpe, tell the men gunpowder's alive. He's out there, led by that Indian who's making gestures of defiance.
How'd the Sioux get our mule?
No time to explain now.
We gotta rescue gunpowder.
As soon as you start toward that Indian, he'll race to the ravine with the mule. You'll have to fight a lot of Indians there.
With guns and horses, we'll fight them.
Men, listen to me. That Indian dares you to try to take away from the Indians your good luck mascot.
With guns and horses, we'll get him back.
If you do, I'll see that he's accorded the best treatment a mule can receive.
That'll end the mutiny, Colonel. Just issue guns and horses, sir.
Sergeants McQuaid and Hayes, stand by to issue arms.
Yes, sir.
Minutes later, the regiment was under arms and in the saddle. As quietly as possible, the double line of troopers rode out of the camp.
Tonto, posing as a Sioux tribesman and leading the mule, waved defiantly at the oncoming troopers, led by the colonel and the Lone Ranger.
Get him up, Scout.
Then, keeping out of bullet range, headed his dust-covered horse and the mule into a dry wash that led between hills to the hidden ravine. Tonto, cut off from the sight of the troopers, quickly turned into dense brush that lined the dry wash and drew rein.
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Oh, grandfather. Oh, there.
The dense brush in the dry wash concealed the army mule, Tonto's horse, and Tonto, as the Lone Ranger led the column past.
The ravine's not far ahead, Colonel.
In the ravine, the Indians were dismounted while awaiting darkness that would cover their attack on Camp Corbin. They heard the approaching horses, but by the time they realized the truth, it was too late to prepare for battle. The hard-riding troopers rounded a bend and swept into view, and the masked man leading shouted,
"There they are! Open fire!"
Many savages were shot before they could reach their ponies. Others were shot as they tried to flee from the superior fighting force. Then the fighting was hand to hand, and in the midst of the battle, the Lone Ranger and the Indian leader Spotted Bull came to grips.
This is for you!
Dick dropped from a smashing blow to the jaw. After that, the fight ended quickly. After the battle, while the wounded men were being treated and the prisoners tied, the men in the ravine heard a familiar bray. They saw Tonto riding toward them, leading the army mule. The Lone Ranger smiled as he saw the expressions on the faces of Sergeant McQuaid and Hayes. It was Hayes who spoke to the colonel.
Colonel, sir, well, that is McQuaid and I, sir.
You and McQuaid were told to destroy that mule?
Yes, sir, but we...
All right. A lot has happened since I took command. A lot that I'd like to forget. These fighting men have displayed a high degree of loyalty to an old mule.
Gunpowder's more than just a mule, sir.
Yes, gunpowder is a symbol. And our flag is another symbol. I hope in time to teach these men to give to our flag and our nation the great loyalty of which they're capable.
Sir, I suppose there'll be some rough punishment for what happened.
What did happen?
Well, sir, we didn't shoot the mule. The men went on mutiny.
I don't remember those things.
What? You mean...
See that gunpowder is given the best of everything. That's all I have to say.
Doggone, Colonel, you're all right.
I'll tell the men. Hey, boys, I've got news for all of you.
Colonel Tonto and I will be on our way now.
This regiment owes its existence to you, sir.
Oh, I doubt that, sir, but thanks for saying it.
Thanks for everything.
Your men are cheering you, Colonel. You won them by tempering discipline with human understanding. Now, let's go, Tonto. Easy. Steady, big fella.
Easy, fella.
Come on, Silver.
Tempering discipline with human understanding. I've learned a good lesson from the Lone Ranger.
This is a feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, and directed by Fred Flowerday. Tonight's drama was written by Fran Stryker. The part of the Lone Ranger is played by Brace Beamer.
The speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Oh, Silver! Let's go, big fellow! Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
For a good many days, the Lone Ranger and his Indian companion Tonto had been riding northward with little rest. It was not until they were almost at their journey's end that Tonto finally asked a question that had bothered him since they left their camp in the Enchanted Hills.
Kimasabi, you not say where we heading, or why we ride to north?
Tonto, I wanted to see how long it would be before you'd ask me that. You waited a long time.
If you not want to say...
I'll tell you now. We're going to Fort Laramie.
Fort Laramie?
Yes. You've heard of it, of course.
Oh, me hear Fort. But why we go there?
You remember some days ago we stopped at the mission to see the Padre? While you were out watering the horses, the Padre showed me a letter from Colonel Howard, who's in command at Fort Laramie.
Colonel Howard? Him same one who was at Fort Davis?
Yes. Colonel Howard asked the Padre to get in touch with me. The letter had arrived that morning and said that Colonel Howard was very anxious to see me personally.
Well, him not have you ride long distance, but not important, Kimasabi.
Yes, I know, Tonto. I feel certain it must be a very important matter. That's why we set out immediately. We'll reach Fort Laramie by sundown if we push a bit. I'm anxious to know why the colonel sent for me.
On, Silver. Come up, Scout.
Before sunset, when the Lone Ranger and Tonto drew rein on the outskirts of Fort Laramie.
Oh, Silver. Don't come, old fella. Quiet. Why we stop, Kimasabi?
Before approaching the fort, Tonto, I want to put on a disguise under my mask.
Oh, that wise. Let me help you.
I got the kit from my saddlebag. Here, pull my mask, Tonto.
Me take it.
I'll apply a bit of this berry dye you made up.
No, you put scar in face, maybe?
Yes, I'll have you fix that in a minute. Just a second till I get down across here. There. I'll hold the mask while you make a scar across my cheek.
Well, that'll not take long. Here mask.
Thanks. Make the scar realistic looking, Tonto.
Yeah. Me do it.
As soon as you finish, I'll put the mask on again, and we'll ride on to Fort Laramie.
It was a short time later when one of the troopers at Fort Laramie entered the colonel's quarters.
Colonel Howard, sir.
Well, Corporal, what is it?
The guards are outside with two men.
What have they done? Who are they?
One's a masked man, the other an Indian, sir. They said they came to see you. The masked man sent this in, sir. He seems certain that you'll see him, Colonel.
The silver bullet. Of course, I'll see him at once. I've been waiting for him to arrive.
But he's masked,
I
sir.
know. But he's not an outlaw. He wears that mask for a certain purpose. Ask him to ride in.
Yes, sir. Colonel Howard will see you, sir.
Thank you, Corporal. Tonto, you wait for the horses.
You wait out here.
Well, Colonel, it's good to see you again.
I've been hoping you'd come, sir. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I know you're wondering why I asked you to come here.
Yes, Colonel, I am. I knew, of course, that it must be something of importance.
It is very important, sir. I'll come to the point as quickly as I can.
Of course.
Fort Laramie is situated in very rugged country, as you know.
Yes, that's right.
The mountains are infested by one of the most ferocious and hostile of all Indian clans, the Utes.
I know.
And the surrounding plains hold an ominous array of savages from other tribes. Remnants of the Arapaho, Kiowa, Apache, Cheyenne, and the Sioux, who are still hostile to us.
I've heard there's been a great deal of trouble between here and Denver with hostile Indians.
That's true. So far, we've managed to keep them well in hand around Laramie. But it means continued vigilance on the part of my troopers to keep the Indians in check.
I can well believe that, Colonel.
On the other hand, this territory has become a stronghold for outlaws.
Yes, so I've heard.
My orders from Washington are to handle the Indians, and frankly, it's a big order to fill right now in this territory.
Oh?
The sheriff of Albany County has his hands full with roving bands of outlaws around Cheyenne.
How can I be of help to you, Colonel?
Well, on 3 occasions within the last 2 months, outlaws have successfully held up Union Pacific trains coming west. On 2 of those holdups, they got supplies and payrolls coming here to the port.
I see.
In spite of our vigilance, we had soldiers guarding the last shipment. The trains were wrecked and the supplies and money taken. That particular band of outlaws have no regard for human life, nor for government property, or the possibility of government reprisal.
You believe those holdups were the work of the same outlaws?
Yes, decidedly.
How could they find out about those shipments?
Well, either someone on the other end in St. Louis sends them word, or someone right here at the fort is disloyal.
I see. You're expecting another shipment soon?
Yes, day after tomorrow. I'm expecting a carload of new rifles along with the payroll.
Who else here at the fort knows about it besides you and myself, Colonel?
Just Lieutenant Hill, one of my junior officers, but I'll vouch for his loyalty any time.
Just what is it you expect I can do, Colonel?
I'm hoping you can prevent somehow a repetition of those holdups, sir. I know it's expecting a great deal.
I'll do all I can, Colonel. Oh, have you told others of the fact you sent for me?
No. I left orders that if a man of your description should come here, you were to be admitted at once.
I see. If anything comes to my attention, Colonel, I'll get in touch with you right away.
Thank you, sir. Knowing that you are here is a great relief to me.
Thanks for your confidence. Adios, sir.
Goodbye, sir.
Meantime, in a hideout in the mountainous region outside of Laramie, a heavy-set man by the name of Greg Beeler, an outlaw chief, sat in his headquarters talking to a hard-featured young man who had just entered.
Well, Nolan, you got any news for me this time?
That depends on what you call news, Greg. Lieutenant Hill was by to see my sister again last night.
Did you find out anything?
Yeah. He said he couldn't stay. Just came into the settlement to pick up an important dispatch at the telegraph office.
Yeah. That must mean another shipment is ready to leave for Fort Laramie.
That's what I figured. I questioned my sister Judy and found out that the lieutenant isn't going to get to see her any time Friday. That's 3 days from now.
The only days he misses seeing Judy is when the payroll and supplies are coming in. Those are the days he always has to stay right at the fort.
Yep, that's right.
Then that means a payroll and stuff is coming on the westbound Friday afternoon.
That's the way I figured, too.
That romance the lieutenant is having with your sister is sure to our advantage. They don't realize that between them, they give us enough information to figure out things.
That isn't all either, Greg.
No? What else you find out?
Well, I was sort of joshing Hill about the troopers having their hands full and needing reinforcements out here.
Well?
Well, he said it was impossible for him to get more troopers for a while, but that after this week, they'd be in a better position to handle the Indians and outlaws.
What do you make of that?
I was thinking he meant maybe they were getting plenty of ammunition and rifles in that new shipment.
Nolan, I bet you hit it that time. I'm going to get some of the others in here. We'll lay plans for wrecking and robbing that Friday westbound.
After leaving the fort, the Lone Ranger and Tonto went into the hills and made camp. The Lone Ranger told his Indian companion the result of the meeting with Colonel Howard.
You think maybe Lieutenant take word to outlaws Kemosabe?
The colonel says he trusts Lieutenant Hill, Tonto. Of course, it's possible that Hill is disloyal in spite of how the colonel feels about it.
Oh, that's right.
I'll get a description of Hill, and we can keep an eye on him. The outlaws are getting information from someone, that's certain. I'll talk to the colonel again in the morning. The outlaws are planning to hold up that train. We've got to get a line on them.
The following day at the fort, the Lone Ranger saw Lieutenant Hill. Later, he described him to Tonto and assigned the Indian to follow Hill whenever he left the fort, while the Lone Ranger searched the nearby hills for any possible outlaw hideout. It was late afternoon of the next day when Tonto followed the lieutenant from the fort to Judy Nolan's house. A short time later, from a nearby hiding place, Tonto saw a man come out of the house and ride hurriedly away.
Here, here. There go, feller. Maybe him take message to Outlaw from Lieutenant Hill. Easy, Scout. Easy, feller. We follow him. Maybe we find out something. Get him up, Scout.
Tonto followed Nolan for several miles. Finally, coming around a bend in the trail, he discovered Nolan was not in sight. Since the trail was hard and dry, Tonto had to stop to check on the hoof prints of Nolan's horse.
Oh, Scout. Oh, feller. Oh, here. We look for signs, Scout. Here. Here, hoof prints. Fella, go on trail further. Get him up, Scout.
Tonto rode on slowly, watching for the place where Nolan had possibly turned off the trail. He approached a spot along the trail where there were many boulders on the hillsides. Suddenly...
Oh, Scout. Oh, fella. Easy, fella.
Turn around and go back, Injun, or I'll tell you from the left. I got you covered from behind this boulder.
Tonto heard the voice, but he couldn't see Nolan, who was well hidden behind one of the boulders. He sat motionless for a moment, feeling that perhaps if he did turn around to go back, he might get a bullet between his shoulders from behind.
You heard what I said, Injun? Turn around and get going.
The Indian's keen eyes moved in the direction from which the voice had come. This time, Tonto saw the glint of a gun over the top of one of the low boulders. Then his motionless figure sprang into fast action.
Me not turn back!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Tonto's sudden decision to stay and fight had taken Nolan by surprise. As he threw shots in Nolan's direction, the Indian took advantage of the moment to ride behind a large boulder just off the trail.
Get him up, Scout! Oh, Scout, oh, fella. Oh. Him plenty surprised, Scout.
Get there.
Fella riding away in a hurry. Maybe lead us into another ambush. We go back and tell Lone Ranger. Get him up, Scout.
Later, Tonto met the Lone Ranger and told him what had happened.
So you think the man you followed might have been going to the outlaw hideout with a message from Lieutenant Hill, Tonto?
It seemed that way to me.
You did right in not following him further. If he did go to see the outlaws, they would have waited for you in ambush.
That's right.
We'll go to the fort and report the matter to Colonel Howard. Easy, big fella.
Scout, easy.
Come on, Silver.
Scout.
When the Lone Ranger and Tonto arrived at the fort, they were shown to the colonel's office. Two men were there, Lieutenant Hill and Jim Nolan, whom Tonto recognized as the man he had followed. The colonel explained.
Jim Nolan came to Lieutenant Hill and reported that he had been followed by an Indian on the trail to his mining claim in the hills. Now he says the Indian was Tonto.
That's right, it was him. That's right. Me think maybe you outlaw.
That's a funny one. I can vouch for Jim Nolan, sir.
I see.
Lieutenant Hill is engaged to Nolan's sister, Judy. Naturally, he knows Jim very well.
Tonto seems to have made a mistake, as you said, Colonel. He saw Nolan riding into the hills, becoming suspicious, followed. I understand there was shooting.
Sure. As soon as I found out an Injun was following me, I decided not to take any chances. I warned him with a bullet and told him to turn back.
That's right.
Well, fortunately, no harm was done. Jim came right here to the fort and told me about it.
thing your friend might be a hostile Indian.
If I was in with outlaws, I sure wouldn't come here like that, mister.
Maybe not.
Why do you say that?
Oh, no reason at all. Forget it, Nolan. Well, Colonel, we were coming to report the same incident, so there's no need for us to stay longer.
The colonel tells me you're trying to help us find
There's
out...
no need to mention that now, Lieutenant.
Of course, sir.
We'll leave now. Goodbye, Colonel.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Tonto, finding the lieutenant and that Nolan fellow there with the colonel was a surprise.
That's right, Kemosabe.
The lieutenant talks too freely in front of Jim Nolan.
You think him tell truth about going to mine claim?
Could be. But I'm still not satisfied about either him or the lieutenant.
And what we do now, Kemosabe?
Those two are working together for the benefit of outlaws. They'll be on guard against us from now on. We'll camp for the night. Tomorrow's the day the payroll train comes through. We get up at dawn and investigate the railroad right-of-way between Red Gap and Fort Laramie, where the other holdups took place.
That night, Jim Nolan made a report to the outlaw chief, Greg Beeler.
Greg, I come out to tell you there's a masked hombre with an Injun who are here to help prevent a holdup.
Masked hombre, you say?
Yeah, rides a big white stallion. Seems to have the run of the fort, too.
Hey, that sounds like the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Who's he?
Now, look, Nolan, I've been around. When I was riding trail south here a year ago, I heard about a masked hombre riding a big white stallion. Seems he works on the side of the law. He's got a mighty terrific reputation.
Holy smoke. And I'll bet that's him, all right.
Yeah. We'll have to watch our step.
The Injun started to follow me out here this afternoon.
What?
Now, calm down. Don't get excited, Greg.
But if you got a line on where you were coming, you'll tip off that masked man.
I'm smarter than you think. I doubled back and went to the fort to report that I was followed on the trail to my mining claim by a hostile Indian.
Did they fall for that?
Sure. And the masked man and Injun come in while I was there. The colonel and the lieutenant convinced them it was all a mistake.
Good. Yeah, they were smart on your part, Nolan.
Well, Marty, the men are ready to ride to the canyon, Greg. The moon's come up, so it'll be easy doing what we have to do.
Good. I'll go along to see that it's done right.
Sure. You'll have to tell us just how it's to be fixed.
Want me to go along, too?
No, you better get back home. Just in case someone's snooping on you. Come out and join up with us in the morning.
All right. We'll get those rifles and payroll in spite of that masked man. See you in the morning.
The following morning, the Lone Ranger and Tonto left camp at dawn and rode toward the hills.
What Colonel planning to do, Kemosabe? If train come today with payroll, maybe him have troopers waiting for outlaws.
The colonel plans to send what few troopers he has available to Red Gap to board the train, Tonto. Others will be at the station to unload the rifles when they arrive.
You think maybe outlaws try to hold up train?
That's hard to say. But since they were successful twice, there's every reason to believe they'll attempt it again. The colonel thinks so, or he wouldn't have sent for us.
Well, that's right.
I didn't like the looks of Jim Nolan last night when we met at the fort. I still think his connection with Lieutenant Hill is a perfect setup for getting information to the outlaws.
Well, you not trust Nolan. Why we not watch at his house some more?
Nolan would be on guard. He'd lead us on a wild goose chase while the outlaws went ahead with their plans.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, Silver.
Got no fella.
Easy.
Why we stopping, Kemosabe?
There's the railroad tracks just ahead of us, Tonto.
Oh, yeah. Tracks run through small rocky canyon just ahead.
Yes, I know. You take the trail that goes around that ridge, Tonto. I'm going to ride through the canyon to inspect the right-of-way. We'll meet at the other end. Keep your eyes open. Come on, Silver.
Come on, Scout.
The Lone Ranger moved slowly onto the right-of-way and followed the railroad tracks into the canyon. The steep, slanting sides of the small canyon were covered with large boulders and scrub brush, providing a secure hiding place and vantage point for anyone who might want to watch the railroad tracks below.
Easy, big fella.
Thinking Silver's whinny had been a warning, the Lone Ranger glanced keenly at the slopes on each side, but saw nothing. Then once again he fastened his eyes on the right-of-way. Suddenly he saw something that set his nerves tingling. The spikes had been removed from one small section of the rails, enough to throw the train, which was due at any moment, smashing into the rocky side of the canyon. The Lone Ranger didn't change his expression or Silver's pace. He knew now that Silver's whinny had been a warning that the many boulders hid outlaws waiting to swoop down on the wrecked train. He knew, too, that they were probably watching him, waiting to see if he discovered their plan.
Steady, fella.
Slowly he rode onward, giving no sign of what he had discovered, until he heard a sound that called for immediate action.
The train's coming. I have to stop it before it comes around the bend. Come on, Silver.
Silver sprang forward and raced along the right-of-way. Bending low over the pommel of the saddle to avoid the flying bullets, the Lone Ranger urged his gallant horse to greater efforts.
Faster, big fella! Run, Silver!
In a short space of time, the masked rider rounded the bend out of reach of the outlaw bullets, headed for the canyon opening beyond, which he could see the oncoming train. Removing his neckerchief, he waved it over his head as he rode in the middle of the tracks for the shrieking iron monster.
They've got to stop. They've got to. Come on, Silver!
Meantime, in the cab of the train, a trooper stood beside the engineer.
Look at that. A masked man on a white stallion, plumb in the middle of the tracks. If that fool outlaw thinks he can stop this train, he's crazy. Give him some lead, soldier, as we go by. Yeah, there might be others waiting just... Hey, that's the masked man who was at the fort, the colonel's friend. What do you mean? Stop the train. Stop it quick. All right, if you say so.
Oh, Silver, whoa! The tracks have been tampered with. The canyon's full of outlaws.
Holy mackerel. We'd have been wrecked.
How many troopers are on the train?
About 20, back in the first car. We all got on at Red Gap.
Get those troopers off now. Send back the train to Red Gap. Hurry before the outlaws have a chance to get their horses.
Right. I got a bill from here to give them warning. Have them come on the run.
Oh, stop both of them. Oh, keep us on me, Tonto. Take a couple of troopers. Right along the left rim of the canyon. Scatter any outlaw horses you find there. Hurry.
Me do it.
Send a couple of troopers along the right rim to do the same thing. Then the rest of us will go into the canyon.
Leaving Silver ground hitched at the edge of the canyon, the Lone Ranger moved into the canyon on foot with the troopers. He had them scatter, spreading out along the sides of the canyon, firing at anybody they saw among the boulders. Moving slowly forward, the troopers made every shot count. The Lone Ranger in the lead was determined that none escaped. The troopers were amazed and encouraged to see the way he disregarded the danger of whining bullets.
Oh, let them get up to the rim.
Moving amongst the boulders with blazing guns, the Lone Ranger finally came upon the man he had hoped to find, Jim Nolan.
Nolan, you're the one man I want.
Hey, it's a masked man.
No, you won't.
My leg.
Drop your gun, you. I'll give you the same.
You shoot.
Your plan failed. Troopers haven't let one man escape. The fight's over. You and a few others, Nolan, have some explaining to do to the colonel.
Later in the colonel's headquarters at Fort Laramie.
Colonel, I'm glad that Nolan has cleared Lieutenant Hill of any disloyalty by his confession.
I'm sure the lieutenant will be careful of what he says from now on when he visits his lady.
Colonel, I didn't realize Jim Nolan could do such a thing.
He took advantage of your friendship, Lieutenant. And was smart enough to figure things out without having you say much. I'm sure, though, that Miss Nolan is all you think she is. It's unfortunate that she has such a weak brother.
Thank you, sir.
Tonto is waiting outside, so I'll leave now, Colonel.
Well, thank you for what you've done, sir.
Thanks aren't necessary. Adios.
Goodbye,
Goodbye. Colonel, I've never met a man like him before. You've never told me exactly who he is.
Frankly, I don't know, Lieutenant. All I do know is that he's known far and wide throughout the West as the Lone Ranger.
I'll Silver! Hi!
This is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Charles D. Livingston, edited by Fran Stryker, and a part of the Lone Rangers played by Brace Beamer.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Murder and the Dope Racket. The Green Hornet strikes again. Eaton Waterbury, respected wholesale druggist, reached across his desk and picked up the phone.
Hello?
Hello, Waterbury?
Yes, who is this?
This is Spencer. I wanted
Oh, it's you, Doc. What's up?
Plenty. Listen, Waterbury. I'm through. Do you hear? From now on, you can do
Now, hold on, Doc. Control yourself. Why do you say you're through?
I'm calling from my home. A while ago, I received a phone call from another doctor in town here.
Well?
He said a patient of mine, a Miss Violet Hill, had just left his office after coming there for a checkup.
What about it?
Well, what about it? Just this. He said he found nothing wrong with her and called me to ask what I was treating her for. She's been coming to me every other day, and I've been giving her those pills of yours.
You think she's become suspicious, huh?
There's no doubt of it. And I don't know what she can tell the police. She may have some of those pills around. I'm going down to my office and clear out my files. Then I'm moving out before the police start an investigation.
Well, that's it. Now, listen, Spencer, you're in this too deep to run out and ditch the whole deal.
Say what you like, but once and for all, I'm through. Goodbye.
So he's through, is he? Red!
What do you want, boss?
You and Blabby, come here. Hurry.
Okay. Hey, Blabby. Boss wants us. Come on. What's up, boss? Yeah, what's it all about?
Come in and shut the door. Doc Spencer just phoned. Says he's through. He's at home packing, getting ready to clear out.
Why, that's dirty. He can't do that. Like I always say, he knows too
Quiet,
much.
Blabby. You two listen to me. Take the car. Go over to the Hill girl's apartment. She may have some of those pills that may be traced to my drug company. Make her give them to you before you get rid of her.
Right.
If she won't tell where they are, bring her to me here.
Okay.
One thing more. Before you go to her place, get over to Doc Spencer's right away, and, well, I think you'll know what to do about him. Now get going.
A short time later, Red and Blabby sat in a car which was parked at the curb, a short distance from the entrance to Spencer's home.
As soon as he comes out of the door, we got to get moving fast, Blabby. Be ready. Yeah, being ready pays, like I always say, Red. I remember the time I was going to... Here he comes. I'll get going. Yeah, it's him, all right. Keep close to the curb, Blabby. And count on me, Red. I bet when you see...
Shut up. Hold her steady now. This is it.
Hey, wait! Down!
Step on it, Blabby.
Paper, Dr. Spencer murdered. Here you are, lady. Read all about the machine gun killing. Here you are, sir. Such Select Street paper.
Mike Axford, Sentinel reporter, was at police headquarters waiting to get further news of the murder from Sergeant Burke.
Hey, Sarge, anything new? Where you been?
In with the inspector. Cassidy, go bring a squad car around to the door and hurry it up.
Okay, Sarge.
What's the inspector say, Sarge? Where are you going?
Before you spill over with any more questions, I'll tell you. The inspector says he got a complaint against Doc Spencer just a short time before we got news of the murder.
A complaint? What about, Sarge?
A girl by the name of Violet Hill said the doc had been selling her dope pills.
Dope, you say? Hey, do you think that
I don't do the thinking around here. At least not in front of reporters. I'm going to pick up that girl for questioning.
Do they think she did the killing?
How do I know what they think? Anyway, she won't be safe when those killers find out she complained.
Aha! So the inspector thinks 'twas a dope ring gang that killed Spencer, I bet.
Keep your thinking to yourself, Axford. I didn't say anything
Come
about...
on, Sarge.
Be right with you.
Can I come, Sarge? How about it?
Oh, come on, if it'll keep you quiet. Let's get going.
Meantime, Violet Hill was resting in her small one-room apartment when the door buzzer sounded.
Just a minute. Yes? What can I... Oh.
Keep quiet and get out of the way.
But you can't come in.
Get back in there, I said.
Stop it. Who are you?
You'll find out. Come on in, Blabby.
Why have you come here?
Fast, sister. Where's the pills you got from Doc Spencer?
Pills?
Don't play innocent, girlie. Come across with those pills. We heard you were going to squeal to the cops.
I already complained to the police. You must have killed Spencer. You knew that
Shut up. Blabby, tear this joint apart and find those pills.
Sure, Rancher. All right. I do have some of the pills, but they aren't here. I left them with someone else. So go ahead and search all you want to.
You know too much, baby.
Hey, Red, shall I take a look?
Forget it, Blabby. Listen, sister. You're too smart for your own good, see? You're going with us. The boss will want to talk to you.
I'm not going to leave this apartment.
Listen to that, will you? Let's bump her off.
Shut up. The dame will get it soon enough. Grab her.
No! Don't you dare touch me. Either of you.
Spunky, ain't she, Red? Now, take it easy. You won't get hurt.
You let me go.
Cover her mouth, Blabby.
Let me go.
Oh! She kicked me, Red.
Don't let a little dame get the best of you. Here, tie her hands with a handkerchief. Slap her if she squawks.
Okay. I'll have her tight in a second.
Please. Please let me go. I won't say anything to anybody, I promise.
Too late, sister. You already did. Now, if you don't want a gag in your mouth, keep quiet.
I won't go with you. I won't.
Hold her, Blabby. Now, if you know what's good for you, you come along quiet. I'll have this rod stuck right into your side all the way.
I'll come with you.
Darn right you will, sister. Like I always say when the boss tells us...
Stow it, Blabby. Okay, girlie. Get moving. And walk out like we're all friends, see? Now get going.
It was dusk when Axford entered the office of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, in a state of excitement.
Say, Reed!
Axford, Mr. Reed signing letters.
Why, Casey, I got important news.
Here are the letters, Miss Case. What is it, Axford?
Reed, things are popping off in that Spencer case.
They have a line on the killers?
No, but the cops are sure the doc was mixed up in a dope ring.
Do they really believe that, or is that just your own idea?
Don't be butting in, Casey.
Well, what about the dope ring angle?
Reed, the thing's busting out all over with angles. You see, a girl named Violet Hill put in a complaint at headquarters just a little before the murder. Said Spencer was selling her dope.
Have they picked up the girl in connection with the killing?
I'm coming to that, Reed.
Well, do the police think she killed him?
Quiet, Casey! The cops don't tell me what they think. And if they did, I wouldn't...
What about Violet Hill?
Oh, yeah. I went along with Sarge when he went to pick her up. And what do you think?
Go on.
She's disappeared.
Skipped out, huh?
Nope. Somebody took her away by force.
You mean she's been abducted?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, how do you know?
Reed, the apartment was a mess. Chairs overturned and all, like she put up a struggle.
I see.
Oh, the poor thing.
The police believe Spencer was mixed up in a dope ring.
I know what you mean, Reed. And again, the racketeers got the jump.
How?
I went with Sarge and the boys over to Spencer's office. The piles had been cleared out before we got there.
Well, looks as though the gang knows how to cover up.
That they do, Reed.
Are there any clues at all?
Not a one. Sarge is raving. Says he's stumped with not a clue to go on. Just think. A murder and a disappearance both within a few hours and not a clue to go on.
Yes, and if something isn't done soon, there may be a second killing.
You mean they...
Yes, Violet Hill. If she's not found soon, they may be too late to save her life. Early that evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, the gang that murdered Dr. Spencer is just as liable to murder Violet Hill. Spencer was not a reputable physician.
Why you say that, Mr. Britt?
I checked up on him. Before he came to the city, he was investigated by the Medical Association, but nothing was proved. I'd like to know who recommended him to Miss Hill.
Well, you think police right? That he in with dope ring?
There's no doubt about it. I wonder if there was any little thing in his desk or files the police overlooked.
It's easy for Green Hornet to find out.
Come on. We'll take the Black Beauty and go to his office.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Leave the Black Beauty here and behind the medical building. In this dark spot, it won't be noticed.
You know floor office on?
Yes, it was mentioned in the story of the killing. We'll use the back stairs. The office is on the second floor. Keep your eyes open. The police may be watching the place. Let's go.
Moving noiselessly in the shadows, the sinister figure of the Green Hornet and his companion approached the back door of the building. Using a skeleton key, they soon effected an entrance and made their way up the back stairs to Suite 202. The same key unlocked the door to Dr. Spencer's offices.
We use flashlight or turn on office lights?
We'll risk the office lights, if I can find the switch. Yeah, here it is.
Good thing we not meet any police.
Yes, we've been lucky so far. This is the receptionist's office. Yeah, that must be the doctor's office beyond.
I turn on lights in here.
There are the files. Come on. Yeah. Not a scrap of any kind left in them.
Oh, that's right.
Go over and look through the desk.
Desk empty, too.
I was afraid of that. Well, right now I'm stumped. I guess the best thing to do
Put
is...
your hands up, both of you, or I'll let you have it.
Oh, the building guard.
Right. I saw the light and sneaked in, just in time to get the drop on the Green Hornet and the masked helper. Come over here near the Hornet, you, and keep them hands up.
This not good.
Do as he says for the time being.
Stop whispering. You make the least move, I'll drill you.
The next move is yours, my friend.
You're darn right it is. I'm phoning the cops. Operator, get police headquarters quick. Tell them to 202 Medical Building. Tell them I cornered the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed, with Cato beside him, stood facing a gun in the hands of the burly guard who had just phoned the police. Britt sized up the situation quickly and realized that the man before them was not to be taken lightly. He noticed particularly that the guard held a revolver and not an automatic. As a plan of action came to mind, he played for time, hoping to turn the odds before the arrival of the police.
You're taking a big chance. We're 2-1, you know.
Yeah? Well, don't think that'll help. You try to pull any fast moves together, you'll get a bullet, see? I'm pointing this gun right at your heart, Hornet.
Yes, so I notice. A rather uncomfortable feeling, too. Say, Maybe we can make a deal.
Not a chance.
Oh, well, I guess the cops will get the $10,000 I have in my coat pocket. Too bad. I'd have been willing to split.
$10,000, huh? Who you trying to kid, Hornet?
Forget it. You aren't interested anyway. And you'll have to split up the reward you get from my capture with all the cops who come here. And they're coming right now.
Maybe I am interested in that dough, but I don't have to make a deal. I can take all of it right now.
Why, you...
I'm going to see if you have that dough on you. But this gun will be pressed right against your chest, so don't make a move. Now, just look in your pocket.
As the guard stepped close, pressing the revolver against Britt's chest and reaching toward his coat pocket, Britt Reed suddenly dropped his hand, grabbing the cylinder of the revolver in a tight grip so it couldn't turn.
Hey, let go. Now that you can't pull the trigger,
Oh, that good trick. I almost think we not get away this time.
We still won't if we don't hurry. Let's get out of here and fast.
Later that evening, Eaton Waterbury sat at his desk in the front office of his warehouse on Water Street.
Hey, boss. There's something in the paper you ought to see. Look here.
What is it, then?
See? Right there.
Green Hornet outwits guard at medical billing. Escapes from Spencer's office.
Wonder why he went there,
Wait
boss.
a minute. Police have stated that the appearance of the Green Hornet in the Spencer's office earlier this evening may bring about new developments in the Spencer murder and the Violet Hill abduction. Say, Red, this is something.
Yeah, but that ain't all, boss. Look what it says there.
Where?
Here.
Oh, that. Let's see. The Daily Sentinel offers a reward of $35,000 for information leading to the capture of the Green Hornet.
That's a lot of dough, boss. Now that the Hornet's getting the blame for everything, we're in the clear. I was thinking,
What were you thinking, Red?
if they was to catch that guy, we'd not only be safe, but we could get the dough, too.
You must be crazy. What information could either of us give that would lead to the capture of the Hornet?
Well, I was thinking, if they was to catch somebody they thought was the Hornet, after we tip them off, well?
What's on your mind?
Look, Labby's been back there in the back room all evening watching that dame, see? And he never reads the papers.
Labby, but how do you figure that?
I got a plan. I'll go back and take his place. Tell Blabby you want to see him. Then here's what you tell him to do. Want to see me, boss? Red says you do, and like I always say, whenever you want anything...
I know. Blabby, when I have something very important to do, I trust you to do it better than Red. Of course, I wouldn't want you to tell him I said so. But,
I ain't telling him anything, boss. Like I always say, if you talk too much...
of course. Now, listen, Blabby. I have a very important errand for you to do. And there'll be a bonus in it for you if you do it right.
A bonus? Honest?
Right. Now, look. You remember that girl's apartment?
Oh, sure. Over on the west side. I don't ever forget places. After all, like I always say, if you do a thing, you might...
Yes. Now, here's what I want you to do. She won't talk. Maybe those pills are there. Go over there, search her apartment.
For that, I get a bonus? Oh, that ain't much to do. I was telling Red...
You'll have to be very careful on this job. You mustn't be recognized.
Nobody'll get a chance
We can't take chances. So I want you to put this mask on when you get inside the building. Do you understand?
Black mask with a funny-looking bug on it. What's that supposed to be?
Ever hear of the Green Hornet?
Green Hornet? Creepers, who ain't heard of that guy? What? I remember once when I was...
Skip it. I sent Red down the street to get this at Jake's place. He sells them for Halloween. You stick that on when you get there. Now get going. You ought to be over there in about 20 minutes or so. Here's the mask.
Okay, boss.
Meantime, Britt Reed and Cato had returned to their apartment and spent some time discussing the case.
Well, now that papers blame Hornet, police hunt him instead of others.
As a matter of fact, Cato, I phoned Gunnigan and told him to play the story up big and to feature the reward notice.
I know. Well, why you do that?
Hoping it might cause the killers to make a false move. Hello?
This is Ashford Reed. Gunnigan just got a tip over the phone that the Hornet's going to be at Violet Hill's place about 10 o'clock. It's 1:15 now.
Did the person give his name?
Called himself Red. Said if the Hornet's caught, he'll come in tomorrow and identify himself to get the reward. Said it was because of that he called us instead of the cops.
I see.
I'm going to phone headquarters now. Then I'm going to get Sarge to pick me up and take me out with him.
Fine, Axford. You do that. And have Gunnigan get ready for an extra.
Sure, he'll be ready. I told him I was going to get a scoop. Be seeing you, Reed. So long.
So, bye. Cato, it's a phony tip. But someone called and said the Hornet was to be at that girl's place at 10.
But if Axford tell police to go out there...
We're much closer to the west side than they are at headquarters. Of course, they'll radio the scout cars, but we'll have to risk it. Come on, then, hurry.
None of that stuff here. Oh, well, like I always say, it ain't no use wondering when you get... Hey, what the...
Don't make a move, Mug.
Hey, you must be the real Hornet.
So what? What's the idea of that mask?
Now, look, Hornet. The boss just thought it up, see? It don't mean nothing. This mask, I mean, it's just so I won't be...
Who sent you here?
The boss sent me. Honest. Like I said, it don't mean a thing.
I heard you the first time. Hear that, the police. Do you want me to let you have it and leave you here for them? Or will you come along with me?
Oh, hey, I don't want to meet up with any cops. Let me get out of here.
You're getting out the back way with me. And this gun will be right in your back. Now move and make it snappy. Now that we've lost the police for a while, you can start talking. What's your name?
My name is Blabby Hooker. I was just getting some stuff for the boss out of that desk. Look, Hornet, let me go and...
Take me to your boss.
Oh, no. I ain't never welched on nobody, Hornet. Like I always say,
Listen to me. Don't you realize you were framed? You were sent out there, and then your friends called the police so you'd be picked up.
What?
Sure. You don't think I had the police come out there, do you?
But why should they frame me?
If you were picked up as the Hornet, they'd get $35,000, that's why. Play along with me, and we can turn the tables on them.
How?
Take me to your boss. We'll get the drop on him, put the mask on him, and then you can send the cops there, get it?
And I get dough?
Dough? You'll get your share of everything that's coming. You can count on that. How about it, Blabby?
It's a deal. I'll tell you where to go.
This the place?
Yeah. The light's out in the front office. You must be in the back room.
You not forget phone call to police.
Oh, Blabby. Before we go in, my friend here will tip off the police. Then we'll surprise them.
I not be long.
I'll show you how to get in the back way. Won't they be surprised? Like I always say, when you double-cross
You
anybody...
said it, Blabby. There'll be plenty of surprises tonight.
Red, you can go out in a little while and get the news.
Yeah, they ought to have him, but now... Say, boss, we'll have to do something about the girl. Can't just keep her here bound and gagged like that.
Sometime during the night, Red, it'll be your job to get rid of her for good.
Yeah, she knows too much now.
After we get that reward, we'll go easy with the dope racket for a while.
Hey, look, it's Blabby.
With the Green Hornet.
Get him, Blabby, quick! I'll get him all right with the dirty double-cross.
You! Wait, Blabby. You don't know what you're doing.
Like I always say, rats ain't worth listening to. If I can get this rod free, I'll show you. Hey, sock him, Hornet. He's waving that rod around like crazy.
Good advice, Blabby.
What a sock and a kisser that was. Like I always say, when you sock him, make him stay socked. Now I'll stick this mask on the boss. Won't he be surprised?
Wait a minute. Like I always say, it's no use doing something you don't have to do. Take a sniff of this.
Hey, what's the idea? Gas! Gas, I can't...
That take care of everything, perhaps. Better hurry before police come.
All right. The girl can give the police the evidence against these killers. The police will untie her. Let's go.
Reed, wake up!
Axford. Oh, what's the idea of waking me in the middle of the night? Can't I wait till morning?
Reed, the cops got them all, every last one of them. And they found the girl, safe and sound.
Got whom, Axford? What are you raving about?
The dope peddlers who murdered Doc Spencer, that's who.
Really? Then they caught the Green Hornet.
Nope, but Eden Waterbury, the wholesale druggist, was the ringleader. And the girl, Violet Hill, told so much on them all they had to confess.
Uh-huh. But I still want to know about the Green Hornet.
What's the use? Every time we get a big scoop, you want a bigger one. 'Twas the Hornet who blew his top and messed them all up so the cops found him. But, of course, the Hornet got away.
I might have known.
Reed, to my way of thinking, you don't know what it is to be surprised about anything.
Oh, life is boring, isn't it, Axford?
Phooey.
That's the Street paper. Spencer killers found. Dope ring broken. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Street paper.
Streetcar accident. 50 passengers in panic. Clarion, Pip.
Kid, give me one of those papers.
Yes, sir.
Keep the change.
Gee, thanks. Some story in the Clarion, ain't it, mister? About the streetcar.
Yeah, I know all about it. Listen, kid, why don't you plug the Daily Sentinel instead of the Clarion?
Huh?
You're selling both of them, aren't you?
Sure, but that don't
The Sentinel's got a better story than the Clarion ever had.
No, it ain't, mister.
Don't tell me, Sonny. I phoned it in myself. It's all over the front page.
Yeah, but it ain't as good as the Clarion story.
Now, listen.
Well, take a look if you don't believe me. Here's a Sentinel right here.
Well, I'll be... Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Clarion, Pip. Streetcar accident.
Look at that. Selling 3 Clarions to every one of ours. The Daily Sentinel office. Step on it. A fine yarn this is. Why didn't we give it an 8-column head like the Clarion? And I don't even rate a byline. Yeah, sometimes I figure maybe I'm working for the wrong outfit. All this a headline. Accident delays streetcar service. There. Say, what's the matter with this taxi? I can make better time walking.
Here's the Sentinel story of that streetcar business.
Nothing like the Clarion, Mr. Reed.
In this case, the Clarion isn't happy unless it can be sensational. As long as I'm publisher of this paper, I'm not going to color any story to gain circulation. A lot of readers may want lurid yellow journalism, but they won't get it from the Sentinel.
I bet Lowry will be burned up, Mr. Reed.
Lowry? Why?
I imagine he expected a byline on this.
Bylines are reserved for scoops or special features. Every paper in town covered this. Lowry knows that.
He ought to.
Lowry's one of the best reporters in the game, Miss Case. But once in a while, he lets his nose for news carry him to extremes.
Well, I guess every reporter looks for sensation.
Miss Case, there's something behind these accidents that doesn't strike me as being on the level.
Well, I did notice that there weren't any until about the last month or so.
Just when this man Fisher starts a campaign to operate buses in place of the streetcars.
Say, Mr. Reed, I didn't notice that.
What's going on around here, Casey? The Clarion's beating us 3 for 1 up. Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
On the streetcar story, is that it, Larry?
Well, yeah, that's it, boss. Of course, I know there weren't any passengers injured, and there was no real damage to speak of.
The Sentinel said that, Larry.
Well, I guess the Clarion stretched the truth a little.
A little? They called it a panic.
Any sign of panic that you saw, Larry?
No, one dame fainted when the door jammed, that's all.
The Clarion would call a bargain sale at a dress counter a panic.
But look, boss, I don't usually go out on a limb this way about a small-time accident. Only with that battle about the bus franchise coming up before the city council, this stuff is news.
Not the way you think, Lowry.
Huh?
You recognize the name Fisher?
The guy who's angling for the bus franchise?
What's your opinion of him?
Offhand, I don't like him.
Well, that's the feeling of most people.
Nothing's ever been proved against him, has it, Mr. Reed?
No, Miss Case. He's very clever.
He may get his buses.
Yes, Lowry. A month ago, the city council would have laughed at his demand.
They're not laughing now.
Yeah, but don't you get it? Doesn't it strike you as odd that the streetcar line should start running into trouble right when Fisher starts his campaign?
One more accident and he'll get that franchise.
Say, I must have been wearing blinders not to see it before. It's as plain as the nose on my face.
Plainer, if possible.
Lowry, I want to find out what's going on.
You and me both, boss.
If Fisher's responsible for the trouble the trolleys have been having, the Sentinel wants to know it.
Okay, I'll start digging up dope on Fisher.
Where he goes, who he sees, what he does, everything. Make it good and you get that byline.
Right.
And get me the district attorney, Miss Casey. He might have some stuff that'll prove useful.
So Fisher's the baby to go after.
Get the district attorney and put the call through to Mr. Reed's wire. You still around, Raleigh?
Casey, there's one thing that burns me up.
Do tell, because you didn't get a byline.
No, it's the Clarion. Selling 3 papers to wire 1. It isn't right.
The Sentinel could use a scoop, Lowry.
You're telling me. The next time trouble hits the trolleys, all I wish for is that Fisher's in the middle of it.
The middle of the wreck?
No, pal, the middle of the story.
I hope you're right, but I...
Yeah, I know. Fisher's too smart. But you heard the boss. I'm going after him anyway.
Absolutely no trouble, Grady. There's not a soul suspects those accidents weren't genuine.
And what more do you want?
Plenty.
The city council already has my report.
Those reports aren't strong enough.
Listen, Fisher, there's a limit.
When the limit is reached, I'm the one who'll call a halt, Grady, not you.
Now, hold on.
The city council will never act on reports like yours.
If you want stronger reports, you've got to have tougher accidents.
You're the city inspector, aren't you?
Sure.
Then fake those reports.
There's a limit to what I can fake, Fisher. When a door jams, I can't make it look like a smack-up. If the brakes stick, I can't say there ain't no brakes at all.
Why not?
Too many people can check up on me, that's why.
That bus franchise is going through, Grady. I don't care how.
That's your business.
And yours. If you want any dough from me, you'll see that.
Yeah? I'll get this, Fisher. I'm in with you, sure. I can use a cut of the gravy you're heading for, same as anyone else. I'm making my reports as strong as possible without no one getting wise, see?
You better.
Now, you get that man of yours in the car barns to do a job on one of those streetcars so it'll really crack up.
And what?
I'll turn in a report that will spell ruin for the streetcar company just like that. You'll be in, Fisher.
The ones we have aren't strong enough, huh?
You'd be taking a chance. Fix another accident and you can't miss.
In that case, I might as well make sure.
Now you're talking.
I'll get in touch with my man at once. This time there'll be plenty for you and a district attorney, too.
You can't go in there.
I am in, sister.
By what right do you...
Sorry to bust in like this, Mr. Fisher, but I had a deadline to meet.
Oh, you're a reporter. And that's different. Have a chair.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, nice place you got here, Mr. Fisher. Wish the Daily Sentinel would do as well by us.
The Daily Sentinel? I think maybe I'll be on my way.
Hey, if I'm interrupting something...
No, not at all. Goodbye, Fisher.
That guy sure was in a hurry.
He had an engagement.
Isn't he Grady, the city inspector?
Who?
Grady. Works for the city.
No, just a friend of mine. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say, but it's Lowry.
Oh, yes, Lowry, with the Daily Sentinel. Say, what happened to you boys on that streetcar story?
We had it.
The Clarion played it up big.
It wasn't important enough.
Not important? Think how many people ride on those streetcars.
A lot.
The lives of hundreds, thousands of people may be in constant danger, and you call it unimportant.
Get off the soapbox, Fisher. Everyone knows your angle.
Of course they do. I want my bus franchise to go through because the streetcar line is mismanaged, antedated, and a menace to the citizens of this city.
Buses are better, huh?
Much better. There's no comparison. Now, why don't the Sentinel get smart and help in my campaign?
Like the Clarion, huh?
Exactly. How about it, Lowry?
How about what?
You're in a position to do me some good, Lowry.
You mean a nice little follow-up story on the streetcar accident? Placing the blame on the management of the company?
That's the idea.
Or maybe an editorial?
Sure. Who knows? I might be able to do a favor for you in return.
Sounds pretty nice.
Sure it is. I knew as soon as you came in the door you were a smart guy. What do you say?
Why, you chiseling, lying crook. You no good scheming grafter.
Huh? Now see here.
You see here. Try to bribe me, will you? Bribe a reporter. If you weren't smaller than me, I'd plaster you flatter than that rug.
Get out of my office.
It's a pleasure. And get this, Fisher. The Sentinel is going after you with both barrels. If this bus franchise of yours is as phony as you are, then all I hope is I'm the guy who writes it up. Boy, oh boy, will I scorch you.
That two-pint reporter talking to me that way. After I get through with that streetcar company, there won't be enough left. Moran? You know who this is? I want you and Atwell to get busy. Now, that's right. Make it a real crack-up this time. The worst the streetcars ever had.
Atwell.
Yeah? What do you want, Moran?
Put down that wrench. We got a job to do.
You mean for...
Never mind the name. What's the next car going out?
Number 618. Right over there.
Okay. Come on.
What's it going to be this time?
The brakes, another jammed door.
Button your lip and get moving. We're getting twice as much dough for this one. We're giving up the works.
Can you tell me where I get the streetcar for Parsons Avenue, officer?
Right here, lady, at the bottom of this hill.
Thank you.
Well, that's her now, just starting down the hill.
It's coming awfully fast.
Hey, look at that trolley. Why don't he stop? He's out of control. It's heading this way. Look out, it's going fast!
My report of the streetcar accident shows that the cause of the crash was faulty safety equipment. There is definite evidence of criminal negligence on the part of the streetcar company. Signed, Grady, City Inspector.
The City Council hereby calls a special meeting to vote on the bus franchise. Signed, Hopkins, Chairman of the City Council. As District Attorney for this city, I am indicting the officials of the streetcar company for criminal negligence resulting in injury to passengers. Signed, Martin, District Attorney.
Pepper X-ray! District Attorney proves streetcar crash! City Council to vote on bus franchise! Sentinel
I tell you, boss, I went over the whole setup with a fine-tooth comb. There's not a single string leading to Fisher.
What about Grady?
Not a thing.
He was calling on Fisher while you were there?
Sure, I knew it was him, but he's in the clear. His report on the crack-up has been checked and double-checked.
And if he wants to place the blame squarely on the streetcar officials, who's to stop him?
Those two new men in the car barns, you got anything on them?
Moran and Atwell?
You say they've been spending money freely. Did they explain it?
Yeah, claimed they won it betting on a horse.
Try to check up on that.
Honest, boss, we're stymied. It's airtight all the way.
Gosh, I hate to think of a man like Fisher getting away with a stunt like this.
Me too, Casey.
Sometimes I'd like to take the law into my own hands.
What?
Well, honestly, Mr. Reed, isn't that the only way to catch these crooks?
Whoa, Casey, hold on. There's only one gent who can get away with that stuff. And you don't look like the Green Hornet to me. Am I right, boss, or am I right? Huh?
He says I don't look like the Green Hornet, Mr. Reed.
Guess nobody listens to me around here.
No, I heard you, Lowry. I was just thinking.
That evening, while Brett Reed was in his apartment, he spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know that Brett Reed is really the dreaded Green Hornet.
And that's the whole story, Cato. Fisher has his tracks covered from every angle.
What about Atwell and Melakim, Mr. Brett?
No good, Cato. Even if those two could be charged with the crime of damaging the streetcar, even if they were picked up, it wouldn't have to catch Fisher.
Why not?
There's no actual evidence to connect him with Fisher. He could deny he ever heard of them.
You look for something?
Writing paper. Yeah, here it is.
Here's the ink.
No, I don't want this ink. That'll be some of the other in this drawer. Yeah, here we are. I want the mask and gun, Cato. The car. Is the Black Beauty ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Quite a job disguising my handwriting. Now, the seal on the bottom.
Placing the letter in his pocket, Brett Reed went through a secret panel in his clothes press. With Cato, he walked through a narrow passage within the walls of the apartment house, then downstairs to the supposedly abandoned warehouse that housed the sleek black car of the Green Hornet.
Ready? All right, get in.
Once more, the powerful black car roared through the city streets, carrying the Green Hornet on his errand of justice. And on the trolley line, increased agitation to replace the streetcars with buses. Although the streetcar lines were blamed for the accidents, Brett Reed had reason to believe that they had been engineered by Fisher, who was out to grab the bus franchise. When ordinary methods failed to pin the guilt on Fisher, Brett Reed assumed the role of the Green Hornet to bring the criminal to justice.
Father, it's late. You should be asleep.
I can't sleep, Sally. Tomorrow the council decides on the bus franchise.
They'll vote against me.
Dad, they can't throw away all you've worked for. The streetcar lines are the finest in the country.
Not anymore, Sally. Not when people are hurt through my neglect.
Oh, it's not your doing, Dad.
It's my responsibility.
Oh, Dad.
Fisher will get his franchise. Put me out of business.
Here's something to make you sleep.
Leave it on the night's table, Sally.
There. The lights are out, too. Good night, Dad.
Good night. No good thinking about it. Might as well do as Sally says. I'll open the window first. Fresh air.
Don't move, Hanson.
Who are you? What are you doing out there?
Never mind that. Take this letter. Take it. That's better. Now, listen, Hanson.
I'm not listening to... The mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Now, you'll do as I say, or let you have some of this gas.
What do you want?
That letter tells you what to do, Hanson. You can take it or leave it.
Suppose I refuse.
Read it first and then decide. If you want to go on running your trolleys, you'll do as I say.
And the ace of spades. That's 40 smackers you owe me, Ethel.
Shut up and deal.
Regular sucker, ain't you? Next thing you know, you won't have none of that dough Fisher gave you.
Put the cards down, Moran.
Huh?
Who's butting in?
Well, the guy's masked.
Keep your hands on the table.
Hey, I know who you are. That mask you're wearing. You're the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Let me out of here. I ain't hanging around.
Back in that chair and listen. You too, Atwell.
We ain't done nothing to you.
You two are experts on fixing streetcars, aren't you?
Now, wait a minute.
That's all I know all about you two.
I tell you, you got us wrong.
Well, cut it out, Atwell. This guy's the Green Hornet. We ain't fooling with him. Okay. Sure we're the guys that done a job on them trolleys.
At Fisher's orders, eh?
Listen, Hornet.
You heard me. Talk.
You know it all anyway. What's the sense of asking us? Sure it was Fisher.
Hey, who you calling?
I'm calling your boss.
For what?
He's going to meet us at the car barns.
What?
We ain't going to the car barns.
Well, I want conversation from you two. I'll ask for it.
Yeah, but
and don't move, understand? This gun has gas enough to take care of both of you. Hello, Fisher. This is the Green Hornet talking. That's what I said, the Green Hornet. Moran, come here.
Me?
Fisher's on the other end of this phone. He doesn't believe it's the Green Hornet is calling. Convince him.
Hello, boss? Yeah, this is Moran. It's him, all right.
That's enough. Now, get this, Fisher. I'm going over to the car barns with these two stooges of yours. Yes, tonight. I expect to meet you there inside half an hour. Never mind why. If you expect that bus franchise of yours to go through, you'll be there. Your whole scheme will be blown higher than a kite.
You can't do this, Hornet. You can't make us go over there.
You heard what I said. Get moving.
Not on your life.
In that case, I'll call the police. They'll be glad to know who's responsible for that trolley trouble.
Oh, hold on.
That's better. Now, you're being smart.
Yeah, who'll go with you, Hornet?
Remember, one false move
You
and
won't need the rod, Hornet. We're going.
All right. Come on, you rats, march.
Pretty slow tonight, Lowry. Nothing but a couple of disturbing the peace charges. Stuff like that.
Well, as long as I'm covering the police news, I might as well keep hanging around. Never can tell when something's going to pop.
That's what we're here for. Say, whatever happened to that big lug that used to work for Mr. Reed?
You mean Mike Axford, dog?
Who else would I be meaning? The way that guy used to get in my hair. Him and his theories. And every last one of them wrong.
The boss got a letter from him the other day. He's out west.
Oh, he is, eh? Well, all I hope is he stays there.
Don't bank on it too much, Doyle. He may come back before...
Police headquarters. Sergeant Doyle speaking.
Police, this is Hanson, president of the Street Railways.
Yeah? What's wrong, Mr. Hanson?
Earlier this evening, I got a letter from the Green Hornet.
What is that name? Did you say Green Hornet?
Holy mackerel, Doyle.
Quiet, Lowry. Keep talking, Mr. Hanson.
I'd prefer to have you come out here to my place at once. It's on the corner.
I know where it is. A squad car will be out there with me in it. What's up?
I'll explain that when you arrive.
Okay. The Green Hornet, is it? Well, here's where the Hornet loses his sting.
That's what you think, Doyle. I want to be around when you try.
Say, listen, Hornet, what's the idea of Atwell and me doing a job on this trolley?
Yeah. Don't tell me you're working the same racket that Fisher's been doing.
Keep working. You'll learn no reason soon enough.
Hard work using this file with only a flashlight to give us light.
Put some soap on that file. I don't want any unexpected visitors.
What's the difference? The regular carbine's on the next block. Repair shop's empty after midnight.
Sure, nobody's going to butt in. Nobody could even hear us. Hey, you turned off the flashlight. We can't see nothing.
Quiet. Must be Fisher, Hornet.
Keep quiet. Don't either of you try to move. I can see your figures plainly against the window.
Right, Atwell. Where are you? That light. It's blinding me.
Over beside the others, Fisher.
What?
The Hornet, Fisher. He's got us. I knew that phone call would bring you down here in a hurry.
So it is true. That phone call did come from the Green Hornet.
I told you.
I wasn't sure, but I couldn't chance it.
He made us.
What do you want?
Drop that wrench, Atwell. That's better. Now keep your hands high.
What are you after, Hornet? Is it money?
You see these, Fishy?
Huh?
Green Hornet stickers.
Yeah, you're in a spot, Fishy. Suppose I plaster this trolley with these stickers. Put them all over.
Go ahead. That has nothing to do with me.
No. The city council will think the Green Hornet caused the streetcar accidents. Hanson will be vindicated. What will happen to your bus franchise then?
Let the streetcars go on running.
Exactly, Fisher.
Hornet, I'll give you 20,000.
I want more than that.
30,000 if you forget the scheme.
I don't mean money, Fisher. All I want from you is your signature.
My signature?
Either you confess your part in these trolley crashes or those stickers go on.
But whichever I do, I'm finished.
Right. Either way, you lose.
He's got you, boss. You're bluffing, Hornet.
Am I?
What can you possibly get out of it if I confess?
Nothing, personally. Only the satisfaction of knowing that your dirty scheme has been ruined. You better hurry, Fisher. The police will be here any minute.
The cops? Hey. What? You're not serious.
All right, Fisher, the stickers go on.
No, wait, I'll sign. Give me time to get away before they come. Here. Pen's right here in my pocket.
And here's the confession.
Pretty sure of yourself, weren't you?
Hurry.
Turn the flashlight on a minute, Hornet, so I can see what I'm... Now, put him up.
What gun?
Stand back, Hornet. Thought I was reaching for my pen, huh?
Nice work, boss. You had a shoulder holster, huh?
You can't get away with this.
I am getting away with it. Drop that gun of yours.
I said you... Come on, drop it.
No, Hornet, we'll get you out of this place before any police arrive. All right, Aswell, grab him.
Okay. Yeah, we got it.
Listen to me, Fisher. You listen to me, Hornet. You're going to... You... What? Gas. Fisher, now for you, too.
Yeah. Breathe. Yes. Hold him, Moran. Let me get him. No, you're not. Now you take care of him. I've got Moran. My arm.
Good thing you were here. Fisher's gassed. He's too knocked out. You used jujitsu on Atwell, huh?
Yes, sir. I was behind the trolley.
Saw you there, but the others didn't.
Moran.
Yeah. Moran and Atwell will be coming too in a minute. Quick, pick up that gun.
Very well.
We'll leave this confession beside Fisher. It's not signed, but I think it'll serve the purpose anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now we'll get back in the shadows beside that window and see what happens. The police are back here with me. There's no light for them to spot us.
Oh, my. I don't see nobody. They're here. Maybe that letter was a fake here beside the trolley.
Here they are. Turn those flashlights this way. Hey, these two mugs have been stopped. They're knocked out.
Doyle, here's Fisher.
Fisher?
Yeah. Jumping codfish, he's been gassed.
Officer, these two men are Moran and Atwell. They work in the repair shop.
Dirty work, I'll bet.
Look at this. The axle on this trolley's filed almost all the way through.
He's coming around.
Listen, Hornet. Don't tell the cops.
Hornet, go on, Atwell. Keep talking.
The cops.
You and Moran did this job, didn't you?
Hey, smell it, Atwell. You're in too deep already.
Yeah. But we was working for Fisher. That's how. Fisher's the guy.
How?
I tell you, Fisher paid us to wreck all them trolleys.
And you'll swear to that in court?
Sure I will, sure. Moran, too.
Does this mean Fisher will be implicated?
Implicated? Mr. Hanson, Fisher will be convicted. He might have got away with it before, but now that we found him here with these two rats...
Yeah, right in the middle of another job. He's sunk, Mr. Hanson.
Hey, Sergeant, look at this. I found it next to Fisher's body.
Yeah, give me that.
That's for the police, Lowry. What the...
Hey, it's a confession, but... It isn't signed.
Don't worry, it will be when we get Fisher down to headquarters. Take those lugs out.
Oh, my jaw.
Come on, you. Grab the other one, Joe. Yeah, we'll come back for Fisher later.
Well, there you are, Hanson. You don't have to worry about the bus franchise when this hits the front page.
What gets me is what happened to these guys.
What do you think, Doyle? The Green Hornet.
Huh?
If I hadn't followed the instructions in that letter, we'd never have caught Fisher.
What do you mean, Mr. Hanson?
His letter told me to call you. At first, I wasn't going to trust him. Then I thought it over.
Hey, we haven't seen that letter yet.
It was such a rush.
You got it with you?
Yes, I think so. It's in longhand.
Longhand?
Give, Hanson. Maybe that handwriting can be traced.
Sure it is. But I doubt if you can trace it.
I'll take that.
When I first looked at it, the handwriting seemed to be disguised.
Come on, Doyle. Come on, open it up.
Hey, there ain't no writing on this page. It's blank.
Well, maybe you need glasses, Doyle.
I tell you, it's blank. Look.
Well, what do you know?
I'm positive there was writing on that paper before.
Well, there ain't any now. All there is this here Green Hornet seal in the corner.
Doyle, I get it. It's disappearing ink.
Disappearing ink?
Yeah. Try and trace that. Man, that Green Hornet thinks of everything.
And I thought I had me hooks on him. What's that? The Hornet's car.
There, out the window.
That's him, all right.
And there he goes.
Oh, if it wasn't for that car.
Look at it travel. Well, Doyle, I guess the Hornet still got his sting. Yeah, but don't worry. Your name will go in the papers anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I nabbed Fisher and them, too.
With a little help. Got a phone around here I can use, Mr. Hanson? The Sentinel's going to get an earful of front page stuff. And, boy, I'd like to see the Clarion try and beat this yarn.
Sentinel! Hornet smashes Racket! Fisher arrested! Brass franchise defeated! Green Hornet to alert!
A cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. The unknown hero, the greatest legend of the West. His face was masked. No one could guess the inspiration for his life and self-sacrifice, but everyone paid tribute to his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness. Here was a champion of right against might, the symbol of American justice and American democracy, the Lone Ranger. Mustang Mag closed the door of the Lone Ranger's sick room behind her, and then walked across the living room and out on the porch of the ranch house. Old Missouri was sitting on the bottom step.
How is he, man? Oh, I think he's a little stronger. It's hard to tell, but he's getting some sleep now, and that ought to help.
Hey, look toward the hills. There's a couple of hombres riding this way.
One of them's an Indian.
One of them's Tonto.
Yep, they can't mistake that paint.
And that's a scout riding with him. What are we going to do?
It's sure burning the wind.
This means trouble, Mag.
Oh, how do you know? Draw a rein on that imagination of yours and wait till they get here. There's no call to jump to conclusions.
I always say forewarned is forearmed.
Missouri, if you don't stop crying before you hurt...
Don't you throw that at me.
Throw what?
You're aiming to throw something. I can see it in your eye.
Oh, I'd like to pull the house at you. That man was torn away from around here.
That's what I say. It means trouble.
And you got one thing right anyhow. He's dressed like a scout.
Injuns, Mag. He's come to warn us the Apaches are on the warpath. They'll burn us out. By night, you'll be stuck for airs like a pincushion. Then you'll be sorry for the way you treated me.
Howdy! Never can tell nothing from Tonto's face.
You'll be sorry for me, man.
Oh, if I got stuck full of arrows, I won't waste any time being sorry for you. What's up, Tonto?
Me brings scout from Wagon train.
Oh, welcome, stranger.
Howdy, ma'am. I'm Jim Carson.
Well, they call me Mustang Mag. What's on your mind?
Well, ma'am, I'm guiding a big wagon train of immigrants to the Santa Clara Valley. That's most 300 miles from here to the west. Government just opened that land to the settlers.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
There's close to 150 wagons. It's quite a sight.
Tonto, I reckon your masked friends will be powerful glad to see you again.
Him wake now?
Well, he's been sleeping, but I ain't a doubt that he's woke up with hearing all that's been going on here. If he ain't awake, he'll want to be. He keeps writing me notes to let him see you any time you get here.
Me go in the house now. Take message to friend. Tonto. You will not speak. Tonto make talk. You write note. Me
Me go, like you say, find settler on way to west. Them want to ride through this valley.
All right.
That's good. You write message and Tonto read it.
Cousins, we're all going to be guided by whatever the Lone Ranger tells Tonto. You see, you folks on the wagon train may be all right, but, well, Dad rat it all, we don't want a wagon trail to run through here.
There's no reason why I should, Mag. This valley isn't on the direct route to California. It's the shortest way to Santa Clara, but there's...
But there may be a heap more folks going to Santa Clara. We can't let a trail get started.
Now, look, Meg. Think of all the folks in the wagon train. Women, kids, old men. It's dangerous to go south of the ridge. You wouldn't want things to happen to those folks, would you?
I don't know. I ain't the one to say. Here's Tonto. What's the Lone Ranger say, Tonto?
Him right now.
Let me see.
Does he know of the wagon train?
Oh, sure he knows. He's being kept advised of things, and he has ways of looking ahead for what might happen. Here. Writes that I'm to go see Miller of the Bar M Range. He's head of the cattlemen around here. After seeing Miller, we speak with Farnsworth.
Farnsworth? Who's he?
Well, he's the head of the homesteaders in this section. Hey, Missouri. Yes, get Bessie saddled up for me.
Why speak to Miller and Farnsworth?
I'll tell you why, Jim Carsons. If they don't object to your going through here, it's all right. But if they do object, and I'll bet mine that they will, then you've got plenty of fighting on your hands.
I'll go with you.
Good enough. What about you, Tonto?
Me stay here.
What do you think when you've seen our sick friend?
Him still plenty sick. And Tonto not happy.
But there ain't no question about him getting well, is there?
Me not know. Tonto stay. Watch friend for time.
Come on, Carsons. I reckon we better go and follow the Lone Ranger's orders.
But, Mr. Miller...
There's no buts about it. My answer is no. Our herds graze right down to the river. What's to stop those emigrants from cutting out all the cedars they want? They can get their fresh beef somewhere else.
None of those emigrants ain't seen...
And how are we going to check? There's been no spring roundup yet, and there's no count on the herds. And that reminds me. You'd want to follow the river through the valley, wouldn't you?
Well, that'd be most convenient.
Sure, 150 wagons. Mag, they break down all the earthworks we built against the spring flood. The river's rising already. With the banks all trampled down, the whole valley might get flooded.
But we promised not...
My answer is no, and nothing's going to change.
Oh, it's no use arguing, Carsons. He's a cattleman, and the immigrants are farmers. That means we're fighting against the law for prejudice.
The masked man wouldn't give up so easy.
I'm not giving up. We'll try Farnsworth. You wouldn't have no objection if the train went down the homesteader's side of the river, would you, Miller?
That's up to them. On this side, they don't set a foot.
Come on, Carsons.
No.
Now listen to me.
No. We got more to lose in the ranchers. What's the loss of a few head of cattle compared to losing our winter wheat? Be like an army marching through. I'll back Miller's play with all the guns we got.
If they follow the river down...
That'd be worse. Smash down the banks so our fields will be flooded. We can't grow rice in this climate.
Well, there's a road...
You got my answer, Mag. We'll guard that pass night and day. They'll have to fight to get through, and they can't win.
Jim Carsons and Mag were silent as they returned to the ranch where Tonto waited with the Lone Ranger. Missouri was on the porch as the couple rode up.
I can tell what's happened. You didn't get nowhere at all, did you, Mag?
Nope. Miller and Farnsworth were sure stubborn.
Now I don't know what we can do.
Now, don't you give up yet, Carsons. By Juniper, the Lone Ranger has something working in his head. He's been writing questions to Tonto.
What sort of questions?
I don't know. Tonto come out one time and asked me how high the spring waters in the river was.
Yes, Dad?
Yep. And then he asked if the water wasn't higher than it had been in other years. I don't know what he's wanting that information for.
Lone Ranger. You must realize that the only hope of the people I'm guiding is to go through here.
I reckon he's aware of that all right enough, Carsons.
Seems he must have also known what the answer from Farnsworth and Miller would be.
Reckon so.
But what's he figuring to do?
Oh, Tonto, what's the Lone Ranger said?
What's your friends say?
Farnsworth and Miller? They say no. Wagons not to be allowed through the valley.
You tell wagons to come
through this valley?
That's right.
But that'll only start a shooting match. Does the Lone Ranger know that?
Over still, Missouri.
But drat it! Now Farnsworth and Miller and all the rest know the wagons are coming. They'll be organized and ready for them. If you hadn't said nothing, maybe the wagons could have got through the valley before the folks got organized to fight them.
We may have made a mistake.
Ginger, I wonder if the Lone Ranger wanted the folks here to be organized.
Missouri.
All right, I'm keeping still.
Tell them come through valley. Me stay here.
You heard him, Carsons. Go on now. Bring your folks through.
I don't savvy while the Lone Ranger was so doggone interested in the high water in the mountain streams.
Oh, here, message.
From me?
You read it.
Let me see that.
He asked for more details about the high water.
Lone Ranger know this part country plenty good.
Hey, by thunder, this sure makes the whole plan of the Lone Ranger sound more mysterious than ever.
How's that?
He says that the immigrants will be needed here. They'll earn their passage through the valley.
Earn it? Well, how?
Hanged if I know, but he says they'll be needed. So get riding, Jim Carsons. Go on, bring them here.
There's the pass. I don't see nothing of the river you was talking about. You won't till we get on the other side. The river flows west and east across the valley and then cuts north till it gets beyond the reef.
I'm not interested in the river. What I'm worried about is what else you'll find on the other side of the reef.
I don't know.
There's going to be trouble. I can feel it.
Miss Sanctum, you've heard of the Lone Ranger, haven't you?
I've heard of him, all right. I've heard that he can't help it.
He told me to bring you here. I don't blame Carrie for being worried, though. You also told us what the ranchers and the farmers said. We ain't looking for any fight, Carson.
And if we had to turn back, we'll have lost 6 feet. We'll have gone most 100 miles out of our way.
I'm putting my faith in the Lone Ranger. Move those wagons along. Straight through the pass. Keep them moving, boys.
Well, Farnsworth, did you get my message? Sure did. I brought 100 men with me. Bill spotted them an hour ago. That means they'll be coming through the pass any minute. And it means we can't waste any time. How are your boys fixed for ammunition? Got their cartridge belts all loaded. If they need any more, tell them to see Bill. Well, let's get going. If they get a chance to make a circle inside the valley, they can stand us off a long time. We got to stop them while they're still in single file. Well, I'm just wondering. Wondering about what? They're trying to force their way through the valley after we told them not to. They're looking for a fight. Keno, what's more, they won't be disappointed. Into your saddles, men! Come on! We're riding for the pass. When you see those prairie schooners, open fire on them!
Ranchers and settlers combined to ride against the oncoming immigrants. Meanwhile, Tonto sat with the Lone Ranger.
I come pretty soon now. Not bad.
Paper.
Yeah. You're right.
Water. High.
Water plenty high. You're right. Tonto read it. And Tonto do what you say.
Hurry up, Missouri. For mercy's sake, get them horses saddled.
I am as fast as I can.
I hope to goodness the Lone Ranger has some suggestion for Tonto.
Tonto's coming on the run from the house.
So he is.
Me ride. You see high water. Make sure water plenty high.
That's thunder. More rain are coming.
Well, never mind the rain.
You go lead Rancher to river. Try and not let them fight.
I'll stop a fight? Well, we can't.
Now, help Missouri. We'll do him what we're told.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Missouri.
I'm coming. That thunderstorm is coming plenty quick.
Never mind the thunder. Look yonder. There comes the horror of the pack.
I see. Must be 200 men riding there.
Come on. Look ahead. There's the wagon train.
That's Jim Carson.
Bring up.
There's nothing to say, Mag. Just going to be on guard, that's all.
Shoot up lots of innocent people. You can't do it.
Mag, we told you in Carson's how we felt. We don't even have our orders disobeyed.
But you can't do it.
riding this way. What's it mean, Mag? Why ain't he heading the wagon south?
I'll tell you why.
Hey!
Oh, my sakes alive. I don't see no way for this to end without gunplay.
I think the wagons are heading through. And if you men open fire, we'll fire back. Well, we'll open fire plenty. Mag, you get out of our way. Mag, it's starting to rain. And maybe we...
Still, Missouri. Missouri, you've got to listen to me.
This ain't no place for a woman.
Put up your guns, all of you.
Not a chance. Grab the bridle of the horse, men.
No!
Get Carson and Missouri. Hold all three of them. Take him prisoner.
Story. Both Carsons and Missouri were roped hand and foot. Mustang Mag's horse was led toward the rear. But just as Miller and Farnsworth turned their attention to the wagon train, they heard her cry out.
Lay your hands on me, I'll plunge you from the Mississippi for presenting to the bunch of you.
Look, she's loose. She's heading back here.
Just as if we didn't have enough trouble.
I'll get you trouble and more than your bargain, sir.
You'll only get hurt, Mag. You know how we feel about that wagon train, and nothing's going to change our minds.
You two got any respect for the Lone Ranger?
Now, that's a fine question to ask. Of course we have.
Well, what's he got to do with this?
You'll hear about it if you give me a chance to speak.
A chance? There's nobody yet could stop you talking when you set your mind to it.
Not that chance of Missouri.
Come on, out with it, Mag.
First thing, you gotta take these ropes off Carson.
Me too.
Might be better leave you tied up. You don't get in the way.
I'm tired, man.
Well, what about the Lone Ranger?
Now listen, everybody. It was him that said for these immigrants to come here. He said they could earn their right to cross the valley.
That's what he did. Better tell us how before we open fire.
There'll be no gunfighting today.
Hurry up.
I couldn't figure out what he meant myself for a long time. And then just a little while ago, he told me to lead you all to the river.
Ranchers, farmers, and immigrants. We'll have no trust with them. Here's one of the wagons coming this way. I'll show them.
Miller!
Stand out from in front of me.
Not when you lower that rifle. There's a woman driving.
There's a man with her.
You need their help. You need the help of every one of these immigrants. The women are so bagged out of canvas and the men are filling with dirt.
Huh? You said the river. It's rising, but we got the earthwork still plenty high.
The Lone Ranger don't think so. Look behind you. There's Tonto coming. He's coming back to where the masked men sent him.
Do we have to clear out?
No, we need you. And don't say we told Miller. Now, you either found us. We need everybody in the valley.
He's talking like we're in for a flood.
You can feel this rain, can't you? You can feel it sting and bite into your face. The wind that's driving, it comes from the mountains. Maybe there's more rain there. Maybe it's going to be... What should I guess about it? Tonto can tell us. Is it going to be a flood?
Plenty bad. All stream and mountain run high. Soon river flow over bank, flood valley. Time you go to work.
To the river, man! Guys, Meg, what are they going to do?
Something you ain't got no taste for. They're going to work building up the levee. Can we help? Yes, sure can. I'll lead you to the river. All you folks in the wagon train are going to earn your right to cross the valley just like the Lone Ranger said. There's only one thing I'm hoping. What? That there'll be a valley left to cross when the flood's over. Follow me!
Here's some more of them sacks, boys. Come on. Right. Get in, boys. Just hold the bag for me.
Oh, it's my turn to do some digging. You take it easy for a while.
It's a pleasure digging this soil. It's kind of thin.
Burden is all get out, mister. You didn't make a mistake coming to the west. We're sure glad you come to this valley, in spite of all we done to stop you.
Why shouldn't we, Sam? We had an invitation from the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, it's him we got to thank.
That's the ranch house where he stands?
Yeah, that's it. Tonto's taken care of.
Looks like the Injun's coming this way now.
Hope he ain't bringing any bad news.
I thought the masked man was getting better.
Some, maybe.
Hey, you know, that ranch house is powerful close to the river. If your levee should give way...
You don't have to tell me, Simpson. Where's Tonto at now?
He's heading for that spot where Carson's and Miller are working.
Down by the river, eh?
Down by the river.
I sure hope it ain't bad news.
Hand me another bag. I'll find it here on top. River, Hello, Tonto. The masked man all right?
Him send me find out how work goes.
It's a good thing we started when we did. Show the old earthworks now.
Take a look for yourself, Tonto.
What do you think?
Lone Ranger sent message for you. You work, you win.
Yes, sirree. Come on, Carson. Bring him up here.
Shortly after dark, the bridge was carried away, but men and materials had already been divided between the two banks. The great timbers crashed against the earthworks. Ranchers, farmers, and immigrants worked frantically to repair the break, and the moment of danger was past. At midnight, a final crash of thunder and a last jagged streak of lightning streaked the sky. Then the rain stopped, but the river continued to rise, minute by minute, hour by hour. Now, as the levee broke, a great wall of water would sweep across the valley. Haggard and weary, but without any thought of rest, the men fought desperately. Still, the river kept rising. At 4 o'clock, Miller called Farnsworth and Carson, and the three of them headed for Mustang Mag.
You're looking for more bags. This is the last of them, Miller.
Yeah, I know. They've been using sod for the last hour on the lowest touches.
What you come here for? What's the matter? You ain't giving up, are you?
Meg, flesh and blood can stand just so much. The men are all in.
No, you can't give up.
Well, we're not doing that yet. The river's gaining on us all the time. I figured it out just now. One more hour and it'll catch up with us. Yeah, it's bound to. We'll work that hour. We'll stay here till the bitter end. But that don't go for you.
You don't catch me quitting ahead of time. I'm going down there and get a shovel.
There's more important work for you.
What do you mean?
We all got horses. We can run before the flood and get to the hill safe. It's all right for us to stay another hour, but you...
horse must stay.
Meg, it's your ranch that'll be first hit. The Lone Ranger's there. He's wounded bad. You can't move him fast. You've got to start now.
You're right. Missouri! Yeah? Bring Bessie over. You and me are riding for the ranch. We gotta save the Lone Ranger. Bring Wagon, Missouri. You sit up and bring around in front. As soon as you do that, come on inside and help to move him. Right. See, I can hear that little roar from here. I've got to save him. There's got to be time. Tonto, is it? Oh, you're awake, masked man. I'm glad of that, but we can't let you stay here.
What matter?
The men are wore out. They figure they can work for a little while longer, but then they'll have to quit. We got to move the masked man while there's still time.
It's plenty bad moving now.
I know that as well as you do. We haven't got any choice, though. Missouri's bring around the spring wagon. We'll carry him out to it, cot and all. We'll drive real slow. We ought to make the hills in half an hour, and then he'll be out of danger.
Oh.
Tonto, he's trying to say something.
That's right.
Don't, mister. We wouldn't be giving up like this if we didn't have to. There's nothing you can say to change that.
You listen.
No, we're taking into the hills. The flood's going to sweep over the whole valley. The hills are the only place where it'll be safe. Tonto, he doesn't know what he's saying. This is one time you got to reason with him and make him see that he's wrong.
Kimosabe. Tonto understand. Tonto take you to river.
But you can't. You can't.
Them work. Them win.
You mean there's still a chance?
Still chance.
Work. Win.
Turn wagon round so him can see river. Then Tonto light big fire so all men can see Lone Ranger. You ride, tell 'em, work, win.
We've got to now. Come on, Missouri.
Meg, what did you come back here for?
I had to.
Well, turn around and hightail it for the hills. We're just getting ready to quit.
Not now, you ain't. Look over there where that fire's springing up. Can you see that wagon? Can you see the man that's lying in the back of it?
He's smashed.
It's the Lone Ranger. He wouldn't let us take him to where it was safe. He made us take him downhill where he can share your dangers. Oh, men, you can't quit now. We can't move him again. It's more than the valley or your homes that you're fighting for now. You're fighting for him. What's your answer? Well, say something. Don't just look at me. Say something.
Meg, we're just pulling ourselves together. But if you're asking us to fight for the Lone Ranger, there's only one answer. Back to the river, man.
Like now and then. If river go down now, that's good. River not go down, all over.
So?
Silver come stand side you. River not go down. Men get way all right. Tonto, Silver, stay here with you. No. Tonto, Silver, stay.
She's going down!
You hear that, Kimasabi? You right, once more. Them want to give up, and you not let them. River go down. Valley saved. You listen. All happy now. Silver thinks time to ride way. Him not understand. Maybe soon, Silver. Maybe soon.
Smack your face. Then you gotta dance a jig with me. I gotta do something to celebrate. Come on. Hey, let go of me, you clumsy. I ain't no half-broke coyote you can dig your spurs into. You call this dancing an elephant could do better.
Cut that out, man, and let me shake your hand.
It's a pleasure to do both. Put it there, Miller.
I want to thank you.
Thank me? You got nothing to thank me for. I was all for quitting like the rest of you. It was the masked man kept us walking. And there they are. The Lone Ranger and Tonto and Silver. They can hear us from here. What do you say we don't know how we feel about it? I'm calling for 3 cheers for the Lone Ranger! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. But whenever an innocent man was accused of a crime, the famous champion of justice used all his strength and courage to free him and clear his name. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Hello, Silver! We're heading south for the border! Hello, Silver! Away!
It was night, and a figure clothed in black moved silently toward an isolated ranch house. Beside him padded a wolf-like animal that growled low in its throat.
Quiet, boy, quiet. We'll come out in a moment, boy. Quiet. There. All right, fellow. Get him. After him, boy. After him.
I'm going to live?
How bad's he hurt?
What happened? Clem's off yet?
Quiet down, folks. See what the doc says. Hi, Doc. How is he?
Clem will live, folks. But he ain't come to me yet. What he needs right now is quiet. I know all of you are his friends, but I'll have to ask you to move on. I reckon you're savvy. There ain't no offense meant.
Oh, sure not, Doc. We'll move on. Just let us know if there's anything we can do.
Of course.
Let's clear out now, fellas. Come on, Andy. Let's step down the cafe.
Lord, come on now. Doc? Huh? Oh, it's you, phone.
Yeah. Look, Doc. Is Clem's sister in there?
Jane?
Uh-huh.
She is,
Look,
but I
couldn't
don't...
I talk to her for just a second? Couldn't you send her out here if I'd be in the way inside?
Why, I guess so.
I'd sure appreciate it.
Just wait here. Jane?
Yes?
Forbes is here, wants to see you.
Oh, thanks.
I'm going back inside. See you later, Forbes.
All right, Doc.
Hello.
Hey, Jane, I got to talk with you.
Clem's awful bad hurt.
And Doc said he'd live, though.
Well, I think he will.
Gosh, I'm glad to hear that. If anything was to happen to Clem, I'd feel worse than if it was me.
What did you want?
Now, look, Jane, you mind if I speak right out? You promise not to get mad?
Whatever do you mean?
I think I know who wanted Clem killed. Top of that, I think I know how it was done and who was hired for the job.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Then why don't you tell the sheriff? Why?
Sure you want me to?
I don't understand. Why shouldn't the sheriff be told?
Jane, Clem's my best friend. I wouldn't have the gumption to be saying this if he weren't. But there's been talk about Clem lately. If the fellow that was hired to kill him was caught, and the whole story come out, it might do Clem a heap more harm than good.
You mean that...
I reckon you savvy. I'm thinking of Michael's place across the border. You know what's been said?
Yes, but
Clem's been gambling there and losing now. Now, where'd Clem get the cash to gamble with in the first place? And if he lost more than he could afford, how would he go about paying Miguel off?
It's not true, not any of it. Clem wouldn't gamble. He hasn't the money.
That's just it. He hasn't. And Miguel don't fool. If Clem owed him and wouldn't pay, well, you could expect something like what happened last night.
Clem wasn't shot.
I know. A dog went for him. And he'd have got Clem, too, if your pa hadn't heard him yell.
Well, then what?
Don't you see it? If Clem was shot or knifed, then it'd be known somebody aimed to kill him.
Yes.
But a dog? Well, you'd think first off the dog was just mean. That it attacked on its own account. You wouldn't be likely to suspicion somebody had set the critter on Clem.
There's no dog around here that would attack a man.
Ain't there?
None that I know of.
I know of one, and I could take you to it. But like I said before, do you want this to get out?
Why not?
Well, what if Clem has been gambling? What if he stole to get the cash to gamble with?
No.
You've got to face the facts, Jane.
Where is this dog? Who owns him?
He belongs to a young fellow camped outside town. He claims to use the dog to hunt wolves for the bounty. I've seen the critter, and he looks like a killer.
You think it was that dog?
It wouldn't surprise me. I tried to talk to the fellow that owns him, and he acted mighty surly, wouldn't hardly answer. That dog just kept growling at me all the time I was there like there wasn't nothing would please it so much as the chance to jump at my throat. I was glad to clear out, I can tell you.
Get the sheriff.
Huh?
Tell him just what you told me.
And the gambling?
I don't believe Clem gambled. And if those stories were brought out in the open, I know he'd clear himself. Oh, you're leaving?
Me go now.
But you'll be back, won't you, Tonto?
Who in thunder's that?
A friend of Doc Berkman. He asked him to look at Clem.
That's the redskin?
Well, why not? Doc says Tonto knows as much about healing as he does.
I wouldn't trust a redskin as far as I could see him.
Do like I said. Get the sheriff.
Well, if you think I ought to.
I do.
Oh, then I will. But don't forget, Jane, I advised against it. And if it gets Clem in trouble, then it ain't me that's to blame. It's you.
It was an hour later that the Lone Ranger and Tonto reined in at a small camp pitched in the open not far from town.
Hello there, boy. Why, the best man in Tonto. Down, boy, down. Every time he sees you two fellas, he wants to bark his hell. Say, where'd you come from? I never knew you was anywhere near here.
Tonto just learned you were in the district, Arizona.
Yeah? Who told you, Tonto?
Me, hear feller talk. Remember a young fellow named Forbes?
No. Yes, I do. I'll take that back. I met a fellow yesterday said that was his name. What about him?
He's sending the law here.
The law? What you
Clem
want?
Owens was attacked and nearly killed by a dog last night. Tonto overheard Forbes say that he suspected it was your dog, that you'd been hired to set him on, Clem.
Forbes said that?
That's right.
Well, it ain't true.
You don't have to tell us that, Arizona. We know you too well. But we thought you should be warned.
You mean I ought to run away?
Not exactly. Clem is popular, however. You own a dog, and from what Tonto heard, yours is the only one around here that fits the description of the dog that attacked Clem. You might find that hard to explain.
Friend, you know I never yet run from trouble.
I know.
And I ain't now. Doggone, I never even heard of this Clem Owens before. What would I want him round for? They'd have to prove a motive, wouldn't they?
What if they said your dog ran loose? What if they said the dog was a killer and should be destroyed?
I'd like to see him try. What is it? What's the matter?
Look toward town, Arizona.
Horseman.
Coming this way.
It's them.
What are you going to do?
Stay here just like I said. I ain't guilty of nothing, and if I ran, they'd always think I was.
Perhaps you're right. Gun, Tonto. We'll leave before they see my mask, Arizona. If you were seen with someone, they thought an outlaw wouldn't help you.
Sure, I savvy.
But don't worry. We'll be around. If there's any attempt to harm you, we'll take a hand.
You ain't never let me down yet.
And we won't now.
Come on, get him up down. Hush. I reckon you and me got some tall talking to do. Those gents are riding like they mean business. Now, you behave yourself, fella. Don't you go to growling at them, savvy? What the Lone Ranger and Tonto said, that's just about all it would take to make them show it to us they want. Let's just stand where we are. Ain't I? Now, don't get fought. That's him, Sheriff.
Look out for that dog. He's a killer.
He ain't no killer. Quiet now, boy. Quiet.
He makes a move to jump, and I'll shoot the critter in his tracks.
And I'll shoot you.
You see, Sheriff? You see? I told you the kind of fella he was.
What do you gents want?
Where were you and this dog last night?
Right here.
Yeah? You acquainted with a breed named Miguel?
Never heard of him.
You sure? Think careful now. He's got a gambling hall across the border.
I said I never heard of him.
Pack up your things.
What for?
You won't be staying here no longer. You're coming back with us to town.
Like blazes I am.
No?
What right you got to draw on me?
The same right I got to draw on any other sneaking killer. Now pack up, saddle up, and get a move on.
I know what you're arresting me for. You think I set my dog on a fella named Clem Owens? Well, I never knew him. I never seen him. I wouldn't have no more reason to go for him than I would for you.
Maybe not. But you could have been hired.
Hired?
By Miguel. And we aim to hold you till we can find out. Now get a move on like I said.
All right, Sheriff. I'll go. I'll go because I have to. But if you think you'll ever find any connection between me and this fella Owens or this Miguel you mentioned, you're loco.
I tell you, Sheriff.
Look here.
Huh?
If it's proof you want that Miguel hired this polecat, why, here it is.
What the?
Here's the cash he got for it.
Folded money.
And directions what to do, signed by Miguel. Read it. He'd even put down a description of Clem.
Where'd you get that?
Just where you'd put it, underneath your bedroom.
That's a lie.
Hold it. So you said we couldn't connect you up with Miguel, huh, stranger? Well, I reckon this is all the connection we'll need. You're under arrest for attempted murder.
I'll kill
Arizona Lawson was forced to saddle up and return with the sheriff to town, where he was placed in a cell. His dog was tied outside the jail, and realizing that Arizona was in trouble, the animal kept up a monotonous howling.
Blast that critter. Now then, I want a confession. We got your dog, the dog that nearly done for Clem. We got the cash Miguel paid you. We got the directions you wrote out for you. You ain't got a chance of playing innocent. So acting stubborn won't get you nowhere.
You never make me confess to something I didn't do.
You? That confounded dog of yours won't let up or think.
He's only howling because you got me locked up.
He ain't gonna howl no longer. What?
Want me, Sheriff?
Go out and shut that critter up.
Huh? Me go near that dog and him a killer? Nothing doing.
You don't need to go near him.
But he won't listen to me.
Really?
Hey.
He's got to be killed sometime. We can't let no man-killing dog go loose, so you might just as well drill the critter now.
No, Sheriff, no, you can't do it. He ain't to blame. That's my dog, Sheriff. You can't do it.
You hear what I said, Bart?
Doggone.
You know it's got to be done. What are you waiting for?
Well, if you say I have to.
Wait, don't shoot my dog. You hear me? Listen, you can't do it. You just can't. I'd rather you shot me.
You heard my orders, fella. I ain't got no choice.
Don't shoot my dog. What do you say?
Ugly little critter. Well, if he went for Clem, I reckon he deserves to be killed all right. Hold still there, boy.
Don't go fast, fellow.
Mask.
Drop that gun. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bart, a deputy, had been ordered by the sheriff to shoot Arizona Lawson's dog. But when he tried to obey the sheriff's order, he was stopped by the Lone Ranger. Quiet, boy. Here's the knife. Cut that rope that's holding him.
But you'll go for me.
Not while I'm here. Do as I say.
Don't shoot.
You're coming with me, old fella. You understand?
Here, Silver.
Bart, what are you doing? I thought I told you to shoot that. What the...
Come on, boy.
Come on, Silver. Who's that, Bart? Where'd he come from? Blasted, he took the dog.
I couldn't help it. You missed.
He's traveling too fast.
You going to chase him?
Let him go. We'd never catch that horse he's riding.
But, Sheriff.
He'll head for the border just to shoot or shooting. He was sent by Miguel, too.
The masked man rejoined Tonto in their hidden camp.
Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh. Here, boy. Lie down.
What happened?
They were going to shoot Arizona's dog, Tonto. That's why I brought him with me.
Not good.
But I've been thinking things over. I believe he can help us.
How that?
Tonto, we know that Arizona's dog never attacked Clem Owens.
Uh-huh.
In other words, there's another dog somewhere in the district that's a killer. No one in town knows of such a dog, but there must be one.
That's right.
I said no one in town knows of such a dog. That's wrong. One man does.
And who's that?
If it's anyone, it's Forbes.
Maybe him, feller.
I don't know why he'd want Clem's death. He's supposed to be one of Clem's best friends. Nevertheless, everything points to him.
How that?
He was the man to accuse Arizona to the sheriff.
Uh-huh.
He found the money they claim Miguel paid Arizona, as well as the instructions Miguel was supposed to have written.
That's right.
And we know he called on Arizona alone the day before.
Uh-huh.
They were both watching from cover when Forbes found those written instructions and the money.
He just pretended to find them. We would have noticed it.
Ah.
But he could have placed them there the day before. That might have been the real reason he stopped at Arizona's camp.
How you prove that?
I've got an idea. And Arizona's dog will help us. First, however, I'm crossing the border.
What you do there?
There's been a lot of talk about Miguel in this affair. The law can't cross the border to question him, but I can.
Ah.
And I call on Miguel tonight.
The gambling hall, run by the breed known as Miguel, was a prosperous enterprise, attracting patrons from both sides of the border. Tonight, a pleased expression on his face, Miguel surveyed the crowded gaming tables for a moment, then strolled toward the wide doors and the gardens beyond.
Miguel?
Eh? Who's calling Miguel?
Over here.
See? Recognize me, Miguel?
Senor with the mask. The friend of the Black Caballero.
Right.
What bring you here, senor?
On the other side of the border, there's been an attempted murder, and a friend of mine is being held. He's innocent, and I intend to prove it.
But
I want the answers to certain questions.
Answers, senor?
I'm not the law, Miguel. Remember that. Whatever you tell me cannot be used against you.
I no sabe.
Has a young fellow by the name of Clem Owens come here to gamble?
Si, that is so. Until lately, he come here often.
And lost?
Is my fault, senor, if luck is against him?
On your tables, yes.
No, senor.
Don't bother to deny it. I know your tables are crooked. But right now, that's not what interests me.
What
Does Clem owe you money?
Oh, but see, he owe me much money.
Just one more question.
And that, senor?
Who was it you hired to murder Clem because he couldn't pay?
Diablo, you make a mistake. I hire no one. I do not want him killed.
Come along.
No, senor, no.
You're going with me, Miguel. You don't return until you come through with the truth.
Recrossing the Rio with his prisoner, the masked man brought Miguel to his secret camp. There he gave Tonto some orders. The following morning, the Indian called on Dr. Workman, and shortly afterward, the two men entered Clem's sick room.
Morning, Clem.
Howdy, Doc. Hello there, Tonto.
How?
Feeling better?
Some, Doc. Till I get to thinking of that blasted dog coming at me and the way he growls, and then I don't feel so good again. Reckon I won't forget the way he looked as long as I live.
Don't blame you. I've been having a little talk with Tonto here.
Yeah?
Reckon you know his advice is mighty good. You'd be a sight worse off than you are if it hadn't been for him.
I know it, Doc, and I ain't forgetting. You keep that in mind, Tonto. Maybe someday I'll be able to do something for you.
Oh, Matt, all right.
What I started to say, Clem, is that Tonto figures you ought to set up for a while.
Good.
Outside in the yard.
Can I already? Outside where I can get some air?
Thought you'd like the way Tonto prescribes.
Tonto, your style of doctoring suits me right down to the ground.
Well, I thought you were alone, Clem.
Oh, shucks, come in, Jane. You too, Forbes.
Hello, Clem.
Hello.
Hello, Doc. Howdy.
How'd you get time away from the bank?
Just told old Patterson I had to see how you was coming along, Clem. Yeah, sure looking fine.
I'll be up and around in no time.
Really, Doc?
He will if he behaves himself.
You should have heard what the doc just said, Jane. I'm going to set up outside in the yard today.
Oh, that's fine.
Sure is, Clem. Now, wait, not so fast, Clem. I never said exactly that.
But you said I could go out
I said you could set up, and I said you could be outside. But not right away. We'll see how you're feeling along towards evening. If your fever ain't no worse, then you can go outside.
But it'll be dark then.
A little night air ain't going to harm him. Besides, you'll be bundled up good.
Well,
Oh, yes. While I think of it.
Yeah?
You ain't hardly been away from the house since you brought Clem here, Jane. You'll be coming down sick yourself if you don't. I reckon you'd better ride along with me this evening.
Where?
Oh, just a call I promised to make on Jim Sampson's young'un. Got the whooping cough or something. I can't get away till then. We'll take the buggy and ride in style.
And leave Clem on alone?
Now, look here, Jane. I ain't no baby.
Clem will be all right, Jane. We'll be gone just a couple of hours, and when we get back, it'll be just about time to get him to bed again.
Well, you're sure it'll be all right?
Of course it will. All right, you two, come along. Leave Clem be. Tonto wants to have a look at them wounds again.
I'll drop in again when I can, Clem.
Anytime, Forbes. Gosh, Tonto, I sure will
Here, gun.
Huh? A gun? What's that for?
Maybe tonight you use it.
Use the gun tonight?
Huh?
I don't savvy.
You listen. Me tell you.
Tonto reported to the masked man that...
Doctor, do what you say.
And Clem will be outside tonight, alone? Good.
What is this? Why you not let Miguel go?
You don't leave before tonight, Miguel. Perhaps not then.
What you mean?
You've been telling the truth. If you didn't hire anyone to murder Clem, you can go.
I swear I did not, senor.
We'll see when the time comes. Here, boy. We're depending on you tonight, old fellow. Play your part, and we'll catch a killer and set your master free. That evening, as Dr. Workman had promised, Clem was bundled in blankets and permitted to sit in the spacious yard behind the house. 15 minutes later, the doctor's buggy rattled down the drive, and Clem was left alone. An hour passed. The sun had set, the moon had not yet risen, and the shrub-dotted grounds were illuminated only by the stars. 100 yards from where Clem sat, a figure crouched over the massive form of a dog and fumbled at the rope that circled its neck.
Get him this time, fella. You hear me? Get him. Wait till this rope's loose now. There. You're loose. You see him over there? All right, fella. At him. At him.
The wolf-like animal raced across the turf, swiftly and silently. But then, before he reached his victim, a second form hurtled from the brush toward him. It was Arizona's dog. Straight for his enemy he ran. Not 5 yards from Clem's stare, left the ground and leaped for his throat.
I can't shoot. I might hit the wrong dog. Hi there. Grab a hold of him. Stop.
Don't harm unless you have to.
They'll kill each other.
I'll get them.
Watch out you don't get bit.
Down, boys, down.
That one by the neck.
Let's go, boys. Break it up. Need help?
Look at them dogs. Go at it.
Give us a couple. Time to land him here. Let's go, boys. Down, fellow. Down. We're getting over.
Sam, will you help?
You never got close to me. Arizona's dog headed him off as quick as you please.
Here, old fellow, so you've done your work. That's enough fighting. You there. Get a rope on this other dog. I'll fix him. Who set that dog on Clem? It couldn't have been Arizona because he's in jail. Where is the skunk? Did he get away? Tonto's got him. Where's Forbes? And he's got a hold of Miguel, too. Bring them here, Tonto. Let go, Clem. You let go of me. Let loose. Here, fella. Yeah, I'll take the polecat. Stand still, Forbes, before I let you have it.
He's not Senor Forbes. He's Senor Owens. I know him well. He owe me much money. He's cheap.
What you say?
Miguel, you say you know Forbes by the name of Owens?
See, that is what he told me it's the name.
Why, you dirty coyote, Forbes. That's where them stories about me started. You've been gambling across the border and used my name, so as if there was any talk, I'd get the blame.
No, listen.
Quiet. Sheriff.
Yeah?
This clears Miguel. He couldn't have hired Forbes to get revenge on Clem for not paying his gambling debts. Because for all he knew, Forbes and Clem were one and the same person.
See, that is so.
Reckon you're right, stranger.
Forbes must have realized that if Clem were killed, Miguel would hear of it and think it was him. He'd make no more attempts to collect what Forbes owed as long as Forbes stayed out of Miguel's sight.
Forbes, I got a notion that Patterson better start checking up at the bank. And when he does, I figure we won't only have a charge of attempted murder again you, but a charge of stealing as well.
You'll let Arizona go and return his dog to him?
Of course I will. And apologize for holding him, too.
Good. Come on, Tonto.
Just a second, stranger.
Hey, come back here. I ain't thanked you yet.
Forget it, Clem, and you too, Sheriff. That's the last of them fellas you'll see till you need 'em again.
Huh?
You see, I've met 'em before. That's how I knew who Tonto was and that he could help me treat Clem.
But the masked man, who is that fella?
Clem? That's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Let's go, big fellow! I'm Silver!
The rocking stagecoach swung around the base of Mesa Mountain on the last stretch of trail to the town of Valley Bend. There were but 3 passengers. Mary Carslake and her 12-year-old son had been over the trail before, but it was the first trip for the Lone Ranger's nephew, Dan Reed.
The third time Mother and I have been here, isn't it, Mother?
Yes, Jimmy. Third time, huh?
Why are you going to Valley Bend, Dan?
I'm going to meet a friend of mine, an Indian.
An Indian? Oh, God.
Jimmy, remember what I told you about Indians? There are good Indians as well as bad ones. I'm sure Dan's friend is a good Indian. He sure is. He's one of the finest men I know.
Well, maybe so.
Where are you going to Valley Bend, Jim?
We go there every year on my dad's birthday.
I see.
His birthday is this week, Saturday.
He's in Valley Bend, huh?
Well,
Dan, Jimmy's father is buried on Mesa Mountain. Oh.
And he's buried with the other soldiers that were killed by the Indians.
I'll bet your father was a good soldier.
He sure was. He was a lieutenant, wasn't he, Mom?
Yes, dear, he was.
Mother and I are going to put fresh flowers on his grave.
Oh, there, boy. Oh, there.
This is it, Mom. There's the hotel where we always stay.
Yes, Jimmy. I'll open the door.
The mail's on top.
I'll help you with your bag, man.
Thank you, Dan. I'll go on ahead, Mom.
Don't go too far away, Jimmy.
I'll wait for you on the hotel porch.
Well, look who's here.
Huh?
You don't remember me, do you? The name's Peavy. Slim Peavy.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. Golly, you've grown tall since last year.
Yeah, now you remember. Well, do you happen to remember that you was boasting and bragging about your pa being a soldier?
I didn't brag.
A soldier. That's a good one. If you knew what I knew, you wouldn't be so proud.
What do you mean?
If the Indians hadn't shot him, the law would have hung him.
You can't say that about my dad.
Who can't? Ask your ma if you don't believe me. Ask her why the buttons was cut off his uniform. Ask her why his grave ain't marked like the others.
That's enough from you,
Why, I'll fix you.
I'll see. Just talk about my dad, will you? I'll fix it. I'll shut your big mouth.
Jimmy, cut that out. Stop it. Take it out. Cut it out, Slim.
They're going to throw on your own side.
Stop them before they're seriously hurt. Jimmy, stop it. Stop it. Do you hear me?
I'll have that one.
I'm holding him.
I'll hold Slim.
Let me go. Let me at him.
That'll do, Slim.
He hit me first.
You can't say things about my dad. I'll just...
Oh.
Please, Dad, let me go. I'll
Then
get him.
again, you've had enough.
Slim, you better get for home. You ought to be ashamed picking on a boy smaller than yourself.
He hit me first, I tell you.
You said things about my dad.
And I'll say them again. They're true. He was a murderer.
Mom, Slim was right. They did cut the buttons off his uniform, and they didn't give him a military burial.
Jimmy, I was foolish, perhaps, but, well, I hoped and prayed that in some way the truth might come out. Before you had to know.
Mom, I don't care what the Army thinks. Dad was all right.
Don't you care what anyone thinks or says. Hold your head high, Jimmy, because, well, we know that Dad did nothing wrong. We know it because he told me so.
Tonto was waiting in town with Dan's horse. The two rode into the valley where the Lone Ranger was waiting in a small camp. It was sunset when Dan finished telling about the incident.
Golly, you should have seen the way Jimmy rapped into that big bully. It was swell.
I wondered if you'd meet Jim and his mother on the stage, Dan.
Do you know them?
No, but I knew they came here each year at this time.
Oh.
Tonto, did you tell Dan about Jim's father?
Me tell him a few facts.
Tonto told me how he was found guilty of murder and how he was killed fighting the Indians at the Battle of Mesa Mountain.
He was saved from hanging, but not from disgrace. Dan, I'm going to tell you about Lieutenant Carslake.
Fine.
Put a little wood on the fire, will you, Tonto?
Me fix it.
See, Dan, Tonto was doing some special scouting for the regiment. He was with the troopers when they rode to the top of Mesa Mountain. The trail was steep and the pace was slow. Tonto rode behind Captain Jackson, and he could hear all that the captain said to the man at his side.
We'll reach the lookout post in a few minutes. Then we'll know whether or not I've made a mistake.
A mistake, Captain?
Yes, I sent Lieutenant Carslake and Sam Benson up to the lookout a week ago.
You did, sir?
Well, someone had to prepare the campsite and establish my headquarters. I sent those two to do it.
But Carslake and Vincent, they're deadly enemies.
I don't know how deadly, but I do know that I'm sick and tired of the animosity between them.
So you sent the two of them together?
I thought they might iron out the argument if they had the chance. I dare say we shall find the fight settled, one way or another.
Yes, sir. I dare say.
Well, in spite of their hard feelings for each other, Carslake and Vincent had done their work well. Captain Jackson found a campsite marked out in the shelter of a good stand of timber. He also found that an old two-room shack that stood in an open area a few yards from the edge of a cliff had been cleaned out for use as his headquarters. It was some time after dark when he summoned Lieutenant Carslake to his desk.
You sent for me, Captain Jackson? Lieutenant Carslake, you and Vincent did a fine piece of work here.
We thought you'd like this shack as a headquarters, sir.
Yes.
There's a good view of the valley from the next room. A guard might be posted at the window.
Carslake, you and Vincent have proved that you can work together. I hope the difficulty, whatever it is, that's made you enemies, has been straightened up.
Well, that, sir, is a personal matter that can never be straightened up.
Oh?
In connection with Lieutenant Vincent, I'd like to speak to you alone. Privately, sir, if I may.
You may speak freely before my aide.
The Indian scout.
Lieutenant, I trust Tonto with the security of this entire troop. I think you may speak with him in the room.
Very well, sir.
What about Vincent?
Captain Jackson? He's not well.
No?
No, sir. Though we've had little to say to each other in the week we've been here, I've had the chance to observe him closely.
Well, he hasn't complained of an illness.
Probably not. During the time that we've been here, he's kept apart from me as much as possible. In spite of that, I saw him on several occasions administering some kind of a treatment with a hypodermic needle.
I shall investigate.
Captain Jackson. Oh.
Lieutenant Vincent?
I didn't know he was here.
I'm about to leave.
Be careful you don't get lost between here and the tent. It's a very dark night.
Thanks for the report, Carslake.
You're welcome, sir.
Glad you came in, Vincent. There's several things about which I want to talk to you.
What's Carslake been saying about me?
Well, what makes you think he's been saying anything?
Captain Jackson. He wants to get me away from here.
He does?
Yes. He's intimated that he'd get me out of the Army in one way or another. With your permission, sir, I'll bring something from the other room. I want to show it to you.
Very well. There's a candle lighted in there.
I shan't be long.
Oh, close the door. What do you make of those two?
I don't know what to think, Captain Jackson. Of the two, I'm more inclined to trust Carslake.
And I.
Tonto there's a good judge of human nature. Perhaps he can...
What the...
Don't shoot!
And gunshot.
Captain, come on. What? Vincent.
Great Scott.
Me take a look.
There's no use, Tonto. When a man shot like that,
How about it, Tonto? He is dead, isn't he?
Him dead.
Carslake must have fired through that open window.
It was an open and shut case against Carslake. Vincent was shot at close range, right next to the open window. The captain and his aide had heard Carslake's name shouted just prior to the shot.
What did Carslake say?
He denied it. Said that he was between the shack and the woods when the shot was fired.
But no one see him. Him not able to prove that.
His footprints were found just outside the window. He denied having been there.
Oh, golly.
A search of Vincent's property brought out a diary, which he had written that Carslake had threatened him.
The Carslake fellow deny that.
But Carslake was trapped at every turn. Even his story about Vincent using a hypodermic needle proved unfounded.
It did?
Nothing of the sort was found in Vincent's kit.
Was there anyone else with reason to shoot Vincent?
There were no other footprints, Dan. But Carslake suggested that Vincent might have shot himself.
Maybe he did.
Didn't seem possible for Vincent to have shot himself and then disposed of the gun.
Oh. Then the gun was gone?
Vincent's gun hadn't been fired. He was shot with a small caliber pistol. Carslake was the only man in the regiment who owned such a weapon.
Had Carslake's gun been fired?
Wasn't found. Carslake said he didn't know where it was. The court-martial decided that Carslake had fired from the window and thrown his gun over the edge of a cliff a few yards away.
Well, golly. Didn't they look for the gun at the bottom of the cliff?
It was a long way down, and there was a fast-moving stream at the bottom of the cliff. There was so much evidence against Carslake, he was found guilty, despite the fact that his gun wasn't found. His case was never reviewed because he was killed by Indians.
But you don't think he was guilty?
Then, a few weeks ago, Tonto was visiting Indians near here. In their village, he found something that might throw a new light on Vincent's death. Oh, that's why we came here. We're going to try to make a hero of the man who was condemned to face the firing squad.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, Dan, and Tonto broke camp at sunrise. An hour later, they reached the foot of Mesa Mountain and began the long uphill ride. Tonto led the way through the dense forest, following the trail the regiment had used more than 3 years before. It was mid-afternoon when the horsemen reached the tableland on the summit. Here, the trees ended. Just ahead, there was a small shack standing on open ground, close to the cliff on the eastern side of the mountain.
Steady, big fella. And I hope the colonel arrives before dark.
Colonel who?
Colonel Jackson. He's a colonel now, Dan. He was a captain when Carslake was tried. Tonto, you stay here and watch for Colonel Jackson, will you?
Me watch.
Where are you going?
I have a few things to do on the other side of the cabin. I want to get ready for the colonel.
When Colonel Jackson and his aide arrived, they saw Tonto in front of the cabin.
Well, Tonto, it's fine to see you again.
How, Colonel Jackson?
You remember Tonto, our scout?
Indeed I do, sir. How are you, Tonto?
Me plenty good.
I see 3 horses here.
2 friends inside cabin.
Oh,
Colonel Jackson, look who's coming.
What? Masked? Tonto, what's this mean?
That man, good friend.
How do you do, Colonel Jackson?
Who are you?
I'm the one who asked Tonto to make a strange request.
Tonto sent word asking me to come here in connection with Sam Vincent's murder.
Yes.
Why?
I hope we can shed a new light on that murder.
What do you mean?
Would you both come inside the cabin?
Yes. Come along, Jeb. I hope you have something to justify the trip here.
I hope so. We've arranged this room just about as it was on the night that Vincent died. Well, you sit at the table, Colonel Jackson.
Very well. Now, tell me something.
Yes?
Just what are you hoping to prove?
I hope to prove that Lieutenant Carslake did not kill Sam Vincent.
What? Well, you know, that's a curious thing.
What is?
The fact that you hope to prove that Carslake was innocent.
Oh, why is it curious?
Because a year ago I met a doctor to whom Sam Vincent had gone for treatment.
Oh?
He confirmed what Carslake had said.
About the use of drugs?
Yes, Vincent had a serious heart ailment. He had to use drugs regularly to keep going.
Then Carslake told the truth?
He did as far as the drugs were concerned. Vincent must have disposed of his medicines before he was shot.
Well, in that case, he must have suspected that he was about to die.
Yes. I've wondered about that. I felt that the case against Carslake was incomplete. You know, we never did find his gun.
Did anyone look for it?
No, by the time the hostile Indians were driven from the valley, Carslake was dead. Then we were moved to another location.
Colonel Jackson, did you ever learn why there was ill will between Carslake and Vincent?
Yes, the two were distantly related, second or third cousins. An uncle died and left Carslake some property that Vincent had counted on owning.
I see.
Vincent did his best to take the property away from Carslake, and the two became bitter enemies.
Colonel Jackson, may I borrow your gun?
What are you going to do?
Now, let's go back to that evening 3 years ago. Let's see just what happened. You were sitting there, weren't you?
Yes.
I was sitting right here.
You'd been talking to Carslake, Colonel Jackson.
Yes, I remember.
Vincent came in that door, the front door, and said a few words to Carslake.
That's right. Then Carslake left.
I have this gun of yours. Make believe it's a small caliber pistol that Lieutenant Carslake owned. Make believe I've taken it from him and have it concealed beneath my shirt.
For the moment, I'll assume that. Go ahead.
Assume that I am Sam Vincent. Now, Colonel, do you remember the conversation you had with Vincent?
Well, some of it.
He said,
"With your permission, sir, I'll bring something from the other room. I want to show it to you."
It all comes back to me now. I shall never forget that evening.
Then Vincent went into the next room, just as I shall do. Wait just a moment.
Close the door. What do you make of it, Jeb?
I don't know what to think, Colonel Jackson.
You wait.
No, Carslake.
What the?
Don't shoot.
That gunshot.
Colonel, holy smoke!
Come on.
Colonel, he's on the floor. He's shot. Golly, tell him, do something.
Wait, it's all right.
What? Well, for the moment you had me frightened.
Isn't this just about where Vincent lay?
Oh, yes.
That's right. Right next to that open window.
Very well. I suppose I'd shot myself. The situation would be just as it was in Vincent's case. I have my guns in their holsters, just as Vincent had his. Neither of them has been fired.
Oh, you fired my gun, didn't you?
Yes. Just as Vincent used Carslake's small caliber pistol.
But we didn't find Carslake's pistol.
No. Oh, Colonel, where's the gun I borrowed from you?
What?
You heard me fire it a few seconds ago.
Well, Hey, by thunder, where is it?
You've hidden it.
Search me. Search the room. I give you my word, I didn't touch that gun after I pulled the trigger.
Well, where is it? Where is my gun?
It's in the same place that Carslake's gun was found.
Found? Why, we never found it.
Where is it?
Look out that window.
But you couldn't throw it out the window after being instantly killed.
There's nothing out here anyway.
The edge of the mountain is just a few yards away, isn't it?
Yes.
You'll find your gun down below.
What?
A string was tied to the gun. The string ran over the edge of the mountain to a rock. When Vincent fired, his grip on the gun relaxed. It was pulled through the window and over the ledge.
Great Scott.
Of all things.
Colonel Jackson, this will prove my story. Look.
A gun?
There's a name carved on the handle.
Carslake.
Is that Carslake's pistol?
Yes.
Rusted and ruined, but unquestionably Carslake's. I've seen it many times. Where did you get it?
Tonto's Indian friends had it. The boy found it while fishing. There was a rawhide thong tied to the gun. The other end was tied to a small rock.
Where was the gun?
Right where you'll find yours. In the stream at the bottom of the cliff.
Now I understand. Vincent was bitter. He knew that he had but a short time to live. He decided that he'd make sure Carslake wouldn't live to enjoy his inheritance. He took his own life. and did it in such a way that Carslake was charged with murder.
There's just one thing. The footprints outside the window.
Vincent could have made those during the previous night by borrowing Carslake's boots.
You're right.
Colonel Jackson, Carslake did tell us the truth. He was misjudged. That man was innocent.
Thank heaven he fell in battle instead of by a firing squad.
Oh, Colonel Jackson, there isn't much time.
But not much time. What do you mean?
Saturday would be Carslake's birthday.
It would? What of it?
Well, each year on his birthday, his widow and son ride up here to put fresh flowers on his grave.
Oh, they do?
This year it may be different. Jimmy had just learned that his father was discredited. It was a hard blow for the boy. I wonder if we can do something about it.
The Lone Ranger and Dan were in the town of Valley Bend early on Saturday morning. They saw two fully saddled horses standing in front of the hotel. A lanky, stoop-shouldered boy stood nearby.
Those are the horses that were rented from the livery stable, Dan?
Yes. And that's the fellow that picked the fight.
Who?
Slim, remember? I told you how he laughed at Jimmy.
Oh, yes. So that's Slim. I wonder why he's waiting next to those horses.
Probably waiting for Jimmy to come out.
If he is,
What then?
I was just thinking, Dan. That's all. Jimmy and his mother are going to get a late start on their ride up that mountain. I wonder what's keeping them.
Mom, I don't want to go.
Jimmy.
I mean it, Mom. I don't want to go. If that's Slim,
It isn't Slim, dear. It's probably Mr. Hawkins to ask if we intend to use his horses.
Hello, Mrs. Carslake.
Why, it's Dan Reed.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Dan.
You mind having company on your trip?
Company?
My friend and I are going up Mesa Mountain today, and we thought we could ride with you.
Well, where is your friend?
Right out there in the hall.
We're not going.
Not going? But, Jim,
Dan, you and your friend go on. Perhaps we'll meet you.
May I come in for a moment?
Mask? Golly.
Please don't be alarmed by this mask.
This is my friend.
I couldn't help hearing you, Jim.
Well,
Are you afraid of Slim?
Afraid?
You know, I think Slim is jealous of you.
Jealous?
He must have heard how courageously your father fought those Indians.
He isn't jealous. He's laughing at me.
Yes, I know, Jimmy. Did he know your father?
No.
But you did.
Yes, of course.
You knew him better than anyone else in the world, except your mother. The two of you certainly know what kind of a man he was, don't you?
Sure.
He was a fine soldier, one of the best. Believe me, because I knew him too.
You're going up to his grave?
Yes. He may be able to see us. He may know what we're doing on his birthday.
Oh.
I wouldn't want him to think I'd lost confidence in him.
But he...
You see, a man needs his friends when his luck turns against him. I guess he needs his family, too. Well, we better get started, Dan.
All right.
Coming, Jim.
Oh, yes, sir. Come on, Mom. Let's hurry.
On up, Jimmy.
Yes, so you got a masked outlaw for company, huh?
You're just jealous.
Jealous? That's a good one.
I'll see you when I get back.
Jim, I guess we'll take your friend along with us.
My friend?
Yes, come on, Slim.
Hey, let go of me.
The ride will do you good. Up you come. Come on, Silver.
As the riders reached the clearing, an amazing spectacle met their eyes.
Oh, Silver, hold on.
Golly, Mom, look.
The whole regiment in full dress was lined up. Brass buttons gleamed in the bright sun, and the regimental colors waved in the breeze alongside the stars and stripes. The colonel rode up to meet Mary Carslake and Jimmy.
Mrs. Carslake, I'm Colonel Jackson.
Oh, yes, Colonel.
We're honored by your presence.
But I don't understand.
Lieutenant Carslake's case has been reviewed. He's been completely exonerated.
Does that mean
the charges against him have been dismissed. In an effort to make restitution, we're dedicating this place today as a national cemetery to be named for your husband. It shall be the Carslake Memorial Park.
Oh, Jimmy.
Mom.
Now, if you'll dismount and come with me, please.
Yes, of course.
There's a badge of honor for bravery. I shall present it to the son of Lieutenant Carslake.
Golly, Jim, I guess I deserve that beating.
Oh, forget it, Slim.
This way, please.
wish my dad had been a soldier. Just like yours.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger. Before this exciting adventure, a word from our sponsor. General Mills, makers of Cheerios, the ready-to-eat oat cereal that gives you go power, and Wheaties, the breakfast of champions, present by special recording, The Lone Ranger. Hear that? It's the sound of a mighty American Airlines flagship taking off. You know, being an American Airlines pilot is an exciting job. And now, thanks to Cheerios, you too can share in that fun. Because inside every specially marked package of Cheerios, you'll now find a free American Airlines air travel game. Yes, a free airplane game for you and your friends, complete with instructions, 4 airplane playing pieces, a spinner, and 2 playing boards. You're the pilot in this exciting air travel game, and you play on a real American Airlines system map that adds to the fun. On the back, you'll find another paper game board with lots of important information every American Airlines pilot must know. So how about it? You be the pilot. Get your complete American Airlines air travel game today, free in Cheerios. Look for the special Cheerios package with a flying airplane on front. Supplies are limited, so hurry. Ask for Cheerios today, the ready-to-eat oat cereal that gives you go power. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver. Let's go, big fella. I'll Silver. Hooray! Snow was falling in the Texas Panhandle. The Lone Ranger waited near a campfire in a grove of cottonwoods near Batesville, while Tonto went into town. Soon he returned.
Oh, fella. Easy, Scout. Easy, fella.
Was there a letter from Dan, Tonto?
Yeah, fella.
Well, we'll see what he has to say. Let's see. Dear Uncle and Tonto, thanks for a wonderful Christmas vacation and for the fine gifts you both gave me. The time went all too fast while I was with you.
It go fast for us. It seemed like Dan not here 2 weeks.
That's right, Tonto. It goes on to say it's a coincidence that you told me to send this letter to Post Office Box 12 at Batesville. My roommate comes from a ranch near there. His name is Jerry Baldwin, and his folks have a big sheep ranch. I feel sorry for Jerry. He may have to leave school soon. A big rancher named Corey hates sheepmen and is turning the other ranchers against Jerry's father. Jerry is afraid the ranchers will start a real range war against his father and his sheepmen and cause greater losses, not to mention bodily harm.
That's plenty bad, Kimasabi.
Yes. Dan finishes by saying, I hope things work out for Jerry and his folks. He's a fine fellow and wants to finish his schooling. Give my best regards to Tonto, and tell him to take good care of Victor, your loving nephew, Dan. P.S. Give my regards to Sally Jackson when you see her, Dan.
Dan still remember first kiss. Fella Jerry, good friend of Dan.
Yes, Tonto. And I'd like to do something for his people. What's more, if there's danger of a range war in this territory, we better stay around and do what we can to prevent it.
The next 2 days brought warmer weather, melting what snow had fallen. But there was a threat of real winter weather in the morning air when Huck Corey and several other horsemen pulled rein in front of the Baldwin ranch house 3 days later. Charlie Baldwin and his wife Sarah, parents of Dan Reed's roommate, came out onto the porch to greet them.
Good morning, Corey.
Mr. Corey, just why'd you come here this morning?
Because some of those mangy, bleating sheep of yours got on my range again, that's why. It happened last night.
And it's too bad they did, Baldwin. About half a dozen of them won't go back.
You shot him, huh? Well, you...
Put away your gun, Charlie. No need to start trouble.
Easy to see you have more sense than your husband, ma'am. She has more sense than you have, too, Corey. Because if trouble starts, we'll be ready for it. That's big talk, Baldwin. But just let any more of those critters go onto my range, and I'll put my men to work running a fence across the end of Deep Canyon. You may have overlooked the fact that the canyon is really part of my holdings.
But the canyon's useless to you. And if you fence it off, we'll have to leave our flocks in the open, and we'll lose half of them when the big storms come.
Be that as it may, ma'am. If those sheep graze on my range once more, that canyon will be fenced off. If you want to use it this winter, keep those smelly critters off my range. Let's go, men. Get up. Get up.
Late that afternoon, the foreman Tex and some of the Circle C ranch hands were in the Nugget Cafe in Batesville when a cowpoke came from the ranch.
Hey, Mr. Corey says for all of you to ride out to the ranch right away. Why? He said we could come to town. Yeah, but more sheep are on our range. The boss is fit to bust a button. What's he figuring on doing? He says we're going to fence in Deep Canyon. We'll work by torchlight if need be, so as to get it up in a hurry. Well, boys, I reckon we got work to do. Let's go. That'll sure ruin Baldwin. Sure will. Come on.
Tonto, who had been standing at the rear of the cafe, went out through the back door as the cowhands left. A short time later, he arrived at the camp in the nearby hills and told the Lone Ranger what he had heard. The masked man decided to talk to the cattle rancher. Early that evening, Huck Corey, a widower who lived with his only daughter, Lucy, entered the ranch house just as Lucy came from her room, dressed to go out and carrying a letter in her hand.
Good evening, Lucy.
Hello, Dad.
What do you got your coat on for? Where you... Jumping Jehoshaphat. Did I say coat? What is that you got on there?
Why, this is the latest thing, Dad. I ordered it from the East through a friend.
What on earth kind of critter has fur like that? And by Jiminy, it looks almost... Say, that's sheepskin.
Uh-huh, the latest thing, and warm as toast.
Sheepskin. By the great horn spoon, girl, what's got into you? Don't you know that you...
Not Dad. Don't be silly.
Huh?
Just because you don't like live sheep is no reason to carry on because I wear the skin of a dead one. Come on, Dad.
I want someone to mail this letter for me. I think I'll go out to the bunkhouse.
Now, let me see that letter.
But, Dad.
Yes, 'tis I saw it. The Jerry Baldwin, the son of that smelly sheepman. He's the friend who talked you into buying that coat, huh?
Dad, that's my letter. Jerry and I aren't interested in your troubles on the range. He's a wonderful
Get
boy.
into your room and take that mangy sheepskin coat off. As for the letter...
Dad! Oh, Dad, I'll show
Sheep. They even come back from the dead to haunt me. Who can that be?
Mr. Corey?
I'm Huck Corey. What do you... A master, who's
Hold
that?
it. There's no need for gunplay.
You're doggone fast on the draw, mister. But if my men were here...
I'm not an outlaw, as you seem to think. I came here to talk to you, that's all.
What about?
About the fence you're putting up at Deep Canyon.
I get it. Baldwin heard about it and sent a masked hombre here to threaten me, huh?
No, I don't know Baldwin. He didn't send me.
Mister, get off this spread and stay off. Now get your
I'll take that gun.
Take my wrist, let go, huh?
I have it. Sorry to twist your arm. Now, finish what I came to say. If you still want to go...
Tubby, come quick. Some of the cowpokes coming in. Now, mister, I'll do the talking.
See you again, Corey.
Hey, my gun.
Here on the ground.
Quick, give me Tubby.
Easy, steady, big fella. Come on, Phil.
Come up, count. My gun, Drag Nabbit. Gun those hombres. Use your guns, men. Hurry. He's a masked outlaw.
We'll continue our Lone Ranger adventure in just a moment.
All over the country, in every direction, how you doing is the question. And here's one that happy people have to say. Eating our Wheaties and doing okay.
Sure, take champion Bob Cousy, who can really make a basketball do tricks. Bob was born in New York, plays with the famous Boston Celtics. Leads them all in fast break play, and Cousy knows the champion way. Starts his day the Wheaties way. Take Neil Johnston, another great champ from the East. Say Neil has been eating Wheaties since he was 3 feet tall instead of 6'8". Grew up a long ways on them, didn't he? Mighty appetizing eatin', and there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake.
Keep on eating your Wheaties, and you'll be doing okay.
Now to continue. The darkness was in their favor, and the Lone Ranger and Tonto managed to get away safely. 2 nights later, a strong, bitter wind blew from the north, bringing thick, swirling snow with it. Huck Corey was busy going over accounts when his foreman Tex entered the ranch house.
Getting mighty cold out there, boy. Just the kind of weather to put those sheepmen out of business. No, Tex. If Baldwin was raising any other kind of critter, I wouldn't have done that to him. But sheep will ruin the ranges for cattle by cropping off the grass right down to the roots. Yeah. Well, I reckon after a few days of this weather, we won't be bothered any more by Baldwin's pesky sheep. Yeah. Well, I'll see you in the morning, boy. Good night, Tex. Let's see.
Dad?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Lucy. I didn't hear your door open. I thought you were sleeping.
I can't sleep with that moaning wind. I heard you talking to Tex. Will the Baldwins really lose their sheep?
No. Stop worrying your pretty head about Baldwin sheep, Lucy, and go back to bed. I have more paperwork to do before I turn in. Well, go on.
I'm sorry. Good night, Dad.
Yeah.
At dawn, snow was still falling when the Lone Ranger and Tonto left their sheltered camp in the hills and rode a trail that passed both the Corey and Baldwin ranches.
Tonto, if Baldwin's sheep are left on the open range for the next 24 hours, a large number of them will die. We'll do what we can to help save those sheep. Easy, Silver, easy, boy.
Look, Kimasabi. Horse standing under trees near trail.
Yes, I see him. Come on, Silver.
Come, fella.
Easy, fella.
Easy, Scout, easy, fella.
This horse carries the Circle C brand, Tonto. He's been here for some time. His tracks are covered with snow.
Saddle covered with snow. What we do?
Take him back to the Circle C. Strange to find him here so early in the morning.
But it's risky to go back to ranch.
The ranch hands won't be there now. We'll chance it. Now lead the horse. Easy.
Easy, Scout, easy, fella.
Come on, fella. Come on, Silver.
Come, fella.
Later, the masked man and Indian stopped in front of the Corey ranch house.
Keep your guns handy, Tonto, to cover me in case I do run into trouble.
Yeah, what do you here again?
Don't go. You're covered.
Where are you here this time?
We brought back one of your horses. Found him some distance down the trail. Someone must have been riding him.
Yeah, that's my daughter's horse. That's Lucy's roan. How in conditions you...
Do I have to hold this gun on you?
Drop the gun. I want to know how you
Where is your daughter?
Well, she's supposed to be in bed.
Perhaps you'd better check.
Get inside a minute.
Sure. All right, read it.
She says, Dad, after what was said tonight, I'm going to find some way to help the Baldwins. Lucy. Great day, she left here last night. She must have ridden to the Baldwins.
Remember, we found her horse down the trail. If she were at the Baldwins' place, her horse would still be there.
If she's been out in the storm all night, she'll be frozen. If it's my fault. She heard me talking to Tex about the sheep, and she...
Easy, Mr. Corey. She likely rode to the range to find out about the sheep.
Yes, the horse threw her.
Get your men together and we'll search for her.
But the men are down at the canyon. The foreman came in early and said Baldwin and his men were fixing to rip down the fence.
The only thing to do right now is to go there and prevent a fight. And get everyone to search the range for your daughter. All right, let's go.
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto, accompanied by Huck Corey, rode toward Deep Canyon, they heard gunshots.
The fight has started. Hurry. Come on, Phil.
Get up there. Stop the fight. Hold your fire.
Hey, look at the masked man. He must have made the boss stop the fight. I'll get him.
Hold it. Your hand will be numb a while. The rest of you listen to Mr. Corey.
You mean my daughter Lucy is lost somewhere on the range. She's been gone all night.
All night?
I want all of you to spread out and search till we find her.
Baldwin and his men are over there watching. Yeah, they'll start shooting if we try.
Wait a minute. Hello, Charlie Baldwin. Come here for a talk. This is a truce. We'll holster our guns.
We'll ride over. We'll still hold our guns.
No tricks, Corey. We're ready for him. That masked man. He's a friend, Charlie, believe me. Now listen. Lucy, my daughter, is lost somewhere on the range. Been going all night. What kind of a trick is
It's the truth, Mr. Baldwin.
I want my men to search for her. Forget the fighting. Lucy's all I have. And if anything...
Easy, Mr. Corey.
Why, Thunder, you are telling the truth. We like Lucy at our house. Bring your men, Huck. My men and I'll help you search. Sure, we will.
Let's not lose time.
We'll search that range inch by inch till we find my daughter. Come on. Get up there.
Come on, Silver.
Following orders, the sheepmen and the ranchers spread out and started the search for Lucy. The wind howled, and the snowstorm continued without let-up as the Lone Ranger, Tonto, Corey, and Baldwin rode over the bleak, snow-blanketed rangeland. Huck Corey, his face set grimly and with a cold dread clutching his heart, rode in silence. After some time had passed, the group pulled to a halt.
Oh, fella. I told the others to signal with 2 shots if they found anything.
That car came over there.
Yes, I heard it. Let's go.
Come on,
Keep it
Silver.
there.
Let's go. Those sheep are too cold to run, the way they're huddled together. Now they're moving. One is still lying there. Oh, no, wait. Easy, steady now.
I'm here. Oh, Dad. A masked man.
Lucy.
Oh, Dad.
The masked man's a friend. What happened?
My horse threw me, and then he ran away. I sprained my ankle when I fell, and I couldn't stand up. I yelled and yelled until my voice gave out. And then, Dad, the sheep gradually moved in beside me. And, Dad, the sheep in this coat kept me from freezing.
Why did you leave the house?
I wanted to help the Baldwins, Dad. I was going to talk to them. You see, Jerry Baldwin and I are going to be married someday after he completes his education.
Marry a sheepman's son? Jump and catch it.
Oh, my ankle.
That ankle needs attention as soon as possible, Lucy.
Signal the others she's been found. Then we'll take her to the ranch house.
Later, Lucy rested comfortably on a couch in the living room of the Corey Ranch house. The Lone Ranger and Tonto gave her injured ankle the attention it needed. Then the masked man said,
There, that will take care of the injury until the doctor arrives.
Thank you. I feel as if I've known you for a long time.
A friend of mine knows Jerry at school. I've heard fine reports about him.
Hey, Charlie, how long did you know your son and Lucy were, thinking of getting married?
Sarah and I knew it since Christmas, Huck.
Huh?
Jerry told us then. We were mighty pleased to hear it.
You were? Even after all the fussing I've been doing and all?
Mr. Corey, you have a sheepskin coat in Charlie Baldwin's sheep to thank for the safety of your daughter.
Yes, he sure has. Hey, I think I'll have the boys kill me a sheep so I can have a coat like that.
Now, hold on, Corey.
Don't get your dander up, Charlie. I'll buy the sheep before they kill it. I reckon wearing the hide of one is about the quickest way to get to like the critter.
No telling how many might die in this storm.
Ooh, that is. Well, I told Tex to take my men and yours and lift down that fence, and then to drive the sheep into Deep Canyon.
What?
You know, I'd sure like to have seen the faces on those cowpokes when Tex told them they were going to help drive sheep.
Oh, Dad.
This is sure hard to believe. I'm glad you two men have settled your differences. Tonto and I'll leave now. Oh, my friend who rooms with Jerry will let us know when to come back this way to kiss the bride.
Hey, look at Lucy blushing, huh?
Dad, I am not.
Adios, everyone, and lots of happiness to you and Jerry, Lucy. Come on, Tonto.
Goodbye.
Yeah, he sure is a fine hombre, that masked man. But who is he, Huck?
You doggone it. After all the help he gave us, I forgot to find out.
I think I can tell you, Dad. Jerry wrote that he roomed with a boy who knows a certain masked man. And after what he said about his young friend at Jerry's school, I'm sure that's the same masked man. And he's known as the Lone Ranger.
Copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated is produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated. The part of the Lone Ranger is played by Brace Beamer. Your announcer, Fred Foy. Listen to the Lone Ranger, brought to you by special recording Mondays through Fridays at this same time.
A cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Ranger, mystery rider of the plains, the unknown hero of the greatest legend of the West. His face was masked. No one could guess the inspiration for his life and self-sacrifice. But everyone paid tribute to his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness. Here was a champion of right against might, the symbol of American justice and American democracy, the Lone Ranger. With the Lone Ranger wounded and being cared for at Mustang Mag's, Missouri made a beeline along the trail that led from town. He urged his horse on desperately, raising a cloud of dust that hung behind the clattering hoofs like the tail of a comet. As he drew near the ranch house, he yelled,
Mag! Mag! Mustang Mag! Whoa, horse! Whoa! Mag, where are you? I gotta tell you something.
I'm right here, you ornery no good catawumbus. Quiet.
But Mag, gosh almighty, I had to come lickety split. I had to tell you. Mag, I spilled the beans.
You what?
Yeah, it doggone, it slipped out before I could stop it. Just rolled off the tip of my tongue.
You mean you let folks know the Lone Ranger's here?
Uh-huh.
You mean to say you let them know he's hurt?
Uh-huh.
Missouri, Did you say how bad?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
I said he was hurt so bad he couldn't get up. Leastwise, not right now. That he couldn't even use his gun.
I might have knowed it. Your tongue is hinged in the middle and it's oiled with jabber root. Jabber, jabber, jabber all the time. It's plumb fortunate for you that it ain't worse.
Mag, it is worse. The gents who heard me talk wasn't just ordinary fellas. They were... Mag, they were Kincaid and Trigger.
Kincaid and Trigger? Jumping Jehoshaphat, Missouri, those hombres are gunmen. Killers. They've been aching to get after the masked men since he had them put in jail in Albuquerque. Of all the people to talk to.
I didn't see them, Mag. They was down the other end of the bar.
And sakes alive, they'll be out here pronto. What are we going to do?
That's why I rushed. Tonto's inside with him?
Yeah. Come on, we'll see what he's got to say. And keep your voice down. No sense threatening the masked man if we can help it.
I wore my brain plumb out all the way here. Them hombres are awful tough, Mag.
You couldn't think of nothing if you tried to doomsday. I'll close him out. His room.
What you want, huh?
Tonto, we got to move the masked man.
Huh?
Yeah, Tonto. Like a fool, I opened my mouth in front of Kincaid and Trigger. They'll bring a gang out here.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
We got to hide him someplace, Tonto. It's for his own good. We could fight off Kincaid and Trigger for a while, but we couldn't.
Tonto, he's awake.
No. You not move. You hurt bad. You lay back. Rest.
I guess you heard us talking, huh? You did, huh? Yeah, no matter how bad hurt the ranger is, he's got ears sharper than a fox.
No, Kimasabi. You lay still.
Wait a second, Tonto. He's trying to say something. Go ahead, masked man. I got my ear right close to your mouth. What? I can't make it out.
Here, wait. Here's paper and pencil.
Oh, him not strong.
You gotta let him, Tonto. At least he can put down a word or two. He's trying to tell us something.
Here, I'll hold the paper for you. And here's the pencil.
You write a little bit.
Gosh, he dropped the pencil.
Oh, him tired. You lay back now, Kimasabi. Tonto got arm, under shoulder. So you lay back.
Can you figure this right now, Missouri? It's awful scraggly.
It's a wonder to me he can ride at all. He's mighty sick.
Him not think herself.
Masked man, you got to rest. I know what you're thinking. Just because it ain't your house, you don't want to put us in danger. But we want to get you away to get you out of danger. You see?
Mag, Tonto, I got it. This here word. It's cave. Ain't that it, masked man? Cave?
Isn't that right? Him shake head up and down.
Why, sure. It's the very place.
The cave in the side of the cliff. That's a humdinger. They'll never find him there. And it's nice and cool for him, too.
Isn't that good? We carry him now. We go plenty slow, Kimasabi. Tonto make sure you not hurt more.
Yeah, Tonto. And Missouri can help you. Yes, sir. Let them outlaws come. They won't find the Lone Ranger. Not in this here house.
You
There's the ranch house, but I don't see no sign of the masked man, Kincaid.
Don't be loco. You can't see through walls. He's in there. Follow me, you gent.
All right.
Looks like peaceful, don't it? Nice and quiet. Well, when we get started, we'll see more than...
What in thunder? My head.
Pull up them horses! Pull them up! Now, ain't that a fine picture? I'll be doggone. It's a woman.
Look at my hair. She put a rifle bullet right through the crown.
There, mister. And maybe I'll do more than that. What do you mean, trespassing on my land?
Now, listen here. We come peaceable.
You needn't pull the wool over my eyes. I know who you are and why you're here. And I'll tell you this right here and now. You're wasting your time. You're coming on a wild goose chase.
I don't savvy her lingo. Do you, Trigger?
Not me. I got nothing but good intentions.
Oh, soft soap won't do you no good. Turn tail and cover the road. Get.
From the way you sling language, I reckon you must be this Mustang Mag woman.
Why, she's better handling a gun than Calamity Jane.
Now, look here. In one more minute, I'm going to lose my control over this trigger finger. It'll do the ordering for me, and you won't like the way...
No, you don't.
Let's go in the order. It's done.
Hold it, Trig. I'll get that gun.
Give me. You got it, Kincaid.
You can let it go now, Trig.
Of all the mangy, low-down tricks, you sneaking scouts. This hombre grabbed my gun when I was looking t'other way.
Sure. I reckon you won't stop us now. Come on, you gent.
Wait!
Come on.
Where do you think you're going?
We're going right into your ranch house. We're looking for the masked man. And when we find him, well, we all got guns, savvy? Get up there.
No, Kimasabi. You lay still. It's nice, cool here in cave, huh? Time to find out about bad men. Sorry, you see outlaw?
Just now going into the house, Tonto. I can see him fine and clear through this old spyglass. Reckon we got the masked man over here just in time. With the Lone Ranger's brains added to mine, we sure outfoxed them outlaws.
Empty barrel. Make plenty noise.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Reckon I've been talking too much, huh? Here's a spyglass, Tonto. Take a look for yourself.
Me not need spyglass. Me got sharp eye. And leave horse outside, huh?
Jiminy, you sure have good eyes. You and the masked man can see farther than an eagle.
We not leave anything in house?
No, all clear. We just made it, though. Mag held them up long enough for us to get here. He's all right?
Tonto hope so. It's strange, but me put on new bandage and... What's that?
Tonto, it's the masked man. He's tapping on the king floor.
What matter, Kimasabi? You lay quiet now.
That's one of your old silver bullets you're tapping. You must be trying to tell us something, but what? Well, we ain't overlooked a thing with... Tonto, the horse. A silver bullet. Silver. We forgot about silver.
That's right. Me see on your face, Kimasabi. You not worry. Tonto, Missouri, we fix. You come quick.
Oh, sure thing, Tonto, sure. Now, don't you worry, masked man. We'll get silver out of sight right now. Besides, them outlaws ain't even come into sight yet. We got plenty of time. Where's that spyglass? Can you see silver, Tonto?
Look, there. Silver in front of the house. There. You come, Missouri. Come on. Come out. Pull, Scout, pull. We get him, Silver.
Tonto, are you loco? Our horses are safe out of sight now in this cottonwood clump. If we head for the ranch house...
We never see Silver, not bad.
Yeah, I get your point. But what are we going to do?
Me not wait. Me go.
Tonto, hold up. Steady there, boy. I got an idea. Maybe it'll work. Come on, let's head for the house.
You can look through every room in the place, and you won't find the masked man.
Yeah? We ain't taking your word for it.
Oh, come on, Kincaid. We got a wrong brand on this whole business. The masked man ain't here. We've been buffaloed by that Missouri hombre.
Anybody that'd listen to that old goat. Well, everybody knows Missouri tells stories as long as his shadow are done.
Well, that's a fact. Trigger never figured that.
Well, nor me. Doggone, Kincaid. Let's get out front and head back for town.
Come on, gents. The horses are saddled outside waiting for us.
What? Sure, I'll be back. Grab your gun. Follow me.
Missouri, I can tell his feller anywhere.
Come on, gents, this way. Don't. Come on out. Oh, there you are.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm going to do my duty.
You old reprobate, what in thunder you yelling and shooting for?
Mag, these hombres are trespassing on your place, ain't they? Well, don't forget, I'm the duly elected sheriff of this township, and I'm putting them under arrest. You heard me. It ain't funny.
Now, listen here. We ain't staying around to listen to no tin horn sheriff. Not one like you. What's all the ruckus about?
Stand still. Stand right there. Don't you move less than I tell you to, Kincaid.
Missouri, what on earth are you trying to do?
Don't none of you hombres move while I'm consulting with Mag about the legal charges.
You answer me. You know you can't handle these bad men.
Sure, Mag. I'm just trying to stall for time.
Huh?
Tonto's out in front. We forgot all about Silver.
What?
Yeah. And as soon as Silver's hid away, I let these hombres travel. I hope they don't take too long.
Now listen here, Missouri. We stood for your play acting for 10 minutes, but that's enough, savvy? Are you letting us go peaceable, or do I have to teach you in the bargain?
You're going to stay.
Missouri, I decided not to bring charges against these fellas. You can let them go.
You've been downright lucky for them, too. Come on, gents. Our horses are on the front. Yeah, it's been a hot ride and a hot day, and I'm plumb tuckered out.
It serves you right for coming on a wild goose chase. And good riddance.
Don't pay any mind to her. Where's my horse?
It's a good thing I got Tonto's signal. It all was clear, huh?
Yeah. Once you come in, I knew Tonto had gotten Silver out of sight.
There they go. They don't trouble us no more.
We sure fooled them, huh? As long as they didn't get a look at Silver, the masked man's safe.
Doggone it, Kincaid, what's so funny? Been laughing ever since we left that place. Yeah. Listen, you hombres, I was laughing at them. They think they fooled them. Well, sure they did. The masked man ain't there. He is there. Yeah. That son of Missouri's might have fooled the rest of you, but I wasn't so dumb. I looked out of the front window before I joined you out and back. And I saw the horse. The masked man's horse, savvy? No, they didn't fool me. The masked man's there, all right. And we're going to get him, savvy? We're going to get him good.
Now to continue our story. With all of the excitement and effort, the Lone Ranger had become much weaker. When Tonto and Missouri returned to the cave, they had to work desperately to revive the masked man's failing strength. And while they worked, none of them realized that the danger was far from over, that Kincaid the outlaw had not been fooled, and that he would return to get the masked man. In the cave, Tonto worked long after dark over his sick friend.
How is he now, Tonto?
More water.
Here you are. Guys, if anything should happen...
No, more bandage.
Bandage, yeah.
I got it. Here you are. There ain't much more we can
You
do.
hold this. You tie him up.
I'm holding the end of the bandage, Tonto. Silver, you quit stomping your hooves. Soon as the masked man gets better, we'll... Silver, doggone your hide.
Man, Tonto, look. The masked man's all right. He's opened his eyes.
Not good.
Silver, he knew it before the rest of us even. Yeah, that's right, masked man. You're smiling at it. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you ever.
Mag's right, masked man. We need you. Everybody in the West needs you. And by thunder, there ain't a thing to worry us. Now that Kincaid's been fooled...
Kincaid? Yeah? I crawl around out there at Mustang Meg, spread smooth than a wolf after a rabbit. I seen... The masked man there, that's what I want to know. The reason I come in so fast is not because anyone's seen me. I just got awful thirsty. Say, I seen that Injun, Kincaid, the one that goes with the Lone Ranger. Say, I reckon that proves you was right, Kincaid. If the Injun and the horse both are out there... Close that door and keep it closed. Now slim out with it. There's a masked man there. Kincaid he is. I as good as seen him, and I know just where he is and how you can get him. Keno. That's what I wanted to hear. We'll head out there again just before dawn, the whole bunch of us. Come on, Slim, let's hear the rest of it. I want to fix my plans good so we don't miss. I left my horse back on the trail and crawled as close as I could, Kincaid.
I seen lanterns, savvy? But they wasn't in the ranch house. They was out near that cliff. There's a cave out there. That's where he is, see? It ain't a big cave. They're all in.
What's the matter with you, Missouri? You ain't said a word for the last hour. Masked man's all right. Tonto's fixed his wound and is sleeping good. What's wrong?
Don't know, Mag.
First time I ever heard you say you didn't know.
Honest, I'm serious. Do you, hear anything?
Nothing but the crickets.
Me neither. Everything seems ordinary, but I got the funniest feeling that there's something wrong someplace.
Oh, you and Tonto, you're both jumping.
Huh?
Yep. He come out here a minute ago. Sort of stood for a minute with his head in the air like a dog reading the wind. He went off that way.
I reckon the masked man's sleeping.
Yonder comes Tonto now. Tai.
That's all right. Me worried.
You find something, Injun?
It's too dark. Tonto look, see nothing. But Tonto not
Injun.
like...
Injun, you don't suppose...
Huh?
Are you thinking maybe Kincaid ain't been fooled the way we figured?
Tonto not sure.
Great Goshen, that's what I've been thinking myself. Only I've been scared to say it.
What we do, huh?
What can we do? Gosh, I wish the masked man wasn't ailing. He'd be a match for them critters easy.
Masked friend. Him need sleep, him tired.
If we could only talk to him, he'd have some idea about how to outwit Kincaid like he did before.
No, him plenty tired. Him got to rest.
Ain't there no way
Tonto said no, didn't he? Besides, man, use your head. Gosh, here we're all getting jumpy about something that we just imagined. We got no proof Kincaid's coming back. All the knowledge we got is proof that he ain't.
That's right. Maybe so we worry about nothing, huh?
Maybe, but hang it all, we might just as well make certain. Tonto, will you ride to the county seat and get the United States Marshal?
Oh, that's plenty far. Me not get back before sunup.
Oh, anyways, you tell the Marshal to bring back some deputies, too, if he's got him.
Yep. Kincaid and Trigger and the rest must be wanted for plenty of time since they last got out of jail.
There ain't nothing else to stop you, Tonto, is there? Will the masked man need any care we can't give him?
No. Him sleep good. Tonto give him drink, make him rest. Tonto go. Here, Scout. Me get Marshal. Get him here fast.
Maybe we're local, but it's better to cover your bets.
Me get Marshal. You not worry. You watch masked friend. Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
What's the blue blazes?
Open door. Open door, this.
All right, Mr. Reach for the sky and keep your hands up or I'll... Well, I'll be hog-tied. Tonto!
He come for you.
I almost pulled this trigger before I saw who you were. Something's wrong.
You hear about Lone Ranger?
Well, I heard he'd been shot somehow. He's all right, ain't he? Staying at Mustang Mags.
Kincaid. Trigger. They in town there.
Kincaid and Trigger, huh? Them sad wonders, they ought to be back in jail.
Mustang Mag, she worried. She think maybe Kincaid, Trigger, try get masked friend.
Oh, I Shabby, you want me to come, huh?
And bring deputy, too.
I'll be with you in half a shake, Tonto. We'll roust out some deputies right soon.
You get saddled.
Get this right now. We'll hit back to... Tonto, how many minutes Kincaid got?
Maybe 10, 12.
Plenty, huh? Where you got the masked man?
Him and Cade near ranch house.
Kincaid and his bunch got the cave surrounded, Tonto?
Well, them not there yet.
What? Ain't there?
That's right.
Oh, I Shabby. It may be any minute, or it may be never. That it? Reckon Mustang Mag was right in sending you. My horse is out back. To save time, you straddle Scout. Hit up the road about a half a mile. You'll find a cabin there. You bring those boys to act as deputies, and I'll meet you back here.
Me do it. Here, Scout.
Anybody travel? It's almost dawn.
Get on, Scout. Get on.
Yes, almost dawn. If there's anything to this Kincaid, John, I know how that hombre will act. He always did like to attack at dawn. He'd be heading for that cave right now.
I sure wish Tonto would get back with the Marshal. Masked man's resting easy, sleeping. Wish I could say the same. Well, it's getting mighty close to dawn. Crickets have stopped chirping. It's a sure sign. Better do like Tonto said. Put another damp cloth on masked man's bandage. Funny about that masked man. If I wanted to, I could take off that mask. He's asleep and he'd never know. I'd learn who the masked man really is, maybe. But I'm not going to touch that mask. No, sir. Because that's part of the Lone Ranger. It's what makes him different, sort of. He's so good and so strong. And he helps folks out. And oh, Mag, you old leather tongue. Yes, it's a good thing they ain't no one around to hear you. Ain't like you getting sentimental. But I sure wish Tonto would be here.
Mag!
Missouri, what in thunder is it?
Mag, I seen him. We guessed right. The Lone Ranger's in danger. They're coming for him.
Stop gasping and speak out.
I was down near the trail, Mag. I got worried, man. I was waiting for Tonto to show up. Well, I hear hoofs coming fast. Then they slowed down and spread out. Mag, it wasn't Tonto in the marshal.
Kincaid.
Him and his gang. They spread out. They're walking their horses straight towards this here cave.
They know the masked man's here.
What else? Mag, what are we going to do?
If we could only figure some kind of fool them critters till Tonto gets back. Missouri, for calling here.
Yeah. But, Mag, we better start thinking fast, because they'll be coming mighty soon.
It's beginning to get light. There's a cave. Of course, if you let loose with a whinny, so help me, yeah, I can see the lighted lantern now. Blanket roll back in the cave a ways. That must be him. So, take my rifle out of the boot. Reckon we're close enough now. Give the boys a signal to start rushing.
Come on, head to the cave. Ride him down this way. Now, into the cave. There they go. Out of there.
Now we've got him. It works slick as a whistle, Kincaid. Come on out of that blanket roll, you. I got my gun trained on him, Trig. Pull that blanket back. Yeah, we got him.
In thunder. He ain't here. There ain't nobody here. Kincaid, we've been fooled. Where's the Lone Ranger? We want to know he's outside. Let that rock slide, man. Here it goes.
Where's the blazes? They're blocking the entrance.
Come on, we gotta get out before they...
They're the ones doing the shooting. Oh, that's right. Looks like we got here in time. Hey there, Missouri, Mag. You can let up now. My boys will take over.
We'll tell him, Marshal.
It sure is good to see you.
Tonto, we figured you'd never come.
What's that rock slide doing there? It's blocking half the entrance to the cave.
What's it doing? What doggone you hide, Marshal, can't you see? It's keeping Kincaid and his band pinched right up tighter than a cork in a bottle.
You got bad men in there?
Yes, sirree. And every time one of them pokes his head out, we discourage him by shooting kind of close. Savvy?
With that rock slide to keep him from coming out, the two of us is able to do it.
I'll make sure they don't try nothing else for a long time. Adios.
Adios.
Where, Lone Ranger? Nothing happened to Lone Ranger.
Oh, bless you, Tonto. He's right as rain. Come on over this way. We took him out of the cave. Here he is behind this shade tree. He's still resting comfortable.
Me look. Me make sure.
Tai Kimosabe.
Tai Kimosabe. You all right for sure?
Masked man, we got nothing to worry about from them hombres. Nothing at all.
Yep. I tell you, Tonto, and you too, Mag. If it wasn't for my lightning quick brain, there'd have been a different story. This here plan to get the masked man out and corral them bad men inside, if I hadn't have thought of that in time...
That wasn't your plan.
Huh?
Of course not, Tonto. It was the masked man. He woke up. He heard us talking. And sick as he was, he figured out that scheme to trap Kincaid and the rest. Do you deny it, Missouri?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Masked man, I'm sorry.
We're friends. Nothing to be sorry for. Nothing.
I know you'd forgive me. And let me say this. It won't be long before you're right back in the saddle, riding Silver just the same as ever. And mighty soon we'll hear you say it again. Hi-oh, Silver, away! Yes, sir. Just like it's always been.
heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
But Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet.
Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, Torpedo on Wheels. The Green Hornet strikes again. Night long, heavy trucks lumbered along the trunk highways outside the city, moving with their loads of vital material. From a hill several hundred yards off the road, two men squinted through the darkness, checking the lights of each truck as it lumbered off the stiff grade. Is that it?
What does it come near the crest of the hill? I don't see any flags. Nor any lights. No. Let it pass. It'll be long. The information is that I've been waiting half an hour. Patience is a virtue you know nothing about, Colter, eh? It's cold, too. Not a talk. Yeah. That's the one, Colter. See the red light? Now. Yeah. I'm coming. Hello, Michael Axford. Oh, yeah, hello, Reed. No, I couldn't get close. They wouldn't let nobody close. They said there was some gasoline that might explode. They had the roped off. Only what the cops would tell me. Gail? No, she isn't here yet, Reed, but... Okay, as soon as she comes. I'll be seeing you. A fine thing. And me what used to be on the police force.
Hello, Axford.
Hello.
I declare you all look groomier than 2 bits worth of black molasses.
I said hello, didn't I? Now will you go away and... Oh, it's you.
Gosh, have I changed that much, Axford?
You got a smudge on your cheek.
I have. Goodness, I haven't had a chance to look in the mirror.
Never mind looking for your mirror now. You haven't got time.
I have too.
You have not. Reed was just talking to me. He wants to see you as soon as you come in, he said.
Uh-oh.
Golly, you did something wrong?
Well, I'm not sure I was where I was supposed to be.
What was that?
Right here at the Sentinel.
Then where were you?
No place, really. Just up on a hill.
Well, you'd better see Reed. He'll be in a hole. Now, go ahead. Say, just a second.
I can't wait.
No, you don't. Up on the hill where?
Why, it was just... Gracious sakes, Axford, what makes you so suspicious?
Aha! That tells me. It was that truck accident, wasn't it? I might have known.
Shucks, supposing it was. Now I've got to see Mr.
Okay, but I'm going with you. Supper and snacks. That was my assignment.
I'm just all broken up about sneaking out, Mr. Reed, but honest to Richmond, I was just sitting around the newsroom doing nothing. I didn't have any more assignments than a hootie owl. So when I heard that Axford hadn't been able to get near that accident scene, I just got...
He up and stole my assignment, Reed, that's what. Holy crow, if I wasn't a gentleman, I'd break...
Just a moment, Axford. You tried, didn't you?
Huh?
You said the police had it roped off and you couldn't get inside, so you came back to the Sentinel.
Sure, that's right, Reed. But it's the principle of the thing. I know Gail didn't get any place either.
Not unless you call getting right inside the rope's no place. How do y'all think I got this smudge on my cheek?
What's that you're saying?
Do you mind if I take off my coat, Mr. Reed?
Oh, Gail, go ahead and...
Suffering snakes. A nurse's uniform. So you wormed your way inside them lines by posing as a nurse.
Wasn't it cute of me to figure it out?
What about the... Holy crap! Golly, I tell you...
Stop it, Mike. Well, Gail, you got inside, but you shouldn't have done it. If that trailer full of gasoline had blown up, the Sentinel would have lost its best woman reporter.
Well, that's just it, Mr. Reed. There wasn't any gasoline trailer. There wasn't anything there but just a big hole in the ground. I don't reckon we can print anything because that's why they were keeping people away. But that truck had blown up, Mr. Reed. It wasn't any ordinary truck. It was carrying dynamite.
Sabotage, Cater. It was sabotage just as sure as you and I are sitting here.
Miss Manning's very lucky, yes?
Yeah, she gives the appearance of being dumb, Cater, but there's plenty of brains behind that pretty face.
Sentinel not princess?
And we can't. It's sensible information. That's why that area was roped off.
Poor Axford. He gets, hornswoggled.
These days, a lot of trucks are hauling war material. Guns, ammunition, vital food. And this was a red flag job.
Will you explain, please?
Well, there's no mystery about it. Trucks that carry high explosives are required to fly red flags during the daytime and have red spotlights front and rear at night as a warning.
Why you say sabotage? Perhaps the truck had accidents and blew up.
It was a clear stretch of road, Cato. Those drivers are careful. It was an upgrade. The truck was traveling slowly. Besides, here's something else. Here. Look at this.
Mr. Britt, this is Clarion newspaper.
That's right.
That opposition paper.
I tell you, Cato, don't you mention it and I won't. We'll just keep it a deep, dark secret.
But what?
There's an ad in the Clarion. The Sentinel refused to run it.
Wanted. Experienced long-haul truck drivers. Gets better wages. Sentinel not run this ad?
No, we turned it down. The Sentinel doesn't encourage job pirating. But here's the odd angle, Cato. Our advertising department didn't get a kick from the people who wanted to place that ad. And yet the Sentinel has the top advertising coverage in the city. Every advertiser wants the Sentinel. Here's another angle. One of our truckmen applied. He couldn't find out where the job would be. They just weren't interested in him.
I don't understand.
Now, wait, I'm not through. The only ones they were interested in were truck drivers used to hauling explosives. Yet they weren't doing any hiring that he could see at all.
Truck drivers who haul explosives. Mr. Britt, I don't see what that means.
Never mind. I do. That's why we're going out tonight.
Tonight?
Pick up the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. I hope there's plenty of gas in the Black Beauty.
A few moments later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. The passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Black Beauty car already, Mr. Britt.
Okay, let's travel.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
So far, so good, Cola. Now we have another job to perform. This affair of the entire caravan of trucks which will be carrying war supply. That is, provided your information is correct.
Been correct so far, Wolf. I got it straight. The road race company. They'll be sending out a string of 10 trucks. Airplane batteries in most of them, TNT and a couple of others.
And when will they be sent?
I'll know that tomorrow.
TNT and airplane batteries. Batteries are very important, Nicola.
Yeah. I wish you'd lay off those German expressions, Wolf. It makes me nervous.
Then let us find some place to talk. The street is very cool.
Sure, we're going to my office. Save it for them.
We must make our plans exact.
Nobody in my office but my secretary. She knows as much as we do. We turn in here.
Your secretary. I hope you would trust her.
Sure, all the way. We go here, Wolf. My office is up on the 3rd floor.
That's all I can tell you.
You sure of that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let it go. That's all you can tell me.
Yes, Hornet.
Your boss must know about this, understand? Not a word.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be seeing him later.
Gone. Masked. The Hornet. I mustn't tell ever. Not... Mr. Kohler, I didn't know you...
I was out in the hall with Wolf. We could see you through the glass in the door.
It wasn't my fault. I never saw the Hornet before in my life.
Relax, sister. Maybe I believe you. You told him about the road race job we're planning, didn't you? Yeah, that's what I thought.
But I had to.
Sure. Forget it, see?
Where's Wolf?
Him? Oh, don't worry about a thing, Miss Murdoch. He went downstairs ahead of the Hornet. He's going to follow him. He's going to find out who the Green Hornet really is. Pretty neat trick, huh?
Well, Wolf? Yeah, Kohler. That was a fine idea. I wanted that car in the alley. I saw it clearly.
You know who he is?
I think it would be a good idea if you wrote a letter to the Daily Sentinel newspaper, Kohler. Hornet will be sure to see it, yes?
Pick me up around 5 o'clock this evening, Cato.
Yes, sir. Excuse, please, Mr. Prince.
Make it fast, Cato. I'm due up in my office right now.
You recall last night when we leave Kohler's office in Black Beauty?
Well?
I hesitated to speak of it at times, but now I'm more certain. Mr. Britt, I think somebody followed us last night.
Somebody followed?
Well, good morning to you, Reed. You're down kind of late, aren't you?
Oh, hello, actually.
I've been down for hours already.
Well, I was out rather late last night.
Are you coming upstairs to your office? I'm on my way up myself.
Yes. All right. I'll see you later, Cato.
Yes, sir. Good day.
Well, let's not stand out in the street, actually. Go upstairs. Seems to have turned colder rather suddenly, hasn't it?
Sandy, you don't look good. Maybe you're not getting enough sleep.
Well, forget it, actually.
But you look kind of pale and pink.
Will you please forget it? I'm all right. I'm fine. He's been doing everything but take my pulse all the way up on the elevator.
Have you had some bad news, Reed? Has somebody died?
No. Not yet.
Not yet? What do you
That's what I have work to do. I haven't even seen the first edition. I haven't talked with Gunnigan about today's front page. I have a dozen letters to get off. Now, will you please do me a favor and let...
Mr. Reed.
Oh, now what? I should have traffic lights.
Mr. Reed, heavens to Betsy. I declare I'm all out of breath.
Take a deep one and start over.
Well, I was helping Mr. Gunnigan check the mail, and this team is the Daily Sentinel. And, well, I reckon you all better look at it. I never got such a start in my life.
Sounds important. Let's see.
Suffering snake, here, will you stop your hands from shaking? Here, Casey.
Oh. See, it isn't signed. I don't know why Gunnigan pays any attention to crank letters like this. Actually, listen to this. To the editor. I won't tell you my name yet because I'm afraid of what might happen to me. The next time I write, I'll have police protection because I'll be positive then. In fact, I'm positive now. Mr. Editor, I know who the Green Hornet is.
Now back to our story. The Sentinel carried the unsigned note in a box on the front page. That night at Britt Reed's apartment, Cato shook his head mournfully as Britt read it.
I'll have police protection because I'll be positive then. In fact, I'm positive now. Mr. Editor, I know who the Green Hornet is.
Oh, that's very bad, Mr. Britt.
Makes a good headline, Cato.
There's no time for jokes. Always when I have bad dreams, is that sometimes somebody find out you're a Green Hornet. You go to jail, Mr. Britt. You get executed for murder.
I've never harmed anyone, you know that.
But police not know it. Police records say Green Hornet very bad criminal. Even murderer.
There's no written sign.
No, but obvious. Who knows the front? I tell you, we were seen when we leave Kohler office last night in Black Beauty.
Too bad, isn't it? Since we've got the lowdown on Kohler and Wolf. Fuller's secretary talked, but I wonder how much good it'll do us now.
It's impossible to operate from behind steel bars.
Are we going to take this sitting down?
What is difference? Sitting down or standing up? Pretty soon we are lying down, 6 feet underground. Bad, bad, very bad. You think it's safe for us to go out and black duty tonight? After Leather and Sentinel, police will be on watch every place.
Might as well, Cato. Our identity's known. It makes no difference what we do, does it?
Yes, that's very true.
Fuller wants to see us. It's obvious we wouldn't have sent that letter to a newspaper where it'd be published. Well, we don't want to disappoint him. Here's the Black Beauty. Hop in.
How you can talk so calmly? Your life's in danger. Please, answer me one question, yes?
What's that, Cato?
Kohler and Wolf know who is Green Hornet. Is that right?
Go on.
It's very obvious what they do. Perhaps they notify police. Perhaps not. But if they offer you choice between jail and helping them with sabotage, what will you do, Mr. Britt?
Get in the car, Cato. We'd better go. That's all I was able to find out, Wolf. Take another day to check it out.
Never mind, Fuller. So long as they are positive, yeah? Get the figure on the trucks instead. Just tonight?
Yeah, less than 2 hours.
The trucks will be assembled to the terminal, yeah? That's right. Also, there's a munitions truck which is due at the terminal to unload men.
15 minutes before the rest pick up and leave.
They are good. They trail the munitions truck, take over when it stops for a traffic light, and then send the truck smashing into the loading terminal. Should loan that value to...
Caller, he's coming.
Oh. Now he comes. Fine. We shall be ready for his entrance.
I'm back again. Where's your boss?
Why, you...
Hello, Hornet. I've been expecting it. I didn't want to disappoint you. After all, that letter was practically an engraved invitation, wasn't it?
Sure, one you couldn't refuse. I don't know why you bothered to wear the mask anymore with me.
Just force of habit, Mr. Kohler. Besides, you may be bluffing.
Would you be here? Now, let's get down to cases, Hornet. You're a handy man, see?
Thanks.
That's all. You came up here the other night and got the dame to talk.
Oh,
Shut
I
up.
did.
Like I heard about you. You want a slice of dough to keep you quiet.
I always get it.
Now, this time it's different, huh? You see, if we know who you are, we can expose you just as easy as you can put the finger on us.
You followed me last night, is that it?
Something like that. We lost you after a while, but we got enough. We saw that car of yours up close.
Oh?
Yeah. Took down the license number. So anyway, Hornet, here's the angle. We know who you are, and you got a little dope on us. It's a Mexican standoff, sort of. We could use a man with your talent, especially tonight. In fact, it's time to leave now. We got to hurry.
Well, that's it. Tonight.
Oh, you didn't know that, huh?
Go on, Kohler.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we can use you. Do like we say, and I've got some cash to hand. Put that cash out the door.
Yes, Mr. Kohler.
Here it is, Hornet, $2,000.
Not bad for a few hours' work.
Not even for you. But before I give it to you, I want to know...
my answer? It's this. Don't move, Kohler. Now listen, don't move and you listen. The Green Hornet's been credited with a lot of crimes, but I don't want any part of the kind of job you're planning. I'll take that money right now. Thanks. We'll make a nice present for the USO. And there's one way to make sure you don't spread your information.
What are you talking about?
Dead men don't talk, Kohler.
Now, Hornet, wait. Now, wait, Hornet.
What the hell? Get at me. Now.
Open that closet. That's it. Get in there. Now, lock it. It's locked, Colt. Come, let's get out of here.
Hello. Hello. That's better. Now I see. Oh, woman. What happened to Mr. Prince? Hello? Who's inside? One moment. Mr. Prince.
I have.
Oh, you hurt, Mr. Prince?
No, it's nothing. Wolf was in the other room waiting. They've already, in case I didn't play ball with them. Then the lights went out and Wolf came from behind. He used the butt of his gun.
They put you in closet.
I was half conscious, kid. I heard them arguing with a woman about something. They were in a hurry to get away. They were in such a hurry they even forgot to take this money.
Mr. Prince, look. There's woman.
Dead. Killed her. Good at the dirty yellow bag. Time is it?
You what?
Wait. Kid, we've got to go.
Mr. Britt, no. You are busy.
We've got to go, Cato.
Call the police.
Yes, we'll call the police. We've still got to handle this ourselves. The Black Beauty's fast. Faster than any police car. It's got to be fast.
It is a good, clear night, Caller. Here we look both ways, yeah?
Oh, we got those trucks lined up the loading platform.
It is the auto direction that concerns me. As soon as we see the red headlight.
Yeah, that's our baby. What do we do about the Hornet, Wolf?
Simple, Caller. After this is over, you go back to your office, nicht wahr? You then call the police. So you have captured the Green Hornet. They come and arrest him for the murder of his secretary.
She was pretty good.
Too nervous. Strain was too great for her. Sooner or later, she would have broken down and talked to the police or somebody.
Well, I guess it's the best way. Too bad the Hornet wouldn't work with us.
Patriotism in a criminal. Still, as you say, he's too dangerous. He would kill us both to keep us from revealing who he is.
Oh, we don't need that license number now.
It seems to me...
Wolf, that's it.
Flashlight.
Now. What's the idea of stopping me, you guys? This is a hot shot. I ain't got no time to help big spies. I thought maybe you could give us a lift to the nearest garage. Sorry, buddy. This is government stuff. No hitchhikers.
Get him. Speak up the side of the road.
I'll tell you, Mike, how do you jump out of the truck, Wolf?
Yeah. The right behind me. When the truck is close enough, I jump. The torpedo on be in the same state that the truck's below. Yes.
That's it, kid. With the car trailing it. Pull up on the left of the car. Close. What's that? Take it, Kohler. Going off the road. Now the same with the truck, Cato, up on the left. Truck's loaded with explosives. I know what. I can't let it crash. I'm going to jump for it. You'll have to get right alongside. Yes, sir. Son of a gun. I'll take that wheel, Wolf. That does it. Knocked him out. Now we better make ourselves scarce, Cato. Look at those men running up from the truck terminal. Part of the truck leaving.
But, Mr. Britt, these spies, they know who's Green Hornet.
No time, Cato. Run for it before we're seen.
Well, I'll be. Hey, you guys, something screwy. This isn't a regular driver. Yeah, Dad, it's sure lucky we came along with the cops. Them two lugs tried to blow up that dynamite truck and the rest of them with it. What a story for the Sentinel. I tell you.
Heavens to Betsy, will you listen to me? I'm trying to tell you. One of those spies says he knows who the Green Hornet is.
Hey, what's that?
Sure thing. I just heard him telling the police. He doesn't know yet, but he says he's got the license number of the Green Hornet car.
The license number? Holy crow, is that all?
Was something wrong?
Something snake. You think the Hornet would be fat enough to have a regular license plate for his cars? It's a phony. That number's been spotted dozens of times. They'll never nab the Hornet that way. Never in a million years.
popular radio dramas created by George W. Trendle are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, George Haven's Secret. The Green Hornet strikes again. Judge Burnley sat in the study of his home, reading intently. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by the click of the latch on one of the long French windows. He looked up, startled, and found himself staring into the eyes of a sinister figure standing before him.
The Green Hornet. Why do you come here? What do you want? It's after midnight. State your business and get out before I... Put down that gun. If you think you can bluff me, you're mistaken, so... By thunder, I'll have you hunted down and captured if it's the last thing I... Say something. Why have you come here?
Set the next tree, Pepper! Judge Burnley murdered! Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Green Hornet, play jurist. Here you are, sir. Set the next tree, Pepper!
Early the following morning, Gunnigan, city editor of the Daily Sentinel, was talking over the dictaphone to Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed.
What time to expect Reed to come in, Miss Case?
Well, I haven't any idea, Gunnigan. Sometimes Mr. Reed doesn't come in until noon.
Noon? Holy mackerel, what's he think we're putting out down here? A circus handbill instead of a daily paper?
I never know what Mr. Reed thinks. You'll have to ask him that.
Good morning, Gunnigan. Complaining about something?
Have you finished, Mr. Gunnigan?
Yeah, just forget the whole thing. I was just asking Miss Case about you, Chief.
Asking or telling, Gunnigan? Hi, Reed.
Good morning, Axford.
Axford, I thought I told you to get out of here.
Oh, I started, but I heard that second-handed bawling out you were giving to Reed, so I thought I'd stick around and...
You get outside and hear a bit of good news instead of standing around in here listening to what's going on.
The way you were shouting, everybody in the city room could hear you.
Now, listen, Chief, I was just about...
Okay, forget it. Well, now that I'm here, what do you want to see me about?
It's about that murder. Judge Burnley, you know.
Judge Burnley? No, I didn't know. I went to bed early and haven't heard any of the news.
Holy crow, Reed. We got a scoop on it. And already got out an extra.
That's right, Chief.
Sure. Burnley was murdered sometime after midnight by the Green Hornet.
By the Green Hornet?
Yeah, the Hornet was the killer, all right.
Well, how do they know that?
Easy. The brazen spalpeen left a Hornet seal at the scene of the crime, Reed. That he did.
I see.
The authorities are really out to get the Hornet this time, Chief. I got to have a scorching editorial for the next edition. So you better get right on it.
Yes, of course, Gunnigan. How was Burnley killed, actually?
He was shot down right in his own study, Reed.
Who called the police?
Mrs. Burnley. She and the butler were waked up by the shots and went into the study together. Then she called the cops. I went along with Sergeant Burke and the homicide squad, and the first thing we found was the Hornet seal stuck on the judge's desk.
The Hornet sure stuck his neck out that time, Chief. The cops won't let up this time. This is murder.
I agree with you, Gunnigan. The killer did stick his neck out a long way. And something tells me the hunt will go on until he's caught. That's the way I feel about it.
Good, and believe me, it'll be a headline news when he is caught, too.
Yes, Gunnigan, I'm sure it will. I'll be more pleased than you think when we can headline the news that
Judge Burnley's murder has really been solved.
That afternoon, Miss Case entered Britt Reed's office.
I have all the data you wanted on those two city officials, John Webb and George Haven, Mr. Reed.
Oh, yes. I want to go through it again, Miss Case. Just put it all on my desk.
Yes, sir. I suppose the investigation in which Webb and Haven were involved will be dropped, or at least delayed, since Judge Burnley's been murdered.
Delayed, perhaps, but certainly not dropped in this case.
But night before last, Webb committed suicide, and as I understand it, the judge was sort of a one-man grand jury investigating the graft charges against the two officials.
I know.
And Haven is such an important figure, I doubt that anyone outside of Judge Burnley would take the job of investigating him.
Oh, I don't know about that. The Sentinel has been pushing for that investigation for weeks. And we won't stop now.
In that case, the city will be forced to put somebody else on the case.
Well, that's what we're hoping. Well, I guess I'll take these papers along home with me and look them over tonight.
Oh, is there anything else you want me to do before you leave?
No, I might as well call it a day, Miss Case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night, Miss Case.
Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt looked through the data on the two city officials, then called Cato into the den for a discussion.
Cato, I suppose you read the headlines about Judge Burnley's murder.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. It say a Green Hornet killed Judge. I wonder why you not mention it when you first arrived tonight.
I wanted to check through these papers first, Cato. Fresh in my mind are some facts concerning the past lives of Webb and Haven.
Webb? Well, he's the same man who committed suicide night before last?
Yes. According to the papers.
Well, you think it not suicide, perhaps?
Cato, I was waiting for further developments before I talked it over with you. But matters took a turn I didn't expect.
Well, I not understand, Mr. Britt.
You will when you hear what I'm going to tell you. The day before yesterday, I was in my office giving dictation to Miss Case when the phone rang. I'll take it, Miss Case. Hello?
Is this Mr. Britt Reed?
Yes, this is Britt Reed speaking.
This is John Webb, Mr. Reed.
John Webb? Oh, yes.
I know you must be surprised to have me call you, but... Well, I decided it was the best thing to do.
I guess I don't quite get the point, Mr. Webb. Why would you call me?
Your paper, the Daily Sentinel, has been pressing for an investigation against myself and George Haven. The investigation, as you well know, is underway.
Well,
Mr. Reed, believe me, I welcome that investigation. It'll clear my conscience regardless of the outcome. I was advised to do the things I've done in office, and though I can be blamed for being so gullible, I'm glad to say I'm strong enough to take the consequences.
I see. But that still doesn't explain why you phoned me, Mr. Webb.
I've called you because I know that you, through your paper, fight for what's right. I know that you give the news fairly and without prejudice. So I want you to have my story.
You mean you want to give me the story?
As a favor to me, I'd like you to come out to my place on Carlton Street. I feel that if you come in person and alone, you'll give me some frank advice in exchange for the full story of what's taken place since I've held office. I intend to give you facts and names to print in the Sentinel. I know then that the public will get a true, unbiased story. After talking to you, I intend to go straight to Judge Burnley. Will you come?
Of course. What time, Mr. Webb?
Tonight at 8. I'll be home alone. Just come right in. I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I heard you mention the name Webb. Is he the same...
That was John Webb, Miss Case. One of the men who are being investigated. Tonight he's going to give me a detailed story.
When you go to see Mr. Webb, did he act like he might later take his own life, Mr. Britt?
Cato, I went to Webb's home at 8. I went in as he directed. He was sitting at a desk in the study. He was already dead.
Dead? Then you one who phoned police, maybe?
No. He had a bullet wound in his head, held a gun in his hand, and there was a suicide note before him on the desk.
Well, that Webb's idea of giving you a story for a Sentinel, perhaps.
Cato, things didn't jibe in my mind. I felt that Webb really wanted to talk to me. I decided he'd been murdered. And then the killer fixed things so it would seem like suicide. In fact, I felt so sure I was right that I wanted the police to see that it was murder.
But they find Webb
Now, wait a minute. I had a small box of Hornet seals in the secret pocket of my coat. I made a quick decision.
took the gun and the note, left a Hornet seal in front of him on the desk, and hurried out to my car.
Well, you want police to think Hornet killed Webb?
Only until I had a chance to hunt down the real killer. He'd know his plan hadn't worked, and he'd be sure to tip his hand.
What happened next, Mr. Britt?
Well, it'd been necessary to park my car quite a distance down the block from Webb's place. I had the small coupe. I got in. It was cold, and the motor wouldn't start right away. But finally, I got it started. And as I drove toward Webb's home up the street, I saw someone run out of Webb's, hop into a waiting car, and leave in a hurry.
You tried to follow?
No, it would have been useless. I stopped. Went back into Webb's home. And what do you think I found?
What?
Someone had placed another gun in Webb's hand, left another suicide note, and had taken the Hornet seal I'd left.
The man who killed Webb, plenty smart, and most dangerous, Mr. Britt.
You're telling me. I'd barely entered that study for a second time when I heard the police sirens. So I had to get out in double-quick time. Consequently, they pronounced Webb a suicide, as the killer had intended.
Well, Mr. Britt.
Yes?
Killer of Judge Burnley must be the same one who killed Webb and take Hornet seal.
Exactly. He must have posed as the Hornet and sneaked in on the judge, just in case he didn't die instantly. Then he left that authentic Hornet seal after the killing.
Killer must have found out Webb intended to tell everything.
Yes. I don't know how he did find out. But he knew if Webb were found as a suicide, it would seem as though he were the guilty one. And the investigation would be dropped.
Why he killed Judge Burnley, then?
Because Burnley gave out a statement after Webb's death that the investigation would continue. Cato, only 2 men were involved in the investigation.
Will you suspect Haven of being killer, maybe?
It's hard to say. It would be only a guess, and it would be hard to prove, but...
Axford coming in.
You hungry?
We're in the den, Axford.
Sitting there like you didn't have a care in the world. That's the life.
Where do you sit on most of your afternoons, Axford?
Who, me? I'll have you know, Reed, I don't waste my time sitting around at all. Why, yesterday afternoon, for instance, I went in to ask Casey where you were. She said you went out and that you were going to see John Webb later for an interview.
Well?
Well, did I sit down and twiddle my thumbs? Not on your life. I went over to Haven's office, that I did.
To Haven's office? Well, what for?
Well, I thought if you got an interview from Webb and I got one from Haven, we could print them side by side. But both of us got stung, Reed.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you probably got to Webb's while the cops were there, and with him already dead, you didn't get that interview. And when Haven's secretary told him I wanted to see him because Webb was going to talk to you, he told her to tell me to get out. So I got. And no interview either.
You told Haven Webb was going to see me?
Sure, but it didn't do any good. Well, I'm going to grab a bite and go on down to cops' headquarters.
Well, Mr. Britt, if Haven knew...
Yes, Cato. Haven knew Webb was going to talk.
Then Haven must be killer.
Yes, but we'll have to get proof. What's more, there's something else, Cato. Something even more serious at the moment.
What that?
Haven knew Webb was going to talk to me that night. If he were watching, he must know that I left that Hornet seal. He must realize that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
When Britt Reed learned that Haven definitely knew John Webb had planned to talk to him, Britt realized that Haven was smart enough to connect him with the Green Hornet. After Axford left the apartment, Britt and Cato spoke briefly.
It's not good to wait. Must do something before Haven make move that expose identity of Hornet.
You're right, Cato. It's too risky to wait.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Make the first move against George Haven. Let's go.
Meanwhile, George Haven paced the rug in the luxurious office he had set up in his home. Haven was a large man, aggressive and fearless. His deep-set eyes, prominent jaw, and deep husky voice never failed to hold the attention of Ken Fabian, his confidential secretary, who sat listening to Haven's fast-flowing words.
They thought they had me back to the wall, did they? Now, that's the way I say about that, Fabian.
I'm sure you will, Mr. Haven.
Go on. Fabian, you mentioned a while ago that I took a great risk when I used the Green Hornet disguise on a certain occasion.
Oh, yes, sir. I've heard that the real Green Hornet relentlessly hunts down those who use his disguise to cover up, misdeeds.
So you think I might be in danger from the Hornet, eh, Fabian?
Well, sir, I have thought that he might try...
Suppose I told you that the Green Hornet has much more to fear from me than I have from him.
In what way, Mr. Haven?
Because I know the true identity of the Green Hornet.
You know who the Hornet really is?
Exactly.
Well, who is it, Mr. Haven? Is he anyone I know?
Curious, eh? Well, your curiosity will have to go unsatisfied for a while, Fabian. I'm keeping the information to myself.
Yes, sir. But why don't you tell the police? Then you have nothing to fear from the Hornet. And besides, there's a big reward for his capture. $25,000.
Fabian, I know who he is, but right now I can't prove it. Furthermore, if I told how I found out who he is, I'd involve myself in a, certain crime.
Well, aren't you going to use that knowledge at all, sir?
Well, it will be to my advantage. Fabian, you're going to help me lay a trap for the man I know to be the Green Hornet.
Oh, but Mr. Haven, I'm sure there's nothing I could do to help. And, well, the Green Hornet is dangerous, sir. I don't think...
Fabian, you're supposed to be working for me. When I tell you you're going to do something, you're going to do it, you understand?
Yes. Yes, sir. What is it you want me to do?
First, you'll phone the Continental Press. Tell them I've been threatened by the Hornet. They'll put the news on the wires. Within 10 minutes, I'll be on the radio station.
Mr.
Then
Haven...
you'll phone the police. Have them come out here. Meet them at the door and take them upstairs to your rooms on the east wing of this house. From your windows, you can look right down into that window there, in front of which I have my desk.
But don't you want them to surround the house in case
That's what I don't want them to do. The Hornet will hear the broadcast. He'll try to get to me, knowing it's some sort of a trick.
You really think he'll come here?
Yes, that's exactly what I plan on. He may come as the Hornet, or he may find an excuse to come without his disguise. I'll get the drop on him, wave my arm as a signal. Then you can bring the police to this office.
But if he doesn't come in disguise...
I happen to know he carries the Hornet seals with him when he's not in disguise. I'll accuse him. The police can search him. They'll find proof enough. I'll get busy on the phone. The Hornet may be smart, but he's not smart enough for George Haven.
What you plan to do when you meet Haven, Mr. Britt?
I still have the printed suicide note I took from Webb's desk. I hope to force Haven to print something. That would be for police comparison. And then to get him to disclose the whereabouts of the weapon he used to kill Judge Burnley. After that, I'll leave the evidence, put him out with a gas gun, and leave him for the police.
But if he tell police he think you Green Hornet...
If he's proven to be the killer, they wouldn't believe him, especially since he has no proof. I'll have to take that chance even though I... Listen.
Calling car 32. Calling car 32. Proceed to residence of George Haven, Linden and Pine Streets. Meet car from headquarters there. Watch for Green Hornet.
Police go to Haven's.
Wait.
Car from headquarters now proceeding to Linden and Pine. Keep lookout for Green Hornet. That is all.
Well, how Haven know we go there?
He had no way of knowing, of course. It's a trick, Cato. He knows the Hornet would be tuned in to hear any broadcast.
Well, maybe he intend to tell police who he think is Green Hornet.
Maybe. We'll go there anyway and be ready for a trap. Step on it.
A short time later, parked in the shadows nearby, Britt Reed and Cato sat in the back Black Beauty and watched as the police went into Haven's home. Then, moving silently, the sinister figure of the Green Hornet and his helper soon reached the long French windows of Haven's study. With cautious movements, Britt turned the handle slowly.
It's unlocked. He's making everything easy for me. Wait here. Good evening, Haven.
Oh, the Green Hornet. I was expecting you to pay me a visit tonight.
Really?
Pardon me for not rising. In this case, I couldn't be expected to show that courtesy.
Courtesy isn't to be expected of a killer, Haven.
That's a strong word for a man like you to use, Hornet.
Maybe. But, I happen to know you did kill Webb and also Judge Burnley.
Even if you had such knowledge, you couldn't use it without disclosing your identity.
What makes you think that?
Only one man would be in a position to know whether Webb really committed suicide or was murdered. Britt Reed of the Sentinel had an engagement with Webb at 8 o'clock.
Well?
Let's stop beating around the bush, Hornet. You're accusing me of murder, but you can't prove it. I accuse you of being Britt Reed, but so far I can't prove that.
So you think I'm Britt Reed, eh?
I'm smart enough to know you are.
Assuming you might be right, what do you intend to do about it?
Get you out of my hair once and for all. As Britt Reed, you've done me a lot of harm through your paper. As a Green Hornet, you come in handy. So far. But it's time to get both Reed and the Hornet out of the way.
Well?
You've walked into a trap, Hornet. The window just behind me faces the east wing of this house. And from other windows in that wing, the police are watching. They see me sitting here.
So that's it?
Yes. I have a gun here in my hand. When I wave my arm, they'll rush down here. In case you get away, which you won't, I printed a note in that envelope there telling the police you were Britt Reed. I'll send that anonymously through the mail. And with their suspicions aroused, they'll hound you till they get proof. If they don't get you now.
Wait a minute, Haven. Suppose I tell you I came here to make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
All the evidence against you and Webb was in Judge Barnley's files, right?
Yes, but
The Green Hornet has ways of getting things. Suppose I tell you further that the papers here in my pocket might be that evidence.
Let me see those papers.
If I come there by the desk, the police will see me. Come here and look at them. If you don't believe I have that evidence...
Without out of the way, they'll have to drop the case. Hold on. Those papers are
blank, sucker! Give me that gun! Let go! There. Now I've got your gun. And it must be the same one with which you killed Burnley. I will take that note you printed.
No, wait. What are you going to do?
If the police get these, they can prove by ballistics that you shot Burnley. And the printing on this note will match with the suicide note you left with Webb. I can gas you and leave these bits of evidence here. The gun has your initials and fingerprints on it.
But you wouldn't dare leave that note saying that Britt Reed's the Hornet.
They wouldn't believe a killer, and Britt Reed could explain. But, on second thought, I won't have to leave it. I have the first suicide note you left with Webb. I'll leave that. Now, to give you a bit of gas.
No, I won't let you. I'd be disgraced.
What are you doing? Wait!
I beat you, Hornet. I had a deadly poison tablet for an emergency. You can't hurt me now.
What happened? What'd he do?
He's committed suicide, Cato. I'll leave the suicide note and the gun. Also a note saying Haven killed Burnley. Then they can get the proof from the gun. I'll sit at his desk and fix these things. There. Now I'll wave my arm.
Why do you do that?
The police are watching from windows across the way. That was to be the signal. Let's get away from here. Quick.
Golly, Reed, it was sure lucky you came back here tonight. You got in on the big news.
Expert got me to drive him over here. Believe me, Mr. Reed, it is big news.
Okay, it's big news. So what?
Well, at least it clears up the Burnley murder case.
That it does, Reed. Imagine, there we are, waiting for Haven's signal. All of a sudden, we see him get up and leave his desk. Then a figure that looked like the Hornet sat down at the desk and gave the signal. Was Sarge upset?
Upset, you say? Imagine how we felt when we found Haven laying there, dead from poison, and a suicide note beside him.
Sure, and another note saying Haven was the killer of Burnley. The gun we found there proved to be the same one Burnley was shot with, and it was Haven's gun.
And it wasn't just a trick of the Hornets?
Not on your life. When we found out Haven was the killer, we grilled his secretary, that guy Fabian. He squealed that Haven also murdered Webb and made it look like suicide. We've booked him as an accessory.
Reed, the amazing thing is, Fabian said Haven knew the identity of the Green Hornet.
Really?
Too bad he died before he could tell who he thought it was.
Yes, isn't it? If I'd been the Hornet and thought Haven knew my identity, I'd have been very much worried.
Listen to him. Reed, even if you wasn't the Hornet and you thought somebody was going to accuse you of being him, you'd go to pieces, that you would.
Mr. Reed, if anyone accused you, I'd resign my job.
Oh, I guess you're safe in your job for a while yet, Sergeant Burke.
For a while yet, he says. Imagine Reed being the Green Hornet. Ain't that a joke? What a sense of humor that guy has, eh, Sarge? Reed, you slavey.
Suicide, Fabian held, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in
American Broadcasting Company presents The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Flushed and waiting as the great newspaper presses rolled to a stop, and the curious press room men gathered around to ask questions.
Just what's happened, Gunnigan? Yeah, we just got the Bulldog edition rolling.
Yeah, what are you stopping us for?
Back down, all of you!
We've got everything set for a quick change. It's a front page switch.
Well, give her the hot news, Gunnigan. What's up?
Yeah. Plenty. Mayor Rhinecliffe's just been indicted for graft.
A short time later, Britt Reed, young playboy publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room discussing the news with Gunnigan and Mike Axford, one of the Sentinel reporters.
Frankly, I've been stunned by the news of Rhinecliffe's indictment. He's a close personal friend of mine, and has been proven to be the best mayor this city has had up to now.
Maybe so, Reed. Sure, it's easy to know how you feel about it when you know him so well, but that's the way it was.
So you still think he's guilty, eh?
What else can we think, Chief? According to the indictment, he's...
Gunnigan, don't forget he has only been indicted. That doesn't prove he's guilty by a long shot. And it's only fair to consider him innocent until he is proven guilty.
Well,
Especially since we're newspaper men. It's downright unethical to try the mayor's case in the papers, as the others have already doing. That's a function for the courts.
By golly, Reed, you're right. Guess I wasn't thinking.
Well, that might be the case, Chief, but remember the guy who's accusing Rhinecliffe is David Frankton. Big political boss of the state. Now, he ain't sticking his neck out like that for nothing.
Well, that remains to be seen. Axford, try to get an interview with both Rhinecliffe and Frankton. Then let me know what you get from them.
Say, that's a good idea, Chief. We'll run both interviews in the same edition. If Axford gets anything from them.
Oh, I'll come back with something all right. Don't worry about that. See you both later.
Okay, Axford. I'll be waiting to know what they say, so see me when you get back.
Okay, so long.
It was late the following afternoon when Mike Axford finally got in for the interview with Mayor Rhinecliffe. The mayor, a genial-faced, stocky man, showed no trace of worry as he sat talking to Axford.
Of course, the accusation by Frankton and the indictment came as a complete surprise to me, Mr. Axford. But I'm sure the whole case will fall through.
But what about the fact that Frankton says he can prove what he claims, Mr. Mayor?
No, it's preposterous. I've never taken one penny of graft, and I never intended to do so. According to Frankton, I'm supposed to have taken a large sum of money from the citywide construction company, in return for which, according to Frankton, I influenced the city housing director in picking their bid.
So that's the charge he brought, huh?
That's it. But I can prove I had nothing to do with the selection of that bid. And I can further prove I did not receive 1 cent from that construction company, or any other company for that matter.
Well, it's easy to see you're not the least bit worried about the whole thing, Mr. Mayor. But what gets me is why Frankton should bring a charge like that if it's not true.
Frankly, that puzzles me, too. I've always been on the best of terms with Frankton, or so I thought up to now. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to bring the interview to a close, Mr. Axford. There's nothing more I can say on the subject right now.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
But if you don't mind, there's just one thing I'd like to ask.
Very well.
Have you any idea what sort of proof it is that Franklin expects to bring out?
Well, for one thing, he claims he can produce a letter written by me to Mr. Purcell, the assistant housing director. Purcell handled the bids while the director was on extended leave. Franklin says that in the letter, I definitely directed Purcell to give the bid to Citywide, that I spoke of certain money which would be forthcoming to me. Whole thing is ridiculous. Purcell will be my main witness.
Yeah. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mr. Mayor.
Not at all. I'm always glad to talk to a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. Good day, Mr. Axford.
Goodbye, sir. And good luck to you in your case. I hope Purcell can throw the lie to Frankton.
Axford walked slowly down the steps of the city hall as he put his attention on the notes he had scribbled while interviewing the mayor. Then suddenly...
Suffering snakes! Somebody got shot down. Let me through!
Get back, everybody. Stand back. Oh, hello, Axford.
Hey, Cassidy. What happened? Anyone hurt bad?
Sure. This man lying here was killed by bullets from that machine gun. You must have heard it.
I heard it all right, but it all happened so fast. Have you found out who he is or who did the shooting?
Well, the killers got away too fast to find out anything about them. But I know this guy all right. He must have just come out of City Hall.
Yeah? Who is he then?
He's an assistant in the housing director's office. Guy by the name of Purcell.
A short time later, in the Daily Sentinel...
Casey, he's reading his office.
Well, yes, he is, Axford.
Oh, Axford, I've been waiting for you to come in. McGonagall told me you called in the story about Purcell's murder. He's been waiting for a follow-up.
I stopped at the city room on my way here, Reed.
Oh, good.
I gave Gunnigan what details I could. Of course, the cops haven't any clue to the killers. But from something the mayor told me, well...
Well, what?
Reed, Mayor Rhinecliffe told me just a while ago that Purcell, he's the assistant housing director for the city, you know. Well, Purcell was to be the main witness for Rhinecliffe in the graft case.
Really?
Well, it looks to me as though somebody didn't want Purcell to testify for Rhinecliffe.
Yes. Yes, it does, Miss Case.
And I wouldn't trust Frankton any further than I could see him just among us.
Frankton? Huh. You don't think a big shot like him would pull a thing like that, do you?
Maybe I do, and maybe I don't, Axford.
Now, see here, Casey. It could have been the other way around.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, maybe Purcell was going to testify against the mayor, in spite of what he told me. So what's to prevent Rhinecliffe from trying
I know Rhinecliffe wouldn't do such a thing.
Okay, but my way of thinking's just as good as Casey's.
Well, what any one of us thinks doesn't matter. The facts will have to be proved before either Frankton or Rhinecliffe can be involved in Purcell's killing. Come into my office, Axford. Tell me everything Mayor Rhinecliffe said to you in the interview.
Sure, Reed, sure. I took notes so I can tell you what he said, almost word for word.
Britt Reed listened closely as Axford told about his interview with Mayor Rhinecliffe. A short time later, Britt sent Axford to police headquarters for further news. Then, leaving the Sentinel building, the young publisher went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The two men discussed the case.
Cato, Axford told me he found out from the mayor that Frankton claims he can produce a letter signed by Rhinecliffe in which he directed Purcell to give a housing construction bid to the Citywide Construction Company.
Oh, that's not good.
Moreover, Mayor Rhinecliffe is said to have mentioned in the letter that he was to receive a sum of money if the bid went through.
Would say a man in position of mayor not do anything so unwise as that, Mr. Britt.
Of course. Mayor Rhinecliffe is a smart man. He certainly wouldn't put anything like that into a letter to a subordinate, or to anybody else for that matter.
Oh, yet person in position like Frankton not
I know.
likely...
Frankton wouldn't make a statement he couldn't back up.
Well, then you think Frankton be able to produce such a letter, perhaps?
Yes. He must have a letter signed by the mayor that will prove damaging. Yet I have faith in Mayor Rhinecliffe.
Well, you think there's some trick to make letter damaging, Mr. Britt?
It could be. I'd like to see that letter. Of course, if Rhinecliffe has pulled something crooked, You'd have to take the consequences.
Well, Frank did not show letter to anyone, not even publisher of Sentinel. But perhaps there's some way Green Hornet...
Yes. Maybe the Green Hornet could get that letter, Cato. It's worth a try, anyhow.
Will Green Hornet try tonight, perhaps?
Why not? We'll leave right now. Come on. We're right in the back of the building where Frankton has his offices. His private office is on the first floor at the back.
You know which windows are in Frankton's office, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Those two there. Pull close to the building and stop. His office is just above us.
Will you think it difficult to get in?
No. We'll climb to the top of the car. From there, I can reach up and manipulate the window catch. Come on.
But dark here in back alley.
Yes. No one will notice the Black Beauty. Now we'll get to the car top.
Oh, this brings us right up to window.
Yes. Here goes.
Using a thin steel instrument, Britt Reed worked for a few minutes on the window catch until finally it gave way.
Well, that did it. Follow me inside, Cato. Don't make any noise. We don't want to have the building guard on our necks. Okay, come on.
I'm coming.
Flash your light around to get our bearings.
Yes, sir. Look. Their file cabinet.
Yes. You go look through the files under the R's. See if you find anything on Rhinecliff. I'll go through Frankton's desk.
All right. It'll only take a minute.
Now to search his desk.
Britt and Cato made an exhaustive search of Frankton's office, but without success. Then, noticing a small safe, the old-fashioned type, in the corner, Britt decided to force it open. Time moved swiftly as Britt, with experienced fingers, worked on the safe. With the aid of a small electrical device to amplify the sound of the tumblers, he twirled the knobs untiringly.
I'm familiar with this type of safe, but it's taking a long time to... There. I heard the tumblers fall, Cato.
Oh, that's good. We here in office too long for comfort.
Yes. Now for a look inside.
Safe connected with burglar alarm.
Yes. I'll have to hurry. The guard will be here any minute. You go out the window now. Hurry.
I have Black Beauty ready for quick getaway.
An envelope. Marked evidence against Rhinecliff. I got it. Oh, the guards have to beat it.
Hey, look. Going through the window. It's the Green Hornet. Shoot again, Bill. Quick.
No.
You hit him. You shot the Green Hornet.
Attracted by the burglar alarm which had been connected to Frankton's safe, two guards rushed into Frankton's office as Britt Reed started through the window, and they shot at him. At the second shot, Britt groaned, and for a few seconds swayed as he straddled the window ledge.
He's shot. Let's close in on him.
You hit. Hurry, I held.
I'm all right. Graze my shoulder. Quick, help me.
You must hurry. Jump to ground.
Get in quick. Hurry, Cato.
Hey, yes, sir. Hornet wounded escaping from Frankton's office. Hey, yes, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel Extreme.
A short time later, Britt Reed and Cato were back in their apartment discussing their narrow escape.
Would have me plenty scared, Mr. Britt, when I see you get hit.
Luckily, the bullet just grazed my shoulder. But for the moment, I was slightly stunned. Oh, it feels all right now, thanks to your doctoring, Cato.
Will you not look at letter yet?
We'll look it over now. Hand it to me, will you?
Yes.
Let's see now. City House.
What did it say, Mr. Britt?
It's a long letter, Cato. Taking up a whole sheet of paper and part of another. The incriminating part is the last paragraph on the first page and the ending.
Oh, it not seem possible Mayor write such a letter.
Well, there it is. Of course, he'd have to have something on Purcell to dare to put on such a thing in writing.
Well, then you think Rhinecliff really signed letter?
Oh, he signed it all right. I've seen his signature often enough. But
Well, you have other thought?
Yes, I have, Cato.
What you thinking of, Mr. Britt?
I'm thinking of a plan to find out the truth. I'll tell you what my plan is, and then in the morning I'll put it into effect. And I have reason to believe we'll get results.
It was late the following afternoon when Mr. Frankton, big political boss, looked up from his desk as one of his assistants entered the office.
Well, what is it?
Frankton, this special delivery letter just arrived for you.
All right, let me have it.
Here it is.
From the Daily Sentinel, huh?
Yeah.
Dear Mr. Frankton, the rumor has reached us that in view of a turn of events, you intend to resign your office. We shall appreciate it if you will send us a signed statement verifying or denying this rumor, as the case may be.
But, Mr. Frankton...
Wait a minute. We shall withhold any mention of the matter until we have definite written word from you. Well, of all the... How did such a rumor get started?
I wouldn't know.
Well, you go get a denial typed up right away and bring it in for me to sign. I'll stop that rumor here and now.
Okay, right away.
Yes?
You wanted me, Mr. Nixon? I was out of the office.
Miss Hood, I have a letter here from the Daily Sentinel. Special delivery that just arrived.
Yes, sir.
There's a rumor going around that I'm going to resign as city housing director. I want you to write out a denial of that rumor and bring to me for my signature as soon as possible.
Yes, Mr. Nixon. I'll type it right now.
That same afternoon, in the mayor's office...
We shall withhold any mention of the matter until we have definite written word from you. I'll have to get out a denial of that rumor right away.
The following night, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment.
Will you get replies to letters, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. Needless to say, all three denied the rumor. Here are the replies. Come over to the desk. I want to get the letter we took from Frankton's office the other night.
Oh, it'd be interesting to find out that you're on the right track.
Yes. Well, let's see. Yes, here it is. Now, we'll study these carefully. Now, look here. On the second page of the letter, offered as evidence, there's only two small A's used. In the words anxious and R. But they're perfectly formed. On page 1 of this same letter, the small letter A is broken. A nick in the type.
That's right.
Otherwise, the type is well matched. On both pages, it's clear and dark.
Oh, in Mayor's denial note, the A matched that on second page.
Yes. That proves somebody retyped the first page, making it tie in with what was written on page 2, which contains the signature of Rhinecliff.
Well, perhaps one of the other two denials show that... Oh, look, Mr. Britt.
Well, that's it, Cato. There's the slight neck.
Then that the one who...
I feel sure it is. If so, he was responsible for Purcell's death, too. I'm going to make a phone call. Then we'll act. I hope he's still at his office. It'll make things easier for us. Hello? This is Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel calling. Oh, is it? Good. I was afraid you might have left. I called to say we received your denial, and we'll spike the rumor. Yes. And, by the way, it might interest you to know the authorities have a line on Purcell's killers. Yes. They expect to close in on their hideout later tonight. Oh, yes, of course. Good night. All right, Cato. Now we'll go take out the Black Beauty. The Green Hornet has a job to do.
Maybe he'll not drive to hideout, but use phone instead, Mr. Britt.
I don't think he'll phone. He'll want to make sure those killers leave town without putting the finger on it.
It's not good we wait too long inside alley. If someone comes...
Quiet, kiddo. There's someone coming out over there now.
Oh, you think it him?
Wait till he passes under the street light. And be ready to leave us. That's our man, Cato.
He getting into car at curb.
There he goes. Get after him, and hurry.
There, car of men we follow.
Yes. And there's a light in the front room of that old house. Come on.
I must be careful. They killers.
We'll be ready for them. Anyway, we'll be taking them by surprise. Easy now.
They in there?
Yes. I'll sling the door open suddenly. You come in when I need you.
Yes, sir.
Here goes.
Welcome.
Green Hornet.
Don't move, any of you. Well, Nixon, here I am, according to your plan.
Plan? What are you talking about?
Oh, don't worry about those two mugs, Nixon. I promised I'd get rid of them for you.
Hey, what's that you say? Don't pay any attention to them boys. He's
Look,
trying to...
Nixon, I don't fool around when I have a job to do. You want them out of the way because they might involve you in the murder of your assistant, don't you?
Sure. Nixon told him about us knocking out Purcell.
Yeah, that dirty skunk. He's the one who paid us to do it, too. Shut up, you two.
It's a double cross. He's hired the Hornet to rub us out, Joe.
This is all a trick. But you won't get away with that, Hornet.
Oh, you won't?
That was lucky. This time I'll show you.
You talk too much, Nixon.
Joe, we better do something.
I'll do something right now.
Joe, use your rod. Get the Hornet.
Watch it, Joe.
Joe, not help you from this.
Oh, hey, listen, Hornet. Let me alone. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Honest, I will.
Listen to me, killer. If you know what's good for you, you'll tell the cops everything you know about Purcell.
Yeah.
Turn state's witness. And then maybe you won't hang with those two.
Yeah, I'll tell everything.
See that you do. Now take this. Now you can phone the police, Cato. I'll leave a little note telling that these are Purcell's killers. Joe's talking will do the rest.
Later that night in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
And a live accident. We sure got a story this time.
Yeah, that we have. I phoned Reed and he said he'd come down. Wants to write an editorial as a follow-up.
Yeah, I suppose he'll... Oh, here he comes now.
Well, it seems as though you have big news tonight, Gunnigan.
We sure have, Chief.
Imagine, Reed, the city housing director Nixon was behind the whole thing.
He was?
Yeah. The cops got a confession from one of the killers that he'd hired to get rid of Purcell.
But I don't get it.
Let me tell you, Reed. Nixon had it in for Mayor Rhinecliffe because the mayor was suspicious of him and warned him if he didn't watch out, Purcell would get his job.
That's right, Chief.
Then, when the big housing project came up, the mayor purposely sent Nixon out of town so as Purcell could handle the bids.
But what about the evidence Frankton had against the mayor?
Oh, that. Well, Nixon took that to Frankton, so Frankton thought it was on the level. But it wasn't.
No?
You see, the mayor wrote to Purcell telling him how important it was to deal honest with them bids, saying it meant a lot to the city. He said any partiality would bring disgrace to the department, and to him, the mayor, that is, and would result in Purcell's dismissal.
Well?
Nixon took that letter, 2 pages it was, and retyped the first page so it fitted into the second page, making it seem like mayor was taking a bribe. Nixon had Purcell get the mayor's copy of the first letter. Then Purcell got suspicious and guessed the truth.
Sure. So Nixon had him killed before he could show him up. But it was the Hornet who tipped off the cops where to find Nixon with the killers, though.
The Green Hornet?
That it was. Right. He was in with them. But he and Nixon had a falling out, so he messed him up and phoned the cops.
Well, I'm glad to hear Frankton and the mayor are both in the clear.
Sure. Frankton already sent an apology to Rhinecliffe.
Well, Franklin was only doing his duty as he saw it.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure. And the Hornet did his duty as he saw it, too. Only all he was thinking about was himself. I know that spot feeling like a book, that I do.
Well, Remember, you can't judge a book by its cover, expert. Good night.
Huh. Now, what the devil did he mean by that, I'd like to know?
That's Gillespie! Red Bob, Mayor cleared. Nixon indicted for Purcell murder. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. That's Gillespie! Red Bob!
By special recording, General Mills, makers of Cheerios, the oat cereal ready to eat, and Wheaties, breakfast of champions, present The Lone Ranger. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a haughty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver. Let's go, big fellow. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
When boys line up to run a race, Galloping Gordon sets the pace. He comes in first because he knows he's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, he's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios, Cheerios, Cheerios.
You bet, Cheerios, the oat cereal that needs no cooking. Every delicious spoonful of Cheerios and milk is real muscle-building food. Each spoonful contains vitamins, minerals, and proteins your body needs. Yes, the good things in a Cheerios breakfast do good things for your body. Help you have healthy nerves, good red blood, strong bones, and muscles. And besides giving you go power, Cheerios is downright wonderful tasting. That toasted oat flavor is really something. And when you add milk and your favorite fruit, say some sliced bananas, you're in for a delicious breakfast treat. Get the whole family off to a good start every morning with Cheerios. Then you'll hear people say,
he's feeling his Cheerios.
The Lone Ranger and his Indian companion Tonto camped for the night in a wooded grove in the hills near Stockton. The two men were rolled in their blankets sleeping when...
Tonto. Me hear shots. Someone right fast along trail.
There he is.
Oh, him shot. Fall from horse.
3 men coming around the bend. Draw your guns, Tonto. We'll go see what this is all about. Come on.
Them turn. Leave and hurry.
We'll see about the wounded man. Let me see. Yeah, a shoulder wound, but not serious.
Him young fella.
Yes, Tonto. We'll carry him to our camp and give him first aid.
The young man, the masked man and Indian found wounded on the trail, was unconscious when they carried him to their camp. A short time after, his wound was bandaged. He regained consciousness. The first rays of the rising sun fell upon the Lone Ranger and Tonto as they stood beside him.
What happened now? A masked man and an Indian?
It's all right. We're friends. You were shot from your horse. We brought you here and bandaged your wound. You soon be all right.
Thanks. I'm grateful. I'm Dave Alton.
Who were the men who tried to kill you? Do you know?
Outlaws. I had a partner. We were prospecting together. He boasted in town about the gold we'd found. Tonight they surprised us, killed Jed. I escaped and they followed. You know the rest.
Yes. Tonto, go to town and notify the sheriff. I'll stay here until you get back. and we'll try to trail those men.
Easy, Scout. Easy, fella. Get him up, Scout.
Tonto hurriedly rode to the sheriff's office in Stockton. Later, he returned to camp and told the Lone Ranger and Dave about the sheriff's plans.
Sheriff say him take posse to Prospector's cabin and try to pick up trail of gang.
Tonto, we'll work alone for the time being. If the posse fails to pick up the trail, we may succeed. Dave, how many men were there, do you know?
6 altogether. 3 of them chased me when I got away.
We don't want to leave you here alone.
I'm all right. I have a gun and my horse. It's important that you and the Indian help to catch those outlaws.
Very well, Dave. We'll come back here later to make sure you're all right. Tonto, we'll go out to the trail and try to follow the 3 men who chased Dave. They may lead us to the gang's hideout. All right, let's go. See you later, Dave.
Goodbye. Easy, Scout. Easy, fella.
Come on.
Come, Scout. Come.
Meanwhile, in a cabin hidden in a hollow, Grudge Logan was talking to his men.
What you men bungled the job? Nick, you had no business plugging that old prospector. Because you did, I sent Tony and a couple of the others to get the fellow who escaped. They bungled that, too.
Oh, the old prospector went for his gun. What else could I do?
Yeah, Nick's right, Grudge. As for the fellow we went after, we plugged him and saw him fall. Then we heard men coming, so we beat it.
And you don't know that the young prospector's dead, eh?
We didn't have time to make sure, Grudge.
He's the only witness to the killing. If he's not
Why
dead...
not have Tony go back to where he shot the fellow and see what he can find out?
Well, that's risky, Nick.
Oh, what are you scared of? I'll go back with you.
Good. Tony, you and Nick go and see what you can find out about that fella. I'll be waiting to hear.
All right. Come on, Nick. It won't take us long.
It was some time later when Tony and Nick, taking a roundabout route, approached the place on the trail near the Lone Ranger's camp where Dave had been shot. They stopped among the trees nearby.
Oh, there. Easy now. He fell right out there, Nick. Come on.
Moving cautiously, the 2 crooks found the place where Dave had fallen.
Look, seems like the 2 hombres who found him took him up to that grove yonder.
We'll keep under cover and go investigate that grove. Have your gun handy.
At the camp in the grove, Dave was sleeping. He was suddenly startled and sat up quickly when he heard a voice.
Look, Nick,
there he is. Yeah, and he's alive. Reckon you just wounded him. We got you covered, mister, so don't move. Bandage on his left shoulder. I thought you were a better shot, Tony.
Never mind that. I won't miss this time.
Hey, hold it, you fool.
Why?
Remember, he was found by 2 hombres. He must have told them what happened.
Yeah, that's right. What do you think we ought to do?
Make him tell who the 2 hombres are before we plug him.
I don't know who they are.
Let's take him to Grudge. He'll make him talk. After that, we'll get rid of him.
Later, Dave Alton, tied to a chair, sat facing Grudge Logan in the hideout cabin.
So you refuse to answer questions, huh? Well, I won't be as easy on you as Nick and Tony were.
We gotta find out who he talked to, Grudge.
Yeah, make him tell.
He'll tell, don't worry. Now then, who are the hombres who found you and took you to that camp?
I don't know, and that's the truth.
Don't give me that. Now, give me a civil answer.
But I don't know who they are. How can I tell you?
And describe them. What do they look like?
I'm sure one of them's an Indian, Grudge. I looked back as we rode away, and I caught a glimpse of him.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, is one of them a redskin?
Yes.
That's more like it. How about the other one?
I didn't see his face.
What do you mean you didn't see his face? You have eyes, haven't you? Come on, speak up or I'll let one of the men gun whip you.
He kept his face covered. He had a...
That doesn't make sense, Grudge.
No, it don't.
Maybe it does, at that.
What do you mean?
We know one of them's an Indian. From what this hombre says, the other must have been masked.
Masked? I don't get it. Why should another owl who take the
Now,
trouble...
listen a minute. Remember me telling all you about a masked hombre who rode with an Indian?
Yeah. Yeah, you said they broke up a gang you had in New Mexico last year.
Right. They helped the law. The masked man is known as a Lone Ranger.
Hey, I've heard of him.
So have I. He and that Indian are said to be dynamite when they get going.
Yeah.
Quiet down, fellas. No need to get anxious about him.
But if they caught some of your other
I
guys...
wasn't as smart then as I am now. Listen. Nick, you and Tony probably weren't careful covering your tracks when you brought this hombre here.
Maybe not. We were in a hurry.
So much the better. When the masked man and Indian go back to that camp and learn he's missing, they'll do their best to follow your trail here. And what's more, I'm sure they'll succeed.
Well, then they'll get us.
Don't worry. We'll use this fella as bait for a trap. I plan to get that redskin, and what's more important, the hombre known as a Lone Ranger.
As Grudge Logan told his men how he planned to use Dave Alton as bait to trap Tonto and the Lone Ranger, a cruel smile twisted his lips. He explained further.
We'll leave this hombre tied to the chair and gagged so he can't warn him. We'll leave one horse just outside the cabin, so as they'll think one of us is in here as guard.
Go on.
We'll hide the other horses among the trees. And we'll stay hidden until we see them approach the cabin.
Well, they're smart, Grudge. They won't approach the place openly.
That's right. I know. With all that brush around, we'll have to watch close. But the windows are nailed down. So I figure they'll try to get inside through the front door.
And what if they do?
We'll move in on them. We'll plug all three of them and bury them back in the woods. Nobody'll ever know what happened to that Indian and the masked man.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Boxer Ben fights hard and fair, so in the ring you kids beware. He's dynamite because he knows he's got go power from Cheerios. Yes, he's got go power. There he goes. He's feeling his Cheerios. Cheerios, Cheerios.
That's Cheerios, all right. The nourishing oat cereal that's shaped like little letter O's. The ready-to-eat cereal with a wonderful toasted oat flavor. What's more, every delicious spoonful of Cheerios and milk is real muscle-building food. That's right. Each spoonful contains vitamins, minerals, and proteins your body needs. And these good things in a Cheerios breakfast do good things for your body. Help you have healthy nerves, good red blood, strong bones, and muscles. Yes, Cheerios is made to give you real go power. So try Cheerios, the famous oat cereal that needs no cooking. And soon you'll hear people say,
he's feeling his Cheerios.
Now to continue. The Lone Ranger and Tonto realized the men in Grudge's gang were clever when they lost the first trail they were following. They returned to camp to make sure Dave was all right.
Yeah, big fella. Easy, Scout, easy, fella. Kimasabi, him gone.
Yes. Look near the place where he was resting. The footprints of two men.
Maybe that mean crooks come back. Take young fella away.
I'm sorry I let Dave talk us into leaving him alone. I feel that I'm to blame for this, Tonto. We'll follow those footprints to where they left their horses. Then we'll pick up their trail. Come on.
Easy, steady, big fella. Scout, easy, fella.
Come on.
Come, Scout. Come, fella.
The sheriff and his posse had gone to the prospector's cabin, and after sending back the body of the outlaw's victim, they tried to follow the trail of the gang. They, too, finally lost the trail.
By Jiminy, that outlaw leader, Grudge Logan, is plenty smart. The Indian who reported to me didn't know at the time how many men Grudge had. But from the tracks, I figured 5 or 6. The Indian is working with a friend of mine, the masked man.
Masked hombre, you say? How come he's a friend of yours?
Well, we won't go into that now. Anyway, the Indian told me where they found the wounded man and where the camp is located. Now, we'll go to the camp. And if Dave Alton is still there, we'll question him. He might tell us something that'll help. Let's go. Get up there.
A short time later, the posse arrived at the campsite and stopped.
Nobody here. But there's a bed made of boughs and covered with a blanket where the wounded man rested. We'll try to pick up their trail. I want to talk to the masked man. Get up there.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had some difficulty trailing Nick, Tony, and Dave. But as Grudge had said, they were not as careful covering the trail. Finally, the masked man and Indian topped a rise and saw the cabin in the hollow.
Scout. Easy, steady, big fella. Easy, Scout, easy.
A short distance from the clearing in which the cabin stood, the two men dismounted and left their horses hidden under the trees and the tall brush.
Then they cautiously moved forward on foot. On the edge of the clearing, they stopped.
I see one horse tied to a sapling near the cabin.
Maybe that mean others in gang not there now.
May also mean that Dave is still alive and held prisoner, Tonto. It leaves someone to guard him. Otherwise, the owner of that horse would have gone with the others. We'll use a tall brush near the cabin to screen our approach. I want to get close enough to look inside that place. Come on. And have your guns ready.
The Indian and masked man, thoroughly experienced in moving with caution, made their way through the brush without moving a branch. Finally, they reached the side window of the cabin. Then the Lone Ranger showed for a moment above the brush as he quickly looked through the window.
The window's nailed down, Tonto, but I see Dave inside. He's tied to a chair and gagged. Whoever's on guard is keeping out of sight.
Now what do we do?
We'll make our way to the front door. We'll crawl up to it and enter suddenly to take the guard by surprise. All right, let's go.
Among the trees on the nearby slope, Grudge and the others were watching. Suddenly, Grudge spoke.
Say, look, I see a man sitting near the side window. It's the last man.
Shall we try to gun him? Sure, why not?
No, hold it. It's too far for a good shot. As soon as we see him go inside, we'll move in. We can see the front door from here.
By Jiminy, they're going right into the trap.
Sure. They'll soon realize just how smart I am.
How you plan to work it, Grudge?
When I give the word, we'll spread out and encircle the cabin, then move in on them. And they won't be able to get away. Before long, the Lone Ranger will be finished for good.
Meantime, as the Lone Ranger and Tonto moved toward the front door, the masked man spoke.
Tonto, you stay hidden in the brush. I'll go inside alone. I can handle one man.
A good idea.
The others might return unexpectedly. In that case, you'll be in a position to warn me. I'll stay here. The chaparral thicket will hide you. I'll crawl to the front door. It's the only way inside. The windows are securely nailed down.
Tonto waited in hiding while the Lone Ranger moved cautiously to the front door. Then, with guns ready, he shoved the door wide open.
Don't move.
He stood a moment as his keen eyes swiftly scanned the interior of the cabin. Instantly, he realized he might have entered a trap. He sprang quickly to Dave's side, cut the cords, and removed the gag.
Have you free in a moment. There. Now the gag. There. It's a trap. I just realized that. Quick, get to the door. Then crawl through the door into the bushes. They'll hide you. Be sure to keep your head down. I'll help you. Come on. You'll be safer outside. Here's the open door. Get down and crawl if you can. I'll make it.
In spite of Dave's handicap, he and the masked man hurriedly crawled through the doorway and dropped into the thicket near the porch.
I don't think we were seen coming out.
Yes. We see men up among trees. Them come this way.
Crouch low and we'll move back through the brush toward the trees. Come on.
Grudge and his men had seen the masked figure enter the cabin. He waited a moment, then said,
I didn't see the Indian go inside.
Maybe the masked man went in there alone.
That's possible, but I doubt it. The redskin may be waiting near the cabin, somewhere near the window. Let's spread out and move in on them. Keep an eye open for the Indian. Let's go.
The outlaws had failed to see Dave and the masked man crawl from the front door. They spread out with guns ready and started moving toward the cabin. Meantime, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dave had succeeded in reaching the trees before the crooks had a chance to encircle the place.
We made it. Now we'll wait until we see them near the cabin, and we'll move in on them.
They aren't going to expect that.
Well, that's right.
The three men watched closely. For a short time, they saw little, though Tonto's keen eyes caught the movement of the brush here and there as the men worked their way forward. Finally, Tonto spoke.
You see head looking through window.
Yes, Tonto. They've reached the cabin. Dave, you wait here.
I can handle a gun. Let me go with you.
All right, let's go.
At the cabin, Grudge had looked through the window. He saw that Dave had been freed and that no one was inside. He found his men one after the other and gathered them together under cover of the tall brush.
Something went wrong. None of us saw him go out, but nobody's inside now.
Well, that young fellow tell the masked man about your trap. Maybe they're hiding inside. Wait.
We'll soon find out. We'll go in. Come on. Say, Nick.
Yeah.
You stay in covers from the window until we get inside.
Right.
Quickly, in crouched position, the other five went to the front of the cabin. Then they rushed through the open door with drawn guns.
Hey, nobody's here.
Hey, Nick, come on in.
All right.
I don't like this, Grudge.
I don't like any fun. Hey, what's going on, Grudge? No sign of him. Hey, Grudge, I saw one of them through the window, the engine.
Nick rushed to the window, broke the glass, and fired.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't think I hit him. I'll try again.
Hey, a bullet came through the window.
They're moving in, horse. We're 6 to 2 or 3. Cover both windows. I'll ease the door open a little.
All right.
I saw the brush move.
Grudge, they caught us in our own trap.
Forget that now. Try to plug him. We'll either get him and hold him off till it's dark enough to sneak away from here.
Holy mackerel, there's more than 3 out there. Look, Apache riding in to help him. Grudge, we're shot.
The sheriff and his men had heard the shots and moved in to help the Lone Ranger and his friends. The gun battle raged for some time, and men on both sides were wounded. But finally, those inside were too greatly outnumbered and surrendered. All but 2 of the crooks were wounded, including Grudge.
Now put your hands up or we'll gun you. We give up. Hold your fire. There's just 2 of us with guns now.
Throw your guns through the door. Then come out with your hands high.
Tony and Nick, the 2 who were not wounded, complied with the sheriff's command. Soon all the crooks were huddled together within a circle of grim-faced men holding guns.
I think we have them all now, Sheriff.
Yes, that's all of them. That one is Grudge Logan. A few of my men took bullets, but none are seriously hurt. We look after the wounded and get these killers back to town. Now, Dave, you'll be a witness against them in the killing of your partner. With pleasure. If it hadn't been for the masked man in Tonto, I'd have been dead, too. The gang set a trap for both of them, but they turned the tables on Grudge and his men.
Grudge Logan is clever, but not clever enough. Tonto and I were glad to help. We'll stop to see you in town, Sheriff, before we leave this territory. Good luck, Dave, and see you later. Adios, everybody.
Doc, Colt, Grudge, I thought you said you could handle that Indian and the masked man.
Oh, shut up.
Grudge is like all the rest of the lawbreakers who think they amount to something. They get to think they're so smart the law can't ever touch them. But just like the others, Grudge isn't smart enough to know that it doesn't pay to make a stand against the Lone Ranger.
Champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties.
Sort of gives a guy a lift knowing that champions are made, not born. For instance, let's trace the inspiring story of Al Rosen, famed Cleveland Indian slugger. Let's go back when Al was small, an average boy, no champ at all. He practiced hitting, third base play, and ate his Wheaties every day, just as champs get on their way. Today, Al smacks that ball a mile, been eating Wheaties all this while. Why, Al Rosen's been eating Wheaties since he was a little guy, 22 years ago. Plenty of power, all right, in Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Now, Al's sparking. Here's the pitch.
He's on his way, on his way. He's on his way, on his way. Get on your way with Wheaties. 'Cause champions are made, not born.
Yes, sir.
Get on your way.
Get on your way.
Get on your way with Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
The Lone Ranger, a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated, is created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Lone Ranger is played by Brace Beamer. Your announcer, Fred Foy. The Lone Ranger is brought to you by General Mills every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this same time. Be sure to listen. This recorded program has come to you from Detroit. This is ABC Radio.
By special recording, The Lone Ranger. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver. The Lone Ranger. Before this exciting adventure, a word from our sponsor. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. Let's go, big fellow. I'm Silver. Hooray!